Lin Sui'an had always identified as a heterosexual male, but now he found himself inexplicably transformed into an omega character from a novel, compelled by a system to pursue the male protagonist. Shen Yan. Failing to fulfill this task would result in painful electric shocks. With a resolute heart, Lin Sui'an declared, "I am a straight man. I refuse to pursue anyone. If you have the audacity, then go ahead and electrocute me." The system, nearly short-circuited by his defiance, was nonetheless equipped with methods to keep Lin Sui'an in line. "How will you survive as a debt-ridden, solitary omega?" It taunted. "Experience the power of your estrus, and behold the terror of an alpha." This ABO world was utterly chaotic, and Lin Sui'an felt genuine fear. He found himself seeking out the seemingly gentle Shen Yan.Brother, you seem like a decent person. May I stick with you from now on? The composed Shen Yan, who had indirectly caused the demise of the previous 98 pursuers, smiled and replied, "Sure, I've been waiting for you for quite some time." Chapter 1. I shall never be an omega. What did you say? I've become an omega, and I must pursue a male alpha? Indeed, the system has transmitted information about this world to you. Please adapt swiftly to your new identity and complete the task. In his dimly lit, cramped rental, Lin Sui'an gazed at his reflection in the mirror, overwhelmed with shock. The information flooding his mind elucidated the nature of omega: pheromones, glands, estrus, reproductive organs. Each term sent jolts of panic through him. The more he learned, the more he crumbled. It was a greater shock than the realization of his own untimely demise from sleep deprivation. While others traversed into stories as heroic figures, conquering foes and ascending to greatness, he was fated to become someone's spouse. No way, absolutely not. With his hands clasped in fervent prayer, he beseeched, "Please, dear system, grant me a different role. System, I implore you, allow me a change. This simply isn't within my capabilities. I am a straight man. Alternatively, could you make my target a female? Though I have no experience, I could certainly learn." The system's mechanical voice delivered a frigid response. "No can do. The host has no choice. To resurrect, the task must be completed." Taking a deep breath, Lin Sui'an resigned himself. He exited the bathroom, collapsed onto the bed, and surrendered. Then I shall cease to exist. His life had not been particularly splendid thus far. Lacking love and resources, misfortune had perpetually shadowed him. The system interjected, "Failure to comply with the task will result in electric shock punishment." Punishment countdown. 3, 2, 1, zzz. His body spasmed momentarily before the shock ceased, leaving the room in silence. Once he regained composure, Lin Sui'an scoffed, "Is that all? Huh. If you can, then go ahead and kill me." The system, compliant, delivered another shock. Though he felt as if he might be charred, he remained unyielding. "If you're capable, then do it." However, this time, the system refrained from shocking him. Lin Sui'an's heart soared with hope, believing his rebellion had yielded results. Just as he was about to inquire about the system's change of heart, a loud banging echoed from the door. Lin Sui'an opened the door. The door, thin and frail, trembled under the force of relentless knocks. "Who is it?" he called out. "Debt collector." Lin Sui'an sat frozen on the bed. "Well, I simply won't open it." "What of it?" Yet the door seemed on the verge of collapse. Rolling up his sleeves, he retrieved a kitchen knife. Standing guard at the entrance, he steeled himself. What's there to fear? The weak fear the strong, and the strong fear the reckless. If they dare enter, I shall take them down with me. In the next moment, the door splintered under a forceful impact. Lin Sui'an put on a fierce demeanor and shouted, "I have no money. Take my life instead." But in the blink of an eye, he was met with an overpowering scent of iron and a menacing presence. He gritted his teeth, struggling to maintain his composure, but after 3 seconds, his legs buckled and the knife clattered to the floor. The leader, a bald man, laughed at his pitiful state. He approached Lin Sui'an, mockingly patting his face. "You think you can stand up to me? Did you truly believe I wouldn't harm you? I've given you ample time to gather the money. Today, if you can pay, I shall let you go. If not..." Lin Sui'an felt a powerful arm snatch him up effortlessly, tossing him onto the bed. The bald man grinned wickedly, loosening his shirt. "Consider yourself my lover." Lin Sui'an was gripped by a primal fear he had never known. The alpha's pheromones not only suffocated him, but also muddled his thoughts. The system had informed him that for an unmarked omega, alpha pheromones acted like an aphrodisiac. Lin Sui'an was unafraid of electric shocks, but this was an entirely different terror. However, he genuinely had no money. His life was defined by tragedy. His mother had passed away. His father was a gambler who vanished last year, leaving him with a 1 million debt. If he could work normally, perhaps there would be hope for repayment. But alas, he was an omega, and a rather attractive one at that. In this world, omegas were rare, needing protection and often coveted. Wherever he went, he was eyed with desire, and a moment's slip could lead to exploitation. Earning money was a grueling endeavor, compounded by the debt collector's relentless harassment. Despite his efforts, he barely had 15,000. A million seemed as distant as the galaxy. Thus, Lin Sui'an truly had no choice but to flee. He bit his lip, using the pain to ground himself. The money is hidden in the kitchen. Just a moment, and I shall retrieve it. The kitchen was closest to the entrance. Lin Sui'an slowly rose, offering a feeble smile to the bald man. Despite the new identity, his appearance remained unchanged. With his large, innocent almond eyes, he possessed a deceptive charm when he smiled. It was easy to lower others' guards. Though the bald man doubted Lin Sui'an had money, he felt a flicker of interest. Lin Sui'an limped toward the kitchen, feigning fear and trepidation. Then, just as he reached the kitchen, he suddenly twisted and darted through the unguarded door. Having recently arrived, he was unfamiliar with the layout. Thus, he relied on the system for navigation. System. Quick. Which way? At the next intersection, turn right. 100 meters ahead, turn left. Upon exiting the compound, turn right, and at the first traffic light, rush forward. You will collide with Shen Yan's vehicle. Following the system's directives, Lin Sui'an exited the compound but did not turn right. Instead, he headed in the opposite direction. The system was taken aback. Host, what are you doing? I've told you, I will not undertake this task. It is impossible for me to harbor feelings for men. Lin Sui'an charged forward without a backward glance, even taking a moment to approach a passerby to inquire. Excuse me, could you please tell me where the police station is? The passerby wore a bewildered expression. What is a police station? The system coldly remarked. Host, this narrative contains only emotional entanglements. There is no police station. Lin Sui'an responded, what kind of novel is this? How can it lack even that? The title of the book you have entered is Wife, Don't Escape. The top alpha pursues relentlessly. Lin Sui'an's face contorted in disgust. Wife. He could not even remotely consider such a notion. The footsteps and furious shouts behind him grew ever closer, and Lin Sui'an's stamina began to wane. He was essentially running on sheer willpower. The pounding of his heart was deafening, and he felt as though he might collapse once more. But at that moment, he heard the sound of a horn and the screech of brakes. In the next instant, he was struck, sent flying. When he regained his senses, he found himself lying on the ground. Lin Sui'an gazed up at the azure sky and fluffy clouds, and soon, a figure entered his line of sight. Backlit by the sun, he could not discern the person's features clearly, yet he could make out their form. Tall, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, their legs seemed longer than his very life. Driven by the instinct to survive, he reached out towards that person. Save me. Congratulations, host. You have completed the first plot point by encountering the male lead, Shen Yan. Lin Sui'an, however, withdrew his hand and summoned all his strength to shout. Don't save me. Go away. Chapter 2. The Temptation of Beauty. When Lin Sui'an awakened once more, he discovered that he had arrived at a hospital. The ward was empty, devoid of any company. For a fleeting moment, he found himself unable to discern whether he was ensnared in the grip of reality or enveloped in the narrative of a book. However, his confusion was soon dispelled. Second plot point, pitying the male protagonist, Shen Yan, and taking refuge in his home. Lin Sui'an let out a disdainful huff. The system continued. I trust the host has come to recognize the perils of this world. Even in the absence of electric punishment, without finding sanctuary, the host cannot hope for a stable existence. Thus, I implore the host to focus on the task at hand. Lin Sui'an rolled his eyes. I refuse to believe that. What if I simply choose not to comply? The more I ponder this, the angrier I become. Surely, being thrust into a narrative is a rare occurrence. Why was I selected for this endeavor? Did anyone inquire about my willingness? Do you merely indiscriminately seize individuals? because the host appearance aligns most closely with Shen Yan's ideal type among all candidates. Lin Sui'an was momentarily taken aback. Me? Shen Yan's ideal type? Surely my looks are not extraordinary? He was aware that he possessed a decent appearance. Had it not been for his aesthetic advantage, life would have been considerably harsher. Yet, he hardly considered himself mesmerizing. He truly did not expect to capitalize on his looks even in death, albeit in a rather peculiar manner. Suddenly, a mirror materialized before Lin Sui'an, reflecting his visage with startling clarity. The host has fair skin, stands at 182 centimeters, weighs 65 kilograms, possesses a slender physique, and exhibits a favorable skeletal proportion. The host's countenance is pure and possesses both skeletal and superficial beauty. His innocent almond-shaped eyes and naturally rosy lips are undeniably enticing to the male protagonist. Please, the host must learn to utilize his singular advantage to entice the male lead. Lin Sui'an grimaced, his features contorted with disbelief. He rubbed his arms, which were already adorned with goosebumps. Is your description not rather peculiar? Pure? Enticing? This is madness. The system paused momentarily, seemingly questioning its choice of target. However, the selection was irrevocable unless the current host met their demise. Thus, the system resumed its ominous threats. Prior to the host, 98 others have attempted to navigate this quest, yet none have succeeded, meeting instead with tragic fates. In rapid succession, a series of morbid images flooded Lin Sui'an's mind, recounting the grim demises of previous seekers. Some had perished at the hands of deranged alphas. Others had been sold into the black market, while some had offended powerful figures and faced brutal retribution. Each tale was more harrowing than the last. Lin Sui'an felt a twinge of fear. Was this truly not a horror or documentary novel? Most individuals would likely succumb to terror upon witnessing such horrors. Yet, Lin Sui'an was no ordinary person. He calmly closed his eyes. I see that no one has yet succumbed to your electric punishment. Feel free to proceed. I am prepared. The system fell silent. After an extended pause, Lin Sui'an opened his eyes, only to find that a tall man now stood by his bedside, casting an imposing shadow over him. It was only when Lin Sui'an beheld that visage that he found himself momentarily taken aback. Despite the man's robust physique, his face bore an enchanting beauty. With long brows and phoenix-like eyes, his facial structure was strikingly superior, and his lips formed a beguiling curve, perpetually smiling even in repose. In essence, this individual possessed a sharply beautiful countenance, embodying the archetype of a stunningly handsome man. Lin Sui'an gazed at him in a daze, pondering if this was indeed the male protagonist. How delightful it would be if he were a woman. He would be more than willing to pursue the so-called strategy. The system's voice jolted Lin Sui'an back to reality. He instinctively reached beneath the covers and pinched himself, using the pain to remind himself not to succumb to such alluring beauty. He then turned to the male protagonist and asked, "Are you Shen Yan?" Lin Sui'an's sudden inquiry triggered a sharp alarm from the system. "What are you doing, host? You are not supposed to know the protagonist's name. How can you speak to him like that?" Disregarding the system's protests, Lin Sui'an attempted to speak again, only to find himself rendered mute, as if bound by an invisible force. He opened his mouth repeatedly, but could only engage in a silent stare-off with Shen Yan. Meanwhile, a heated argument erupted in his mind with the system. "On what grounds do you silence me? What if I choose not to pursue him? I will reiterate. You are now inside the narrative. You must complete the task. Otherwise, a dismal fate awaits you. Let me be dismal. I dare you to electrocute me. I want tea. But if you fail to fulfill your task, you shall brace yourself for torment from other alphas." I'll just find my own outlet. Lin Sui'an was wholly absorbed in this verbal skirmish, completely oblivious to Shen Yan, who stood by the bedside, fixated on him. Truly the male protagonist and an apex alpha. Even in silence, he exuded an air of dominance. His dark, penetrating gaze scrutinized Lin Sui'an's ever-shifting expressions, revealing a hint of surprise, though his brows knitted slightly in irritation at the commotion. Throughout his life, Shen Yan had frequently encountered these so-called strategists. Most were strikingly handsome and possessed various talents. Some approached him as classmates, others as butlers, and still others as strangers, each adopting a different persona: lively, charming, innocent. Yet, their intentions remained uniform: to win him over, to entice him into love. Had Shen Yan not been able to discern their thoughts, he might have fallen prey to one of their schemes. Perhaps it was precisely because he had never been deceived that strategists continued to seek him out. Nevertheless, he had never before encountered one quite like this. A strategist whose appearance resonated perfectly with his aesthetic preferences. Every feature aligned with his taste. The faint scent of citrus emanating from him was refreshingly delightful. Most remarkably, this strategist seemed uninterested in pursuing him. "All right, host, let us each make a concession. As long as you fulfill your task, not only will I grant you revival, but I will also bestow upon you a cash reward of 5 million. Is that agreeable? 5 million? Is that for real? Indeed, we can formalize this with a contract." In Shen Yan's eyes, the coldness intensified as he was about to speak, when he suddenly heard the strategist's inner voice. "I'm sorry. Even 5 million is not enough. I truly have no interest in men. Please let me go. I do not wish to engage in the strategy. I want to restart." Shen Yan responded swiftly, as the system's mechanical voice, laden with anger, echoed. "Then do not expect to speak." Not speaking? That didn't mean one couldn't move. Lin Sui'an glanced at Shen Yan's pocket and suddenly sprang up to reach for it. Shen Yan was taken aback, stepping back a pace while casting a warning glance at Lin Sui'an. Lin Sui'an gestured, pointing at his pocket, mouthing the words, "Phone." Shen Yan hesitated for a moment before retrieving his phone and unlocking it for him. Lin Sui'an opened the Notes app and began to type. The system, of course, sought to intervene, immediately delivering an electric shock to Lin Sui'an, who convulsed while attempting to edit. This vividly demonstrated the essence of a resolute spirit despite physical limitations. Just before he nearly succumbed to unconsciousness from the jolts, he managed to type out a few words. "Brother, kill me." Shen Yan observed Lin Sui'an lying on the hospital bed, his body weakened from the continuous shocks. His complexion was somewhat pale, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, with dark strands of hair clinging to it. Despite his restraint, his long, jade-like fingers tightly grasped the bed covers. He gasped for breath, his amber eyes misty as they met Shen Yan's gaze, yearning to speak yet hesitating. This portrayal of springtime beauty was truly captivating. For the first time, Shen Yan felt a flicker of desire. However, it was merely an impulse. Though the strategist was more intriguing than the previous ones, to Shen Yan, a strategist was still just a strategist. All who sought to approach him met but one fate: death. The only distinction was that if they were particularly interesting, he might allow them to linger a while longer until he discovered the most suitable method for their demise. Chapter 3. His stubborn Shen Yan glanced at the screen of his phone, then back at Lin Sui'an, his voice gentle. "May I inquire if you are facing some difficulties?" Lin Sui'an nodded fervently, excitedly gesturing with his hands, but regrettably, Shen Yan could not comprehend. He sighed, pointed at Shen Yan, then at himself, and made a slicing motion across his neck. Shen Yan smiled faintly. "I'm sorry, but I cannot engage in such unlawful actions." Lin Sui'an retorted, "Isn't there a police station nearby?" Upon uttering this, he realized he could speak again. His heart lifted, and he quickly added, "Brother, I." Before he could finish, Lin Sui'an was silenced once more. The system chided in his mind. "Host, please do not disclose the existence of the system. It has activated automatic shielding, so please be cautious with your words." Lin Sui'an sighed, looking at Shen Yan, and said, "Brother, although I was the one you collided with, this is my fault. You need not take responsibility. How much have you paid for the medical expenses? I will repay you. There is no need for you to waste time tending to me." As soon as Lin Sui'an spoke those words, the system in his mind began to stir again. Yet, he merely frowned, choosing not to argue further with it. He took out his phone and looked at Shen Yan. Shen Yan, too, remained silent, not saying much more. "All right, I've advanced you 15,000. How do you intend to repay me?" Lin Sui'an's voice rose sharply. "What? 15,000? What have I even used? Why is it so exorbitant? You are residing in a VIP ward, receiving the finest medications and the best treatment services." Immediately, Lin Sui'an sprang from the bed, fearing that with each passing moment, the cost would double. However, due to his frail condition, As soon as his legs touched the ground, they buckled beneath him. Unable to control himself, he began to topple sideways. In that critical moment, he caught sight of Shen Yan extending a hand towards him. No, he absolutely could not allow himself to come near Shen Yan. He must not give the system even the slightest glimmer of hope. Resolutely, he altered his direction and threw himself back onto the bed, then plopped down onto the floor. Though the fall was not severe, Lin Sui'an winced in pain, grimacing as he rubbed his backside while standing up. I'll transfer the money to you immediately. I can be discharged now. With all the information of this world in his mind, Lin Sui'an deftly utilized the software to transfer 15,000 to Shen Yan. As he gazed at his balance dwindling to zero, anguish filled Lin Sui'an's heart. He was now utterly penniless. Thank you. I shall take my leave now. Lin Sui'an hobbled towards the door of the ward. Shen Yan observed his retreating figure, curiosity deepening in his eyes. He could not believe that this strategist would truly depart so easily. As if to validate his suspicions, in the next moment, Lin Sui'an halted in his tracks. Shen Yan's heart sank, his curiosity now overshadowed by a murderous intent. But in the next instant, he witnessed Lin Sui'an convulsing violently before collapsing to the ground. Simultaneously, he overheard the dialogue between the man and the system once more. Host has not completed the task. Please do not leave. The host must find a way to stay at Shen Yan's residence. Do not act recklessly. You can stay wherever you wish. I reiterate. Try to electrocute me if you can. Host, I see you are refusing to heed my warnings. Then punish me. Come at me. Shen Yan. Soon. Silence enveloped the world. Lin Sui'an's body ceased its convulsions, lying motionless on the ground. Shen Yan approached step by step, noting that the man's complexion had grown even paler than before. Is there truly someone in this world so stubborn? At that moment, a nurse entered, startled by the sight. Upon glancing at Shen Yan, her eyes brimmed with terror. Mr. Shen, what has happened to the patient? Shen Yan realized he was likely misunderstood, and he had no intention of clarifying the situation. With an impassive expression, he commanded, transfer him to a general ward. If he wishes to leave upon waking, let him go. Having said that, Shen Yan turned on his heel and departed. The nurse paused momentarily before hastily calling for assistance to move Lin Sui'an back onto the bed and wheel him to the general ward. Such a valuable opportunity squandered. Host, what do you truly desire? Do you genuinely wish to venture outside and be killed by other alphas? Do you believe the tragic fates of previous strategists were mere fabrications? After exiting the hospital, Lin Sui'an wandered aimlessly through the unfamiliar city. He still has not felt the sensation of crossing over. However, it would be unfair to say so, as the system continues to berate him incessantly in his mind. Lin Sui'an happened upon a square and found an empty bench to sit upon. He chose to ignore the system's remarks and instead inquired, "Are you a real person or an AI? Surely, a system like yours ought to adhere to civil discourse? You seem rather agitated. Have you perhaps reached your breaking point?" The system emitted a series of crackling electric sounds in frustration. Lin Sui'an chuckled. Honestly, system, why bother? No matter how much you shock me, I shall never acquiesce. I am a man and genuinely do not have any inclination towards men. So you might as well give up. The system retorted immediately. What do you understand? Foolish human. Have you not heard that love knows no gender? Lin Sui'an remained resolute. Love may be indifferent to gender, but I am not. Truly, spare yourself the effort. I will not undertake this task. The system fell silent for a moment. If you refuse to complete the task, you must remain here. Do you genuinely believe you can thrive in this world? Lin Sui'an glanced around, noticing that aside from the ABO distinctions, this world bore little difference to his own. As long as he steered clear of unreasonable debt collectors, what could possibly go wrong? What is stopping me? The system replied, "Haha, very well, then I can only offer you a warning." Lin Sui'an braced himself for an electric shock. He closed his eyes and leaned back against the bench. Yet the anticipated shock never arrived. Instead, he felt an unsettling sensation at the nape of his neck. He raised his hand to touch it. The skin was still smooth, yet one particular area felt extraordinarily sensitive. Even the slightest brush sent tingles coursing through him. Soon after, a sensation of aching emptiness enveloped him. Lin Sui'an was enveloped by a fragrant wave of citrus, the scent intensifying to the point where he could not suppress a sneeze. What was that smell? Who had been eating oranges? Your pheromones, the system replied. Lin Sui'an frowned. Huh? My pheromones? Goodness, is that what pheromones are? It's like I've doused myself in perfume. Wait, isn't this world supposed to prohibit the indiscriminate release of pheromones? You must contain it. Lin Sui'an, a newcomer, was unaware of the cultural nuances and thus lacked the ability to control his pheromones. The system, devoid of compassion, stated, "How can I contain your pheromones?" A friendly reminder. In the absence of glandular barrier patches and pheromone suppression bracelets, please refrain from public spaces. Lin Sui'an covered his nape and stood up. I have no money. Where can I go? Please, host, endeavor to avoid public places. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Lin Sui'an was bewildered by the system's intentions. His discomfort was escalating, yet he remained uncertain of where to seek refuge. After all, this world lacked even a police station. However, complicating matters further, in his disoriented state, he had already attracted the attention of nearby alphas drawn by his pheromones. Those alphas gazed at Lin Sui'an with burning intensity, gradually closing the distance between them. Chapter 4. The terrifying pheromones. Lin Sui'an felt as though he had transformed into a delectable morsel of succulent meat, inciting the primal desires of the alphas around him, who displayed the unmistakable glint of hunters in their eyes. Yet, akin to facing a bald predator, he found himself surprisingly unafraid. He had evaded capture before, and he could certainly do so again. Gritting his teeth, he pinpointed a gap and surged forward. However, the moment he lifted his leg, an unforeseen wave of weakness washed over him, rendering him suddenly feeble, and he collapsed onto the ground. As he sat there, his vision began to blur, the air around him thick with the mingling scents of citrus and various alpha pheromones. Though his mind yearned for escape, his body seemed ensnared by these alluring signals, awakening an unexpected longing for an alpha to caress, embrace, and soothe him. How could this be? Were pheromones truly this fearsome? Desperately, Lin Sui'an bit down on his lip, the sharp sting momentarily clearing his mind. Raising his gaze, he noticed several alphas nearby had already engaged in a skirmish. Seizing the opportunity, one alpha lunged toward him, forcing Lin Sui'an to roll away and muster the strength to flee. Alas, the frailty of an Omega's body proved to be a formidable hindrance. After only a few steps, he collapsed once more, the impact causing him considerable pain. Though Lin Sui'an typically approached life with optimism, reassuring himself to go with the flow in difficult times, he understood that this was not a moment for such complacency. Lacking the energy to run, then he would crawl. Bit by bit, he dragged himself forward, his mind wandering to ponder whether the individuals in this ABO world possessed greater civility. Surely, no one would spit on the ground, right? Surely there were no dog feces lying about. Just as he attempted to convince himself, he suddenly felt a firm grip around his ankle, pulling him backward. Lin Sui'an's eyes widened in terror when an alpha pressed down upon him. Enveloped by a suffocating wave of pheromones, he succumbed to despair. System, save me. Brother System, I can't complete my mission like this. You must help me. The system, however, maintained its boundaries, having detected that rescue was imminent. Lin Sui'an would not truly be marked, yet it deemed it necessary for him to experience a fright. The system simply responded with 2 words: deserve it. With every ounce of strength, Lin Sui'an struggled, but escape remained elusive, akin to the plight of Sun Wukong, trapped beneath the 5-Finger Mountain. Despair consumed him, particularly when he felt a dampness against the nape of his neck. In that instant, he sensed a sudden lightness upon his back. The weight that pressed him down had vanished. Gasping for breath, he looked up to see a familiar tall figure before him. Was this the protagonist? Regardless of who it was, Lin Sui'an extended his hand. Save me. When Lin Sui'an regained consciousness, he found himself lying in a stark, desolate room. The term desolate aptly described the minimalist decor, characterized by a monochromatic palette of black, white, and gray, exuding a chillingly austere ambience. Rubbing his aching head, he slowly sat up. Do not question your whereabouts. The system has already commenced its notifications. Congratulations, host, on successfully residing in the male protagonist's abode. I trust you have sensed the peril of living as an omega in this world. I hope you. I will not listen. The system? Question mark. Lin Sui'an scoffed. Is this your doing? How could I suddenly find myself in such a predicament? Do you think this will compel my submission? I assure you it will not. If you insist on pressing me, we shall both meet our demise. The system, taken aback, remarked, you are on the brink of being marked by those alphas, facing a fatal fate from glandular rupture, and yet you show no remorse? Lin Sui'an coldly retorted, you are permitted to be cunning, yet I am not. We are merely two sides of the same coin. The system, flustered, fell silent. Lin Sui'an rose from the bed, donned his shoes, and resolved to leave. However, upon opening the door, he collided with someone. Stepping back, he looked up to see Shen Yan. Clad in a beige loungewear, Shen Yan appeared notably gentler, holding a cup in his hands. Ah, you're awake? My apologies for bringing you here. I was unaware of your residence when I encountered you yesterday, and given the urgency of the situation, I took you to my home. The male protagonist exhibited a commendable courtesy. Lin Sui'an expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Had it not been for you, I would. As an omega, you must take care to protect yourself when venturing out. I have arranged for the doctor to administer a suppressant. How do you feel now? Lin Sui'an was one who responded better to gentleness than harshness. When met with forcefulness, he would only become more obstinate, yet kindness would soften his demeanor. I feel much better, truly. Thank you. This cup of water is for you, and here is a bracelet that can regulate your pheromones. Once you wear it, such incidents should not recur. Lin Sui'an indeed required these items. He accepted them gratefully, and after sipping the water, he felt a sense of relaxation envelop him. Unconsciously, he and Shen Yan entered the room and settled on the sofa. By the way, did I cause significant trouble yesterday? So many alphas seem to lose their senses. No worries. It was merely an accident with little consequence. In truth, the impact was substantial. The release of pheromones in public by an AO, leading to others becoming irrationally aroused, could result in confinement and fines imposed by the federal government. However, since it was Shen Yan who took him away, no one dared to pursue the matter. Although Shen Yan did not verbalize this, the system conveyed it to Lin Sui'an. This indicates that the male protagonist holds considerable affection for the host. Strive to further cultivate this sentiment. The notion of affection pricked Lin Sui'an. Setting down the cup, he stood and faced Shen Yan. I truly appreciate your assistance this time. However, I regret that I cannot offer you any form of gratitude at the moment. I have matters to attend to and cannot impose further. If the opportunity arises in the future, I shall repay this kindness. Shen Yan remained unmoved, casually reclining on the sofa with his long legs crossed. As those captivating phoenix-like eyes lifted, a piercing gaze swept over Lin Sui'an, imparting an intangible pressure upon him. Lin Sui'an found himself momentarily on edge. Fortunately, Shen Yan merely curled his lips into a slight smile, saying, well then, allow me to escort you. Lin Sui'an entered the vehicle arranged by Shen Yan. Once the car departed from the villa, he felt as though Shen Yan's gaze lingered upon him. Suddenly, he remembered he seemed to have forgotten to inquire about a more pressing matter. In that hazy moment, under the influence of pheromones, he wondered if he had behaved inappropriately during the journey home with Shen Yan. System, do you know? Before Lin Sui'an could fully articulate his question, a fragment of memory crystallized in his mind, the image of himself entwined around Shen Yan. Chapter 5. Please, help me an omega and estrus, naturally, would not remain passive. Pheromones compel an omega to crave marking, to seek physical connection with an alpha. As Shen Yan lifted the weak and feeble Lin Sui'an into the car, Lin Sui'an instinctively leaned closer to Shen Yan. He clung to Shen Yan's arm, his eyes misty and words sticky with desperation. I feel unwell. Please help me. Save me. At that moment, Lin Sui'an's cheeks and the corners of his eyes flushed with a vibrant hue, akin to the splendid clouds at dusk. Despite his innocent visage, he appeared extraordinarily alluring. Shen Yan's throat tightened, yet his voice remained notably indifferent. How would you like me to assist you? Lin Sui'an had never experienced romance, having spent his adulthood tirelessly striving for survival. always working or laboring. Though he had traversed the tumult of adolescence, the exhaustion left him with little energy for other impulses. Thus, his knowledge in certain areas could only be described as rudimentary. He leaned against Shen Yan's arm, nuzzling with his soft cheek, murmuring, "I don't know, please help me." "Why should I help you?" Shen Yan replied, his gaze fixed on Lin Sui'an, whose mind was in disarray, staring vacantly at his strikingly beautiful face, slowly articulating, You are handsome, a good person. Please help me." Lin Sui'an had likely never seen himself in such a vulnerable state, pitiful, aggrieved, and whimpering like a newly born puppy. Shen Yan's throat constricted. He had to admit that over the years, as new suitors emerged, they grew increasingly akin to his ideal type. Yet despite their proximity, Shen Yan had never been moved. For all their similarities, they were merely facades. Character, even when feigned, would invariably reveal flaws. However, this time felt remarkably different. Resolute when sober, yet clingy in his stupor. Shen Yan's hand rested on Lin Sui'an's spine. This sort of person was most suited for manipulation, to obliterate his pride and render him utterly submissive. Shen Yan was aware that the system could observe his current actions, yet he retained the freedom to choose the persona he wished to present. Thus, Shen Yan merely restrained himself, assisting the Omega in sitting upright. Upon returning home, he merely observed the doctor escort Lin Sui'an to the room for an injection of the suppressant. In the vacant guest room, Shen Yan sat on the sofa, quietly gazing at the bed where Lin Sui'an had lain. Subsequently, he opened the tablet resting on his lap, activating the surveillance software, which displayed the footage from the very room. The young man's every action since entering had been meticulously recorded. Shen Yan reveled in every nuance of his expressions, finding it particularly fascinating. At last, he raised his hand, his slender fingers brushing against the young man's forehead. "How long can you endure? I hope you do not disappoint me." His phone vibrated. Shen Yan glanced at the caller ID and answered the call. "Young Master Shen, he has been delivered to the designated location. As per your instructions, I have been shadowing him and discovered he is seeking employment." A gentle smile played on Shen Yan's lips. "Let him search. You need not intervene. Simply contact me if any issues arise." "Understood, young Master Shen." In a world rife with coincidences, how could Shen Yan have coincidentally appeared at the square to rescue Lin Sui'an? It was merely the result of his constant surveillance. "Hello, boss. I noticed the sign outside for a waiter position, with meals and accommodation included. Is it still available?" In a restaurant, Lin Sui'an approached the front desk, cautiously inquiring. The boss glanced up, assessing him. "You seem presentable. We offer a monthly salary of 1,800. Are you young enough to accept that?" Lin Sui'an had no choice but to accept. He was now left with nothing, and a job that included meals and lodging was perfect for him. He eagerly nodded. "All right, you can start today. Currently, there are no customers. When they arrive, you will be responsible for taking orders, serving tea, delivering dishes, and wiping tables. Can you manage that?" Lin Sui'an continued to nod. "I could do that, boss." As the boss stepped out from behind the counter, a casual glance revealed the bracelet on Lin Sui'an's wrist. "Aren't you a beta?" Lin Sui'an shook his head. "No, I'm not." "Then are you an alpha or an omega?" Lin Sui'an hesitated momentarily. The laws of this world contained no stipulation forbidding an omega from working. Yet, he understood that some matters were not explicitly stated in legal texts. Thus, he decided to be cautious and lied. "I am an alpha." "An alpha?" The boss extended his hand. "Let me see your ID." Lin Sui'an replied. "I do have an ID. It was issued by the system, but without an ID, you cannot proceed." Lin Sui'an attempted to plead. "Boss, I am truly at my wit's end. I need this job. You are an omega, aren't you? Is there a conflict with your family or your partner?" The boss waved his hand dismissively, urging him to leave. Lin Sui'an protested. "Boss, why can't I work just because I am an omega? The Federation has no law prohibiting this, does it? While there is no such law, no omega would dare venture out alone in search of work. If you're facing difficulties, seek assistance from the Federation's Omega Protection Association." Lin Sui'an wished to say something further, but a guest entered, fixing their gaze upon him. He instinctively touched his wristband, feeling a surge of apprehension that compelled him to leave without lingering. As he traversed the street, he inquired at several establishments, only to find that upon seeing his wristband, they demanded to see his identification. Lin Sui'an could not evade their scrutiny and was swiftly unmasked. No establishment was willing to offer him refuge. As darkness enveloped the sky, he found himself without a destination. Seeking solace, he nestled in a corner on a bench. System, have you truly not manipulated anything? My capabilities are limited. I can only influence the host's physical form, not orchestrate events. The system recognized that Lin Sui'an had endured enough humiliation that day. It spoke gently. Host, I have previously advised you against overthinking. Your sole focus should be on completing the mission. The male lead, Shen Yan, is the son of the federal tycoon. Pursuing him will yield only benefits for you. Lin Sui'an remained unconvinced. System, do you not perceive your actions as morally questionable? You forcibly abduct a strategist without their consent and compel them to feign affection toward another. This is inherently unjust for both the strategist and the one being strategized against. Do you realize? Such acts of abduction and deceit warrant your system's apprehension by the authorities. The system fell silent, merely sending another jolt through Lin Sui'an. He felt nearly numb, reclining against the bench as the dim streetlight cast a glow around him. Gazing up at the darkened sky, speckled with a few twinkling stars, he closed his eyes. Very well, if it comes to it, I shall embrace the life of a vagrant. Yet, in the next moment, footsteps approached. Lin Sui'an's senses heightened instantly. He opened his eyes to behold a slender youth who smiled at him, revealing two charming dimples. Are you the Omega? Lin Sui'an remained silent, but the youth appeared unfazed. This afternoon at my kin fast food, I'm an employee there. Lin Sui'an's eyes sparkled with intrigue. You are an Omega, yet you work there? How is that possible? By pretending to be a Beta. Would you like me to teach you how? Chapter 6. A gamble. This was an unexpected stroke of fortune for Lin Sui'an, akin to receiving a pillow when one is drowsy or warmth in the midst of snow. His eyes brimmed with excitement. How do you do that? The dimpled youth glanced around cautiously. This is not the place for discussions. Follow me to my dormitory, and I shall explain everything. Just as Lin Sui'an prepared to rise, the long silent system interjected. It appears you have yet to learn prudence. Following him may lead you into a trap. Calming himself, Lin Sui'an scrutinized the individual before him and inquired, Why are you willing to assist me? Because we are alike. Upon seeing you ousted today, I was reminded of my former self. I had merely intended to buy some late-night snacks, and upon spotting you here, looking quite forlorn, I felt compelled to check on you. This is my identification. The youth produced his ID for Lin Sui'an to examine, revealing the information. Male, He Jiang. Beta, 18 years of age. He was even a few years younger. Is this a forged document? No, it's technology. He Jiang took the identification card, unsure of how to manipulate it. By the time it reached Lin Sui'an's hands, the Beta designation had transformed into Omega. Lin Sui'an widened his eyes, shifting his perspective multiple times, yet it remained unchanged. He then turned to He Jiang, inquiring, How is this possible? He Jiang smiled, explaining, It is coated with a temperature-sensitive film. By adjusting the temperature, it can automatically change. But if the ID can change without a wristband or a quarantine sticker, how can you disguise yourself as a Beta? He Jiang chuckled. I cannot divulge that information just yet, as I am uncertain of your trustworthiness. Are you certain you wish to trust him? Don't say I didn't warn you. In the ABO world, the swindles are only more abundant. And what about you? Can I trust you? He Jiang nodded affirmatively. Of course, if you feel apprehensive, you may choose to pretend I never appeared and approach the Omega Association. However, should the association discover you are a single adult Omega, they will incessantly attempt to match you with an Alpha, and it is not truly a sanctuary for Omegas. At the mention of the association, He Jiang's expression dimmed slightly. I do not intend to frighten you, but as you know, we Omegas are indeed a marginalized group in this society, struggling to survive on our own. Lin Sui'an fell silent for a moment, while He Jiang retrieved a roasted sweet potato from his bag. This is what I just purchased. Whether you believe me or not, please prioritize your safety. The sweet potato was wrapped in foil, warm to the touch yet not burning, emanating an enticing aroma. Perhaps due to the profound solitude of the night, He Jiang stood out as a rare source of warmth. Lin Sui'an gazed at He Jiang's silhouette and called out to him, I believe you. However, once the words escaped his lips, Lin Sui'an felt a twinge of doubt. He lacked confidence, having faced considerable misfortune in his past life. Though he was not cursed to the extent of having every misfortune befall him, significant events rarely unfolded in his favor. It seemed his predetermined fate was one of solitude and deprivation. Before entering the novel's world, the only companions he could converse with were the stray dogs in his alleyway. He fed them a bun, a sausage, and an egg daily, occasionally treating them to better fare when he received his paycheck. After entering the story, he acquired a system that engaged him in conversation. Despite its flaws, it was a livelier existence compared to before. Even though misfortune still shadowed him in this new realm, he managed to turn adversity into fortune. Oh, of course, his misfortunes were likely linked to the problematic system. Host, I advise you not to be complacent. You must urgently find a way to contact the male lead. I trust him. Thus, he decided to take a gamble. Should he win, he would no longer need to wander. Should he lose, he would have no future to worry about. With this thought, Lin Sui'an felt the weight on his heart lighten. He followed He Jiang into a nearby residential complex, entering an aged building. Beneath the flickering lights, they stepped into He Jiang's dormitory. Originally, this space was shared between myself and another employee, but with their recent resignation, I now reside here alone. Is it necessary for me to change my shoes? No. Please enter without hesitation and take a seat on the sofa while you wait for me. This apartment consists of 2 rooms and a living area. Modest in size, yet impeccably tidy. On the table before me rests a bouquet of lavender, exuding a subtle fragrance. Lin Sui'an settled on the sofa, observing He Jiang as he entered the bedroom, only to return shortly thereafter. He approached Lin Sui'an, holding 2 vials of an unknown potion. This is my secret. I had someone procure this for me. It is a potent suppressor that, once administered, prevents the release of any pheromones for 3 months, enabling one to masquerade as a beta with ease. Lin Sui'an gazed at the diminutive vials, unable to contain his curiosity. Is it truly that powerful? If such a potion exists, why is it still your secret? He Jiang cast a puzzled glance at Lin Sui'an. Are you truly an Omega? Have you never visited an internet cafe? Have you never stepped outside? Have you ever had friends? Lin Sui'an nodded, his expression earnest. After all, strictly speaking, he had indeed experienced very little. He Jiang sighed. Essentially, this is akin to a controlled substance. It was originally developed for treating certain ailments, but it subsequently became misappropriated by many Omegas to pose as betas, leading to its prohibition by the government. Lin Sui'an summoned the system in his mind. Why didn't you provide this information? What do you think? If you knew, would you still wish to undertake the task? Very well. The system has ceased its pretense. Lin Sui'an discerned that the information provided by the system could not be entirely trusted. Without hesitation, he grasped the suppressor. How is this to be injected? He Jiang, now cautious, responded. You likely are unaware of its side effects, correct? It can cause irreversible damage to the glands and may also impact longevity. Lin Sui'an nodded. Having discussed the benefits, what about the drawbacks? He Jiang. He believed he was being sufficiently ruthless with himself, only to discover he had encountered someone even more resolute. He continued, furthermore, if one cannot consistently administer the suppressor, its efficacy will wane, resulting in an even more intense heat period. Lin Sui'an furrowed his brow. What then? Endure it. He Jiang winked at him. I believe this is preferable to lying beneath an alpha in a compromising position, don't you? Lin Sui'an raised his hand, patting He Jiang on the shoulder. Brother, I have finally met a rational person. We are all men. How could it come to that? What more is there to discuss? Please, teach me how to inject it. He Jiang was equally exhilarated. You genuinely think so? That is splendid. Come, let me instruct you. Just as they were about to proceed with the injection, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Chapter 7. The creditor returns. This familiar scenario caused Lin Sui'an to instinctively become alert. He glanced at He Jiang, noticing the tension in his demeanor. Before Lin Sui'an could speak, He Jiang quietly urged him. It might be the boss. You should hide in my bedroom for the time being. Lin Sui'an hurriedly entered He Jiang's bedroom, yet he did not fully close the door, leaving a crack to listen for any sounds from outside. As the door swung open, the voices of He Jiang and another person drifted in. Boss, what brings you here? I had a quarrel with my wife, left in a hurry, and didn't tea bring anything. I can only make do here for the night. He Jiang offered a casual word of comfort, which elicited a humorous retort from the boss. Ah, the temper of a pregnant Omega is truly formidable. I forgot to buy her some snacks, and she accused me of not loving her, threatening to kick me out. She says my face makes her angry. What can I do? He Jiang, a hint of concern in his voice, replied, but if you're here, doesn't that leave your wife alone at home? Is it safe for her to be alone while pregnant? Indeed, youth brings quick wit. I should take my leave now. Wait, boss, didn't Lu Good just leave? You mentioned hiring another employee with certain looks. I have a friend who is interested. Would that be acceptable? Yes. Have him come by tomorrow for a trial. I must be off now. With the door closing, the living room fell silent. Lin Sui'an stealthily opened the door and peeked out. Upon seeing He Jiang beckoning him, he stepped outside. All is well now. He Jiang reassured him, patting his shoulder. You're in luck. I just mentioned you, and you might soon be my colleague. Lin Sui'an was momentarily taken aback. Huh, but I've already been there. Your boss knows I'm an Omega. He Jiang raised an eyebrow with a smile. That is precisely because our boss is face-blind. What is a twist of fate? This is it. Lin Sui'an had never felt such fortune before. This is incredible. Buddy, if I secure this job, I promise to treat you to a meal once I earn some money. Deal. But I need to take my injection now. My previous suppressor is almost expired. Let us do it together. The two sat down. Lin Sui'an mimicked He Jiang, opening the suppressor's casing. However, upon seeing the long needle inside, he froze. Isn't that needle too long? One T it hurt. It will sting a bit, but it's similar to the usual suppressors, bearable. Without a hint of hesitation, He Jiang plunged the suppressor into his own arm and successfully administered the injection, leaving Lin Sui'an looking slightly pale. Noticing Lin Sui'an's expression, He Jiang asked, "What's wrong? Are you worried?" Lin Sui'an was indeed a bit afraid of needles. He had envisioned a shorter needle that could be endured with a brief moment of discomfort, but this was unexpected. Yet, not taking it was not an option. He closed his eyes and extended his arm. He Jiang, could you assist me? Of course, but you watch closely. Next time, you'll do it yourself. Lin Sui'an opened one eye, but the sight was too intense, and he couldn't bear to look much longer. Fortunately, it wasn't particularly painful, and it concluded swiftly. After the injection, Lin Sui'an released a breath of relief, realizing he must conquer this fear to navigate life more smoothly in the future. He Jiang, ever warm-hearted, helped tidy up another bedroom, sharing his spare pillow and blanket with Lin Sui'an. Thus, Lin Sui'an found his refuge, surrounded by a faint scent of lavender. He found his spirit at ease. Even the scathing remarks and threats echoing in his mind from the system could be met with calm composure. System, aren't you weary from all this chatter? Regardless of whether He Jiang's intentions are genuine or feigned, at the very least, I have enjoyed warm roasted sweet potatoes and a cozy bed. He provides for my sustenance and shelter. He is a good person. The system nearly erupted in frustration. Really? You refuse to undertake even a single task? Then I shall wait to witness your tragic demise. Indeed, I shall await the day of your downfall. Lin Sui'an nestled into the soft, comfortable pillow, closing his eyes and drifting into slumber. Unbeknownst to him, in the darkness, a faint red light flickered from the button of his t-shirt. Meanwhile, Shen Yan was perusing the information displayed on his tablet. He Jiang, male, Omega, 18 years old. Sold by his parents to a wealthy merchant at 16, he escaped to the Omega Association, where he stayed for 6 months, only to be forcibly matched before fleeing once again, subsequently masquerading as a beta while working. Lin Sui'an was indeed fortunate. Shen Yan had initially hoped that by neglecting him, he could observe Lin Sui'an suffer. Yet unexpectedly, he encountered someone genuinely capable of assisting him. This posed a dilemma. Shen Yan set the tablet aside, lighting a cigarette, which he held delicately between his slender fingers. The villa was dimly lit, enveloped in the shadows of the night. Amidst the swirling smoke, the faint glimmer of moonlight danced in Shen Yan's eyes. Logically, the strategist's automatic withdrawal from him should have been beneficial. He need not devise a means to eliminate his adversary, but simply wait for them to self-destruct until the next strategist arrived. Alternatively, If he found the individual intriguing, he could dispatch someone to ensure their demise at his hands. Yet, that innocent gaze and stubborn demeanor lingered persistently in his mind, as if they had transformed into tiny hooks tugging at his heart. As a cigarette slowly dwindled to ash, the smoke dissipated. Shen Yan glanced once more at the tablet, his resolve beginning to crystallize. The following day, Lin Sui'an was once more brought to the fast food establishment by He Jiang. As He Jiang had stated, the owner was indeed face-blind. He could discern that Lin Sui'an was not unattractive, yet failed to recognize him as the Omega who had visited the day before. After the interview, Lin Sui'an commenced his internship. With He Jiang's patient guidance and the simplicity of the tasks, Lin Sui'an adapted swiftly. Regrettably, the morning's ease was short-lived. As they neared the end of their shift, a familiar group entered the restaurant. As Lin Sui'an prepared to serve, his heart raced upon seeing them. He promptly retreated to the kitchen. Noticing his pallor, He Jiang inquired, "What troubles you?" Lin Sui'an candidly confessed, "I have a father in debt for $1 million. Those dining outside are his creditors." He Jiang assessed him, then glanced at the patrons outside. "No need to worry. I will handle their orders. You can remain hidden." As the two conversed, a commotion erupted outside as individuals clamored to enter the kitchen. The front desk attendant, overwhelmed by the crowd, could not halt their advance. Before Lin Sui'an could fully comprehend the situation, he found himself face-to-face with a bald man. Yet, in the next moment, He Jiang positioned himself protectively before Lin Sui'an. "Sir, may I inquire what you require?" However, the bald man's gaze was fixed behind He Jiang. "I believe I just spotted an acquaintance. Be wise and step aside." The bald man began to emit pheromones, and although both He Jiang and Lin Sui'an had taken potent suppressants, these could only mask their own pheromones and not mitigate the alpha's dominance. Lin Sui'an, unwilling to involve others in his predicament, circumvented He Jiang and stepped in front of him, removing his mask. "Are you looking for me?" The bald man smirked. "If you weren't going to flee, would we have found our way here?" The idyllic facade of life abruptly shattered into stark reality. Lin Sui'an did not feel particularly despondent. He simply stated, "I will accompany you." He then turned to He Jiang. "Thank you for your assistance these past few days. If I survive, I shall repay you." He Jiang grasped his hand. "Hey you." Lin Sui'an shook his head and smiled faintly. "It's all right. I must leave." However, after taking a few steps, Lin Sui'an noticed that the bald man had not departed, but was instead approaching He Jiang. The bald man seized He Jiang, turning to Lin Sui'an. "Is this your benefactor? If so, we shall take him. When you repay your debt, we will release him." Lin Sui'an could hardly fathom that the creditor who had previously ensnared him had once again ensnared him. He hastily replied, "I've already stated that I will return with you. Even if I cannot repay the debt, am I not at your mercy?" Observing Lin Sui'an's anxious demeanor, the bald man tightened his grip on He Jiang. No. Unless absolutely necessary, why would we harm you? At the very least, we should extract every last bit from you before doing so, no?" Lin Sui'an harbored an intense disdain for the so-called ABO dynamics. In a normal world, he would simply confront them, but now, as a man, he found himself paralyzed by the oppressive alpha pheromones. Through gritted teeth, he implored, "Must you truly proceed in this manner?" The bald man gestured, and his subordinates advanced to escort He Jiang away. Lin Sui'an could only watch helplessly. He lunged forward, attempting to pull He Jiang back, but was effortlessly shoved aside. As He Jiang was taken away, the bald man flashed a sinister grin at Lin Sui'an. "I grant you 3 days, no, 1 week. If the money is not returned, you and your benefactor will remain firmly within my grasp." The bald man erupted into a mocking laugh, leaving Lin Sui'an with the villain's silhouette. Clenching his fists, Lin Sui'an dashed after them, only to be met with the exhaust of a departing van. What should he do? There was no police station, and he was unfamiliar with this world. As a vulnerable Omega, how could he possibly amass that 1 million so quickly? Moreover, even if he repaid the debt, would it truly ensure the safety of He Jiang and himself? The bald man stated that he would allow 3 days, but He Jiang is an Omega, and should he be discovered, He Jiang would be in grave danger. Lin Sui'an was in a state of acute distress. 3 days, 1 million, 2 lives. These were not trivial matters to procure. Lin Sui'an crouched down, cradling his head, his eyes welling with tears. There is indeed a viable solution. You should seek out the male lead. He may assist you. Indeed, as much as Lin Sui'an wished to deny it in this world, the only source of reliable support was the male lead. If Lin Sui'an were to be captured, his fate would be left to chance. But he could not allow anything to happen to He Jiang. With a sudden resolve, Lin Sui'an stood up and, after a brief bout of dizziness, he inquired of the system, "How shall I find a male lead?" The system was more than willing to assist in approaching the target. Scanning reveals that the male lead is currently at the debt-ridden club. The host can wait at the entrance to create a chance encounter. Lin Sui'an did not leave immediately. He first returned to the fast food restaurant, briefly explaining the situation to the front desk attendant. The attendant was taken aback, but still expressed concern for their well-being. "Can you truly resolve this? If not, perhaps we should call the boss. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to bring He Jiang back." He offered the attendant a reassuring smile. "Everything will be fine. Please inform the boss. I apologize for causing you trouble." With that, Lin Sui'an turned to leave. "Hey, be careful." Lin Sui'an waved his hand as he made his way towards his destination. He still had some money on him, though it was He Jiang who had lent him some for emergencies. Little did he expect that he would truly need it. Indulging himself, he took a taxi to the debt-ridden club, not waiting downstairs as the system had suggested. The system was nearly frantic at his decision to enter directly. "Host, what are you doing? Didn't T.I. instruct you to wait for a chance encounter?" Lin Sui'an replied candidly. "Those people are ruthless. Every second spent waiting could endanger He Jiang." The system shouted in frustration, "You only care about He Jiang. Do you understand what will happen if you expose yourself? At worst, I would die. Do you believe I want to induce you into a state of heat right now?" Lin Sui'an paused momentarily, then raised his hand to his mouth. "Do as you wish." The system could indeed induce such a state, but he could also employ his own means to remain lucid. Biting his tongue would be excessively painful, but biting his hand would suffice to keep him alert. The system itself acknowledged that it was not omnipotent. Thus, he felt no need to take its threats too seriously. The system's electronic voice trembled with anger. "You are truly, truly a lunatic, a madman. Thank you for the compliment." To Lin Sui'an's surprise, the system refrained from taking any action against him, nor did it shock him. Instead, it provided him with the exact location of Shen Yan. However, upon reaching the top floor via the elevator, Lin Sui'an realized that this was no place for ordinary individuals to enter. "Sir, please present your membership card." Lin Sui'an pressed his lips together. "I am here to find someone. Sir, if you do not possess a membership card, I kindly ask you to leave immediately." Two towering security guards blocked the entrance, and with a single glance, Lin Sui'an understood that his entry was futile. Reluctantly, he attempted once more. "Bro, I truly have an urgent matter. Yes, a matter of life and death. Could you possibly make an exception?" The guard stared at him expressionlessly. "Sir, if you continue to obstruct the entrance, we will have no choice but to summon our colleagues to escort you away." Lin Sui'an raked his fingers through his hair in frustration, the urgency boiling within him. Yet, no matter how desperate he felt, he could not breach the threshold. "System, do you have any solutions?" The system remained unresponsive. Just as he contemplated rushing in or creating a scene to attract attention, perhaps drawing Shen Yan out, he was interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. Turning to look, he saw a man clad in a fuchsia deep V shirt and white trousers leading a group of individuals towards him. The man, with his golden hair and striking features, exuded an air of affluence that unmistakably marked him as a wealthy heir. Lin Sui'an stepped aside, but to his surprise, the man suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder. "Oh, is this a newcomer? He appears rather innocent, doesn't he?" The guards exchanged glances, one explaining, "Mr. Han, this gentleman is not a patron here. We're in the process of asking him to leave." "Leave?" The man pinched Lin Sui'an's cheek, quite tender. "I find him suitable. What do you think?" Lin Sui'an felt a wave of nausea wash over him. However, he reasoned that accompanying this man might expedite his meeting with Shen Yan. Thus, he endured and nodded. "All right then, come with me." With that, the guards no longer impeded Lin Sui'an's passage, but regarded him with an expression tinged with sympathy. Unbeknownst to him, the system emitted a series of crackling sounds before lapsing into silence. Lin Sui'an followed the man to a private room at the end of the corridor. As the door swung open, He was taken aback by the sight within. He had never imagined a private room could resemble this. It was as expansive as a banquet hall, capable of accommodating 200 to 300 people. The pulsating music, dim lighting, and streamers drifting from above created a chaotic yet vibrant atmosphere, saturated with wealth. Some individuals tossed money from elevated positions, while others scrambled below, frantically gathering the scattered bills with no semblance of decorum. In the corners, couples engaged in intimate encounters, many of whom were strikingly handsome or beautiful, some even familiar from billboards Lin Sui'an had seen. Who were these people? Within mere seconds, Lin Sui'an was utterly astonished. His gaze traversed the crowd until it landed on Shen Yan, seated within, seemingly detached from the surrounding chaos. He observed it all with an air of aloof indifference until their eyes met, and he witnessed Shen Yan smile. Chapter 9. I beg you to help me. How could one possibly describe that smile? Lin Sui'an had only met Shen Yan twice, yet he perceived him as a gentleman of refined elegance. However, the smile he displayed was entirely incongruous with this impression, emanating an aura of danger. Upon focusing his gaze once more, Lin Sui'an realized that Shen Yan was not looking at him, or perhaps he had not seen him at all. Was it merely an illusion? As he was embraced by those around him and pushed deeper into the private room, he heard someone exclaim, "Shen Yan, look at the delightful surprise I brought. The moment I spotted him at the staircase, I thought you would be intrigued. What do you think? Quite impressive, isn't it?" Lin Sui'an was momentarily taken aback. Yet, when he locked eyes with Shen Yan again, he lunged forward. "Brother Shen, could you do me a favor? I find myself at my wit's end. You are the only person I know. If you could assist me, Lin Sui'an was acutely aware of his own worthlessness. Thus, he lowered his head and earnestly declared, "I am willing to do anything for you." The atmosphere in the private room was quite boisterous. Lin Sui'an nearly shouted to be heard, and the two seated on the sofa were undoubtedly able to catch his words. The man in the rose-red shirt was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Shen Yan. "Shen Yan, could it be? You know him?" Shen Yan regarded the youth before him, who had previously appeared so aloof. Now, with his head bowed, he revealed his fair neck, submissively gazing down, making him seem particularly manageable. This was the demeanor Shen Yan desired, yet it somehow felt rather mundane. "Han Ming, could you ask them to lower the music?" 3 seconds later, the room fell silent. The individuals in front were still oblivious to the unfolding situation, collectively turning their attention toward them. Under the scrutiny of so many, Lin Sui'an felt a surge of anxiety. "How'd you find this place?" Hearing Shen Yan's gentle inquiry, Lin Sui'an relaxed slightly. I inquired around. I asked the system for information, although the system is not human." Fortunately, Shen Yan did not press further. "What is it that you need my assistance with?" "My father is in debt, and the creditors have come looking for me. They haven't harmed me yet, but they've taken my friend. I implore you to help me save him." "A friend?" Lin Sui'an nodded, raising his gaze to meet Shen Yan's. He found Shen Yan's expression deep and contemplative. "It seems you are someone who values friendship." Lin Sui'an interpreted this as a compliment and continued, "Though I only met him last night, he has been immensely helpful to me. Without him, I would be sleeping on the streets. Brother Shen, could you please assist me?" A burst of laughter erupted from the side. Lin Sui'an turned to see Han Ming doubled over on the sofa, clutching his stomach. "Ha, Brother Shen, I never expected to hear someone address you in such a manner in this day and age." "Ha ha 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 ha," Lin Sui'an inquired. "What is wrong with addressing him as Brother Shen? Isn't it the highest honor among men? He doesn't call just anyone brother." However, before Lin Sui'an could say more, a mere glance from Shen Yan silenced Han Ming. Shen Yan spoke gently to Lin Sui'an. "I can assist you. However, I am not engaged in philanthropy. To aid you, I must invest my resources, manpower, and most precious of all, my time. What can you offer in return?" "I require a specific answer." Under the intense gaze of Shen Yan's strikingly beautiful face, Lin Sui'an dared not meet his eyes directly. His gaze averted, he pondered what he could offer. He candidly replied, "I have held many jobs before. I could prepare a variety of dishes, serve as an office clerk, engage in sales, or even clean. I am capable of many tasks, and I am willing to learn whatever you need." After his declaration, silence ensued. Lin Sui'an raised his eyes to find Shen Yan smiling warmly at him. Well, none of that matters much, considering our prior encounters. I shall assist you out of the bond of fate we share. Lin Sui'an's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you truly willing to help me? It is a mere, trifling effort, Shen Yan replied, rising to his feet. Come, let us go save someone. At that moment, a radiant aura enveloped Shen Yan in Lin Sui'an's eyes. This was no mere protagonist. He was akin to a benevolent guardian. Lin Sui'an felt a surge of emotion. He could not help but inquire inwardly, System, do you have any specific requirements for the strategy you mentioned earlier? Can I consider him a brother? Brothers can be together too. Love is not the only bond, is it? The system fell silent. Would you utter the words together for a lifetime to your brother? Would you share a bed with him? Would you exchange affectionate whispers? Would you bear children with him? If you would, then you may regard him as a brother. Lin Sui'an retorted, Wait, why is there talk of children? Isn't this merely about strategy? Please, host, this is an ABO world. You are an O, and he is an A. You will mark each other, especially for life. After bonding, it is nearly impossible not to conceive. Understood? Lin Sui'an replied, Not understood. As Lin Sui'an followed Shen Yan's lead, he voiced in his mind, System, you are quite peculiar. Why must strategy equate to love? There exists familial and platonic love, which is equally valuable. Moreover, the very act of strategizing is rather problematic. In love, both individuals must genuinely care for one another to unite. Your approach feels like coercing virtue into vice. The system had learned its lesson. Arguing with Lin Sui'an would only lead to frustration. The more it spoke, the more it would incite his ire. It had never encountered a host as stubborn and dense as Lin Sui'an. Thus, it simply responded with 2 words, Heh. Lin Sui'an sighed, only to collide abruptly with the broad back of the person ahead. He instinctively halted and took a step back. Brother Shen, what's wrong? Shen Yan did not turn around but replied, It's nothing. Just keep close to me. Lin Sui'an complied closely. Shen Yan's strides were long, so he hurried to match his pace. Once outside the establishment, he entered Shen Yan's car. After sharing some details with Shen Yan, he listened as Shen Yan made a phone call. 5 minutes later, a call came in. After a brief exchange, Shen Yan hung up. While inputting the destination into the navigation system, he informed Lin Sui'an, I have located your friend. We can go directly to rescue them now. Lin Sui'an, still processing the information, asked, Is it really that simple? Indeed, it's not difficult. So do not worry. Suddenly, Shen Yan leaned in, causing Lin Sui'an to become alert, only to find Shen Yan fastening his seatbelt. All right, we shall depart now. A faint chill lingered in the air, yet it provided Lin Sui'an with a sense of reassurance. He gazed at Shen Yan, his eyes filled with pure respect and admiration. Brother Shen, you are truly remarkable. Shen Yan smiled. If possible, just call me Shen Yan. Chapter 10. A wife for him. Have you felt the benefits of following the male lead? As long as you accomplish the task of winning him over, you too can possess everything he has. The system's electronic voice was laced with temptation. However, for Lin Sui'an, it was met with resistance. System, spare me the brainwashing tactics. I've said I want to pursue him. The system retorted, You lack nothing. Your defiance is merely a result of not having endured enough hardship. In the future, you will beg me to assist you in winning him over. Lin Sui'an countered with the system's own words. Your bravado stems from never having encountered someone more resolute than you. In the future, even if you plead, I shall not pursue him. The system was indeed incensed. Consequently, it delivered a mild electric shock to Lin Sui'an, recently accustomed to a lack of such shocks. His tolerance for electricity had diminished significantly. He jolted, slumping in his seat. What's wrong? Shen Yan inquired with concern. Lin Sui'an smiled. It's nothing. Just a cramp in my leg. Throughout the journey, Lin Sui'an experienced 3 leg cramps. On the 3rd occasion, Shen Yan abruptly stopped the car by the roadside. Lin Sui'an initially thought they had arrived and hurriedly prepared to unbuckle his seatbelt, only to have Shen Yan restrain his hand. I'm going to buy something. Please wait a moment. Lin Sui'an nodded, remaining in the passenger seat as he watched Shen Yan enter a nearby pharmacy. He felt a flicker of confusion. Was Shen Yan unwell? He had been so focused on having Shen Yan assist him in rescuing someone that he hadn't considered whether it might affect Shen Yan in any way. Shen Yan had not mentioned anything, directly accompanying him to rescue the person. Lin Sui'an sighed. This time, it was indeed for the sake of saving someone, leaving him little choice but to rush. Once they rescued the individual, he would gladly serve Shen Yan, though he would never consider being a wife. However, Lin Sui'an was taken aback when Shen Yan returned to the car and placed a bag of items on his lap, along with a bottle of water. You should be cautious about frequent leg cramps. I bought you an ice pack. Apply it first. There are also calcium tablets and other medications inside, with dosages prescribed by the doctor. Once we've rescued your friend, I will take you to the hospital. Lin Sui'an stared in disbelief at the contents of the plastic bag. Was this all meant for him? His hand grazed the ice pack, which was undeniably cold, yet a warm current surged within his heart. How long had it been since he had received care from others? Alas, before his demise, the malice he encountered far outweighed the kindness. Without kin, without friends, he was besieged solely by the unrelenting pressures of reality. He understood that the world indeed harbored warmth. It was merely his misfortune to reside in its harsh shadows. It was only upon arriving in this realm that he began to experience warmth in succession. Lin Sui'an felt a pang in his nasal cavity, and his vision blurred before him. He blinked rapidly and tilted his head back, suppressing the tears that threatened to spill. Yet, the tears accumulated too profusely, and just as Lin Sui'an was on the verge of losing his battle against them, the system intrusively interrupted the moment. How could this be? The male lead actually bought you medicine? Previous strategists have never received such treatment. Ah, it must be that your appearance truly captivates the male lead. Host, you genuinely have a chance to win him over. If you can accomplish the task, I am willing to bestow upon you further rewards. Lin Sui'an sniffed, retrieving the ice pack to apply it to his mildly aching calf. System, your malicious assumptions are quite vile. The kind gesture of providing medicine is not merely a compliment to my looks. Well, regardless, the act of giving you medicine is genuine. If you do not wish to express gratitude, that is one thing, but why repay kindness with ingratitude? The system could no longer contain itself and delivered a jolt to Lin Sui'an before continuing. Are you not a saint, host? How does strategizing equate to ingratitude? What if he likes you? Am I not merely gifting him a wife? Lin Sui'an scoffed coldly. I find your thoughts rather sordid. System, you are in dire need of purification. The system fell silent. Consequently, Lin Sui'an received another electric shock. The successive jolts left Lin Sui'an's complexion pale. He had grown somewhat numb to the sensation, yet he had also become accustomed to it. Once he regained his composure, he solemnly expressed his gratitude to Shen Yan. Thank you for the medicine, Shen Yan. Once I earn some money, I will repay you. I do not lack funds. Shen Yan's voice was gentle. You mentioned previously that you would undertake many tasks. I happen to need an assistant to manage matters concerning the group's Omega employees. Do you believe you are capable of fulfilling this role? Lin Sui'an's eyes lit up. Assistant? Wait, can Omega actually find work? I inquired at numerous places yesterday, and as soon as they learned I was an Omega, no one wanted me. Shen Yan replied slowly. Indeed, the service industry does not welcome Omegas, not out of discrimination, but rather for their protection. There are certain private roles that do not directly interface with the external world, and Omegas can still perform those. Lin Sui'an promptly agreed. Sure, I can do it. Shen Yan affirmed. Very well. Once we return, I will have my assistant coordinate with you. Lin Sui'an felt a surge of excitement. Was this the sensation of serving the male lead? How splendid. However, if he were not to work at the fast food establishment, where would he reside? Moreover, he expressed his willingness to toil without pay. Yet one must ponder how he would sustain himself without a salary. Just as Lin Sui'an contemplated this dilemma, Shen Yan interjected. At that time, I can assist you in applying for employee accommodations, and meal cards will be distributed free of charge. I recall that the monthly salary should not be less than 10,000. 10,000. That was something he could not accept. After all, he owed Shen Yan. He had previously stated that he was not in need of money. Lin Sui'an ceased his objections. Were it not for their confinement in the vehicle, he might have been overwhelmed with emotion, wanting to embrace Shen Yan in gratitude. 10,000. In his past life, under harsh working conditions and lacking any exceptional skills, he barely earned 7,000 or 8,000 after toiling for an entire month. He had never seen a salary of 10,000 before. Lin Sui'an couldn't help but declare, Mr. Shen, as long as you call upon me in the future, I shall brave any peril without hesitation. Shen Yan merely smiled. First, consume your calcium tablets. As Lin Sui'an chewed on the tablets, he felt an overwhelming sense of optimism for the future. Did you see that? The male lead is far more honorable than you. This is the true embodiment of a benefactor. The system remained silent, sensing an anomaly. It had dispatched 98 hosts, but had never encountered one who was actively embraced by the male lead. Regrettably, its energy reserves were low. Otherwise, it would have assessed the male lead's favorability rating. It attempted to probe the male lead's thoughts, but was met only with a dense fog of uncertainty. Never mind. The host was already by the male lead's side. Proximity would only enhance the strategy. At the very least, this represented a rare advancement. Lin Sui'an remained oblivious to the system's internal musings. After an extended journey, he was on the verge of slumber. Fortunately, their destination had finally arrived. The two disembarked from the vehicle. Lin Sui'an gazed at the dilapidated factory before him, his mind flooded with scenes reminiscent of television dramas. Typically, in such scenarios, the villains who orchestrated kidnappings would inevitably face defeat. As he stepped forward, he was halted by a firm arm. You walk behind me. I will handle negotiations with them. Chapter 11. You are my biological father, Shen Yan. With his imposing stature, provided Lin Sui'an with an overwhelming sense of security as he shielded him. Shen Yan need not have gone to such lengths. He could have easily remained in the car, allowing Lin Sui'an to manage the situation alone. Yet, he presented himself as someone committed to seeing this through. Lin Sui'an felt an even deeper sense of gratitude, aware that the bald man thrived on suppressing others with pheromones. He refrained from displaying bravado and stood behind Shen Yan. Shen Yan opened the rusted door of the factory, and indeed, a cacophony of chaotic pheromones wafted out. The amalgamation of various scents, mingling with the factory's dust, was particularly unpleasant. Lin Sui'an wrinkled his brow, feeling slightly dizzy from the noxious odor. However, he soon detected a remarkably pleasant fragrance. It was an icy scent, reminiscent of winter snow, strikingly pure and crisp. As Lin Sui'an succumbed to the allure of this delightful aroma, he heard the system announce, "Congratulations to the host for being the first to detect the male lead's pheromones without meeting a grim fate." Lin Sui'an mused, "Is this the male lead's pheromone? It doesn't seem to fit. The male protagonist, possessing such striking beauty, ought to emit a pheromone akin to that of roses, one might think. However, it appears that this particular pheromone exudes an air of superiority. The compatibility between the host and the male protagonist pheromones reaches an astonishing 99%, which undoubtedly leads the host to find the male protagonist's scent quite pleasant." Lin Sui'an pondered what compatibility. The system promptly illuminated the information previously provided to Lin Sui'an within his mind. As he recalled, a sudden realization struck him. Was this not akin to stacking buffs? With the innate attraction between AOs, coupled with a 99% compatibility, had he not been exercising restraint, and if the male protagonist were not a paragon of virtue, they would have inevitably grown closer in no time. Why, one might wonder, because this compatibility functions much like a cheat code, amplifying the physical attraction between the two individuals. It would instigate a physiological fondness for one another. Delving deeper, compatibility not only pertains to pheromones, but also ensures a remarkable physical connection between the two. Such alignment could significantly heighten the odds of conception after a single encounter. Lin Sui'an fell into a contemplative silence. He instinctively took a step back, distancing himself from Shen Yan, which slightly diminished the crisp scent lingering in the air. Only then did Lin Sui'an feel a modicum of reassurance, fearing that lingering a moment longer might lead to unintended consequences. Meanwhile, Shen Yan, having subdued those within the factory with his pheromones, immediately retracted his scent. A glance from him conveyed his intent to Lin Sui'an. He rushed in, maneuvering past the incapacitated individuals gasping for breath, to untie Hejiang, who was bound to a chair. The gag obstructing Hejiang's mouth was swiftly removed. "Lin Sui'an, how did you find this place?" Hejiang inquired. "I sought help from the big boss. Lin Sui'an replied, deftly unbinding the ropes. Are you injured? Did they harm you? He Jiang shook his head. No. They merely restrained me here. Then, let us hasten our departure, Lin Sui'an urged, pulling He Jiang towards the exit, yet Shen Yan remained behind. Lin Sui'an reached out to drag Shen Yan along, but Shen Yan offered him a reassuring glance. You both head to the car. I will clarify matters with them and ensure they cease their pursuit of you. While this was certainly a prudent course of action, it would undoubtedly incur a greater debt of gratitude. Lin Sui'an found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Shen Yan, however, gently patted his head. Go on. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Sui'an first escorted He Jiang outside. Yet, upon pushing He Jiang into the car, he refrained from joining and instead returned. He Jiang rolled down the window. Aren't you coming? I must see for myself. I fear he may be at a disadvantage, Lin Sui'an declared, taking off in a sprint. He Jiang shouted after Lin Sui'an's retreating figure, but he is a top-tier alpha. Who inside could possibly match him? What can an Omega do? Regrettably, Lin Sui'an was already too far away to hear. However, as Lin Sui'an reached the factory entrance, he recalled this very concern. Nevertheless, whether one is an Omega or an Alpha, in such a situation, Lin Sui'an could not bring himself to abandon Shen Yan. Fortunately, upon re-entering the factory, he was met with no heart-wrenching scenes. Only Shen Yan stood above the crowd, casting a disdainful glance over everyone present. He stood before the bald man. How much do you owe him? 1 million, came a reply. Shen Yan softly remarked, 1 million can be in your account by tomorrow. Can you ensure he vanishes from your life thereafter? The bald man nodded awkwardly. I can do it. A satisfied smile graced Shen Yan's lips. It is good that you can. Suddenly, Shen Yan turned to see Lin Sui'an stepping through the door. Why are you back? Lin Sui'an walked briskly to his side. His clear gaze filled with sincerity. I was worried you might be in danger. Shen Yan's eyes flickered, his heart skipping a beat. He had encountered such individuals before. Those who feigned genuine intent while harboring ulterior motives, plotting how to earn his trust, how to sway his heart. Yet, the person before him was genuinely concerned for his well-being, devoid of schemes, unperturbed by his status as an Omega. Shen Yan's gaze swept over Lin Sui'an, a smile spreading across his face. I'm fine. Let's go. They will no longer pursue you for debts. Lin Sui'an was well aware of this. He had heard everything. He pressed his lips together. Though that 1 million may mean little to you, it is a substantial sum for me. Since you have provided me with a job, a place to stay, and enough food, there is no need to pay me a salary. Lin Sui'an had indeed contemplated living a comfortable life. He could easily pretend to have heard nothing and continue to work in a position that provided food and shelter while receiving a starting salary of 10,000 a month. However, he could not. He despised taking advantage of others, especially since Shen Yan had been so kind to him. With a monthly salary of 10,000, 1 million would mean he could repay it in 100 months, just over 8 years, if he lived that long. Of course, if you have other needs, I can assist. That way, I can repay you more swiftly. Shen Yan halted, gazing intently at Lin Sui'an. Are you certain you want to proceed this way? You need not repay this money. Lin Sui'an shook his head. No, it must be as it should be. You are a good person who has helped me without asking for anything in return. I cannot simply neglect my debt. Shen Yan chuckled. Good person? You are the first to say that about me. His smile was charming, less severe and more gentle. Then, since you claim to cook and clean, will you? Lin Sui'an nodded eagerly. I can. I cook delicious meals. Very well. Then you shall come to my home as my personal assistant. I will raise your salary to 20,000, and in 4 years, you can clear your debt. Unable to contain his excitement, Lin Sui'an reached out and embraced Shen Yan. He wrapped his arms around Shen Yan's shoulders, patted his back, and then stepped back. His eyes glistened with tears of joy. Mr. Shen, from now on, you are my brother, my true brother. No, I would even say you're like a father to me. I will work diligently. The system observing the entire scene was taken aback. Is this right? Chapter 12. Come back with me. Shen Yan entered the car, while Lin Sui'an began to waver. He certainly wished to sit beside He Jiang, yet they both occupied the rear seats, seemingly relegating Shen Yan to the role of chauffeur. It felt somewhat uncomfortable. After a brief moment of indecision, Lin Sui'an chose to sit in the front. As Lin Sui'an fastened his seatbelt, He heard Shen Yan speak up. You must be Yi Jiang, right? Greetings, I am Shen Yan. I am currently taking Lin Sui'an to the hospital. You might as well join him for a checkup. Yi Jiang was momentarily taken aback. To the hospital? No, that's unnecessary. I am uninjured. Lin Sui'an quickly interjected, it's really not needed. I'm fine as well. But you were just experiencing leg cramps. Lin Sui'an patted his leg, assuring, I'm used to it, truly. Look, it's not cramping now. System. Look at the predicament you've caused. Even without my words, your repeated shocks would arouse suspicion. The system fell silent. So, are you both heading back directly? Before Lin Sui'an could respond, Shen Yan turned to him, stating, we have reached an agreement. You will return to gather your belongings and move into my home. Lin Sui'an exclaimed, move into your home? Indeed, Shen Yan had earlier mentioned appointing him as a life assistant, which meant residing at Shen Yan's place. Lin Sui'an suddenly realized he might have made an erroneous choice. However, having spoken, and with Shen Yan having aided him, he felt he could not retract his words. Moreover, proximity did not equate to strategy. What's wrong? Are you having second thoughts? No. Lin Sui'an chuckled. How could I possibly have second thoughts? It's just that I have very few belongings. No worries, whatever you lack, I can provide, Shen Yan replied, adding, it will be deducted from your salary. Lin Sui'an sighed in relief. And where will you go, Yi Jiang? Shall I take you back? Yi Jiang mentioned the location of a fast food restaurant. Observing the two in front of him, his heart brimming with unvoiced questions. Yet, he couldn't utter a word. Lin Sui'an had no phone, rendering him unable to message him. The unexpressed words festered within Yi Jiang, itching to be released. Thus, upon reaching their destination, he unhesitatingly dragged Lin Sui'an into the establishment. The evening had grown late, and the restaurant was nearly empty, save for the owner and a cashier engaged in conversation while packing takeout. The owner, about to inquire, was preempted by Yi Jiang, who spoke, Boss, we're fine now. I apologize for the disruption to your work today. I will explain everything shortly. With that, he pulled Lin Sui'an into the kitchen. In a hushed tone, he asked Lin Sui'an, what is going on? I'm sorry. I truly didn't expect those creditors to find me here, and I've dragged you into this mess. That is not what I'm referring to. Yi Jiang, smaller and slighter than Lin Sui'an, appeared rather formidable when serious, his expression more filled with concern than anger. Why would you choose to work for that alpha and live in his home? Sharing a space with a solitary alpha and an omega. Do you possess no sense of safety? Lin Sui'an scratched his head. It's just work. It should be fine, right? He seems quite decent. He has rescued me twice without any incident. Yi Jiang responded with a look of disbelief. Is this something an omega would say? Wait, he saved you twice? Lin Sui'an extended 3 fingers, including this time. It's the third. He helped me repay my debts, and I will work for him to repay what I owe. Concerned that Yi Jiang might misunderstand Shen Yan, Lin Sui'an elaborated. He said not to repay him, but I feel it's unfair to take advantage, so I proactively offer to work for him. By the way, are you considering a job change? I can inquire if there are any vacancies. Their salaries are quite high, over 10,000 a month. Yi Jiang asked Lin Sui'an earnestly, do you believe in free lunches from the sky? Lin Sui'an lowered his head, sharing the sentiment that such occurrences were unlikely. However, he found himself at a loss. Upon his arrival here, he struggled to accept his identity as an omega in the path he was destined to follow. Initially, he wished for the system to end his life. Yet, after encountering the male lead and Yi Jiang, he experienced a rare sense of warmth, rekindling a flicker of hope for this world. If he could truly survive, he yearned to live on, for it would only take a little over 4 years to settle his debts and save some money, perhaps even embarking on a new chapter in life. Regardless of how the system might manipulate him afterward, each day lived was a day gained. His greatest hope stemmed from the male lead, who left a positive impression on him. Moreover, considering that the previous 98 strategists had failed, perhaps it indicated that the male lead had no interest in romance at all. He might simply be a workaholic or someone who preferred solitude. As Lin Sui'an contemplated, a newfound confidence blossomed within him. A smile graced his face, his almond-shaped eyes crescenting like a moon. Yi Jiang, I used to be skeptical, but I feel my luck has improved lately. Perhaps I should give it a try. How else could I have met you? Truly, let me ask around. This way, we can look out for each other. Just as Lin Sui'an was about to turn, He Jiang seized his arm. Wait. Lin Sui'an turned around, and He Jiang sighed. You don't need to ask. I want to go. Why? Are you still worried it's a trap? Lin Sui'an suggested, how about I go for a while to see if it's truly fine, and if it is, I can then reach out to you? He Jiang shook his head. I want to go. I've grown accustomed to this place. The pay may be low, but it brings peace of mind. I've avoided those wealthy elites for so long, especially since I want to urge you to be cautious. No alpha can be trusted. Lin Sui'an nodded. All right, I will protect myself. He Jiang pondered for a moment, then found a piece of paper and a pen. Here, that's my contact information. Didn't Shen Yan say he would help you acquire some belongings? Once you have a phone, remember to reach out to me. You can tell me anything. Lin Sui'an tucked the note into his pocket and embraced He Jiang. Thank you, He Jiang. I promise I will repay you. Though a man seldom sheds tears, Lin Sui'an found himself weeping several times within just 2 days. When he looked up again, his eyes were misty, glistening with unshed tears. He Jiang observed him and couldn't help but reiterate, you must take care of yourself. Never forget that you are an Omega. Lin Sui'an nodded and said, I shall take my leave now, He Jiang. By the way, today's incident is entirely my fault. I owe you and the boss compensation. As soon as Lin Sui'an stepped out of the kitchen, he spotted Shen Yan seated with the fast food restaurant owner. The owner, beaming with joy and holding cash, waved his hand, saying, come on. Today's matter was an accident. Your new boss has already compensated me for the lost work. Lin Sui'an turned to Shen Yan, who stood up and said, let us go back. Lin Sui'an thought, System, why does this scene feel so strange? Am I being sold? The system responded with a chuckle, realizing for the first time that the host, though it was somewhat naive, could also be a source of amusement. Chapter 13. A stubborn-minded Lin Sui'an had initially assumed that his belongings would be arranged by Shen Yan's butler or assistant. However, to his surprise, Shen Yan took him shopping directly on their way back. They headed to the largest mall nearby. Shen Yan's presence was akin to a prestigious emblem. Wherever he went, the service transformed into something remarkably high-end and considerate. As the male lead, Shen Yan indeed exuded generosity, opting for the most expensive choices. Who said that expensive items weren't necessarily good? It was merely a matter of spending money wisely. Thus, Lin Sui'an acquired the latest fruit-themed smartphone, a luxurious latex pillow, a brand-new silk bedding set, and exquisite branded toiletries, all of which would be sent to his home without requiring them to carry anything. Lastly, it was time for clothing. Lin Sui'an followed Shen Yan, his eyes wide with wonder, witnessing firsthand how the affluent shop for apparel. Models showcased the latest seasonal designs right before them. Shen Yan turned to Lin Sui'an and asked, do you like them? The male lead's taste was indeed commendable. The styles of the boutiques they visited suited Lin Sui'an perfectly. The designs were simple, and the color combinations were pleasing to the eye, exuding a sense of cleanliness. Lin Sui'an had no objections. Yet he leaned closer to Shen Yan and whispered, these are far too expensive. If I buy all this today, I might have to work for you for several more years. Shen Yan chuckled softly. These are necessities for your work and have nothing to do with your salary. As my employee, I have the right to decide your attire. Lin Sui'an conceded, all right, that seems fair. After all, he glanced at his own faded t-shirt and torn jeans, recognizing that his outfit was indeed mismatched with Shen Yan's style. Coming to this realization, he decided not to be overly sentimental. He could simply work a bit harder. Since his meals and lodging were provided, he had little material desire. He was more than willing to serve Shen Yan for a few more years without complaint. Lin Sui'an selected a few outfits he liked, thinking that would suffice. However, Shen Yan then took him to order a tailored suit. They took his measurements and finalized the style, marking the end of their shopping expedition. The sight of Shen Yan swiping his card left a lasting impression on Lin Sui'an. He was indeed handsome. No wonder so many people enjoyed shopping, especially when someone else was footing the bill. To indulge without spending a dime was a truly exquisite way of life. Lin Sui'an's gaze towards Shen Yan grew even brighter. Have you perhaps fallen for the male lead? Therefore, you must seize the opportunity to win him over. Your current proximity grants you a distinct advantage. Indeed, I may have developed some feelings. As they boarded the vehicle, The dimly lit cabin prompted Shen Yan to suddenly glance at Lin Sui'an, his gaze betraying a flicker of menace. Yet, in the next instant, he overheard Lin Sui'an conversing with the system. I truly desire to be his brother, but I know that is impossible. Alas, the disparity between us is too great. Brotherhood is unsuitable. I can only be an employee. The system responded. You've fallen in love, yet still wish to be mere brothers? Lin Sui'an retorted. Is friendship not sufficient? Are you merely a love-struck system? The system fell silent. It contemplated shocking Lin Sui'an, but with Shen Yan present, it feared he might genuinely send Lin Sui'an to the hospital, so it refrained. Leaning against the seat, Lin Sui'an listened to the pure melodies played by Shen Yan while gazing out at the night sky. Indeed, miracles can manifest in life. Who could have imagined that after a lifetime of toil, he would return, still a laborer, yet now seated in a luxury car, residing in an opulent mansion, and adorned in lavish brands? It appeared to be his turn for a fortunate turn of fate. Lin Sui'an pondered for a moment before addressing the system once more. System, although it was not my request for you to transport me into this narrative, I am nonetheless grateful. Thank you for granting me the opportunity to experience another world, for introducing me to the male lead in Hejiang. Thank you for not causing my demise. For the first time, Lin Sui'an spoke to the system with tenderness, and the system, surprisingly, felt a twinge of emotion. Just as it was about to respond, Lin Sui'an added, However, I still shall not pursue the male lead. The system remained speechless. Upon returning to Shen Yan's residence, Lin Sui'an's perspective had shifted. During his last visit, he was eager to depart, wishing to remain not a moment longer. This time, however, he intended to stay indefinitely. Observing the house, Lin Sui'an felt an unexpected sense of familiarity. May I stay in the same guest room as last time? He inquired. Of course. Lin Sui'an nodded. He did not immediately ascend to unpack his belongings. Instead, he checked the time and stood beside Shen Yan, bowing slightly. Mr. Shen, do you have a craving for a late-night snack? Shen Yan raised an eyebrow, surprised by Lin Sui'an's prompt transition into work mode. Lin Sui'an's face bore a gentle smile, his almond-shaped eyes curving in a particularly charming manner. He removed his coat and unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt. What can you prepare? I can cook a variety of dishes, including home-cooked meals. And if you desire a gourmet feast, I can learn on the spot. This world boasted a level of connectivity comparable to his own, as long as there were recipes. He could follow along. Lin Sui'an was not a kitchen disaster. On the contrary, he generally succeeded in creating dishes when adhering to a recipe. He was well prepared for whatever extravagant meal Shen Yan might request, especially since the latter seemed undeterred while swiping his card this evening. How could a simple home-cooked meal possibly entice this young master? Yet, Shen Yan simply inquired, what do you typically eat for a late-night snack? Lin Sui'an paused for a moment before replying, I usually have sour soup noodles in the evening. The sour soup noodles are even more affordable than instant noodles. A bit of plain noodles, a splash of soy sauce, vinegar, and salt, and after cooking, a sprinkle of scallions and sesame oil can create an utterly delectable dish. The gourmet version includes an egg and sausage, though Lin Sui'an seldom indulges in such extravagance. Thus, let us prepare the sour soup noodles. I yearn to savor its taste. Very well. Do you have any dietary restrictions? None at all. If you're hungry as well, do prepare 2 servings. Such a kind soul. Lin Sui'an indeed felt hunger pangs. The incident that occurred earlier in the afternoon coincided with mealtime. Between rescuing others and shopping, he was already ravenous. He opened the refrigerator, retrieved the ingredients, and began to swiftly prepare the meal. Having previously worked late into the night, he had grown accustomed to hastening his pace, a skill honed through necessity. Lin Sui'an approached cooking with utmost seriousness. Thus he failed to notice Shen Yan, who was intently observing him. Shen Yan reclined on the sofa, adopting a leisurely and relaxed posture. Although he held a tablet in his hands, his gaze was not fixed on the screen. Instead, he watched Lin Sui'an with the curiosity reserved for something novel. How could it not be intriguing? The first individual who neither sought to conquer him nor adhered to the educational system's directives. Shen Yan had exerted minimal effort to invite him home, placing him under his watchful eyes. Could such a stubborn and principled individual truly maintain his resolve, Or would he ultimately succumb to the illusions Shen Yan had crafted? Strangely, for the first time, Shen Yan found himself hoping for the former outcome. Yet, all of this lay beyond his control. Understanding a person's appearance does not guarantee insight into their heart. The human heart is the most enigmatic of entities. Shen Yan's curiosity gradually succumbed to a chill, only to be rekindled 15 minutes later upon seeing 2 bowls of noodles on the table. One bowl, besides the noodles, contained sliced ham, a golden fried egg, and vibrant greens, while the other held only the noodles. The fragrant, brilliantly colored noodles were presented before him. Lin Sui'an's clear almond eyes sparkled with anticipation. Please have a taste, and let me know if you require anything more. Shen Yan's gaze fell upon Lin Sui'an's bowl. Why do you? Lin Sui'an also glanced down, feeling a tad embarrassed. I owe you so much already. I shall refrain from taking further advantage of you. I truly cannot comprehend your host. Is such behavior necessary? Does a male lead truly care about eggs and ham? Is he oblivious? For the first time, Shen Yan shared an identical sentiment with the system. Could the strategist truly be so dim-witted? Is it possible for someone to be so utterly naive? Chapter 14. Averse to conquest, Shen Yan, unable to restrain himself, proactively reassured Lin Sui'an. I have mentioned that meals and accommodation are provided. You need not be so stringent with yourself in this regard. Lin Sui'an did not intend to behave in such a manner. After all, he had encountered numerous and scrupulous capitalists in the past who claimed to provide meals and lodging, yet only offered 2 meals a day. Whoever included late-night snacks. Lin Sui'an naturally assumed that late-night snacks were not part of his employment benefits. Thus, despite the temptation of the fried egg and ham making his mouth water, he refrained from serving himself. He understood that while Shen Yan lacked for nothing, it did not grant him the liberty to partake indiscriminately. He had learned from a young age that being penny-wise could lead to being pound-foolish. One must have principles and a sense of boundaries. Sincerity is indeed the ultimate skill in human interactions. Perhaps, seeing his honesty, the male lead may even consider granting him a raise. At that moment, the system unexpectedly interjected. Host, I must say, you are indeed suited to be a laborer. Unlike other laborers who harbor grievances, you have willingly adorned yourself with a collar. Only those who possess the ability to adapt and seize opportunities can truly comprehend this. Do you understand? The system's sudden admonition fell on deaf ears for Lin Sui'an. His stubborn nature resurfaced. I don't understand. Aren't you simply trying to manipulate me? Not a chance. Internally, Lin Sui'an expressed his disdain towards the system, yet outwardly he graciously addressed Shen Yan, saying, Thank you, Mr. Shen. May I add a bit more? Shen Yan nodded in affirmation. With swift precision, Lin Sui'an prepared a fried egg and sautéed some ham slices. Once completed, his gaze was solely fixated on the lavish bowl of sour soup noodles before him. The first bite filled his palate with satisfaction, transforming the world into a more beautiful place. He turned to Shen Yan, who had already savored a few bites, and inquired, Mr. Shen, how does it taste? It tastes quite good, Shen Yan replied truthfully. The simplicity of the sour soup noodles was comforting, with the balance of acidity and spiciness pleasantly aligning with his personal taste. With his culinary skills affirmed, Lin Sui'an felt a weight lift off his shoulders. After finishing the noodles, just as he was about to tidy up the dishes, Shen Yan halted him. I'll have the maid clean up in the morning. You may return to rest. All right. Like many others, Lin Sui'an harbored a strong aversion to washing dishes. With the burden of cleanup lifted, his steps became lighter. As he prepared to ascend the stairs, he paused, remembering his employer was still behind him, and softly murmured, Good night, Mr. Shen. After this, he hurried back to his bedroom. The wealthy man's bedroom was larger than his previous rental room, adorned with bright lighting and an attached bathroom. Lin Sui'an discovered that everything he had purchased was already neatly organized, requiring no further tidying. Thus, he merely needed to freshen up before sleep. He cast a longing glance at the bathtub, filling it with hot water and adding bath beads. As he luxuriated in the warm soak, he reached for his phone and added He Jiang as a friend. Perhaps He Jiang had been awaiting his contact, as he quickly accepted the friend request. Is it safe over there? He Jiang's username brought a smile to Lin Sui'an's face. Very safe. Mr. Shen is genuinely kind, and I have everything I need now. I'll keep an eye out for you. If you continue to enjoy good fortune, I'll bring you over. That sounds great. If everything goes well, I'll reach out to you later. By the way, keep your wits about you when you sleep at night. No worries, I've locked the door. Locking alone isn't enough. Find something to barricade it. Lin Sui'an felt it was unnecessary, but, considering he was indeed an Omega, decided it would be wise to take precautions. After his bath, he dragged a small stool to the door for extra security. As fatigue washed over him, he collapsed onto the soft, inviting bed. As the quilt enveloped him and the alarm clock was set, he adjusted himself into a comfortable position and soon succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom, Shen Yan leaned against the balcony, a cigarette delicately held between his fingers. The screen of his phone glowed beside him. Young Master Shen, the matter has been resolved. I have instructed those individuals to remain silent. Understood, Shen Yan replied, exhaling a plume of smoke. Please investigate the potent suppressants further and send me the information as soon as you retrieve it. Certainly, young Master Shen. Shortly after hanging up, Shen Yan received the details regarding the suppressants. He perused the information rapidly, confirming that the effects of the drug aligned with what He Jiang had described. Within 3 months, an Omega injected with the potent suppressants will become nearly indistinguishable from a Beta, incapable of releasing pheromones or perceiving them. They would be immune to any arousal influences. However, this was merely a facade. Complete immunity was unattainable. The absence of arousal influence did not equate to total disregard for alpha suppression. Overall, this could be considered a beneficial substance for Omegas wishing to masquerade as Betas. While he refrained from judging the choice to expend one's life to feign a Beta, there was one exception, Lin Sui'an. Since Lin Sui'an worked for him, he would ensure that Lin Sui'an would never encounter such substances. Yet, he was reluctant to wait 3 months. Contemplating the situation, Shen Yan sent a message to his family physician. What methods can expedite the metabolism after an Omega has been injected with a potent suppressant? Though it was already late at night, his team of family doctors was not limited to a single individual. A doctor promptly responded. Once the injection has taken effect, increased water intake and exercise can accelerate metabolism. Shen Yan inquired, is there a quicker method? The doctor replied, the effects of the potent suppressants are significant. Only the most straightforward methods can be utilized. It was evident to Shen Yan that Lin Sui'an had no desire to be an Omega, nor did he wish to pursue any romantic endeavors. In the 3 months since reaching adulthood, Shen Yan had never allowed a suitor to survive beyond that time frame. As the last ember of his cigarette extinguished, he returned to the bedroom and activated the surveillance. Upon witnessing Lin Sui'an barricading the door with a small stool before sleep, he scoffed. A suitor, indeed, taking precautions against him? Excellent. This was precisely what he desired. He hoped Lin Sui'an would maintain such distance and avoid revealing any weaknesses. Setting aside the tablet, Shen Yan closed his eyes. A chronic insomniac, he surprisingly drifted into slumber earlier than usual. Yet, his dreams were far from tranquil. He dreamt of a former suitor, one who initially harbored no ill intentions, striving to befriend him for the sake of survival. This suitor sought to transition from friendship to something more, and Shen Yan, ever so discreetly, allowed that suitor to inch closer, becoming his companion. He feigned ignorance, offering the strategist everything he desired, tasks seemingly accomplished, boundless wealth, and the power to trample many beneath his feet. Gradually, the strategist grew arrogant. His appetite and audacity nurtured by splendid illusions, consumed with thoughts of acquiring everything after conquering him. Thus, as the strategist floated high in the clouds, Shen Yan reclaimed all, causing the strategist to plummet back into the mire. With Shen Yan's tacit approval, those who had once been oppressed by the strategist began to retaliate. The pitiful strategist was vanquished by his own former arrogance. Blood stained his visage, only to fade swiftly, revealing Lin Sui'an once more. In a dream, Lin Sui'an smiled at him. Shun Xiao, would you like some sour soup noodles? The deluxe version. Chapter 15. Too close. Lin Sui'an rose early. Having gone to bed early the previous night, after freshening up, he descended the stairs. Initially intending to prepare breakfast, he discovered that the aunt downstairs was already at work. He did not remain idle. Instead, he inquired about Shen Yan's preferences. The young master had few dietary restrictions. He did not consume awful nor peculiar-tasting dishes, favoring a relatively mild palate. What constituted peculiar tasting? He avoided bitter flavors, such as bitter melon, strong fishiness, and overly sour tastes. Lin Sui'an meticulously noted these details in his phone's memo, contemplating how easy it was to please this male lead. Aside from his love for spicy food, their tastes aligned closely. Auntie, does Shen Xiao have any rules at home? The young master dislikes having others too close to him and has a penchant for cleanliness, maintaining high hygiene standards. Beyond that, there isn't much else. Lin Sui'an's appearance was the kind that endeared him to elders, coupled with his earnest demeanor. The cooking aunt could not help but share a bit more. Though the young master may seem aloof, he is actually quite amiable and not overly particular. You are only the second person I've seen the young master bring home. Be sure to take good care of him. These words rang familiar. Wait a moment. The second? The first was the 96th host, who had visited the male lead's villa but did not stay overnight. However, he broke the strategist's historical record, being the first person the male lead personally brought home. Little did he expect the male lead's attitude to change so abruptly, leading to a dismal fate for him. The system spoke gravely. Although this has started auspiciously, you must remain cautious. The male lead is likely to change his demeanor. Lin Sui'an replied, Why are you only mentioning this now? Shouldn't you, as a system, have an intimate understanding of the male lead? How can a strategist strategize without comprehending the male lead? This time, the system refrained from banter. After a moment of silence, it responded, Initially, I had a clear understanding, but a bug seems to have appeared in this world, and moreover, due to the prolonged failure of the strategies, he had already depleted much of his energy. If this host were also to fail, there was no telling if the next host could be brought over. These were details the system would never disclose to Lin Sui'an. Otherwise, Lin Sui'an would certainly falter in his mission. Lin Sui'an felt somewhat exasperated. Is it any wonder that you repeatedly fail, unable to grasp even the essence of the male protagonist character, yet you still seek to win him over? The system retorted, Are you truly formidable? How dare you reside in the male protagonist's abode without understanding him? Lin Sui'an scoffed, Isn't it because of you? How can I perform my duties with creditors hovering over me? The system was left speechless. At that moment, footsteps echoed from above. Lin Sui'an looked up to see Shen Yan descending the stairs, clad in a black loungewear. The morning sun streamed through the glass windows, illuminating the entire villa. Half of Shen Yan's form basked in the radiant light, his fair skin, striking features, and languid demeanor rendering the scene before Lin Sui'an akin to a painting. In that instant, Lin Sui'an felt an unfamiliarity with Shen Yan. He no longer resembled the gentle employer. Instead, he appeared as a resting predator, though seemingly non-threatening. He could swiftly bring a prey to its end if he so desired. What are you two doing? By the time Lin Sui'an came to his senses, Shen Yan had already approached him. Lin Sui'an immediately lowered his head, standing upright. Shen Xiao, the cook gently interjected, Young master, this gentleman was inquiring about your preferences. You told him? Shen Yan's brow unfurled, his tone light, yet it bore an undeniable weight. The cook faltered. Young master, I apologize, I shouldn't have, it's fine. You need not return from now on. The cook was taken aback. Shen Yan suddenly chuckled. Didn't you just share all my preferences with him? Then you may return to the old residence. He will take care of me from now on. The cook's expression soured, but she quickly gathered her belongings and departed. Watching her retreat, Lin Sui'an felt a twinge of unease. Shen Xiao, should I have refrained from inquiring about those matters? He cautiously lifted his gaze to meet Shen Yan's expression, only to be greeted by a smile. When Shen Yan was not smiling, the weight of his brows made him appear somewhat fierce, yet his smile was undeniably captivating. Did I startle you? I had no intention of reprimanding. It was merely, Shen Yan unexpectedly leaned closer to Lin Sui'an, his hands resting on Lin Sui'an's shoulders in a gesture reminiscent of an embrace. His lips brushed against Lin Sui'an's ear. In truth, that auntie was sent by my parents to oversee me. I never wished for her presence, but lacked a valid reason to send her away. Now that you are here, I have justification. At this moment, Lin Sui'an found himself hardly processing Shen Yan's words. for the proximity was overwhelming. The chill of Shen Yan's aura enveloped him, mingling with the warmth radiating from his body. Shen Yan was tall. From a distance, this was manageable. Yet standing so close, Lin Sui'an felt diminutive, as if he were merely a figurine next to Shen Yan's towering form. Furthermore, Shen Yan's tone was excessively intimate, prompting Lin Sui'an to shiver involuntarily. Just as he felt lost, Shen Yan stepped back. Did she divulge all my preferences to you? I prefer light flavors in my diet, avoiding organ meats and peculiar tastes. In my daily life, I maintain a certain fastidiousness regarding my environment and the people around me. Lin Sui'an displayed the notes he had just taken for Shen Yan to see. Shen Yan raised an eyebrow, remarking, "It appears that bringing you here was indeed a judicious choice. You truly exhibit a commendable sense of responsibility towards your work." After exchanging a few light-hearted words, the peculiar atmosphere that had lingered dissipated, and Lin Sui'an broke into a smile. "This is simply my duty," he replied. Shen Yan returned his phone to Lin Sui'an, suggesting, "Let us have breakfast first. Afterwards, I shall escort you to the office." Lin Sui'an nodded in agreement. The two sat together, enjoying their breakfast, and once their hunger was satiated, Lin Sui'an turned his gaze toward Shen Yan, pondering whether he needed to wash the dishes. Meeting his eye, Shen Yan gently stated, "Since the housekeeper has departed, the responsibility now falls upon you. You need not concern yourself with the extensive cleaning of the house, as there will be someone coming regularly for that. Your duties will entail tidying my room and managing my meals. For everything else, I shall inform you as needed." Lin Sui'an responded earnestly, "Understood. And please, there is no need to refer to me as young master. Simply call me by my name." Having addressed him in such a manner before, Lin Sui'an effortlessly adapted. "Very well, Shen Yan," he said, his youthful voice carrying a hint of warmth, lending a somewhat intimate quality to his words. Shen Yan regarded Lin Sui'an with a gentle gaze, seemingly oblivious to the nuances of the moment. In contrast, Lin Sui'an remained entirely unaware, his thoughts unclouded. Observing this scene, the system nearly succumbed to the urge to comment, but refrained, fearing it might alert Lin Sui'an. Over the years, the male protagonist's temperament had become increasingly elusive, though he was expected to embody the carefree and audacious traits of a dominant figure. He had grown more reclusive and aloof, making it difficult for others to approach him. The few who managed to draw near often found themselves distanced for various reasons before long. Hence, the system meticulously selected a candidate who perfectly matched the ideal type determined for the male lead. It appeared that its choice might indeed be prudent. Rarely had the system witnessed the male protagonist display such gentleness and initiative, particularly since his childhood. A sense of hope burgeoned within the system. Perhaps this time, the endeavor could culminate in success. Chapter 16. A brazen temptation with thoughts of heading to the office. Lin Sui'an ascended the stairs to change after clearing the dishes. He was apprehensive about taking too long and keeping Shen Yan waiting. In a hurried manner, he entered his bedroom, leaving the door slightly ajar, and stood in the wardrobe, deliberating over his attire. The weather was a touch chilly, prompting him to select an ensemble suitable for early autumn. He opted for a pale blue shirt paired with a white cashmere vest, complemented by white trousers. While still casual, the outfit bore a more formal air. Just as he shed his previous garments, he heard a noise nearby. Turning, he was met with the sight of Shen Yan, attired in a tailored suit, standing at the wardrobe's entrance, observing him. Shen Yan promptly apologized. "I beg your pardon. I noticed your door ajar and presumed you were already changed." Lin Sui'an, still new to his situation and the distinctions between their genders, instinctively sought to reassure Shen Yan. "It's quite all right." As he fastened the buttons of his shirt, he added, "However, my physique pales in comparison to yours. There's really nothing noteworthy about it. How do you maintain your fitness, Shen Yan?" To which Shen Yan replied, "I have a personal trainer. Should you require assistance, I can recommend one to you." Lin Sui'an hastily declined. "Never mind, such personal matters are too costly. There's no need to push them onto me." "Oh, I'm already fine." Shen Yan turned around and caught sight of Lin Sui'an donning a vest. The young man's figure was well-proportioned, with a slender waist and long legs. This posture revealed a glimpse of his snow-white waist, which was quite dazzling, albeit fleeting. Once he had arranged his attire, The youth smiled at Shen Yan. Shen Yan, do you think I look all right in this? Shen Yan narrowed his eyes slightly and licked his slightly itchy canine teeth. Not bad. Thank you. Lin Sui'an approached Shen Yan. Shall we go? Shen Yan nodded and turned to lead the way. The male lead remained silent, but the system began to chatter incessantly. Host, this seems a bit inappropriate, doesn't it? Why are you speaking so casually with the male lead? It might be wise to exercise some caution. Lin Sui'an responded, Why should I be cautious? The system longed to say, your intentions are glaringly obvious. Changing your clothes in front of him and inquiring about your outfit. Aren't you blatantly attempting to allure him? However, it also understood that this host likely hadn't contemplated such intricacies. Saying too much would not aid the strategy. Thus, it merely suggested, he is your superior, so perhaps you should show a bit more respect. You make a valid point, but I sense that the male lead doesn't favor a strictly hierarchical relationship. He might prefer to interact with me on equal terms. System, you haven't held many jobs, so you probably don't understand. In the workplace, it's best not to have personal ideas. If you wish to earn more, you must gauge your boss's intentions. Although I want to engage in any underhanded dealings, maintaining a good rapport with your superior makes work considerably easier. As Lin Sui'an spoke, he sighed again. Although I've never encountered a good boss before, there was one who didn't pay me, and I had to take legal action against him, but that was his fault. The system remained silent. It was clear that this host was not completely oblivious. This was evidently a rabbit. You could oppress it, enslave it, but if it was unwilling, it would still make a break for freedom. Once again leaving the system speechless, Lin Sui'an felt a sense of relief. However, upon reaching the garage, Lin Sui'an's spirits dampened when Shen Yan inquired, Can you drive? Lin Sui'an shook his head. No, I can't. Learning to drive requires time and money, both of which I lack. That's why I never took lessons. He had saved up some money with the intention of learning, but before he had the chance, he found himself in this world. Well, let us get in the car first. I'll arrange for you to learn in due time. Lin Sui'an's eyes instantly brightened. Really? Shen Yan affirmed. Indeed, get in the car. As he settled into the passenger's seat, Lin Sui'an could hardly contain his excitement. Shen Yan, I don't even know how to express my gratitude. I will work diligently from now on. Whatever you ask of me, I will do. Shen Yan smiled. Sounds good. Half an hour later, they arrived at the headquarters of the group. The elevator from the underground garage led directly to Shen Yan's office. However, Shen Yan chose not to take that route. Instead, he led Lin Sui'an on a detour, entering through the main entrance. As a result, from the moment Lin Sui'an stepped into the building, he became the center of attention for everyone present. Lin Sui'an had never been to such a grand company before, though he had delivered takeout there in the past. At that time, apart from the security and the front desk staff, no one paid him any heed. However, this occasion was markedly different. The thought of working in such an upscale environment made Lin Sui'an feel somewhat anxious, especially as he observed his polished and confident colleagues, prompting him to glance at himself. Once in the elevator, Lin Sui'an candidly spoke, Shen Yan, my educational background is not particularly impressive. If the tasks are complex, I may need time to learn, but rest assured, I will dedicate my spare time to study and will not let it affect my work progress. Shen Yan's gaze rested upon the young man, easily discerning his insecurities and his striving spirit. Moved, he gently replied, Lin Sui'an, sometimes excessive honesty is not advantageous. Many jobs in this world can be performed by anyone, irrespective of their academic qualifications. It is merely a matter of repetition. The more you engage in a task, the more proficient you will become, so there is no need for excessive concern. Lin Sui'an was taken aback by Shen Yan's words. While he understood the rationale in theory, the practical application was an entirely different matter. Despite enduring a prolonged streak of misfortune that had him nearly prostrate under the weight of life, he still dared to dream of escaping the impoverished youth stereotype. Yet when dreams confront reality, trepidation sets in. Could he truly rise to the occasion? Shen Yan's words were undoubtedly a source of comfort for him. With the boss personally offering reassurance, what more could he worry about? Lin Sui'an nodded repeatedly. All right, I understand. You're the one who brought me here. There's no need to be overly polite, understood? Lin Sui'an responded affirmatively. Okay. System, The male lead is exceptionally impressive. I want to cling to him for a lifetime. No wonder some people aspire to be sidekicks. With such a wonderful big brother, I would gladly take on that role too. System. The male lead's approach felt familiar. He wished to say something. Yet since there was no need to elaborate too much to this host, the more one speaks, the more one risks error, so the system opted for continued silence. By the way, remember to drink plenty of warm water. Upon hearing Shen Yan's reminder, Lin Sui'an remarked to the system, "Look, he even reminds me of such trivial matters. He is truly considerate. System, I don't quite understand you straight men." Upon arriving at the office, Shen Yan instructed Assistant Zhang to escort Lin Sui'an to his workstation. Even though Shen Yan had subtly suggested that Lin Sui'an could consider him a pillar of support, Lin Sui'an maintained a polite smile when interacting with his colleagues, adopting a softer tone for official communication. Once at his desk, he smiled back at anyone who smiled at him. Naturally, Lin Sui'an's pleasant appearance, fair and innocent, easily endeared him to others. Consequently, it wasn't long before a colleague initiated a conversation. "Who is the Prince Charming you're associated with?" Lin Sui'an's department comprised entirely of omegas, both male and female, each possessing a distinct charm. However, at that moment, their eyes sparkled with curiosity and gossip. "Are you two lovers? Or perhaps a future omega? Have you been intimate with the prince? Is he formidable? What scent does his pheromone carry?" Lin Sui'an. Chapter 17. Feeling indignant, Lin Sui'an had never anticipated encountering such a situation. The fervor of his colleagues' gossip nearly engulfed him. Fortunately, one colleague stepped in to shield him. "What are you all doing? Look how frightened he is." Lin Sui'an cast a grateful glance at this colleague, only to hear them inquire, "So, what is your relationship with the crown prince?" Lin Sui'an sighed. Although the questions remained the same, at least someone was attempting to restore order. Clearing his throat under the scrutiny of the crowd, he asserted, "We are merely in a superior-subordinate relationship, not what you all are imagining." "How could that be?" "Oh, I see. Are you too shy to admit it? Or is your boss forbidding you from speaking?" The other person wore a knowing expression. "All right, we understand." Lin Sui'an felt they did not truly comprehend. "We genuinely have nothing. My boss simply took pity on me and offered me a job." Unfortunately, his explanation was met with those individual suggestive smiles. "I'm tired," Lin Sui'an declared. Yet, he pondered, were these omegas truly so audacious? Did they not fear Shen Yan at all? However, it soon became clear to him. The colleague who had earlier helped maintain order was seated at the desk adjacent to his. Once everyone returned to their places, they approached him. "Why haven't I seen you in Jiang City before? Did you just return from abroad? Who are your parents?" Lin Sui'an was puzzled by the inquiry. He replied honestly, "I just arrived in Jiang City. My parents are no longer with me, and I have never been abroad." "Oh, is that so?" The other person did not exhibit any discrimination, only an abundance of curiosity. "Do you have any siblings?" Lin Sui'an continued to shake his head. "I am an orphan. Though I had parents in my past life, they neglected me, so it was as if I had none." After transmigrating, he had almost forgotten his identity in this new narrative. However, having parents like that was nearly tantamount to being parentless. "Does that mean you are essentially nothing?" the other person inquired. Lin Sui'an nodded. The individual pointed to themselves. "Then do you know who I am? Let me give you a hint. My father's surname is Qian." Lin Sui'an was puzzled and shook his head. "I do not know." After a moment of silence, the other person quietly introduced themselves. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Qian Fu, and my father is the CEO of Qian Technology. The two individuals you mentioned earlier are the prize gems of Zheng's fresh produce." As Qian Fu continued to introduce others, Lin Sui'an began to understand. It turned out that everyone here was the scion of a prominent family. They were all well-connected, some sent by their families to work, while others were merely seeking employment out of boredom. However, the primary reason was that they were all omegas, who did not need to vie for family fortunes, were not suited for public exposure, yet desired connections with the wealthy elite. Or some simply wished to engage with Shen Yan for personal motives, hoping to gain an advantage. Lin Sui'an pondered, "So, what purpose does Shen Yan have in assigning him here? Is it because the work is easy and manageable, while others seem to be faring well? It would be prudent to avoid provoking the two daughters of the Zheng family ahead. They are fervent admirers of Shen Yan. Additionally, the young master of the Fong family in the corner to the right also harbors feelings for Shen Yan." Initially, They were at odds, but now that you have arrived, they are likely to unite against you. Qian Fu patted his shoulder and remarked, there are numerous interests entangled between our elders. I can only advise you to be cautious. Beyond that, I am unable to assist you. Lin Sui'an grasped the underlying message, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for sharing this with me. Thus, the work itself was not particularly challenging. Rather, it was the work environment that posed his first formidable obstacle. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sui'an gazed at the computer before him. When adversaries arise, one must respond with determination. He was upright and composed. What was there to fear? Lin Sui'an powered on the computer, methodically organizing the tasks for the day, prepared to commence his work. To his surprise, the difficulty level was significantly lower than he had anticipated, and it was remarkably easy to navigate. He quickly immersed himself in the tasks at hand. However, just as he was nearing completion of his spreadsheet, an unidentified liquid cascaded from above, drenching him. A considerable portion splattered onto the keyboard, triggering a short circuit that sent sparks flying and caused the computer screen to go dark. Realizing the situation, Lin Sui'an hastily grabbed some paper towels to dry off the keyboard and computer, but the device remained unresponsive. Oh dear, I apologize. I didn't secure my milk tea properly, came a voice that momentarily startled him. He looked up to find a strikingly beautiful young woman, one of the Zheng sisters, seated in front of him, holding an empty milk tea cup. The liquid that had just drenched him was the remnants of her drink. At that moment, Lin Sui'an felt fortunate that her milk tea contained no pearls. Otherwise, the cleanup would have been far more arduous. He casually grabbed a couple of tissues, wiped his face, and replied, "It's quite all right, but do be more careful next time. The computer may have sustained some damage. If it's damaged, I shall compensate you. What matters most is whether this affects your work progress," she said, her face betraying a mischievous delight. Lin Sui'an discerned her intentionality and retorted, "Oh, it's no trouble. I saved my work." Had he not experienced his fair share of misfortune in the past, he might not have remembered to save his files regularly. The smile vanished from her face. "Oh, what a pity," she remarked before turning on her heel and departing. As a newcomer, Lin Sui'an surveyed his surroundings, noticing that those who had previously gossiped about him now feigned ignorance. He was not particularly surprised, considering Qian Fu's earlier caution. He hurried to the restroom, removed his damp vest, and found his shirt slightly wet but not thoroughly soaked, making it tolerable to continue wearing. His trousers fared just as well. Lin Sui'an rinsed the vest and washed his hair before returning to his desk with his hair still dripping. However, as he attempted to sit down, his chair malfunctioned, causing him to tumble to the floor. The fall was quite jarring, and Lin Sui'an furrowed his brow, taking a moment to gather himself before rising. He glanced around, finding no one willing to acknowledge his plight, much like before. Internally, he could not help but scoff at the situation. Why are these young masters and miss so immature? He did not conceal his thoughts, and after standing up, he proclaimed loudly, "Allow me to clarify. I have no relationship with Shen Yan, as you might imagine. I am merely here to work and earn a living. I kindly ask you to spare me." Lin Sui'an could only hear the derisive laughter from the crowd, clearly indicating disbelief. He found himself unable to provide proof. At that moment, he recalled Shen Yan's words, "You are my person. There's no need to be overly courteous. Do you understand?" Yet, he was not adept at wielding such authority. Should he say, "Listen, I am under Shen Yan's protection, so do not provoke me. Otherwise, I shall inform Shen Yan, and he will deal with you." Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Indeed, you should say just that. The male lead has promised to support you. Why should you endure this humiliation?" Lin Sui'an retorted, "Why are you joining in, system? I didn't see you earlier, and now you come to offer your commentary? You truly lack loyalty." The system replied, "Very well, continue to endure then." Ignoring the system, Lin Sui'an quietly returned to his position. However, it wasn't long before he began to sneeze. Feeling the unusual state of his body, Lin Sui'an found it hard to believe. Could it be that an Omega's body is so fragile? Catching a cold from washing his hair with cold water? Have you forgotten the information I transmitted to you? Omegas require careful nurturing. Do not neglect your health. This time, Lin Sui'an did not retort, but instead responded, "Thank you for your concern." The system, Taken aback, replied. Rarely showing kindness, the system suggested, I recommend you take medicine immediately. Otherwise, you will have a fever tonight. Lin Sui'an glanced at the time. It was almost the end of the workday. He replied to the system, All right, I will go buy medicine shortly. Just as he was conversing with the system, a message suddenly appeared on his computer screen from Shen Yan. Come my office. Chapter 18. The corrupted, I seized the person as base as the morning passed. Lin Sui'an's hair and shirt had dried from his body heat. Checking the time, he realized it was nearly noon, the end of the workday. Thus, Lin Sui'an speculated that Shen Yan was summoning him to arrange for his lunch duties, perhaps to have him return to cook. Would Shen Yan drive him back? Or would he go alone and bring the food back later? Lost in thought, Lin Sui'an made his way to Shen Yan's office. He knocked on the door and waited for Shen Yan's acknowledgement before entering. He stood respectfully in front of Shen Yan's desk and inquired, Mr. Shen, you called for me? Although Shen Yan had requested him to use his name, Lin Sui'an believed that maintaining a degree of formality in the workplace was more appropriate. Shen Yan's gaze swept down from above Lin Sui'an's head. What had transpired? Lin Sui'an candidly explained, I had a slight disagreement with a colleague. Shen Yan rose, his long legs striding forward, closing the distance to Lin Sui'an in just a few steps. Although Lin Sui'an had temporarily rinsed his hair with clean water, a faint aroma of milk tea still lingered. His shirt bore traces of the morning's events, allowing one to reconstruct, through imagination, the occurrences of that day. Shen Yan slightly furrowed his brows, inquiring, Has someone bullied you? Lin Sui'an promptly shook his head, insisting, No, it was merely a misunderstanding. I have clarified matters with them, and there should be no further issues. Host, are you foolish? If you have been wronged, you ought to seek the male lead. Do you not comprehend the concept of slapping faces? Now is the moment for you to leverage the male lead support to retaliate against those colleagues. Lin Sui'an, exasperated with the system, retorted, I am not a domineering hero. What faces should I slap? Moreover, I am already somewhat connected. It would be wise to remain low-key after gaining an advantage. Do you not understand the phrase no pain, no gain? The system remained perplexed. You must allow the male lead the opportunity to rescue the damsel in distress. Otherwise, how will you both fall in love? Lin Sui'an unceremoniously shot back. System, have you lost your memory? I never claimed I wanted to undertake a mission. Successfully silencing the system, Lin Sui'an turned his gaze toward Shen Yan. Noticing that Shen Yan had remained silent, he assumed his boss was displeased. Thus, Lin Sui'an attempted to placate him, saying, Mr. Shen, truly, no one has bullied me. The misunderstanding has been resolved. Mr. Shen, it's almost lunchtime. What would you like to eat? Just as Lin Sui'an turned to cover his mouth, a sneeze threatened to escape, narrowly avoiding landing on Shen Yan's face. He sniffled and murmured, I apologize, it was unintentional. Shen Yan still did not respond. He merely regarded Lin Sui'an with a deep gaze before turning to the office's designated lounge. Unable to resist, Lin Sui'an discreetly glanced inside. The lounge appeared spacious, even featuring a balcony. He felt a wave of envy, yet he dared only to steal a glance, for it was the boss's private domain. When Shen Yan's figure re-entered his line of sight, Lin Sui'an swiftly averted his gaze. Shen Yan seemed to carry a suitcase. Passing by Lin Sui'an to place it on the table, it appeared he was searching for something. Lin Sui'an, ever attentive, approached. Mr. Shen, is there anything I can assist you with? Please fetch a cup and pour me a glass of warm water from the coffee table. Of course. Lin Sui'an obediently turned to pour the water. However, upon returning, he found Shen Yan extending his hand, revealing a pill. Take this medicine if you have a cold. The tablets were unremarkable, white, round, and devoid of any distinctive features. Yet they captivated Lin Sui'an's gaze. His mind went blank. Yet his mouth opened out of habit. It's merely a slight chill. I probably don't need to take medicine. You have already been sneezing, Shen Yan remarked. And before Lin Sui'an could react, a warm hand pressed against his forehead, then swiftly withdrew. Your cheeks are somewhat flushed, and your nose is red, indicating that you have been wiping it frequently. If you need to take medicine, do so. There is no need to be stubborn. Do not strive to appear strong. Lin Sui'an understood that this was merely a common phrase, one that strangers might exchange in mutual concern. However, he still felt a slight stir within him. After all, throughout his life, those who learned of his circumstances often regarded him with sympathetic eyes, urging him to be resilient. He had adopted this very approach himself, busily toiling away to sustain his existence. He took pride in his fortitude. Yet, in the stillness of night, when sleep eluded him, weariness would wash over him. That sense of powerlessness and solitude weighed heavily upon him, leaving him yearning to curl up and hide. Nevertheless, he felt he had no right to rest. No matter how fatigued he felt, he had to maintain the facade of strength. No one would provide him with support, nor would anyone allocate their time and energy to show him care. Yet now, someone was doing just that. Lin Sui'an accepted the pills, washing them down with water, and murmured, "Thank you." He averted his gaze from Shen Yan, blinking to alleviate the stinging in his nose, suppressing the pang of sadness that threatened to surface from the warmth that enveloped him. However, Shen Yan's concern did not cease there. A blanket was draped over his shoulders, as Shen Yan gently adjusted it for him. "Given your current circumstances, why not take a break this afternoon? I'll have my assistant order takeout. Is there anything you would like to eat or drink?" A cascade of concern overwhelmed Lin Sui'an, leaving him somewhat flustered. "I can manage on my own, you know. Have you forgotten that my meals and accommodation are covered here?" Shen Yan glanced at his watch. "There are still 15 minutes until the end of the workday. Take your time. Just decide before we finish." With that, Shen Yan tidied the medicine box and returned to his desk to review documents. The office fell into a tranquil silence, while Lin Sui'an struggled to regain his composure. Unable to resist, he queried the system. "System, why is the male lead so kind?" The system chuckled softly. "Is that the crux of the matter? Isn't the focus on why the male lead treats you so well?" Unfazed by the system's perspective, Lin Sui'an replied, "It's simply because he is a good person. He truly lives up to being the male lead, exhibiting such breadth of character and meticulous attention to detail. I was previously concerned that I had made the wrong choice, but now I feel that following the male lead is undoubtedly the right decision." The system was taken aback. "Have you never considered that the male lead shows no interest in many omegas, yet is particularly attentive to you? Could it not be that he has developed feelings for you?" Lin Sui'an opened his phone, browsing takeout options while continuing his conversation with the system. "System, I believe you are not merely infatuated. Rather, you possess a tendency to play matchmaker, seeing potential in everyone. You perceive relationships through a biased lens. You ought to adopt a more observational stance towards these matters, as this would enhance your success rate in future tasks with other hosts." Just as the system was about to respond, it suddenly noticed Shen Yan intently gazing at Lin Sui'an from a distance. That gaze, seemingly casual, ensnared Lin Sui'an like a web. It was no longer merely the curiosity and scrutiny typically directed at other strategists. This time, there was an additional layer of complexity that the system found difficult to decipher. For the first time, it began to reflect on its own role. Perhaps, it truly ought to consider these matters from a more detached viewpoint. Chapter 19. The Invisible Allure During the Final Lunchtime. Lin Sui'an was once again requested to dine with Shen Yan, having chosen a modest egg fried rice that, with delivery fees, cost merely 5 yuan and 90 cents. It was unsurprising that Shen Yan found it unacceptable. He promptly called his assistant, and half an hour later, a splendid array of 4 dishes and a soup was presented before Lin Sui'an and Shen Yan. The assistant who delivered the meal, upon seeing Lin Sui'an, displayed no surprise and refrained from asking unnecessary questions before departing. Shen Yan, taking the initiative, filled a bowl for Lin Sui'an, saying, "You are not feeling well, so do indulge in some soup. It will aid your recovery." Lin Sui'an, taken aback by the gesture, replied, "Thank you, but I can manage on my own. Please, do eat as well." Shen Yan chuckled. "It is no longer working hours. Such formality is unnecessary, don't you think?" Meeting Shen Yan's warm gaze, Lin Sui'an promptly corrected himself. "Yes, Shen Yan." Shen Yan nodded. "Eat up." The dishes, visually appealing, were evidently not crafted by an ordinary eatery. As Lin Sui'an savored the meal, he found himself eating more than usual, though he felt no embarrassment, for he noted that Shen Yan consumed an even greater portion, 2 bowls of rice and twice the amount of soup. It seemed prudent for him to prepare more food in the future. After the meal, Shen Yan insisted that Lin Sui'an refrain from tidying up. You should rest in the lounge for a while, he suggested. Lin Sui'an quickly waved his hands in protest. That cannot be. If I sleep in the lounge, where will you rest? I have work to attend to and cannot afford a nap. As he spoke, Shen Yan had already packed the leftovers and wiped the table clean with an alcohol wipe. Noticing Lin Sui'an still lingering, he reiterated, go on, take a nap. After all, only healthy employees can work efficiently. Reluctantly, Lin Sui'an acquiesced. Upon entering Shen Yan's lounge, he halted abruptly, taken aback by the room's potent, chilling scent, Shen Yan's pheromones. Were it not for the existence of pheromones, Lin Sui'an would not find sleeping in Shen Yan's bed peculiar. After all, they were both men. Sharing a pair of trousers would not be unusual. Yet, the presence of pheromones served as a constant reminder that despite their shared gender, Shen Yan was an alpha, while Lin Sui'an was an omega. Their differences were stark. Lying on that bed, enveloped in Shen Yan's pheromones, felt akin to resting in Shen Yan's embrace. Suddenly, Lin Sui'an took a step back, jolted into awareness, realizing that he had been uncomfortably close to Shen Yan these past few days. Though Shen Yan was kind and would not harm him, there remained the possibility of unexpected interference from the system. A wave of apprehension washed over Lin Sui'an as he turned to exit, contemplating whether to inform Shen Yan that he would rather sleep on the couch. However, he was suddenly struck by an unexpected jolt of electricity. The shock was significant, causing Lin Sui'an's body to weaken. Losing his balance, he stumbled forward and collapsed onto the bed. With his limbs lacking strength, Lin Sui'an exclaimed in anger, "System, what are you doing?" The system, which typically dictated Lin Sui'an's actions, responded this time with a monotonous electronic voice, simply stating, "Slipped." Lin Sui'an retorted, "What do you mean you a system can slip?" "System, I truly apologize, host, for the accidental slip." Lin Sui'an gritted his teeth, preparing to rise, when the system interjected. "Host, your current state is not suitable for Shen Yan to witness, or he might take you to the hospital." Lin Sui'an thought, "Why does it feel like the system is doing this on purpose?" Suddenly, a line of text flashed through Lin Sui'an's mind. He did not catch it clearly. "What did you just say?" "System. Oh, nothing. There was a bug earlier. I will fix it now. You should rest." Lin Sui'an was left speechless. At that moment, he truly lacked the energy to get up, and, as drowsiness washed over him, he shifted his position, covered himself with the blanket, and closed his eyes. Just as he was on the verge of slumber, he remembered that his clothes were dirty. If he slept like this, wouldn't he soil the blanket? Consequently, he reached under the covers, swiftly removed his clothes, and tossed them onto the carpet beside the bed. With that, he fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, the system observed everything in silent excitement. Lin Sui'an had inadvertently completed a task, sleep on the male lead's bed, subtly enticing him. Initially, it was thought that merely accomplishing half the task was remarkable. Yet Lin Sui'an went ahead and removed his clothes. The system had previously felt despair regarding Lin Sui'an, the oblivious host. Now, however, it found him increasingly appealing. Indeed, Lin Sui'an was reluctant to undertake tasks, but as long as the system did not remind him, he remained blissfully unaware that he was already progressing in his strategy. The allure of the oblivious male. Simultaneously, apart from the system, another individual witnessed the scene. Leaning against a chair, Shen Yan appeared to be diligently working. However, his computer screen displayed the surveillance feed from a lounge. Every subtle movement Lin Sui'an made was fully visible to him. Originally, he merely intended to observe whether Lin Sui'an would entertain any ill intentions while in his lounge. He did not expect to witness Lin Sui'an removing his clothing. Although covered by a blanket, the corner that was lifted revealed a fleeting glimpse of the scene. A dazzling expanse of white, a slender, well-proportioned physique, and a hint of delicate pink. When Shen Yan regained his composure, he realized his heart was racing and his temperature was rising. He inhaled deeply, rose to pour himself a glass of ice water, and returned to his seat. The ice water seemed to have a slight effect, suppressing the unusual sensations he had just experienced. Shen Yan's gaze returned to the figure concealed beneath the blanket in the surveillance feed. He couldn't help but grow curious about Lin Sui'an's past. What kind of environment could cultivate such an individual? And how did such a person arrive here, becoming a strategist? If one were to deem him foolish, he could eat, drink, and was aware of earning a living. If one were to argue he was not foolish, he remained steadfast in his misguided principles, oblivious to the shortcuts available. His intention in placing Lin Sui'an within a department filled with privileged individuals was merely to witness Lin Sui'an being bullied. He had no intention of playing the role of a benevolent benefactor. Luring him closer was simply a means to extract the darker aspects of his character. Sincerity and kindness can indeed be feigned, while malice can be nurtured by wealth and power. He wishes to observe whether Lin Sui'an, after enduring extensive humiliation, will falter and seek his support. Although these machinations are undeniably his own, the sight of someone being bullied in silence stirs discomfort within Shen Yan. An inexplicable feeling lingers. His displeasure is unlikely to dissipate, but rather intensify with the passage of time. A glass of ice water fails to quell Shen Yan's tumultuous emotions. Instead, it ignites the embers of his ire. He chastises himself for being overly congenial, for allowing Lin Sui'an into his lounge and onto his bed. Yet at this moment, Lin Sui'an lies on his bed, unclothed, undoubtedly infused with his pheromones. What was Lin Sui'an's scent again? Citrus, fresh, tangy, much like Lin Sui'an himself. Shen Yan is involuntarily reminded of the day Lin Sui'an succumbed to his heat, obediently nestled in his embrace, his soft, flushed cheek brushing against him, those yearning, hazy eyes locked onto his. A sudden jolt in his glands snaps Shen Yan back to reality. He pours himself another glass of ice water and promptly shuts down his computer. Reclining on the sofa, he drapes only a jacket over himself and closes his eyes. Chapter 20. Pheromone Therapy. Lin Sui'an is awakened by Shen Yan's voice. He is unaware of how long he has been asleep. Despite setting an alarm, it failed to ring. His mind is foggy, as if he has sunk into a soft, warm cloud. After a moment, he begins to discern Shen Yan's voice, albeit in fragmented snippets. The doctor is asleep, Shen Yan murmurs. Lin Sui'an props himself up, apologizing, "I'm sorry. It seems I've missed my alarm. I'll get up and get to work." A pair of hands gently restrains him. "Work and wait. You should remain here in peace." Lin Sui'an gazes at Shen Yan, whose expression reveals concern, and his awareness gradually sharpens. His head feels heavy, his body weak, as if he is unwell. Is it truly possible that merely washing his hair with cold water could render him so fragile? Even for an Omega, this seems excessive. Lin Sui'an struggles to comprehend. Yielding to Shen Yan's gentle pressure, he reclines back onto the bed, watching as Shen Yan tucks him in. "The doctor will arrive shortly. You should rest." Lin Sui'an feels unaccustomed to such care, pondering how it is that an employee receives such attention from their employer. Yet, as he moves, dizziness intensifies. A sharp pain radiates from the back of his neck, clouding his consciousness. Unbeknownst to him, he drifts back into slumber. When he awakens again, it is to the sting of pain. Opening his eyes, he finds himself sprawled on the bed, his lower back cold, the source of his discomfort emanating from that very area. Just as he attempts to struggle, he is firmly restrained. Fortunately, the pain soon subsides. Lin Sui'an blinks away the haze, turning to see a doctor tidying up syringes. "Oh, I see now. I was receiving an injection," he realizes. "No wonder it hurt. Wait, an injection?" Lin Sui'an, fueled by an unknown surge of strength, suddenly wraps himself in the blanket and scuttles to the opposite side of the bed. He warily observed the doctor. "I'm fine. I don't need an injection." Lin Sui'an's vehement reaction drew the attention of both the physician and Shen Yan. The doctor momentarily hesitated before reassuring him. "Do not worry. The injection has already been administered," Lin Sui'an replied, and Shen Yan gently interjected, "Indeed. The doctor has already examined you and given you the shot." Lin Sui'an quietly returned to his previous position. However, he recalled that he seemed to have removed his clothing before sleeping. Yet, when he glanced under the blanket, he discovered that he was indeed dressed, clad in a simple set of beige long sleeves and trousers. The fabric was soft and skin-friendly, albeit quite large, resembling Shen Yan's attire. Furthermore, Lin Sui'an belatedly sensed that he was currently enveloped in Shen Yan's pheromones. The scent was faint yet unmistakable. Lin Sui'an could not help but look at Shen Yan, who slowly explained, "I initially came to wake you, but I unexpectedly found you had a fever. Since there were no clothes here for you, I had no choice but to lend you mine for the doctor's examination. Rest assured, this outfit has been laundered." Shen Yan's gentle tone gradually calmed Lin Sui'an's unease. "Thank you, Mr. Shen." Shen Yan stepped closer to help him arrange the blanket. "No need for thanks. By the way, the doctor has just discovered that the cause of your fever seems to be related to some medication. Have you received any injections recently?" Lin Sui'an's heart skipped a beat. Did this mean his condition was linked to the potent suppressant? Just as he was about to speak, he recalled He Zhang's cautious demeanor, realizing that this matter might not be suitable for discussion. However, if it truly was related to the medication, was He Zhang also in danger? Lin Sui'an gritted his teeth and finally spoke up. Doctor, I did indeed receive an injection of a potent suppressant the day before yesterday. Is my fever due to that?" The doctor's expression turned serious. "You, as an Omega, how dare you be so reckless? Why would you inject such a forbidden substance? Have you lost your mind? Where did you acquire it?" Lin Sui'an shook his head, looking bewildered, prompting the doctor to let out a heavy sigh. "Many of these drugs are currently produced by small workshops, carrying a high risk. Your fever is a result of the potent suppressant causing chaos in your internal pheromones." Lin Sui'an was taken aback. "Then what should I do? In this situation, your omega pheromones are clogged in the glands and cannot be expelled. You will need to seek a highly compatible alpha for pheromone therapy." Lin Sui'an exclaimed, "Ah!" Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced Lin Sui'an's mind. The system's voice was loud and jarring. "What is wrong with you, system? Have you contracted a virus?" The system chuckled. "Nothing much, just recalling something delightful." It wasn't a virus. It was an excited shriek. Finally! It had expended considerable energy to adjust the pheromone compatibility between the host and the male lead to such a high level, all for this day. After guiding numerous hosts, it finally had one who could utilize this compatibility setting. Truly, its efforts were not in vain. The system dared not speak, only silently lamenting. Lin Sui'an remained blissfully unaware of certain impending events. He stared blankly at the doctor. Pheromone therapy? Is it merely about inhaling the scent of the other person? The doctor mused. Why does something that seems perfectly ordinary sound so peculiar coming from his lips? If you have a suitable alpha nearby, treatment can be administered directly. If not, you'll need to visit the hospital for pheromone matching, where they can provide you with synthetic alpha pheromones. Without hesitation, Lin Sui'an responded, "All right. Can I make it to the hospital in time?" The doctor cast a glance at Shen Yan. Shen Yan inquired, "Are you going to hospital?" Lin Sui'an quickly shook his head. "No, we'll discuss the hospital later. I must first find He Zhang. If I am reacting so intensely after just one injection, what about He Zhang? Is he unwell too?" Fortunately, due to the nature of his current job, he did not have to conceal his Omega identity. However, He Zhang's situation was different. What if he encountered a rogue alpha? Lin Sui'an promptly threw off the covers and rose from the bed. Weakened by illness, he wobbled slightly upon standing, but quickly regained his balance. Shen Yan approached to assist him, perhaps due to the illness. Lin Sui'an found himself more sensitive to Shen Yan's pheromones and instinctively stepped back. "Mr. Shen, I am grateful for your assistance in bringing the doctor for my treatment. May I take a half-day leave? I need to attend to some personal matters." Concern was evident on Lin Sui'an's face. Shen Yan, understanding his intentions, felt a surge of irritation. He was already displeased by the midday events, and seeing Lin Sui'an so disobediently eager to roam only exacerbated his frustration. The gentle facade of the superior momentarily slipped away. Shen Yan involuntarily exerted pheromone suppression. Lin Sui'an immediately felt his legs turn to jelly, struggling to maintain his footing. Shen Yan wrapped an arm around his shoulders, firmly pushing him back onto the bed. "You're unwell. Where do you think you're going?" Chapter 21. I can help you. Lin Sui'an had never encountered such a commanding version of Shen Yan and felt momentarily dazed. However, Shen Yan paid him no mind. Instead, he addressed the doctor. "You need not concern yourself with the subsequent treatment. Thank you for your efforts." The doctor, recognizing the hint to vacate, gathered his medical kit, and departed. The lounge was left with only Lin Sui'an and Shen Yan. Observing Shen Yan's impassive demeanor, Lin Sui'an cautiously spoke, "I apologize. I didn't anticipate this would occur. I will make up for the missed work later." As he spoke, thoughts of Hejiang resurfaced, and he became increasingly anxious. "But I truly have pressing matters to attend to. Once I resolve them, I will go to the hospital for the pheromone matching. Mr. Shen, please let me go." Shen Yan silently regarded him, his emotions inscrutable. As Lin Sui'an grew more apprehensive, fearing Shen Yan's wrath, the latter finally spoke, "No need for matching. I can assist you." "Huh?" Lin Sui'an quickly shook his head. That would be inappropriate, even though he was an outsider with limited knowledge about abiodynamics. He understood that pheromones were a deeply personal matter, accessible only to those who shared a close bond. It was inappropriate for him to be here, unexpectedly resting due to the system's interference. He could no longer maintain any further intimacy with the male lead. Otherwise, the system would inevitably compel him to fulfill its mission. Moreover, given the genuine kindness the male lead had shown him, it was wrong to take advantage of that. "Mr. Shen, I have already troubled you enough. I cannot burden you further in this regard." During their first encounter, Lin Sui'an had intended to disclose to Shen Yan that he was there to pursue him. At that moment, it was out of a desire to avoid the pursuit. However, now that he recognized the male lead's goodness, deceiving him was no longer an option. "Mr. Shen, I possess AMPCO, and any mention of the system results in garbled speech." Lin Sui'an had to rephrase his thoughts. "Mr. Shen, my intentions in approaching you are not pure. You need not be so kind to me." Rising to his feet, he gently patted Shen Yan's shoulder. "Rest assured, Mr. Shen, grant me an afternoon, and I will swiftly adapt and be ready to resume my duties." With that, Lin Sui'an made his way toward the door. Shen Yan remained motionless, fixedly gazing at Lin Sui'an's departing figure. Yet, his expression darkened with growing displeasure. After considerable contemplation, he resolved to extend his benevolence and assist Lin Sui'an with pheromone therapy. Only for Lin Sui'an to reject the offer. Not only did he refuse, but he also fled. It was as if he were some monstrous threat. Throughout his life, whether dealing with pursuers or others, Shen Yan had never encountered anyone who sought to escape. They all clamored to win his favor. They professed their gratitude and hailed him as a good person, yet their hearts were set on someone else. Shen Yan's pent-up frustration ignited into fury, prompting him to stride after Lin Sui'an. Once Lin Sui'an exited Shen Yan's office, he immediately attempted to contact Hejiang. However, Hejiang's phone remained unreachable. The system, initially eager to witness the unfolding drama, could now perceive nothing. The imminent completion of the new task appeared to be in jeopardy, much to the system's discontent. It mercilessly began to douse Lin Sui'an with cold water. "Isn't it perfectly normal to be unable to reach Hejiang? I warned you not to trust others so easily. Perhaps the inhibitor he provided is a counterfeit while he uses the genuine one himself." Lin Sui'an disagreed vehemently. "That's impossible. Deceiving me would yield him no advantage." "System, you lack humanity. You cannot comprehend." The system, taken aback, retorted, "Why am I being scolded?" Although it was by nature not human. As the elevator operated, signal reception faltered, leaving Lin Sui'an to wait momentarily. The elevator grew increasingly crowded, and Lin Sui'an's discomfort escalated. To make matters worse, he unexpectedly encountered Fang Yuan, the young master of the Fang family, as mentioned by Qian Fu. He silently retreated to a corner, hoping to go unnoticed. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan spotted him immediately upon entering. Thankfully, amidst the throng, the young master merely cast him a disdainful glance. Upon reaching the first floor, Lin Sui'an promptly resumed his efforts to contact Hejiang while hastily making his exit. However, suddenly someone behind him seized his arm, pulling him towards the adjacent staircase. Under normal circumstances, Lin Sui'an would not have been so easily moved by such force. Yet, in his current state of bewilderment, his body felt weak and pliable, allowing himself to be dragged inside effortlessly. When he raised his eyes, he saw it was that young master. A sense of helplessness washed over him. "Are you pulling me to warn me to keep my distance from Shen Yan? Rest assured, I have no connection with Shen Yan. What are you pretending for?" Your entire being exudes his pheromones, and you dare to lie with your eyes wide open? Lin Sui'an replied, "This was merely an accident. I only took a nap on President Shen's bed." "I did not, what? You actually slept in his bed." Out of jealousy, Fang Yuan's expression twisted into a snarl as he shoved Lin Sui'an harshly. "How dare you? Who permitted you to sleep on his bed? Who allowed you to seduce him?" "Shen Yan belongs to me." Lin Sui'an scratched his head. "It was President Shen's allowance, truly. I never intended to sleep there, nor did I seduce him. Please calm down." However, Fang Yuan's rage intensified upon hearing his words. "You're flaunting this before me. I warn you, it would be best to keep your distance from Shen Yan. I have investigated you. Your mother passed away early, your father is in debt, and you possess nothing worthy of him." Lin Sui'an felt an urgent concern for He Zhong's side, nearly boiling over with anxiety. I know. You're right. I am unworthy. I have matters to attend to. Let us discuss this another day." His dismissive demeanor only served to infuriate Fang Yuan further. To him, Lin Sui'an's nonchalance was a blatant affront, an act of provocation backed by Shen Yan's name. Seeing Lin Sui'an intent on making a phone call, Fang Yuan snatched the phone from his hand and hurled it to the ground. "So you wish to contact Shen Yan? Do you not comprehend what I am saying?" Lin Sui'an felt a pang in his heart as he gazed at his phone lying on the ground. With all his might, he pushed Fang Yuan away and hurried to check his phone by the staircase. Fortunately, the device appeared to be of decent quality. With only a minor dent on the corner and no significant damage was done, he sighed in relief. Just as he was about to rise, a tremendous shove struck him from behind. "Do you think you amount to anything? Do you dare challenge me? Believe me, if you roll down those stairs today, Shen Yan won't give a damn about you." Lin Sui'an found himself facing the staircase leading to the basement. The force of the push left him no time to react, sending him tumbling down. Dizziness had already clouded his senses, rendering him unable to save himself. He could only wrap his arms around his head to protect himself from a potential head injury. Yet, the impact and pain he anticipated never came. Instead, he was met with a warm, powerful embrace. Chapter 22. Come with me, Lin Sui'an opened his eyes to see Shen Yan's face filled with barely contained fury. However, Lin Sui'an felt no fear from that anger. On the contrary, he found it fitting for the male lead to look so captivating even in a fit of rage. His features were sharply defined, his eyes radiant, and his lips, though pressed together, appeared soft and inviting. Moreover, there was a delightful fragrance about Shen Yan, so pleasant. It seemed to grow more intoxicating with each breath. Unconsciously, he leaned closer into Shen Yan's embrace. A scream erupted from a neglected Omega nearby. How could you? However, before Lin Sui'an could cover his ears, that sharp, piercing sound suddenly vanished. He turned to look and found the previously arrogant young master, now utterly deflated, his face ashen. Such a swift change of expression. Only the system understood why Fang Yuan's demeanor had shifted so abruptly. It was because Shen Yan was mercilessly exerting pheromone suppression on Fang Yuan. A top-tier alpha possesses unparalleled control over pheromones, allowing for precise suppression of an individual. Even without controlling the range of suppression, the pheromones seem almost sentient, following one's intent to suppress others without harming those nearby. At this moment, while Lin Sui'an perceived a pleasant fragrance that brought him comfort, for Fang Yuan, it was a biting chill and excruciating pain. Fang Yuan harbored feelings for Shen Yan and had pursued him for quite some time. Thus he understood Shen Yan well. Shen Yan was exceptional in every aspect. Though aloof and distant, he was, in truth, a soft-hearted and gentle soul. Fang Yuan vividly recalled the time when his heat unexpectedly arrived, and without a pheromone patch, he faced an embarrassing leak. In his panic, Shen Yan had appeared. Unlike other alphas who reacted with lewd expressions upon smelling his pheromones, Shen Yan remained composed. His stunningly handsome face graced only by a gentle, warm smile. Shen Yan had provided him with a pheromone patch and even offered his own jacket, personally escorting him back to his parents. From that day forth, Fang Yuan could never forget Shen Yan. Yet, he never anticipated that the seemingly cold, yet internally warm and self-disciplined alpha would exert pheromone suppression on him, an Omega. Moreover, The look Shen Yan had cast upon him just moments ago was not merely indifferent. He had perceived something far more terrifying in his gaze. In that instant, he even questioned whether Shen Yan harbored intentions to harm him. Thus, even after the suppression had been lifted, a wave of fear washed over him. Fang Yuan dared not linger any longer and fled the scene. Lin Sui'an felt a twinge of regret as he watched him leave in such haste. Why was he leaving? He had hoped to clarify things with him while Shen Yan was present. At that moment, Lin Sui'an realized he was too close to Shen Yan, their posture too intimate. He took a step back to create distance. Mr. Shen, thank you for your help earlier. Are you busy? I shall not disturb you any longer. I will take my leave now. However, just as he took a step forward, his wrist was firmly grasped. Lin Sui'an glanced down at his wrist, appearing particularly delicate beneath Shen Yan's large hand. As he was held, he could feel the warmth and strength of Shen Yan's grip. He looked up at Shen Yan in confusion. Mr. Shen, is there something else you need? Just as Shen Yan was about to respond, his phone vibrated. Lin Sui'an glanced over and saw it was a call from He Jiang, his expression instantly brightening. He quickly tapped to answer. He Jiang, are you all right? What's wrong? Why do you ask so suddenly? I was just preoccupied and didn't manage to answer the phone. Has anything occurred on your end? Knowing that He Jiang is fine, Lin Sui'an is no longer in such a rush. He leaned against the wall, feeling a bit chilly today, yet he has developed a fever. The doctor mentioned that it is related to the medication. It was only after the doctor discovered that I had received an injection and inquired about it that I admitted to it. However, Lin Sui'an originally intended to reassure He Jiang, not disclosing too much. Yet, he suddenly realized that Shen Yan was still present. He glanced at Shen Yan, noticing that Shen Yan seemed unprepared to leave, and slowly moved toward the entrance of the stairwell. Upon stepping outside and not seeing Shen Yan follow, he continued in a nearby corner. I apologize, there was someone just now, but now no one is around. Rest assured, I didn't say much and didn't mention you. I was worried that you might encounter trouble too, which is why I called you so many times. On the other end, He Jiang listened with confusion. Is it related to the suppressants? That shouldn't be the case, right? I've always bought from the same person without any issues. Lin Sui'an relayed the doctor's words to He Jiang. The doctor said that some of these banned substances are produced by small workshops, which carry a higher risk. In any case, be cautious, and if you feel unwell, please take care. All right, thank you. He Jiang then inquired about Lin Sui'an's situation. How are you doing now? Do you have enough money for medication? If that alpha hasn't paid you, I can lend you some. Lin Sui'an felt a warmth in his heart. No. The doctor was called by Shen Yan, and I've taken a medication. The doctor mentioned that I require some pheromone therapy. I plan to go to the hospital for a matching procedure to procure some synthetic pheromones. Pheromone therapy? You don't mean you need a high-matching alpha to assist you with pheromones, do you? The door to the stairwell opened, and Shen Yan emerged. Standing there, he gazed at Lin Sui'an, who felt as though that look bore a heavy weight, making it hard for him to breathe. Yes, that's what the doctor suggested. But he also mentioned I could find synthetic ones at the hospital. As Shen Yan approached, Lin Sui'an's heart raced, and he refrained from continuing the conversation with He Jiang. He Jiang, it's good that you're fine. Please take care of your health. I have something to attend to, so I'll hang up now. Hey, Lin Sui'an, you should consult other doctors as well. Don't let. Lin Sui'an missed He Jiang's words and hung up, turning his attention to the now approaching Shen Yan. Mr. Shen, do you need something from me? Shen Yan glanced at his phone. Is the matter resolved? Lin Sui'an replied, it's taken care of. Then come with me. After speaking, Shen Yan turned and walked ahead, while Lin Sui'an remained stationary. Apologies, Mr. Shen. I still need to go to the hospital. Suddenly, Shen Yan turned back, his sharp gaze causing Lin Sui'an to falter mid-sentence. Come with me. In that moment, Lin Sui'an hesitated to speak further. He lifted his foot and followed after him. Meanwhile, the system began to gloat. Oh, host, if I said that, you would have retorted by now. Why are you so submissive in front of the male lead? Lin Sui'an responded earnestly. If I disregard your advice, you'll just shock me. But if I provoke the male lead, he might just knock me out with a single punch. The system remained silent for a few seconds. Aren't you afraid of death? Do you prefer soft approaches over hard ones? Lin Sui'an sighed. The past is the past, and the present is the present. Moreover, the male protagonist treats me quite well. He hasn't truly harmed me. I suspect he intends to assist me in healing. System, this is the distinction between you and the male protagonist. He is exceptionally kind, while you harbor malevolent intentions. The malevolent system, walking ahead, the benevolent Shen Yan. Chapter 23. Sit down and don't move. Yet, despite this assertion, when Lin Sui'an observed Shen Yan entering the elevator, he hesitated. Mr. Shen, are we not going to the hospital? Shen Yan merely gazed at him. Step inside. Lin Sui'an remained still. The two held their positions for a moment, as the elevator doors threatened to close again. Shen Yan pressed a button, and his expression softened. You probably are unaware of the process of matching pheromones, are you? Lin Sui'an shook his head. To match pheromones, a doctor must insert a 3-centimeter needle into the gland to extract pheromone fluid. As if concerned that Lin Sui'an might overlook this detail, Shen Yan emphasized the length of the needle. 3 centimeters. Lin Sui'an raised his hand to gesture and promptly entered the elevator. The doors closed. Shen Yan slightly curled his lips and continued. Due to the fragility of the gland, the entire process can be quite painful, almost unbearable. Lin Sui'an involuntarily clenched his sleeve. Is it that excruciating? Shen Yan replied softly. It's bearable. For alphas, it isn't excessively painful, but for omegas, the discomfort is often amplified, varying from person to person. Lin Sui'an turned to Shen Yan. What should I do then? Can you truly assist me? Feeling Lin Sui'an's gaze, Shen Yan slightly raised his chin. Yes. It's merely a matter of releasing some pheromones. Observing Shen Yan's ease, Lin Sui'an felt less anxious. In that case, it seems going to the hospital for matching isn't ideal. I apologize for troubling you, Mr. Shen. Shen Yan looked at Lin Sui'an and smiled. It's no trouble. I believe in helping others thoroughly. Lin Sui'an's gratitude towards Shen Yan deepened. As the elevator reached the designated floor, Shen Yan walked ahead, with Lin Sui'an following closely behind. This time, walking alongside Shen Yan. Lin Sui'an felt a heightened sense of scrutiny. He found it perplexing. Why were there more people observing them than in the morning? The system suppressed its urge to speak. I cannot say anything. I must remain silent. Otherwise, Lin Sui'an would discover my current state. Wearing oversized clothing and exuding the pheromones of an alpha, Lin Sui'an appeared particularly haggard and feeble. To the oblivious employees, this was sensational news. What circumstances could lead an Omega to emerge from the prince's office in such a state? Apart from that, what else could it be? The system, sensing the inquisitive glances, inexplicably felt a surge of superiority. So what if they're curious? The events that transpired in the office are known only to me. Lin Sui'an then heard a strange electrical sound. He inquired curiously, System, what is going on with you lately? Is there a chance you are malfunctioning? Why do I always hear that incessant noise? The system responded in a monotonous mechanical voice. It's nothing, just the occasional bug. Lin Sui'an suddenly realized that the system hadn't issued any tasks in the past couple of days. Although he had previously declined the first 2 tasks, he had inadvertently completed them. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, System, why have you stopped issuing tasks? The system, perplexed by Lin Sui'an's sudden question, replied, You and T undertake them anyway. What is the point of me issuing them? What is the next task? The next task is the system suddenly became aware of something. Was this young man attempting to extract information from him? Lin Sui'an quietly awaited a response, and after a brief moment, the system finally spoke. The next task is to maintain a suitable distance from the male lead, creating a sense of ambiguity while waiting for him to take the bait. Lin Sui'an had not anticipated that the system would employ such cunning in task fabrication, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The system feigned ignorance, asking, What do you mean, host? Do you not intend to undertake this task? Lin Sui'an replied, Is that even a question? Haven't you figured it out? Wretched host, deceptive human, how dare you treat the system this way? Do you believe I won't electrocute you? Imagining the system's flustered expression, Lin Sui'an smirked, Bring it on. The system responded with a faint electric current. Lin Sui'an had already braced himself, leaning against the wall. When Shen Yan turned back after overhearing the conversation, he beheld Lin Sui'an, though weakened, wearing a smile. With his fair complexion and clear apricot eyes, Lin Sui'an radiated a pure aura. He resembled a refreshing, ice-cold citrus soda on a summer day, vibrant and invigorating. However, in moments of quietude or weariness, a subtle gloom enveloped him. This gloom did not render him morose. Rather, it heightened his allure. Before Shen Yan could fully grasp the situation, his body instinctively turned toward Lin Sui'an. By the time he realized it, his hand had already grasped Lin Sui'an's wrist. Yet Lin Sui'an did not shy away from his proximity. Instead, he smiled and said, "I'm sorry, I was a bit tired, so I took a moment to rest." Shen Yan nearly blurted out an offer to carry him. Aware of his near slip, he released Lin Sui'an's wrist and turned away. "It's all right, no rush. You can take your time here." With long strides, Shen Yan entered the office in just a few steps. Lin Sui'an remained oblivious to Shen Yan's unusual demeanor. Once he regained his composure, he followed into the office. As he closed the door, the spacious office was left with just the two of them. Shen Yan stood with his back to Lin Sui'an, positioned before the brightly lit floor-to-ceiling window. His tall frame, broad shoulders, and narrow waist accentuated his long, straight legs encased in tailored trousers. Lin Sui'an gazed at this scene, filled with admiration. How wonderful it would be to possess such a physique. No, this was not the time for admiration. Lin Sui'an dared not wander aimlessly, remaining beside the sofa. Weakly stating, "Mr. Shen, it's not that Lin Sui'an is anxious about the treatment. It's just that his glands are currently burning and feeling sore and uncomfortable." He raised his hand to touch his neck and felt some cold sweat. He pulled out 2 tissues and wiped the back of his neck, not being gentle due to his rough nature. However, after wiping a couple of times, a sharp pain surged from that area, causing him to furrow his brows and draw in a sharp breath. "Why does it feel as though I've scraped my skin?" Lin Sui'an took another tissue to check for any bleeding, just as he was about to press it against his neck when he heard footsteps approaching. In the next moment, his arm was seized by Shen Yan, and his head was pressed down. "What are you doing? Lin Sui'an, why are you being so harsh on yourself?" Lin Sui'an's voice trembled with pain. "Is it infected? Why does it hurt so much?" Though it wasn't infected, Shen Yan only saw a patch of redness and swelling. "Don't move. Sit down." Lin Sui'an sat on the sofa, and before he could speak, he was enveloped by a rich scent that was distinctly Shen Yan-esque. It was Shen Yan's pheromone. Chapter 24. The emergence of the abnormal. Previously, Lin Sui'an had only caught a faint, chilly fragrance of Shen Yan's pheromone. He knew it was pleasant, but couldn't pinpoint its exact essence. This time, however, he could sense it clearly. It was like snow. The icy pheromone wrapped around him, finally soothing the burning sensation of his glands. Lin Sui'an felt immensely more comfortable, as if he were resting beside a warm stove on a winter's day, devoid of any chill but surrounded by a dreamlike, snowy landscape. The sharp pain at the back of his neck gradually subsided. Lin Sui'an instinctively leaned toward the person in front of him, wrapping his arms around their waist and comfortably closing his eyes. Yet, it was not long before the fragrance began to fade, becoming increasingly faint. Still not fully awake, Lin Sui'an instinctively resisted the loss of this cool scent, seeking out its source, until a hand pushed against his face. Slowly opening his eyes, he tilted his head back to see Shen Yan's expressionless face. "Let us stop here. The office isn't suitable. We can continue later." Lin Sui'an finally regained his senses. Realizing he was hugging Shen Yan, he quickly withdrew his arms. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Shen Yan said nothing, simply turning back to his desk and sitting down. "Go rest in the lounge after work. Come back with me." Lin Sui'an did not refuse this time and said nothing more, even moving hastily toward the lounge. Once he closed the door and entered the attached restroom, he exhaled deeply. Was that just now the pheromone treatment? It was much simpler than he had imagined, yet not entirely so. While enveloped by Shen Yan's pheromone, he lost track of time, feeling as though he had been enchanted by something, momentarily losing his rationality. Leaving only his body's instincts, he uncontrollably released a profound sense of dependence. Even though Lin Sui'an yearned for more from Shen Yan, he remained uncertain about what that more truly entailed. His reflection in the mirror revealed ears flushed with embarrassment and cheeks aglow. His heart raced with increasing fervor. Lin Sui'an splashed cold water on his face, which momentarily restored his composure. As he reclined back onto the bed, He initially thought sleep would elude him. Yet, the lingering scent of Shen Yan's pheromones enveloped him, leading his body to relax before his mind could catch up. Drowsiness surged forth effortlessly. He reached for his phone, intending to set an alarm. However, upon unlocking the screen, he was greeted by a flurry of new messages from Jiang. He promptly opened them. "How are you holding up? Don't be deceived. Pheromone therapy can be perilous for omegas. If an alpha assists you, things could easily escalate." "Why Haven T," you replied. "Are you alright? If you don't respond within 10 minutes, I'm coming to find you." "But you didn't tell me where you are." "It's Shen Yan, right? I'll search for his company." In the midst of this, Jiang had attempted to call him, but Lin Sui'an was too absorbed in his treatment with Shen Yan to notice. Glancing over the messages, he realized that not only had 10 minutes passed, but it was nearing half an hour. He hastily replied to Jiang, "I apologize. I was in treatment and didn't see your messages. Rest assured, I'm fine. You need come over." Jiang responded almost instantly. "What? You've already begun treatment?" "Yes, we just had a session. Shen Yan is quite kind. He only released pheromones and didn't do anything else." Jiang seemed skeptical. "Is that true?" "Indeed," Lin Sui'an eagerly added. "Once I confirm there are no further issues, I'll recommend you to come work with me. The pay is high, and the benefits are excellent." However, recalling the privileged individuals he had encountered, he cautioned Jiang, "Let me ensure it's safe and reliable before I invite you." After exchanging a few more words, Jiang urged him to prioritize his safety. Before he could set his phone down, Lin Sui'an's eyelids grew heavy. Unbeknownst to him, he drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Jiang had just arrived at the base of the Shun Group building. Unable to reach Lin Sui'an and consumed by worry, he took a 2-hour leave from work to rush over. Fearing for Lin Sui'an's safety, he splurged on a taxi. Although he only received Lin Sui'an's message upon arriving, the knowledge that Lin Sui'an was unharmed alleviated his anxiety. He gazed up at the imposing structure, feeling a twinge of aspiration. Had the circumstances been different, he might have strived to penetrate such lofty heights, earning a substantial salary, working with dignity, and enjoying a promising future. Adjusting his cap, Jiang turned towards the subway entrance, only to inadvertently collide with someone. He murmured an apology, but his arm was suddenly grasped by another. Startled, he looked up to meet a pair of verdant eyes. The pair of emerald eyes narrowed slightly. "Is it you?" Jiang's pupils dilated for a moment, and he turned to flee. Yet after only a few strides, he was seized by the waist and subsequently hoisted up. "Let me go! Help!" In the bustling crowd, Jiang's cries indeed drew the attention of onlookers. However, when they turned to observe, they beheld the towering alpha with a smile. "I apologize. My Omega is feeling a bit upset and throwing a tantrum. I shall return to soothe him." Jiang bit down on the alpha's shoulder with fervor. Unperturbed, the alpha let out a muffled grunt and then delivered a slap to his waist. "Behave yourself." This slap did not render Jiang compliant. Rather, it incited him to struggle even more vigorously. As he was on the verge of being stuffed into the car, despair washed over him. "Han Ming, what on earth do you intend to do? I've told you I am not that kind of person. Can't you just let me be?" Despite Jiang's desperate thrashing, the alpha effortlessly subdued him. The car door slammed shut, and Han Ming stated their destination, raising the partition in the middle. He grasped Jiang's wrist with one hand. "Is there something between us? Had I not taken a liking to you from the very beginning, you would have long been toyed with. My dear brother, I noticed your youth and refrained from touching you, providing you with the finest of everything. And yet you, in your audacity, sneaked away, making me search for you tirelessly." Han Ming buried his head in the crook of Jiang's neck, inhaling deeply. "It truly comes effortlessly. Tell me, why did you run? You still ended up in my grasp. But what brings you here? Surely you are not trying to flirt with Shen Yan?" Jiang glared furiously at Han Ming. Yet, Han Ming greeted him with a grin. Yes, you wouldn't dare flirt with him, especially since you look down upon me. Sweetheart, be a good boy and return with your brother. Let us see how much weight you've lost after fleeing for so long." Tears of frustration welled up in Jiang's eyes, yet he dared not cry. Previously, when he had wept, Han Ming had licked away his tears. The epitome of a pervert. After scolding and fuming, realizing escape was futile, fear began to take hold of Jiang once more. "Han Ming, I truly am not that kind of person. I do not wish to be with an alpha. I only want to be on my own. Do you not wish to be with an alpha? Do you prefer omegas? Han Ming gently caressed He Zhong's cheek. Come now, we do not engage in same-sex relationships. What is so appealing about omegas? Suddenly, Han Ming's expression shifted. So, are you here to seek out that omega? He scrutinized He Zhong's demeanor, astonished to discern a hint of truth. Han Ming, incredulous, his voice trembling with fury, declared, Very well. I shall uncover the identity of this omega who has captivated you so. Chapter 25. You might as well marry. Lin Sui'an's alarm was set for half an hour. However, after awakening, he found himself overwhelmingly drowsy and pressed the snooze button for an additional 5 minutes. Thus, 5 minutes turned into another 5. Knowing subconsciously that he had no obligations that afternoon, he ultimately silenced the alarm altogether. As a result, he slept soundly until 5:30 in the afternoon. Half an hour remained until the end of the workday. Feeling unwell, he was somewhat sensitive to the cold. The warmth of his bedding was just right at that moment. Moreover, he could detect the faint scent of Shen Yan's pheromones. The overwhelming comfort of his surroundings made him reluctant to rise. After a rare moment of procrastination, he finally sat up from the cocoon of his blankets. Yet, leaning here was still quite pleasant. As he gazed at his surroundings, Lin Sui'an suddenly found himself in a daze. He pinched his thigh, and the sharp pain brought him back to reality. Confirming this was not a dream, but rather the truth, he couldn't help but reflect. Such moments of relaxation and comfort had been scarce over the years. He wished for more of them in the future. Suddenly, the door to the break room swung open. Lin Sui'an looked up and met Shen Yan's dark, penetrating gaze. A flicker of panic surged within him, and he began to babble. You're here. I just woke up. I didn't mean to sleep this long. Shen Yan chuckled, and despite the dim light, his smile radiated brilliance. Lin Sui'an found himself irresistibly drawn to it. It's all right. I came to check if you still have a fever. Shen Yan approached the bedside and gently placed his hand on Lin Sui'an's forehead. Indeed, the fever has subsided. Now that you're awake, take your time to get ready. We'll head home shortly. Home was such a warm word. Lin Sui'an couldn't help but smile in response. All right. Lin Sui'an, what did you just say? System, huh? Nothing, just a momentary glitch. If the system had a face, a third smile would have graced the room. Alas, the system was merely a string of codes. Lin Sui'an had learned to automatically disregard it. After Shen Yan left, he emerged from his cocoon, tidied the bedding, and took his phone before heading to the office. However, he was taken aback to find two assistants conversing with Shen Yan regarding work matters. He hesitated, ready to retreat, but Shen Yan had already spotted him. Lin Sui'an, please take a seat on the sofa and wait a moment. It won't be long. With a reluctant resolve, Lin Sui'an approached and sat down. As he listened intently, he realized their discussion encompassed more than mere work matters. The young lady from a Zheng family had compensated for the damaged property, yet she firmly stated that she would never apologize. Master Fong had left after lunch and had T returned to work in the afternoon. They were unable to reach him. Shen Yan spoke coldly. I understand. I will personally resolve these matters tomorrow. In the future, should such incidents arise again, I do not wish to be the last to know. Yes, Mr. Shen. At that moment, Lin Sui'an realized that Shen Yan had not taken his words at face value. Although he had insisted that it was merely a misunderstanding, Shen Yan had still chosen to investigate and had uncovered the details, now prepared to deliver a resolution. This was what it felt like to have support. Lin Sui'an, come here. Lin Sui'an stood and walked to Shen Yan's desk. Do you understand what to do next time such an event occurs? In truth, Lin Sui'an was not particularly fond of Shen Yan's approach. Having a strong backing was advantageous, but he did not believe that one should rely on others for such matters. Navigating the complexities of interpersonal relationships was essential. Failing to do so would be a grave misstep. The conflicts involving those young masters and ladies are primarily related to Shen Yan. As long as he maintains a good rapport with Shen Yan, the intricacies of their relationship are indeed challenging to articulate to others. However, he neither seeks trouble nor fears it. Can those young masters and ladies truly pose a threat? Reflecting on this, Lin Sui'an fell silent for a moment. Perhaps they indeed could. Moreover, within the confines of this fictional world, There exists no police station. Every issue is resolved through the influence of various factions. As an outsider with nothing to his name, he could easily be manipulated and marginalized. Lin Sui'an sighed and nodded. Henceforth, he would strive to resolve matters on his own. If he encountered insurmountable challenges, particularly those concerning life and death, he would still seek Shen Yan's assistance. After all, he is the protagonist. Alas, the debts of gratitude seemed to multiply endlessly, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of obligation. "All right, let us depart," Lin Sui'an remarked, glancing at the time. Perfectly timed for his first day at work. He had managed to leave early with his employer's favor. Upon returning to Shen Yan's villa, Lin Sui'an recalled his other responsibilities. No longer burdened by discomfort, he naturally made his way to the kitchen. "Shen Yan, what would you like to eat?" Despite knowing Lin Sui'an to be a sincere person, Shen Yan was momentarily at a loss for words. Having merely removed his outer garment, he found himself distracted. "Do you think I would allow a patient to cook for me? I am not a heartless capitalist. You should take a rest." As Lin Sui'an was gently pushed aside, he watched in astonishment as Shen Yan approached the refrigerator and retrieved ingredients. Lin Sui'an was taken aback, especially witnessing Shen Yan's deftness in washing and chopping vegetables. Unable to contain his surprise, he inquired of the system. "The protagonist can cook?" The system, reveling in the duo's interaction and in a cheerful mood, responded, "Is that so surprising? The protagonist ought to excel in all aspects. A person of striking appearance and noble demeanor. Even cooking becomes a delightful spectacle." Lin Sui'an conversed with the system while observing. "But isn't he supposed to be a young master or a prince? I assumed that children from affluent families were entirely unaccustomed to menial tasks." The system reiterated Shen Yan's profile. Protagonist Shen Yan, a premier male alpha, stands at 191 centimeters tall, with a pheromone scent of snow. He is exceptionally intelligent, gracious in character, possesses striking looks and physique, enjoys a happy family life, and is in excellent health. Particularly in certain aspects, he is bound to bring unimaginable joy to his partner. Furthermore, he is devoted in love, adhering strictly to principles, and will love but one person throughout his life. So, encountering such an admirable alpha, you should consider marrying him. Lin Sui'an observed as Shen Yan, engrossed in cooking, nearly cut his finger. Lin Sui'an hurried over. "Are you all right?" Shen Yan replied softly, "I am fine. You can sit and wait over there. By the way, I forgot to ask, do you have any dietary restrictions?" Lin Sui'an shook his head. "My preferences align closely with yours." Shen Yan paused for a moment before continuing to chop vegetables. "All right, I understand." Lin Sui'an decided not to linger in the kitchen and moved to the adjacent living room, taking a seat on the sofa while picking up his phone. Although he appeared to be engrossed in his device, he was, in fact, still conversing with the system. Is it possible that even his health is perfect? Generally, such characters are plagued by stomach ailments or some other afflictions. Yes, perhaps emotional turmoil. No, not at all. The male protagonist in our tale is the epitome of perfection. Lin Sui'an remarked, "Why do you seem so animated? Do you have aspirations to marry him?" The system responded, "What are you suggesting, host? How could a system possibly marry?" Lin Sui'an replied, "Why not? I believe you and Shen Yan are not a suitable match. You possess too many ulterior motives and tend to speak in a commanding tone, which you would surely find unappealing." The system retorted, "Host, I perceive that you are increasingly prone to launching verbal assaults against me." The system, growing more agitated, continued, "Me with ulterior motives? My communication is entirely respectful. Would you even heed me if I spoke kindly? Host, I am wholly devoted to you. How is it that I've become the one with ulterior motives?" Noticing a fruit platter on the table, Lin Sui'an casually picked up an orange, listening to the system's grievances as if they were a melodious tune. While peeling the orange, she thoughtfully broke it in half and offered a piece to Shen Yan, who was busy preparing a meal. For reasons unknown, Shen Yan appeared to be in high spirits. He did not reach out for it, but rather opened his mouth. Without a second thought, Lin Sui'an fed him the orange slice. It was quite sweet. Shen Yan paused, raising his gaze to Lin Sui'an, a subtle smile forming at the corners of his lips. "Indeed, it is quite sweet." Chapter 26. Too much after dinner. Lin Sui'an ascended the stairs early to wash up. As warm water cascaded down her body, she suddenly recalled a matter she had long neglected. System, you're not watching me bathe, are you? Or when I use the restroom? The system replied, what do you take me for, host? Our system respects the privacy of the host. In matters of privacy, I will not manifest unless called upon. Lin Sui'an felt a wave of relief wash over her. Oh, then you may depart. After a refreshing shower and drying her hair, Lin Sui'an felt invigorated. Aside from slight fatigue, her body exhibited no other unusual sensations. Shen Yan had advised her to seek him out before bedtime to continue the pheromone treatment. However, at that moment, Lin Sui'an believed she might not require it any longer. After some contemplation, she decided to directly inform Shen Yan. To her surprise, upon reaching Shen Yan's bedroom, she found him freshly cleaned as well. Yet, unlike Lin Sui'an, he wore a bathrobe that was not cinched at the waist. The black robe hung open, revealing his well-defined chest and abdominal muscles. For Lin Sui'an, who encountered this sight upon entering, it was an overwhelming shock, not merely visually, but olfactorily as well. In this world, AOs with pheromones tend to select body washes that resonate with their own scent. At that moment, enhanced by the body wash, Shen Yan exuded an even more potent cool fragrance. Coupled with his strikingly beautiful yet sharp visage, Lin Sui'an felt a rush of warmth flood her nostrils. When she raised her hand to touch her face, she was astonished to find it stained with blood, her own. In an instant, Lin Sui'an's face bloomed a deep crimson. He averted his gaze, awkwardly turning to leave. I might have indulged in overly rich flavors lately, causing some discomfort. I'll take care of it. Shen Yan's large hand clasped around Lin Sui'an's neck, effortlessly steering him into the room. Come with me. The disparity in their heights and strengths was evident. Lin Sui'an's body was entirely beyond his own control, stumbling as he was ushered into the bathroom. Shen Yan casually retrieved a tissue to assist him. Soon, he staunched the flow of Lin Sui'an's nosebleed. Lin Sui'an felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional. He then added, rather defensively, I didn't mean anything by it. I must just be feeling under the weather. You know how it is at our age, prone to irritability. They had been consuming lighter meals these past couple of days, especially considering Lin Sui'an was unwell. An ashen complexion hardly suggested someone prone to irritability. Shen Yan secretly scoffed, choosing not to expose Lin Sui'an's flimsy excuse. It's fine. Why are you planning to sleep so early? Didn't I ask you to come by before bed? Lin Sui'an cleared his throat softly. No, I feel I'm nearly recovered and shouldn't require the pheromone treatment anymore. I thought I'd let you know in advance. He couldn't tell if it was merely his imagination, but he sensed a hint of displeasure emanating from Shen Yan. Although it didn't manifest overtly on his face, Lin Sui'an could feel the palpable tension in the air. He speculated that his earlier foolishness might have irked Shen Yan. Then I won't disturb you any longer. I'll head back. As he turned to leave, an overwhelming wave of alpha pheromones enveloped him. The cold fragrance was 100 times more potent than during their treatment in the office earlier that day, causing Lin Sui'an to collapse weakly. Shen Yan stood behind him. Lin Sui'an, maintaining a sense of propriety, refrained from collapsing backward, instead leaning against the nearby wall as he sank to the floor. He could do nothing but breathe heavily, grappling with the realization that he had underestimated the so-called pheromone treatment. It was not merely being engulfed by the other pheromones. He acutely perceived the aggressiveness of the alpha essence. Those intangible pheromones were gradually suffocating him, compelling him to submit entirely to the alpha will. This sensation was terrifying, so much so that Lin Sui'an began to tremble involuntarily. He clenched his teeth, curling his body inward. Yet, a shadow obscured the light above him. Struggling, he lifted his gaze to see Shen Yan silhouetted against the light before him, casting a shadow over him. This was not the first time he had viewed Shen Yan from this angle. On previous occasions, Shen Yan had saved him. However, this time, Shen Yan was the instigator. Nonetheless, Lin Sui'an could only extend his hand toward him. Shen Yan, your pheromones are overwhelming. I can't breathe. Shen Yan regarded the delicate, slender hand, but did not grasp it. Instead of retracting his pheromones, he released even more. Consequently, Lin Sui'an's hand fell helplessly to his side. However, this time, Shen Yan finally extended his hand, allowing Lin Sui'an's hand to rest in his. He crouched down, gazing at the curled-up Lin Sui'an. Lin Sui'an's consciousness was hazy, and in this state, any semblance of stubbornness or innocent ignorance had completely vanished, leaving behind only a profound sense of pity. The pitiful strategist. Shen Yan's other hand gently caressed Lin Sui'an's cheek, the pressure of his touch gradually intensifying. What trick had the system played this time? How could this strategist be so remarkably different? Remarkable enough that in such a short span of time, he continually made exceptions for him. Shen Yan's fingertips brushed heavily across Lin Sui'an's face, leaving a distinct red mark. Yet, in the midst of danger, Lin Sui'an remained oblivious, merely furrowing his brow and murmuring, "This isn't appropriate. I said I wouldn't be an Omega. Why am I not an Alpha? I won't undertake missions. I don't like men." Lin Sui'an's words were barely audible, perhaps due to the scene approaching a threshold of sensitivity, with the system having long since activated its censorship. Thus, Lin Sui'an found himself voicing these innermost thoughts before Shen Yan. Shen Yan silently observed him, his gaze growing increasingly profound. Not wishing to be an Omega, disliking men? Such a pity. Now that you are here, everything is beyond your control. Shen Yan leaned down, lifting Lin Sui'an and making his way to Lin Sui'an's room. He placed him gently on the bed and covered him with a blanket. He continued to release his pheromones until the air in Lin Sui'an's room was saturated with his essence, leaving him satisfied as he departed. Back in his own bedroom, Shen Yan was troubled. He leaned against the armchair, igniting another cigarette. However, just as he lit it, he was interrupted by the vibration of his phone. Glancing at the caller ID, he answered the call. "What is it?" "Shen Yan. How could my Omega have been taken away by your Omega?" Shen Yan looked again at the caller ID, confirming it was indeed Han Ming. "Have you had too much to drink? What nonsense are you spouting? Where'd I get an Omega? And where would you? What do you think? After all these years of friendship, why are you pretending? Isn't Lin Sui'an your Omega?" Shen Yan fell silent for a moment. "He Jiang is your Omega?" Chapter 27. Wishing to be brothers in the depths of night at the line.How club. Inside the private room, unlike the usual clamor and revelry, there was now only a profound silence. Two alphas each held a cigarette, one reclining on the sofa. "Do you remember what I mentioned before? I had my eye on an Omega, planning to raise him before taking my chance. But who would have thought that in a moment of carelessness, he slipped away? I've been searching for him for the past 2 years, and every time I got a hint, by the time I went looking, he had vanished again. Damn, I've never encountered such a slippery one." Shen Yan shot him a glance. "So, you're the wealthy merchant who bought him from his parents? Trading in Omegas. That's quite inhumane, isn't it?" Han Ming slapped his thigh. "What are you talking about? When have I ever done such a thing? His parents sold him to an old bald man." And he cried out in heart-wrenching despair, pleading for salvation. "Fortunately, I happened to witness this scene, and thus I became the hero who rescued the beauty. Do you understand?" Shen Yan remarked, "Such eloquence. Do you truly believe he would flee?" "No, I saved him precisely because I was smitten. I simply couldn't resist caressing his delicate hand and kissing his soft lips. Who would have thought that might frighten him away?" Shen Yan's lips twitched slightly. "So, you call me out here just to recount how you managed to win the beauty's heart?" Han Ming clicked his tongue in frustration. "No, His expression contorted as he scratched his head, extinguishing the half-finished cigarette in the ashtray. "Aren't you quite the charmer to Omegas? Do share your secret." Shen Yan turned to Han Ming, incredulous. "You're asking me? I have remained solitary, while you, Han Ming, have traversed through a throng of admirers, one after another. Are you sure you wish to inquire of me?" Han Ming shifted closer to Shen Yan, resting his hand on his shoulder. "Those were all attracted by my wealth and appearance. My Omega seeks nothing but to escape. I did some digging into your situation, and within 2 days, you managed to whisk him away to your home, where he obediently stayed by your side as an employee. Pray, enlighten me on how you accomplished that." Shen Yan replied, "I've stated before, he is not my Omega." All right. Even though you went to great lengths to find him, outfitted him with a tracking bracelet, and lured him to your abode, you insist he is not your Omega. Very well." Shen Yan frowned to Han Ming. Han Ming then opened his phone. showing Shen Yan the information he had uncovered. It was a photograph of Lin Sui'an. This was taken by my associate. The bracelet on his wrist is a new product from your Shen Corporation, yet to be launched. Besides you, from whom could he have acquired it? Han Ming shook his head, letting out a sigh. If you ask me, you're the real weirdo. You appear refined and cultured, yet employ every trick in the book. Truly a gentleman of ruin. Shen Yan brushed Han Ming's arm aside. What you wish to know, I cannot divulge. If you seek to win your Omega's favor, look it up online. Shen Yan stood to leave, but Han Ming grasped his arm. Hey, don't go. To be fair, it was I who brought your Omega to your side. I've indirectly assisted you, so it would be unreasonable not to help me in return. Shen Yan wore an expression of reluctance to continue the argument. Just directly use pheromones to suppress him. Fortunately, Han Ming was also a top-tier alpha, and they exchanged pressures, neither managing to dominate the other. As Shen Yan grew increasingly impatient, Han Ming recognized his aversion to lengthy discussions. If you refuse to speak, let your Omega converse with me. Shen Yan coldly replied, don't even think about it. Hey, Shen Yan, didn't you claim he is not your Omega? Yet you presume to make decisions for him? Seeing Shen Yan remain unmoved, Han Ming decided to take a risk. I don't care. I've finally retrieved my beloved, and I refuse to let him escape again. If you want to assist me, I'll follow you home. Shen Yan glanced up at the crystal chandelier, exhaling deeply. He closed his eyes. Fine, enough of this chatter. Tomorrow evening, I shall bring someone to your abode. Han Mingjin stood up, exhilarated, yearning to embrace Shen Yan, only to be gently repelled. Despite Shen Yan's unyielding demeanor, Han Mingjin remained fervently excited. It's settled then. I shall await your arrival. Lin Sui'an slept soundly until dawn. After silencing his alarm, he felt as though he had experienced the most restful slumber of his life. Upon awakening, he was imbued with vigor and a heightened sense of alertness. However, as he sat up, a significant memory struck him. How had he found his way to bed last night? He recalled that prior to succumbing to sleep, Shen Yan had been administering pheromone therapy to him. Furthermore, the pheromones Shen Yan had bestowed upon him were so potent they seemed almost tangible, as though capable of infiltrating his very pores and permeating his being. Lin Sui'an, without even needing to consciously inhale, could sense Shen Yan's pheromones enveloping him, as if he had been marinated in their essence. His memory was intact, his attire neatly arranged, and there was no trace of Shen Yan in the room. This indicated that he must have drifted off during the treatment, and Shen Yan had subsequently returned him to his quarters. Covering his face with his hand, Lin Sui'an felt a swell of emotions. The system murmured, "What troubles you?" "I am genuinely moved," Lin Sui'an replied, lowering his hand to reveal his reddened eyes. "Shen Yan is truly remarkable. Despite my limited productivity, he treats me with such sincerity. System, do you think he would be willing to be sworn brothers if I wished it?" The system responded decisively. "Unlikely." Lin Sui'an's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Indeed, I possess nothing of worth. How could I dare to call him my brother? Truly, system, you must know, I have witnessed such camaraderie before." He continued dressing as he spoke to the system. "Those two roommates of mine, one would cook while the other washed the dishes. One would do the laundry while the other tidied up. They would worry about each other, catching a chill, covering one another with blankets, and even carrying each other to bed. While dressing, Lin Sui'an confessed, though I believe I do not require such companionship, I must admit to feeling a tinge of envy. I never anticipated Shen Yan would go to such lengths for me, yet I find myself unable to reciprocate as he deserves." The system interjected, "Were those two roommates merely roommates?" Lin Sui'an was taken aback by the system's focus on his former companions. He moved to the bathroom to freshen up. "What's the matter? They are both male. If not roommates, then what are they?" The system remained silent, but an image appeared in Lin Sui'an's mind. "Could it be you imply they harbor feelings for each other?" "Impossible. I believe they are simply good friends." The system queried, "What do you perceive your relationship with Shen Yan to be?" Lin Sui'an pondered for a moment, a superior and a subordinate. "Though I must confess I harbor ulterior motives." Before the system could react, Lin Sui'an continued, "In truth, I desire to be his good friend, akin to my relationship with He Jiang." The system was momentarily speechless. At that moment, Shen Yan stood before Lin Sui'an's door, feeling an unexpected connection to Han Ming, who had called him late into the night. In his mind, Han Ming's words echoed, "My Omega has taken your Omega away." Chapter 28. He will not sink. After Lin Sui'an tidied up, he stepped outside and unexpectedly collided with someone, perhaps due to having undergone 2 pheromone treatments. Lin Sui'an had become quite familiar with Shen Yan's pheromones. Upon seeing Shen Yan, he no longer felt the urge to evade him, preoccupied as he was with the system and strategies. "Shen Yan, you're up too. Good morning." Lin Sui'an beamed, his eyes curving with vitality. Shen Yan couldn't help but reciprocate, "Good morning." Lin Sui'an found nothing amiss in Shen Yan's presence at his door, despite it being out of the way. Instead, he continued to chat amiably. "I truly owe you one for yesterday. Without you, I wouldn't feel so invigorated today, but releasing so much pheromone. Won't it affect your health?" In Lin Sui'an's understanding, pheromones were, after all, a part of one's physiology. Surely, releasing too much would lead to exhaustion, right? "Not at all. That amount of pheromone is insignificant," Shen Yan replied in a nonchalant tone, and Lin Sui'an realized he had been overthinking. As the male protagonist, Shen Yan possessed robust health, so it was unlikely there would be any adverse effects. However, Lin Sui'an insisted, "I believe I've recovered. I may not have time this morning, but I can prepare some soup for you at noon or in the afternoon to help you replenish." Shen Yan paused, his gaze shifting to Lin Sui'an. "Do you think I am weak?" Being men, Lin Sui'an certainly understood Shen Yan's sentiment. After all, pride was at play. Thus, he endeavored to be less straightforward. "Of course not. How could you possibly be weak? I merely wish to reciprocate your kindness." Shen Yan averted his gaze and continued walking. "You have not fully recovered." With his long legs, Shen Yan easily outpaced Lin Sui'an. Lin Sui'an hurried to catch up. "I haven't fully recovered? Why not? I feel perfectly fine." "Then try releasing some pheromones." Releasing pheromones? Lin Sui'an had yet to experience such a thing since arriving in this world. His only instance of heat had been manipulated by the system. How exactly was one to release them? Was it akin to cultivation? Cultivation involved sensing the flow of energy within. So what about pheromones? Lin Sui'an imagined some substance being expelled from his glands. To his surprise, he did feel something. However, it was merely pain, a pronounced, swollen discomfort, as if something had been pent up for far too long and was completely obstructed. Lin Sui'an's expression shifted, and once he gathered himself, he discovered Shen Yan had already entered the kitchen. "You will only be considered fully recovered when your pheromones can be released normally. Until then, you need not take on any household responsibilities. If it were anyone else, being relieved of a task without penalty would be a cause for celebration." Yet Lin Sui'an took it seriously. As the system had indicated, he was naturally endowed with extraordinary vitality. How could he allow that to stand? Lin Sui'an followed Shen Yan into the kitchen. "At the very least, I should contribute in some capacity." He stood beside Shen Yan, his dark, glistening eyes fixed intently on him, radiating a strong sense of presence. How can one be so obstinate? Even when given the chance to rest, they cannot find solace. Reluctantly, Shen Yan spoke up. "Please fetch the shrimp, corn, peas, and diced radish from the refrigerator." At last, Lin Sui'an ceased to stand as a supervisor and hurriedly turned to retrieve the ingredients, returning promptly. "Should we thaw them?" "Place them in warm water for now. I will use them shortly. You go heat 2 cups of milk." Lin Sui'an headed back to the refrigerator, took out the milk, and placed it in a pot to warm. "Is there anything else?" Shen Yan lifted his gaze to Lin Sui'an, managing to squeeze out a gentle smile. "That will suffice. Today is rather tight. I will simply prepare a vegetable and egg roll. There is nothing more you can assist with here, so please wait for me outside." Lin Sui'an glanced around, indeed finding nothing further to do. He nodded regretfully. "Very well." As Lin Sui'an finally departed from the kitchen, Shen Yan felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. Yet, occasionally glancing at Lin Sui'an engrossed in his phone, he felt as though the sofa was too distant. Shen Yan, adept in his culinary skills, quickly prepared breakfast. During their meal, he mentioned his plans for the evening. "After work today, I need to visit a friend. You should accompany me." Lin Sui'an merely nodded. Shen Yan then inquired, "Aren't you curious about what I will be doing?" "What are you going to do?" "It concerns your friend." Lin Sui'an abruptly lifted his head. "What?" Is it related to He Jiang? What about him? The situation is somewhat complex, and I'm not entirely clear myself. However, you might want to reach out to him during your free time. I will explain more this evening. Before Shen Yan could finish, he noticed Lin Sui'an had already shifted his attention to his phone, typing furiously and sending several messages in quick succession. Shen Yan immediately lost his appetite. You've only known He Jiang for a day or two. Why are you so concerned about him? Lin Sui'an nodded earnestly. He Jiang is wonderful. Although we haven't known each other long, he prevented me from sleeping on the streets, provided me with food, and even lent me money in an emergency. He was worried about me yesterday and kept in touch. He is truly exceptional, and he is even younger than I am. Shen Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. Is that so? Lin Sui'an, rarely perceptive, caught on to something. He met Shen Yan's gaze, and, upon seeing the distinct gloom on his face, swiftly formulated a high emotional intelligence response. You are both such remarkable individuals. Meeting you is my greatest fortune. Shen Yan's expression softened, and Lin Sui'an let out a sigh of relief. However, the vibration of his phone drew his attention. It was a message from He Jiang. How did you know I had something going on? Did Shen Yan tell you? I'm fine for now, don't worry. The situation is complicated, and I will explain in detail when we meet tonight. By the way, don't trust everything an alpha says. Remain vigilant. Tonight, Lin Sui'an finished the last bite of his breakfast and abruptly stood up. Shen Yan, when are we going tonight? However, at that moment, Shen Yan's demeanor had shifted once again. I am uncertain whether I can attend, as I have quite a bit of work today. Shen Yan presumed that Lin Sui'an would implore him to accompany him. However, Lin Sui'an merely responded, It's all right. Work takes precedence. Mr. Shen, please attend to your matters. Just provide me with the address, and I shall go on my own. Observe, he even changed how he addressed Shen Yan. Shen Yan's gentle demeanor exhibited a slight fissure. When his back was turned to Lin Sui'an, his expression became markedly frigid. They would discuss it later. Lin Sui'an remained oblivious to Shen Yan's altered mindset, continuing to offer kind words from behind. Very well, Mr. Shen. Please watch your step. Mr. Shen, allow me to open the car door for you. Lin Sui'an chattered incessantly, and while Shen Yan should have found it bothersome, he instead found it quite amusing and endearing. However, no matter how charming a strategist may be, they are still merely a strategist. Though his satisfaction with this strategist grew, he would not easily succumb to it. He was the victor of the previous 98 games, and this 99th game had only just begun. Chapter 29. The overbearing protector of his wife as he was accompanying Shen Yan. Lin Sui'an found himself in the executive elevator once more. Just as he was about to press the button for his floor, Shen Yan directly stated, 16. 16? Wasn't that the floor of his own department? Although Lin Sui'an felt a tinge of confusion, he refrained from probing further. After all, the male lead was a scion, and it was possible he was merely conducting an inspection. It wasn't until Shen Yan joined him at his workstation that Lin Sui'an recalled the words he had overheard in Shen Yan's office yesterday. Shen Yan had mentioned that he would personally handle matters. So, this was the nature of his personal involvement. Now that you have regained some strength, your work here will proceed as normal. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to seek me in the office. In front of everyone, Shen Yan not only refrained from distancing himself from Lin Sui'an, but his demeanor was even more affectionate than usual. Yet, Lin Sui'an felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, for he could sense the searing gazes upon him, as if they could roast him alive. Lin Sui'an discreetly raised his eyes to glance ahead. The Zheng sisters were glaring at him with frigid stares. On the other side, the seat of young Master Fong was empty, prompting Lin Sui'an to release a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that young Master Fong had not arrived, given the extremity of yesterday's events. What chaos might ensue were he to witness Lin Sui'an today. However, it soon became apparent that Lin Sui'an had exhaled too soon. Young Master Fong, seemingly emerging from nowhere, shot Lin Sui'an an accusatory glare before turning to Shen Yan with a pitiful expression. Brother Shen, I reflected on my actions at home. What transpired yesterday was my fault, and I shall refrain from causing further trouble. Shen Yan regarded him with an indifferent tone. It's quite all right. Fan Yuan was instantly filled with joy. Really? I knew Brother Shen favored me the most. You seem to have misunderstood. What I meant was that you may go home now. The vast office space fell into an even deeper silence than before. Feng Yuan stared at Shen Yan in disbelief. Brother Shen, what do you mean? Shen Yan's voice remained soft and melodious, yet devoid of any warmth. Did you not comprehend? I said, you may go home now and need not return. Out of respect for our elders, I have only taken this step, but should there be a next time, the consequences will be far graver. With that, Shen Yan turned and departed. However, Feng Yuan appeared to be incited. He dared not confront Shen Yan directly, yet he rushed towards Lin Sui'an, exclaiming, "It's you. You are the reason Shen Yan treats me this way, aren't you?" Lin Sui'an, perplexed, retorted, "Why are you coming at me?" He swiftly dodged, only to discover that Shen Yan had already positioned himself before him. Before Feng Yuan could make contact, an imperceptible wave of alpha pheromones had firmly restrained him. In an instant, Feng Yuan found himself immobilized, collapsing to the ground. Although Shen Yan focused solely on Feng Yuan, the surrounding Omegas were not entirely unaffected, their faces paling in response, except for Lin Sui'an, who remained unscathed. The last remnants of Shen Yan's gentleness evaporated as he coldly regarded the fallen Feng Yuan. His words were directed at all present. I do not wish to see any more of such presumptuous individuals in the future. With that, Shen Yan departed. Nevertheless, the atmosphere in the Omega office remained stifling. Lin Sui'an was about to assist the prostrate Feng Yuan, for in his heart, Omegas were akin to delicate flowers, deserving of care. Yet, just as he stepped forward, Feng Yuan abruptly lifted his head, casting a venomous glare in his direction. Consequently, Lin Sui'an retreated, finding the situation quite bewildering. He had already clarified that he bore no relationship with Shen Yan. Why then this animosity? Moreover, if he harbored feelings for Shen Yan, why not pursue him directly instead of targeting Lin Sui'an? Taking a seat, Lin Sui'an opened his computer. At that moment, two of Shen Yan's assistants approached. "Young Master Feng, we shall escort you out." Their demeanor was polite and courteous, yet Feng Yuan's anger remained unabated. "Get away." Although Lin Sui'an did not turn to look, he could feel Feng Yuan's sharp gaze piercing into him. "Lin Sui'an, even if you are with him, what does it matter? You are nothing, utterly unworthy of him. He merely toys with you. Once he tires of you, you shall return from whence you came. And when that time comes, I shall not let you off easily." Lin Sui'an offered no response to Feng Yuan. Once the others had departed and silence enveloped the room, he exhaled with relief. However, the tranquility was abruptly shattered by a voice. "Do not worry. He merely talks big. This time, he has offended the young master and will surely face reprimand from his family upon his return." Lin Sui'an nearly jumped at the sudden sound. Yet, upon recognizing Qian Fu, he quickly regained his composure. If Shen Yan cannot find his way, he will undoubtedly be sent off to arrange a marriage. Once wed, he will no longer have time to think of you. At this, Lin Sui'an furrowed his brow. "Sent off to marry? Is marriage so constrained here?" Qian Fu found the question peculiar, replying, "What do you mean by here? Omega are generally like this, especially for families like ours, where marriages are predominantly arranged. And there is nothing inherently negative about it." Lin Sui'an was perplexed. Isn't marriage meant to be based on mutual affection? What is a marriage without love? Qian Fu stared at Lin Sui'an in astonishment. "How old are you this year?" 23. At 23, you still possess such innocence? Qian Fu had initially moderated his voice while conversing with Lin Sui'an, but now his excitement was barely contained. Can affection and love sustain one's existence? Where is there an abundance of affection and love? To merely find someone tolerable is already a blessing. We Omegas inherently face numerous constraints. Living a carefree life is of paramount importance. Lin Sui'an was momentarily speechless. Qian Fu glanced at him and continued, "Yet, it is not entirely devoid of affection. The Crown Prince's parents, despite their business marriage, share a genuine bond. I never expected you to be so naive. You aren't truly being coerced by the Crown Prince, are you?" Qian Fu's imagination conjured a scene reminiscent of a domineering CEO's forced romance. Observing the bewildered look in Lin Sui'an's eyes, he recalled the earlier display of Shen Yan's possessive protection of his wife, and the more he thought about it, the more it seemed plausible. Consequently, His gaze at Lin Sui'an shifted to one of increased sympathy. I advise you not to overthink. Remain by the crown prince's side for as long as you can, and refrain from fixating on notions of love and affection. Focus instead on how to gain tangible benefits. Lin Sui'an replied, You misunderstand. Qian Fu nodded. All right, no worries. Just avoid becoming infatuated. Lin Sui'an fell silent. Only the system emitted peculiar electronic sounds, resembling laughter. Host, spare us the explanations in the eyes of your colleagues. Your clarifications merely serve as a facade. You often say that one with integrity need not fear shadows. After all, you will not end up at the male lead. Correct? The system's tone carried a hint of schadenfreude. However, Lin Sui'an nodded in agreement. Indeed, time will reveal all. System. Let time unveil everything. The strategy task seems promising. Chapter 30. Who truly is the loyal fan? Initially, Lin Sui'an believed this matter had concluded, though it was not his request. The male lead's direct intervention served as a deterrent. Thus, it seemed unlikely that anyone would trouble him again. Yet, when he found himself cornered by the Zheng sisters in the restroom, he realized that perhaps it was not over yet. Upon arriving in this world, Lin Sui'an was filled with questions. For instance, how is restroom allocation managed in this ABO universe? With 6 genders, do they really need 6 separate facilities? That would indeed be a considerable undertaking. Before starting his job here, Lin Sui'an had only encountered private restrooms. Upon joining the company, he discovered that he had overthought the matter. Even the police station lacked such intricacies. Authors rarely delve into these types of questions in detail. The restrooms were simply divided based on A and O classifications. Nonetheless, as they were all single stalls, the impact was minimal. As for beta, it seems they are not influenced by pheromones. Thus, their presence remains unchanged regardless of the circumstances, which is why they have not been distinctly categorized. At this very moment, Lin Sui'an found herself trapped in the restroom designated for omegas. The door was firmly shut, and the Zheng sisters stood before her, arms crossed and expressions unwelcoming. They were twins, nearly indistinguishable in appearance, leaving Lin Sui'an unable to tell them apart. Do you have something to discuss with us? The sister on the left inquired first. Are you truly in a relationship with Shen Yan? Lin Sui'an shook her head vehemently. Absolutely not. I have no interest in men. The sister on the right pressed on. Then why does he protect you so fiercely? Lin Sui'an scratched her head. Well, am I not his employee? He personally recruited me, so surely he would offer some assistance. Wouldn't he? Besides, his protective nature isn't due to any romantic involvement. After all, such rivalry would disrupt the company atmosphere and hinder teamwork and efficiency. The sisters exchanged glances before erupting into laughter. Haha, look at how frightened he is. Have you forgotten? I once drenched him in milk tea, and he said nothing. Lin Sui'an responded. He simply didn't understand. System, what do they mean? The system appeared equally perplexed. Human emotions are exceedingly intricate. I cannot decipher them. Perhaps you should reach out to Shen Yan. Ignoring the system, Lin Sui'an waited for their laughter to subside before speaking. So, what exactly do you want from me? I still have work to finish and need to return. Well, we overheard your conversation with Qian Fu. So you were indeed coerced by Shen Yan? Lin Sui'an replied in surprise. We did admire Shen Yan before, but it wasn't the kind of admiration between AOs. We are simply his fans, you see? Lin Sui'an nodded as she continued. Qian Fu mentioned that you were his devoted fans? Close enough, but today, the ideal image we held of Shen Yan has shattered, and we decided to stop supporting him. Lin Sui'an was taken aback. Why? What difference is there between an alpha who uses pheromone suppression on omegas and an abusive man? Is it really that severe? Who doesn't know how rare and fragile omegas are? True, Shen Yan holds significant power, but that doesn't justify treating omegas in such a manner. Lin Sui'an pursed her lips, attempting to defend Shen Yan. What he did today was merely a moment of desperation. He is usually quite gentle, yet, in a moment of urgency, he could have employed other means. Even a gentle push would have sufficed better than using pheromone suppression. Reflecting on the scene, Lin Sui'an candidly admitted, but given Shen Yan's strength, what if he accidentally pushed someone too hard? Wouldn't that lead to greater injury? As the sisters scrutinized her, Lin Sui'an stood her ground. In any case, today was just an accident. Perhaps Shen Yan's actions were indeed inappropriate, but he is truly a good person. The Zheng sisters exchanged silent glances, deep in thought. Sister, this must be what it means to be a devoted fan, right? Sister, I never anticipated that someone would make us yield. They turned their gaze towards Lin Sui'an and suddenly approached her. Lin Sui'an hastily stepped back, imploring, please, don't come any closer. He did not regard himself as an omega. In his eyes, these two young women remained just that, girls. He was reluctant to raise a hand against them. However, to his surprise, each of them grasped one of his arms. The closeness of their contact caused Lin Sui'an to flush a deep crimson. The girls were fragrant and soft, rendering him incapable of pushing them away or uttering harsh words. He stammered, please don't do this. I truly have no special relationship with Shen Yan. We are merely an ordinary superior and subordinate. The girl on his left introduced herself. I am Zheng Jinfeng. I apologize for the incident regarding the milk tea. I'm truly sorry. The girl on his right chimed in. I am Zheng Yulu. This bracelet is a limited edition from L this year, and we wish to present it to you as compensation. Lin Sui'an was utterly unprepared for this turn of events. Although it was a kind gesture, he found himself at a loss. There is no need for that. The matter was merely a misunderstanding, and it's already behind us. I don't mind it at all. Zheng Yulu, noticing her gift was being declined, inquired, are you dissatisfied with this compensation? What would you prefer? We can provide you with a more formal gift in recompense. I spent my recent allowance on this, if you don't want it. Zheng Jinfeng shook her wrist. How about this watch? Although it's from last year, it is also a limited edition. Lin Sui'an continued to refuse. Really, it's unnecessary. You not accepting it means you haven't forgiven us. Before Lin Sui'an could conjure an excuse, the watch was already fastened onto his wrist by Zheng Jinfeng. The intertwining silver and gold strap, adorned with a circle of sparkling diamonds, exuded opulence. Although it was designed for women, it suited Lin Sui'an perfectly. Indeed, it suits you well. So that means you have forgiven us. Now, can you tell us whether Shen Yan coerced you? If you wish to escape, we can assist you. Lin Sui'an found it difficult to comprehend the thought processes of these two young women. The system, however, was entirely perplexed. It couldn't help but question itself. Did others also know the storyline? But it wasn't yet the part where he ran away and was pursued. Was it? Could they be hidden characters? Had previous strategists been so inept that they never reached this point? The system silently revisited the plot. Meanwhile, Lin Sui'an forced a smile. He truly did not coerce me. In fact, he has saved me 3 times. Without him, I would surely be in a dire situation. If it weren't for Shen Yan, after his severe suppression incident, he would have had to go to the hospital, enduring that dreadful matching process. Lin Sui'an stated earnestly, so, Shen Yan is genuinely a good person. No sooner had he spoken than the restroom door was violently kicked open. Lin Sui'an looked up to see Shen Yan, his expression dark and brooding. Chapter 31. The air thickens with jealousy as noon approached. Shen Yan checked the time and decided to message Lin Sui'an. However, he received no response for quite some time. After patiently waiting for a few minutes, Shen Yan grew anxious and promptly called the department head on the 16th floor. The team leader brought him some rather unfortunate news. Mr. Shen, I apologize. I previously noticed Lin Sui'an had gone to the restroom, but I failed to observe that the Zheng family's heiress was also absent from her station. I will go and check. It seems quiet over there, so there should be no issues. Shen Yan said nothing further and abruptly ended the call. He rose and made his way downstairs. His morning display was deliberately grand, intended to let everyone know he would support Lin Sui'an. Even if someone wished to take action against her, they would need to tread carefully, ensuring their intentions remained discreet. However, he had not anticipated the boldness of the Zheng sisters. Instead of deterring them, the show of force had seemingly emboldened their audacity. There was little to be said about this. After all, the Zheng family was quite prominent, and those sisters had been pampered into a life of privilege, accustomed to walking through life with an air of superiority. Lin Sui'an, with his tall stature compared to other omegas, remained humbly submissive to everyone. Did he truly believe that humility would earn him respect? Shen Yan found himself puzzled by his own anger, having long forgotten the purpose of placing Lin Sui'an in that department. He strode purposefully to the 16th floor, heading straight for the restroom. Upon reaching the door, he saw the department head sweating profusely as he struggled to pry it open, which only fueled Shen Yan's ire. Step aside. The others, sensing Shen Yan's fury, quickly retreated. The department head, particularly pale with fear, understood that dealing with the wealthy elite was already a trial. Who could have anticipated encountering someone even more formidable? If anything were to happen here, he feared Shen Yan would flay him alive. He dared not move, opting instead to linger in the shadows, silently lamenting his bleak future. In reality, Shen Yan had long since disregarded the department head, especially after he kicked open the door and beheld the scene within. Shen Yan had envisioned various scenarios of Lin Sui'an being bullied, being splashed with cold water, being struck, or being coerced to kneel. Those images alone had been enough to disturb him greatly. However, what he witnessed surpassed all his fears. Lin Sui'an stood there, blushing profusely, his cheeks and ears aflame. To his left and right, he was embraced by an omega, while the Zheng sisters wore expressions of delight, clearly not tormenting Lin Sui'an. The three shared an intimate pose, resembling friends rather than foes, which darkened Shen Yan's expression further. "What are you doing?" Upon Shen Yan's arrival, Lin Sui'an seized the opportunity to withdraw his arms from the grasp of the Zheng sisters and hurried toward him. Yet, as he approached Shen Yan, he halted at the disdainful look directed at him. Shen Yan said nothing and turned to leave. Lin Sui'an, bewildered, could only hastily follow. He rushed to keep pace with Shen Yan, recalling how the latter had entered and began to understand. "Are you here because you were worried I'd be bullied? Please don't be angry. They didn't bully me. They just asked me a few questions." Shen Yan stepped into the elevator, and although he ignored Lin Sui'an, the latter continued to trail behind. "I truly mean it. Moreover, they have apologized to me, promising that such occurrences will not transpire again. All thanks to you." As the elevator doors closed, Shen Yan suddenly chuckled. "So, did you allow them to embrace you?" Lin Sui'an: "No, they did not embrace me. They merely stood beside me. I found it rather difficult to decline, as they were all girls." "Oh, I almost forgot. You do not favor men. You prefer women." Lin Sui'an felt that the situation had become utterly chaotic. At that moment, the system interjected. "What is happening? How does the male lead know you are not fond of men? You must clarify that it is a misunderstanding. Otherwise, how will the strategy mission proceed?" Lin Sui'an, without a second thought, replied, "If he knows, then so be it. I see it better if we do not proceed." The system grew frantic. "That is unacceptable. You must speak. If you do not, I will shock you." Lin Sui'an was at a loss for words. "Could you please refrain from causing further chaos? Can't you see the male lead is upset?" The system bluntly stated. "He is angry because he discovered you do not like men. Quickly explain yourself. If you do not, I will shock you." Lin Sui'an found the system utterly unreasonable. "What nonsense are you spouting? The male lead does not even like me. How could he possibly be upset because I don't favor men? He is merely concerned that I might be bullied." The system also found Lin Sui'an incomprehensible. The male lead's sarcasm is glaringly obvious. How can you not perceive it? Am I human, or are you? Lin Sui'an, too, was incensed by the system's words. "You are aware that you are not human. Naturally, my judgment is correct." The system had no retort. It delivered a faint electric shock to Lin Sui'an. She gritted her teeth, enduring it. Finally, the system ceased its chatter. The elevator doors opened, and Shen Yan stepped out, with Lin Sui'an following him into the office. Once the door was closed, Lin Sui'an continued to soothe him. "Shen Yan, I apologize for causing you worry, but I truly appreciate your support. Could you please stop being upset?" Shen Yan leaned back in his chair, scrutinizing Lin Sui'an, who stood before the desk. He had overheard the conversation between Lin Sui'an and the system in its entirety. Suddenly, he became aware. Indeed, she is merely a strategist. Why should his emotions be so easily stirred? He does not harbor feelings for Lin Sui'an, regardless of her preferences for men or women. Yet, even with a desk separating them, Shen Yan could detect the scent of other omegas lingering on Lin Sui'an. It was quite unpleasant. "You should head to the lounge, take a shower, and change into fresh clothing before returning." Lin Sui'an, his confusion was evident on his face. Shen Yan, however, reverted to his usual gentle demeanor. "You know I have a cleanliness obsession. They were too close to you earlier, and you carry the scent of others. Oh, I see. My apologies. I will wash up immediately. Lin Sui'an promptly turned to the lounge. However, upon retrieving a change of clothes, he was surprised to find his own garments there. When were they placed here? Perhaps they were prepared for his pheromone treatment. After all, better safe than sorry. Lin Sui'an couldn't help but admire Shen Yan's attentiveness. The system could no longer contain itself. A straightforward man may be charming, but he is truly quite dull. The atmosphere was undeniably suggestive. Yet their thoughts remained as rigid as steel. It was truly astonishing. However, this was the first time it had witnessed the male protagonist in such a state. Although it occasionally struggled to accurately interpret human emotions, it vowed in the latter half of its existence that the male protagonist was undoubtedly feeling jealousy. The expression he wore moments ago shifted fluidly from worry to anger, then to incredulity, and finally culminated in a palpable sense of jealousy. Such a seamless transition of expressions was nothing short of spectacular. Nevertheless, while the host may have been lacking in this regard, the male protagonist was quite perceptive. The system felt immensely satisfied. Chapter 32. Your smile is most appealing after taking a shower. Lin Sui'an first ensured he did not carry any unwelcome scents before exiting the lounge. Noticing Shen Yan was preoccupied, he refrained from interrupting. However, upon seeing him, Shen Yan paused his tasks and approached Lin Sui'an. For a moment, Lin Sui'an felt a twinge of nervousness. Fortunately, Shen Yan halted just a step away from him. I hope you can maintain some distance from others in the future. I understand this may pose a challenge for you, but my aversion to disorderly scents is quite severe. Shen Yan expressed. Not a problem at all, Lin Sui'an replied sincerely. It is my responsibility. I should have been more attentive to these matters. Shen Yan smirked. So, what were they discussing with you earlier? Lin Sui'an hesitated, not wishing to divulge the entire truth, but also reluctant to lie. After a moment of contemplation, he said, they were likely intimidated by you and came to apologize. Beyond that, there was nothing significant. He suddenly recalled something and turned back to the lounge. Upon his return, he held a watch in his hand. They also gave me this as a gesture of compensation. I am not particularly versed in such matters, but I suspect it may be quite valuable. Shen Yan glanced at the watch. Well, since they claim it is a form of recompense for you, you should accept it. Can I sell it? Lin Sui'an inquired. Shen Yan regarded him thoughtfully as Lin Sui'an continued. I have no use for such an item. If possible, I would prefer to sell it, but I am uncertain of its true worth or how to go about selling it. Shen Yan took the watch in his hands. If you trust me, I can assist you in this matter. That would be wonderful, Lin Sui'an exclaimed, excitement coursing through him at the prospect of selling the watch for some extra money. Yet, his exhilaration was soon tempered by a pressing thought. While he was eager to seek the male protagonist's help, he still had debts to settle. Casting a cautious glance at Shen Yan, he asked, Shen Yan, would it be possible for you to give me the money from the watch sale in advance? I could repay you gradually, as my finances are rather strained at the moment. Of course, Shen Yan replied without hesitation, his agreement swift and decisive. What would you like for lunch? Lin Sui'an glanced at the clock on the wall and realized it was already time to finish work. No wonder he had felt a hint of hunger after his shower. If asked, he would prefer to indulge in some spicy hot pot. He glanced at the takeout menu, where a particular spicy hot pot establishment boasted numerous favorable reviews and reasonable prices. Today, he even possessed a coupon for a discount of 20 yuan on orders over 38 yuan. However, he feared that dining with Shen Yan might lead to the latter dictating his choices. I suppose I shall eat whatever you choose, he mused. After hesitating for such a long time, it was evident he had his own cravings. Shen Yan effortlessly discerned Lin Sui'an's intentions. Feel free to express what you desire. I have mentioned that I will take care of your meals, as long as you refrain from indulging in those cheap and unhygienic options like last time. The spicy hot pot surely does not fall into that category, does it? Lin Sui'an promptly picked up his phone and showed Shen Yan the selection he had made. Is this hot pot acceptable? Shen Yan, who had been accustomed to a life of luxury and abundance since childhood, reflected on the immense costs associated with food, clothing, and living. Had it not been for Lin Sui'an, he would have remained oblivious to so many affordable options. Previous seekers had not been as frugal as Lin Sui'an, which left him somewhat exasperated. Yet, Upon witnessing the glimmer of anticipation in Lin Sui'an's eyes, he acquiesced, albeit with a warning. Avoid excessively spicy flavors, as they may hinder your recovery. Reluctantly, Lin Sui'an switched his choice from mildly spicy to tomato flavor. As soon as Lin Sui'an placed his order, Shen Yan promptly reimbursed him. "Thank you, President Shen." Shen Yan replied with a nonchalant "After you finish your meal, we shall continue with the pheromone therapy." He then picked up the coffee cup from the table and sipped leisurely. Recalling how he had fallen asleep unconsciously in bed the previous night, Lin Sui'an suggested, "Shall we head straight to bed afterward?" Shen Yan nearly spat out his coffee in shock, coughing a few times as he turned to Lin Sui'an with wide eyes. Lin Sui'an hurriedly handed him a tissue. "President Shen, is everything all right?" Shen Yan took the tissue and dabbed at his lips. "What did you just say?" "I propose we go directly to bed for the treatment. Last night, I was unaware of my slumber, and you kindly returned me to bed. This way, I wouldn't inconvenience you." Shen Yan managed a forced smile. "You're becoming increasingly considerate." Lin Sui'an chuckled shyly. "It's only fitting." "Ha ha ha. I simply cannot contain myself. Host, I never realized you were so articulate." Lin Sui'an believed the system was praising him. "It's mutual. Shen Yan considers me, and I ought to think of him as well." The system projected a thumbs-up emoji in Lin Sui'an's mind. "Indeed, host, I'm truly impressed by you." Lin Sui'an smiled. "You too. You're increasingly adept at conversing like a human." The system remained silent, eliciting a laugh from Lin Sui'an. He paused, turning to see Shen Yan suddenly laughing. He had often encountered Shen Yan's serene smile, embodying an elegant demeanor. It was unexpected to witness Shen Yan's hearty laughter, although it contrasted with his usual composure. Lin Sui'an found this side of Shen Yan to be more genuine and even more appealing. As he observed Shen Yan's laughter, Lin Sui'an couldn't help but smile in return. Unfortunately, Shen Yan did not maintain this joyous demeanor for long, as a thought struck him as particularly amusing. Lin Sui'an did not perceive Shen Yan's elaborate explanation as excessive. He merely gazed at Shen Yan and remarked, "You could smile a bit more. Your smile is quite charming." At that moment, their eyes met, and Shen Yan's heart fluttered. Having been praised since childhood, he had encountered a myriad of compliments in various forms and on numerous subjects. Yet, Lin Sui'an's commendation was refreshingly simple, yet profoundly sincere. It was devoid of ulterior motives. He simply appreciated the beauty of it and expressed it. The earnestness in his eyes was unmistakable. Such genuine affection was irresistible to anyone fortunate enough to encounter it, especially considering the clarity and brightness of Lin Sui'an's gaze. Shen Yan felt that his initial intention of keeping Lin Sui'an close had shifted. Even as he attempted to reverse this feeling, it seemed futile. He found himself grappling with a disquieting thought. Since the system had brought Lin Sui'an to him, why shouldn't he accept him? Shen Yan maintained a facade of composure. Yet internally, various thoughts were at play, until Lin Sui'an continued, "You look even younger when you smile like that." All feelings of exhilaration ceased abruptly, and the smile on Shen Yan's face froze. The corners of his lips twitched slightly as he asked, "Am I old?" Chapter 33. Meeting He Jiang. Though Lin Sui'an quickly realized the ambiguity of his words and hurried to clarify, Shen Yan, despite saying that it was fine, clearly was not as cheerful. Fearing that his words might lead to further misunderstandings, Lin Sui'an sought the system's assistance during their meal. This time, the system was surprisingly generous, reassuring Lin Sui'an, "The male lead is indeed fine. Rest assured, he is not truly angry with you. After all, you have said he is a good person." Lin Sui'an discreetly glanced at Shen Yan, who was eating with an air of elegance and refinement, showing no signs of anger. Yet he still inquired, "Is there anything I could say that might please him?" The system, skilled in such matters, promptly generated a plethora of compliments. 1. Praise for appearance and demeanor. "Your eyes shine brightly like the stars in the night sky, and each gaze exchanged stirs the heart, while others may rely on attire. You are exceptional. Your beauty renders clothing merely an accessory." 2. Praise for talent and capability. "Your meticulousness in tasks is admirable, and being in your presence is like basking in the gentle warmth of spring. No one is more suited to leadership than you. Your earnestness captivates effortlessly." 3. Praise for character and virtues. Your sense of responsibility and spirit of dedication are truly inspiring. You are someone worthy of trust. Your gentle nature brings me peace. 4. Advanced compliments. This gentleman is indeed a portrait of beauty, stirring the heart of this humble admirer. Your every smile and frown captivates, warming the heart and leaving a lasting impression. Is that sufficient? If not, I have more. Lin Sui'an fell into contemplation. He felt a sense of skepticism. Why does this feel strange? Will he genuinely be pleased by these words? The system clicked its tongue in response. I am a professional. Mind you, just try saying one. Lin Sui'an hesitated for a moment, glancing at Shen Yan, poised to speak, but Shen Yan preempted him. What do you wish to say? Lin Sui'an responded. Your eyes are like. Shen Yan interrupted, looking at him with a smile. You needn't worry. I am genuinely not angry. Do eat, and refrain from dwelling on trivial matters. Lin Sui'an nodded, feeling at ease as he resumed his meal. Meanwhile, the system gleefully chimed in. See, I told you it would be useful. He was delighted even before you spoke. Lin Sui'an replied, Truly, the system is exceptionally perceptive. I bow to your brilliance. The system basked in the praise, gathering an array of compliments. The two engaged in a playful exchange, completely oblivious to Shen Yan, whose cheeks were flushed, not from the compliments, but from stifled laughter. In the afternoon, Lin Sui'an followed Shen Yan as he left work early. Shen Yan drove them personally. Initially, Lin Sui'an did not give it much thought until he noticed they were heading further into the wilderness, eventually ascending a mountain. Observing the scenery around him, Lin Sui'an couldn't help but inquire, are we truly going to find Yijiang? How does he reside in such a remote place? Shen Yan asked. Did he not inform you? Lin Sui'an glanced at his chat history with Yijiang and replied, No, he mentioned discussing it in person. You'll know soon. Although Shen Yan remained tight-lipped, Lin Sui'an surmised that Yijiang's circumstances were indeed unusual. After several more minutes, Lin Sui'an finally spotted a villa perched on the mountainside. The weather had turned gloomy, with mist enveloping the area around the villa, heightening Lin Sui'an's apprehension. Shen Yan drove directly into the villa's courtyard. Once parked, they entered through the garage. Upon entering, Lin Sui'an immediately saw Yijiang waiting for him. The two embraced excitedly. But Lin Sui'an's joy was tempered by the sight of a man standing not far behind Yijiang. The man wore a silk shirt with a deep V-neck, revealing a well-defined muscular physique. Though his attire was less ostentatious than before, the striking golden hair and blue eyes made him unmistakable. Wasn't he the flamboyant man they had encountered at the club? Han Ming caught Lin Sui'an's gaze and flashed a grin, waving, Good to see you again. Shen Yan's tall figure stepped between Lin Sui'an and Han Ming, interrupting their eye contact. Why didn't you greet me? Lin Sui'an quipped. Since when did you start caring about greetings? Just now, Shen Yan replied. Really, Shen Yan? I see through your act. Han Ming chuckled, turning to Yijiang. Darling, have you two embraced properly? Upon hearing this term of endearment, Lin Sui'an looked at Yijiang, who, in silence, took his hand and led him upstairs. Upon entering the room and securely closing the door before Lin Sui'an could inquire, Yijiang proactively elucidated. To put it simply, when I was 16, my parents sold me to a wealthy merchant. However, Han Ming rescued me. Yet, I refused to be controlled by an alpha, thus commencing my life on the run. Lin Sui'an frowned, and now? Yesterday, due to an unforeseen incident, he discovered my whereabouts, and, consequently, I have been captured again. Lin Sui'an's brow furrowed further. How can he act so recklessly? Yijiang offered a wry smile, because he wields power and influence, while I possess nothing. Lin Sui'an clasped Yijiang's hand. What shall we do? I can provide you cover. You could escape now. He glanced toward the distant balcony. This is the second floor. Jumping down should not pose much difficulty. Yijiang shook his head. It is futile. Yijiang rolled up his sleeves, revealing two slender, pale wrists, each adorned with a skin-tight bracelet. The mere presence of these two bracelets was sufficient to ensure my inability to escape him. Even if I managed to flee, he would swiftly reclaim me. Lin Sui'an pressed his lips together. How can I assist you? You need not concern yourself with my plight. Yijiang grasped his hand. Though Han Ming is indeed a pervert, he is somewhat reasonable and would not act against my will. Moreover, the potent suppressant has indeed malfunctioned. A doctor examined me last night, and confirmed that I require pheromone therapy. He smiled at Lin Sui'an. Though freedom is paramount, I desire to live well. Although Lin Sui'an had not spent much time with Hejiang, he could distinctly perceive the stark contrast in Hejiang's demeanor. The vivacious Hejiang of your brimmed with hope for life, but now he was evidently not as buoyant. Yet, neither Hejiang nor he possessed the means to instigate change. Wait, Lin Sui'an pondered. What if we consult Shen Yan? Perhaps he could assist us? Hejiang pulled Lin Sui'an onto a nearby sofa. Your alpha pheromones are quite strong. How have you fared these past few days? Did Shen Yan truly not take advantage of you? Lin Sui'an shook his head. No, he's been quite amiable. Hejiang replied, I shall devise a way to rescue you. Hejiang observed the earnest expression on Lin Sui'an's face and chuckled. I did not share this with you to solicit your rescue. I merely wish for you to understand why I am here with Han Ming. You must prioritize your own well-being. I will find a way to manage my situation. Unable to contain himself, Lin Sui'an leaned in and embraced Hejiang. I am sorry. Hejiang gently patted his back. What need is there for apologies? Darling, have you not finished your thoughts? How about hot pot this afternoon? Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door, and Han Ming's voice permeated from the other side. Hejiang turned to Lin Sui'an. Do you have a craving for hot pot? Lin Sui'an nodded. Hejiang then called out cheerfully. Yes, but keep your distance. Do not intrude. Very well, darling. As soon as Hejiang's words fell, Han Ming's footsteps receded, not uttering an extraneous word. Lin Sui'an felt a sense of relief. Perhaps he need not worry excessively about Hejiang. Han Ming was indeed rather obedient. Chapter 34. Fortune arrives as Hejiang faced this predicament. Lin Sui'an had been preparing numerous words of comfort to soothe him. However, in reality, although Hejiang had just come of age, he exhibited a maturity that surpassed his years. During their conversations, it was Hejiang who consistently advised Lin Sui'an on how to safeguard himself. Alphas often operate on primal instincts. One might let them take advantage. For an omega cannot rely solely on suppressants for sustenance. Yet, while it is permissible to indulge in such liaisons, one must not conflate oneself with the other. A lifelong bond is utterly unacceptable, and pregnancy is to be strictly avoided. Lin Sui'an wholeheartedly agreed. You are absolutely right. I will never engage in such matters. Despite their differing reasons for resistance, their sentiments aligned. However, Lin Sui'an's concern for Hejiang outweighed his own worries. I am fine. Shen Yan merely regards me as an employee, but your situation is perilous. Though aware that he was an anomaly in this world, he could scarcely fathom the potential misfortunes that could befall his innocent younger brother, leading to unwanted consequences or even pregnancy. Shall I devise a way to provide you with a stun baton? If he lays a hand on you, you can incapacitate him. Lin Sui'an had garnered considerable experience in this regard. By regulating the current, a few jolts would merely render him unconscious, ensuring safety for both parties. Or perhaps I could procure several locks for you. Install them on your door to prevent his entry? Hejiang couldn't suppress a laugh. The idea is commendable, but without pheromone suppression, resistance is not sustainable for long. Lin Sui'an sighed, leaning back against the sofa. How can such a world exist? This pheromone suppression is fundamentally unjust. Hejiang also leaned back, exhaling a sigh. There is no absolute fairness in this world. Lin Sui'an, why don't I call you brother from now on? Sui'an Gu, or simply Ngu. Which do you prefer? I find your name quite lovely, Sui'an. Sui Ping, and your parents must have cherished you, correct? Lin Sui'an's tone was flat. No, actually, I wasn't always called this. My previous name was Lin Yu Excellence. It seems my parents hoped for my success when they named me thus. But after their divorce, no one cared whether I lived up to that name. As I grew older, I chose to rename myself. Hejiang was taken aback to discover that the sincere Lin Sui'an did not hail from a happy home. I'm sorry, I had no idea. It's all right. Such occurrences are quite normal. Life is often fraught with challenges, one way or another. Lin Sui'an turned to Hejiang. I frequently encountered life's troughs. But since arriving here and meeting you and Shen Yan, my life has begun to ascend. Hejiang pondered for a moment. What if you help me choose a new name? My name is a combination of my parents' surnames, and I had contemplated a change before. But due to constantly evading Han Ming, it was rather inconvenient. Lin Sui'an immediately grew serious. You want me to assist in renaming you? However, my skills in this area are not particularly refined, and I've heard that names can be influenced by fate, which makes me apprehensive. No worries. Let us explore this together. They both decided to remove their shoes and lounge on the bed. He Jiang held a tablet, diligently gathering information, while Lin Sui'an, armed with a notebook and pen, noted down auspicious characters. However, determining a name was not a decision to be made hastily. Before they could finalize anything, Han Ming arrived to summon them for dinner. He Jiang switched off the tablet, saying, "Let us depart. We shall continue our discussion later." Lin Sui'an nodded in agreement. Their recent conversation had fostered a deeper understanding between them, and their gestures became increasingly intimate. Lin Sui'an's arm rested upon He Jiang's shoulder, and every time He Jiang glanced at Lin Sui'an, his face beamed with joy, creating a palpable atmosphere of camaraderie. Yet, to the eyes of the two alphas in the restaurant, this display was somewhat jarring. They exchanged a knowing glance and simultaneously pulled out their chairs. Unfortunately, the two Omegas remained blissfully unaware. They naturally settled beside one another. Lin Sui'an had already considered He Jiang as a younger brother. He pulled out He Jiang's chair, poured juice for him, and served him food. Their laughter and banter revealed that they were thoroughly enjoying the meal. However, after dinner, when Shen Yan announced his intention to leave, Lin Sui'an suddenly remembered he was supposed to depart as well. He looked at He Jiang, who returned his gaze, and it was evident that neither wished to part ways. They had only just arrived in the afternoon and had scarcely exchanged words. Lin Sui'an hesitated, glancing at Shen Yan and Han Ming. "May I stay here for the night? I won't disrupt tomorrow's work." Shen Yan and Han Ming replied in unison, "No." Shen Yan maintained a gentle smile, adding, "Not at this time. Have you forgotten you need pheromone therapy? You can come back once you have recovered." Han Ming also gently reassured He Jiang, "Indeed, dear, we too require pheromone therapy. It's quite inconvenient." He Jiang and Han Ming escorted them to the car. But Lin Sui'an lingered a moment longer than Shen Yan. Although he understood he was likely an inconspicuous presence in Shen Yan and Han Ming's eyes, he earnestly addressed Han Ming. "He is still quite young. Please take good care of him and be patient." Han Ming was momentarily taken aback, but responded with a warm smile. "All right, I understand. Rest assured, I will look after him." Lin Sui'an cast one last glance at He Jiang before entering the vehicle. As they drove further away, the illuminated villa diminished in their view until it vanished completely. It was only then that Lin Sui'an turned back, realizing that without comparison, one cannot appreciate the pain of solitude. The earlier merriment rendered his current loneliness all the more pronounced. He glanced into the distance, intending to occupy himself with his phone, when Shen Yan suddenly spoke. "Are you truly reluctant to part with He Jiang?" Lin Sui'an nodded, "Indeed. You see, I never had friends before. I used to be quite unfortunate. Those whom I genuinely cared for never regarded me as a friend. It was a blessing if they simply ignored me, more often than not. They would owe me money or betray my trust. At one point, I questioned myself, if they treated me in such a manner, why should I continue to repay kindness with kindness? Perhaps I should emulate them and let them experience the bitterness of betrayal by friends. Yet I pondered, why not become just as detestable as they are?" Lin Sui'an recalled that helpless night, the warmth of the roasted sweet potato, and the gentle youth. "Fortunately, I have persevered, allowing me to encounter such sincere friends." Suddenly, Lin Sui'an realized he might have spoken too much. He glanced at the driver, Shen Yan, and said, "I apologize if my words are a distraction. Please focus on driving. I shall remain silent for now." Shen Yan did not respond verbally, but played a song for Lin Sui'an. Upon hearing the familiar rhythm, Lin Sui'an looked over in disbelief. "Is that not good luck comes?" To his astonishment, Shen Yan also listened to such music. "Did you not mention that you used to be quite unlucky? Perhaps you should listen to this song more often. It may hasten your good fortune." Although the sky had turned pitch black, the cold air seemed to penetrate the vehicle, chilling his body. Yet, the cheerful rhythm and festive music dispelled the loneliness within Lin Sui'an's world. Just as Shen Yan had said, Lin Sui'an's fortune truly arrived. Chapter 35. Please don't go. After several days of adjustment, Lin Sui'an's life began to regain its rhythm. Every noon and evening, Shen Yan would administer pheromone therapy to him. During other times, Lin Sui'an dedicated himself to work as much as possible. Even though his family did not currently require his presence, he insisted on undertaking tasks within his capacity. Due to his exceptionally regular schedule and diet, Lin Sui'an's face had rounded out pleasantly over the course of just a week. He had previously been too thin, and now a little weight was just right. With Shen Yan's keen sense of aesthetics guiding his attire, Lin Sui'an no longer resembled a hapless laborer. Instead, he exuded a rosy, refined aura, akin to a young master from a wealthy family experiencing life. The system, observing Lin Sui'an's transformation, could not help but marvel. Truly, he was Lin Sui'an, the first host among all it had guided to flourish in the presence of the male lead. Most importantly, the male lead appeared to genuinely enjoy it. As their bond grew increasingly intimate, any substantial contact would allow him to absorb sufficient energy to unlock the male lead's favorability indicator once more. Thus, as the weekend approached, the system utilized the energy it had stored for quite some time to facilitate a cleansing of Lin Sui'an's glands. Having undergone treatment over this period, Lin Sui'an was nearing recovery. His glands were already capable of releasing a small amount of pheromones. However, due to significant blockages, complete unblocking would require a few more sessions. With the system's assistance, Lin Sui'an's recovery progress surged. With just a little more stimulation from alpha pheromones, he would achieve full restoration. Lin Sui'an remained entirely unaware of this. Previously, to avoid inconveniencing Shen Yan, their evening treatment sessions were held in Lin Sui'an's room just before bedtime. This way, should Lin Sui'an inadvertently drift off, there would be no need for Shen Yan to escort him back to his bedroom. After washing up, Lin Sui'an noted that the time was right and sought out Shen Yan. He lay on the bed, tucked under the covers, his clear apricot eyes gazing at Shen Yan. "I am ready." Shen Yan sat on the chair beside the bed, perusing a magazine while releasing pheromones. The rich fragrance of pheromones swiftly enveloped the entire room, particularly surrounding Lin Sui'an, so dense it seemed almost tangible. Lin Sui'an felt as though he were lying in a snowy expanse. Yet, rather than feeling cold, he experienced a profound sense of comfort. He closed his eyes, succumbing to slumber in this cozy environment. However, today was unlike any other. Just before his consciousness faded into oblivion, he was suddenly struck by a sharp pain in his glands. The suddenness of the pain caught Lin Sui'an off guard, eliciting an involuntary groan from him. Shen Yan heard the sound immediately and turned his gaze towards him, inquiring, "What is wrong?" Lin Sui'an was too pained to articulate a response. Shen Yan first reduced the concentration of pheromones slightly, yet this only intensified Lin Sui'an's discomfort. Unable to contain himself, Lin Sui'an grasped Shen Yan's hand, which rested on the bed. His pleading gaze met Shen Yan's, who discerned Lin Sui'an's unspoken request and continued to release pheromones. However, with his other hand, he reached for his phone to consult a doctor. Before he could finish composing his message, an invigorating scent of citrus wafted through the air, emanating from Lin Sui'an's own pheromones, now growing increasingly potent. The two fragrances intertwined, merging into a novel aroma. As the pheromones continued to disperse, Lin Sui'an's pallor visibly improved, indicating that the blockage in his glands had likely been completely alleviated. Yet, Shen Yan's expression was far less favorable. The compatibility between Lin Sui'an and himself was only intensifying, surpassing that of any omega he had previously encountered. Earlier, during Lin Sui'an's unexpected heat phase, he had released a substantial amount of pheromones that had stirred a primal urge within Shen Yan. Had he not exercised sufficient restraint, he would have marked Lin Sui'an then. However, the volume of pheromones now was several times greater than before, the intoxicating scent of citrus continuously enticing him. Realizing the escalating impulses building within him, Shen Yan instinctively attempted to withdraw his hand and rise from the bed. Yet it was evident that Lin Sui'an, just recovering from the pain in his glands, was equally disoriented. He clung tightly to Shen Yan's hand, refusing to let go, and even pressed his cheek against it, seeking closeness. This affectionate gesture sent a shiver through Shen Yan. In that moment, everything about Lin Sui'an magnified in Shen Yan's perception. his labored breaths. His eyes shrouded in a misty allure, his tender, slightly parted lips. Each detail was an undeniable temptation. As his breaths quickened and his heart raced, Shen Yan felt an irresistible urge to sink his teeth into something. Nonetheless, Shen Yan possessed far more experience than Lin Sui'an. Over the years, he had navigated numerous challenges, relying on his formidable willpower to endure. Thus, he remained more composed than Lin Sui'an. Even in this moment of overwhelming temptation, he resolutely withdrew his hand and turned to leave. However, to his astonishment, Lin Sui'an's dependence transformed into a surge of determination. In a swift motion, he sat up and wrapped his arms around Shen Yan's waist. Two arms tightly encircled Shen Yan's waist. "Where are you going? Please don't leave." Lin Sui'an's voice was somewhat indistinct, yet exuded a soft pleading. Shen Yan struggled to contain himself, the veins on his forehead threatening to bulge. He inhaled deeply, suppressing every impulse within him, resolutely retracting all traces of his pheromones. Subsequently, he pried Lin Sui'an's hands away and turned around to face the pitiful sight on the bed. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not moved. Such a compliant Omega, perfectly aligning with his aesthetic, gazed at him with a look of utter dependence. If he so wished, he could do anything to this Omega, were it not for the system and his role as a strategist. Shen Yan would never have endured to this extent. Yet the reality of the situation loomed large. He could not allow a moment of impulse to grant that detestable system its desires, leading everything into chaos. Moreover, if Lin Sui'an were lucid, he would certainly not wish for such an occurrence. Shen Yan shut his eyes, taking a few steps back, and addressed Lin Sui'an. "Since you have recovered, I shall take my leave. You must resolve this on your own." With that, Shen Yan strode away, though his noticeably unsteady steps betrayed the turmoil within him. Lin Sui'an had yet to regain full consciousness. Driven by pheromones, he found no relief from Shen Yan's restraint. On the contrary, as he watched Shen Yan's figure fade from view, the comforting alpha pheromones vanished entirely, leaving him engulfed in a sense of abandonment. The feeling of being forsaken was unbearable. Lin Sui'an longed to chase after him, but subconsciously feared being a burden. He could only cocoon himself tighter in the blanket, curling up in solitude. Why? Why couldn't he stay for just a little while longer? Yet perhaps it was only natural. No one wished to remain with him. No one would choose to stay for his sake, not even his own parents, let alone others. He should have been accustomed to this suffocating, bittersweet emotion that weighed heavily on him, making it hard to breathe. However, unexpectedly, not long after, the bedroom door swung open. Lin Sui'an initially thought it was an illusion, but as he lifted the covers and looked up, he beheld Shen Yan, freshly showered, droplets still clinging to the ends of his hair. Clad in a bathrobe with a towel draped around his neck, Shen Yan returned to the chair beside Lin Sui'an's bed. As he towel-dried his hair, he once again released his pheromones. Noticing Lin Sui'an's dazed gaze, with tears glistening at the corners of his eyes, Shen Yan reached out and brushed away the moisture. "Why are you staring at me? Lie down and sleep." Enveloped by the alpha's pheromones, that reassuring sensation returned. Lin Sui'an settled back in a bed, pulling the covers snugly around him, yet his gaze remained fixed on Shen Yan. His eyes sparkled, reflecting Shen Yan's image within them. "You're back," he said. Shen Yan nodded. "Yes, I'm back. I will watch over you while you sleep." Lin Sui'an smiled. "You've returned." Chapter 36. Good brothers after fleeing Lin Sui'an's room. Shen Yan headed straight for his own bedroom. Upon entering the bedroom, he felt an overwhelming fear that Lin Sui'an might follow him, prompting him to lock the door. He shed his home attire and rushed into the bathroom, immediately turning on the cold shower. The icy water cascaded over his fevered body, swiftly lowering the surface temperature. However, it felt as if a flame continued to burn within him. Lowering his gaze, he observed his clear reaction, yet Shen Yan remained unperturbed. He simply closed his eyes, allowing the cold water to envelop him. After approximately 5 minutes, when his body began to feel cold, the internal fire had finally subsided somewhat. Shen Yan exhaled in relief, donned a bathrobe, and intended to dry his hair before retiring for the night. Yet, the image of Lin Sui'an's expression lingered in his mind as he departed. Through their time together, He had come to understand Lin Sui'an more deeply, recognizing his stubbornness and his tendency to neglect his own needs in favor of others. Although he appeared vibrant and cheerful, there was an underlying sense of worry. It was only during moments of confusion brought on by pheromones that Lin Sui'an dared to express himself. Lin Sui'an had attempted to retain him twice, clutching his arm and wrapping his arms around his waist, yet he had left so decisively. Moreover, he had withdrawn all the pheromones early on to hasten Lin Sui'an's awareness. Would Lin Sui'an struggle to adjust? The more Shen Yan pondered, the more anxious he became. He resolved to check the surveillance on his tablet. To his dismay, one glance caused his heart to constrict. In the expansive bed, Lin Sui'an was nowhere to be seen, only a small mound under the covers that trembled slightly. He heard faint sobs and gasps. Without hesitation, Shen Yan turned off the monitor, tossed aside the tablet, and grabbed a towel as he made his way to Lin Sui'an's room. Upon arrival, he instinctively began to release his pheromones. Meeting Lin Sui'an's tear-filled gaze only confirmed that his choice to come was undoubtedly right. Even if he could not suppress his reaction again, he could simply return for another cold shower. He would manage to calm himself. Shen Yan had resolved not to dwell on his evidently peculiar behavior. None of that mattered now. What was paramount was that he wished for Lin Sui'an to sleep peacefully. "You're back," Lin Sui'an said, his eyes fixed on Shen Yan, sparkling with joy. Shen Yan's heart softened. "Yes, I'm back. I'll watch over you as you sleep." "You're back." Shen Yan raised his hand to tuck Lin Sui'an in more snugly. "Yes, I want to leave." Lin Sui'an closed his eyes, and Shen Yan quietly observed him. Although the room was once again suffused with their pheromones, the remarkable compatibility between them allowed their scents to intertwine without inciting restlessness. Strangely, both Shen Yan and Lin Sui'an found themselves calm, their bodies no longer responding with agitation. Shen Yan remained still, his hair was still damp, yet he wished to preserve this tranquil moment. Upon hearing the rhythmic sound of Lin Sui'an's breathing, Shen Yan remained still. He pondered whether, despite one's adeptness at masquerading, concealing one's appearance, actions, and even one's character, could the heart truly don a disguise? Since childhood, he had been attuned to the whispers of those who sought to conquer hearts. He understood that it is exceedingly difficult for one's heart and words to align. Some individuals may appear to perform noble deeds, yet their hearts may not echo such sentiments. Their actions could stem from obligation rather than desire. Nevertheless, whether motivated by fame, profit, or a commitment to their conscience, actions speak for themselves. If one were to scrutinize the purity of intent, perfection is an unattainable ideal. Conversely, there are those who may seem to commit numerous misdeeds, yet does not necessarily reflect their true desires. There are many instances of good intentions leading to unfortunate outcomes. Perhaps everyone harbors a fear of their inner thoughts being overheard, as those thoughts can be a mix of light and shadow, including Shen Yan himself, who occasionally entertains sinful or unsavory notions. Yet, Lin Sui'an, in his essence, exudes a rare purity. Throughout these days, the most uncharitable thought Shen Yan had discerned from Lin Sui'an was a fleeting envy of his physique or a momentary disdain for capitalists, or a mischievous desire to secretly add a chili pepper to his bowl. Such trivial musings hardly qualify as malevolence in Shen Yan's eyes. They seem more akin to playful affection. His fondness for Lin Sui'an softened his previous animosity towards the system. What once appeared to him as a repugnant and indomitable force now seemed merely foolish. Thankfully, Lin Sui'an, though innocent, held steadfast principles and had not succumbed to the system's corruption. Shen Yan's gaze traced the contours of Lin Sui'an's face from a distance. His brows, the bridge of his nose, his tightly shut eyes, delicate lashes, and slightly pursed lips. The affection he had long suppressed began to flourish quietly. This affection gradually aligned Lin Sui'an with him, for although Lin Sui'an was a pursuer, the true adversary they faced was the system itself. Shen Yan remained seated until the early hours of the morning. As time passed, his body grew stiff. He made the slightest movement, casting one last glance at Lin Sui'an before he departed silently. Meanwhile, the system, concealed within Lin Sui'an's being, felt an unsettling chill. although its meddling had significantly advanced the progress of the conquest. Witnessing the sweet interactions between the two had initially thrilled it. However, Shen Yan's stillness invoked a sense of familiarity. It reminded the system of previous pursuers who had displayed similar expressions before calamity struck. What was Shen Yan truly contemplating? He evidently harbored feelings for his host, yet displayed such conflicting emotions. Was it a tumultuous blend of love and hate? Yet why such a dichotomy? The system's code worked chaotically, grappling with the complexities of human emotion while its access remained limited, leaving it utterly bewildered regarding Shen Yan's thoughts. Moreover, they had come so close to a pivotal moment, yet neither had shared a kiss or an embrace. The affection remains unexpressed. The system sighed quietly, hoping that after tomorrow, the relationship between its host and the male lead would progress further. The following morning, since it was the weekend, Shen Yan had already informed Lin Sui'an that there was no need for him to do anything. Therefore, Lin Sui'an did not set an alarm clock. He slept soundly until he naturally awakened, only to find it was already past 10 o'clock. This slumber left him feeling utterly refreshed. However, as he just began to stretch, images began to play in his mind. In these visions, he found himself nuzzling Shen Yan's arm with his cheek. As Shen Yan was about to leave, he clung to Shen Yan's waist with both arms, frowning and blushing, pleading, "Where are you going? Please don't leave. I feel so awful. Can you stay with me?" Lin Sui'an thought, "Did I really do that? No. Could he even make such sounds?" Lin Sui'an was in disbelief. Surely, this must be a dream? No. This was what truly transpired last night during your pheromone therapy. Lin Sui'an cradled his head in his hands, feeling a sense of despair. How could he have behaved that way? How was he supposed to face Shen Yan now? Host, the male lead has it tough. He would rather take a cold shower than leave you. He cares for you to that extent. And do you truly have no feelings for him? I do. Lin Sui'an gazed at the ceiling, recalling the events of the previous night, tears of emotion welling in his eyes. Although he felt embarrassed by his fragile demeanor, this indicates that he genuinely does not have ulterior motives. So perhaps I can truly be good friends with him. System. Chapter 37. Sudden wealth. Lin Sui'an felt that the system might have gone mad. Ever since he uttered the word brother, the system had been relentlessly replaying the ambiguous moments he shared with Shen Yan from the previous night in his mind. Look here, during the glandular unblocking, Shen Yan's eyes were filled with concern and tenderness. And look at you. Your posture was clearly one of dependence. When you locked eyes, did you not feel that your gazes were intertwined? When you rubbed your face against Shen Yan's hand, he obviously felt his heart skip a beat. Moreover, the male lead was about to leave, but he took a cold shower and came back. He returned. Most importantly, throughout this process, both you and Shen Yan reacted. Would a proper person feel desire towards their brother? The system analyzed the video frame by frame, more detailed and vivid than any commentary. Yet Lin Sui'an remained unfazed. As he washed up, he responded to the system. Indeed, a proper person would not, but we are not proper people. He is a, and I am O. This is a normal physiological reaction. Didn't you say that the compatibility between Shen Yan and me is as high as 99%? Thus, what we feel is merely due to pheromones, which is different from genuine desire. The system was on the verge of a breakdown. How can it be different? You both clearly have feelings for each other. No. Lin Sui'an emerged from the restroom with an expression devoid of emotion. System, you ought to reflect on yourself. Your behavior is unacceptable. You truly possess a rather simplistic mindset. You should articulate my relationship with He Jiang in a more natural manner. Why not declare that we are a pair? System, both of you are omegas. How can two omegas be together? Lin Sui'an chuckled softly. And so this reveals your prejudice. Have you forgotten what you previously stated? Love knows no gender. The system fell silent, emitting only a persistent crackling sound, which made Lin Sui'an furrow his brow in annoyance. He picked up his phone and stepped outside, intending to see if there was anything he could do downstairs. However, upon descending the staircase, he spotted Shen Yan seated in the living room. Lin Sui'an's footsteps abruptly halted. A sense of awkwardness washed over him. Though he had stopped, Shen Yan seemed to sense his presence and lifted his gaze to meet Lin Sui'an's eyes. Their gazes locked, and inexplicably, Lin Sui'an's heart began to race, his cheeks flushing. I'm quite astonished. Your reaction is so pronounced. You claim to have no feelings for Shen Yan? Just pure friendship? Lin Sui'an gradually descended the stairs. If I had no reaction, that would be abnormal, wouldn't it? Wouldn't you feel embarrassed if you were involved with another system? System. What do you mean by me in another system? Lin Sui'an. I mean you should empathize and consider the situation from another's perspective. The system fell completely silent. Communication between humans and systems can sometimes be utterly futile. Lin Sui'an reached the bottom of the stairs and approached the sofa. Good morning, he greeted. Good morning, Shen Yan replied, appearing significantly more relaxed than Lin Sui'an. I prepared breakfast this morning. You can heat it up in a microwave and enjoy it. Lin Sui'an nodded, but did not proceed to the kitchen. He cleared his throat. I appreciate your assistance last night. Thank you for your continual support. I should be fully recovered now. From now on, I will handle the household chores. Shen Yan replied. No rush. Let us eat first. Although Lin Sui'an was in the kitchen reheating breakfast, his gaze frequently drifted toward Shen Yan. He couldn't shake the feeling that something about Shen Yan had subtly changed, yet he was unable to pinpoint what it was. After a moment of introspection, the system interjected. Your friendship has transformed. Lin Sui'an retorted sternly. Do not speak ill of Shen Yan. System. It realized it had overstepped. The term speak ill was rather severe, but it would wait and see just how long these two could remain such good friends. With the system's interruption, Lin Sui'an averted his gaze from Shen Yan. Once breakfast was ready, he quietly sat at the island counter, eating in silence. Reflecting on his recovery, he sent a message to He Jiang inquiring about her well-being. However, it appeared she had yet to rise, as there was no response. Lin Sui'an then began to browse videos. As he was scrolling through videos, his phone suddenly buzzed with a message. XX Bank. Your account ending in 5927 completed a transaction of 300,000 at 10:39 on September 27th, with a remaining balance of 300,099. The bank card was recently obtained with Shen Yan's assistance. Upon reading the message, he incredulously opened it several times, confirming the decimal was indeed correct. He hurried over to Shen Yan. Shen Yan, how did my bank card suddenly receive such a substantial sum? Did someone transfer it by mistake? This is far too much. Shen Yan glanced at the message and replied to Lin Sui'an. It's not a mistake. Didn't you ask me to help you sell the watch? This is the selling price. Lin Sui'an was taken aback. That watch was worth 3 million. I thought you said it was just decent. He had assumed it would be at most a few $100,000. However, reflecting on Shen Yan's possessions, he realized that nothing he owned was inexpensive. For Shen Yan, a 3 million watch was indeed just a fair price, suddenly thrust into wealth. Lin Sui'an felt a disconnection from reality. He stared at the numbers, silently contemplating, I might be able to repay my debts? Shen Yan nodded. Not only can you repay your debts, but you're also free from working for me. Yet, Lin Sui'an did not feel the joy he had anticipated. He had always been grounded in his endeavors. This unexpected fortune felt like a fragile dream. Sitting on the sofa, he first transferred 1,050,000 to Shen Yan, then repaid He Jiang. Now he bore no debts. He was free. With the remaining funds, he could purchase a home, and even after that, he would have enough to live comfortably for the majority of his life. He no longer needed to search for jobs or heed any threats from systems. All his problems seemed to dissolve in an instant, catching him off guard. Lin Sui'an looked at Shen Yan, who returned his gaze. Why did you give me an extra 50,000? Because you've provided me with clothes, food, shelter, and even treated my ailments these past days. This is what I owe you. Besides, you assisted in selling the watch, so I should compensate you accordingly. What about He Jiang? Lin Sui'an paused, realizing, I also gave him an extra 10,000. Without He Jiang's help, I wouldn't have known how to endure that night. That's quite generous. Shen Yan's eyes softened. If you need assistance, I can help you find a place to live. If you wish to work, I can help you explore other opportunities. Once I chose to assist you, I intended to see it through to the end. Lin Sui'an's thoughts became a whirlwind. He absent-mindedly finished the remnants of his breakfast, cleared the dishes, and returned to his room. Sitting on his bed, he surveyed his surroundings. Was he truly free now? Chapter 38. The pain of separation from Shen Yan, the system had not anticipated that its momentary oversight would lead to such a situation. Yet, it sensed that Lin Sui'an did not seem inclined to leave. This reluctance was likely something Lin Sui'an himself had not fully recognized. The system had no intention of pointing it out explicitly, instead opting for subtle hints. "Host, surely you do not intend to leave this place just yet?" Lin Sui'an spoke slowly. "No, after all, finding a place to live takes some time." The system sighed. "Alas, I honestly do not hold much hope for this strategy. But you mentioned that you and the male lead are good brothers. If you leave now that you have money, wouldn't that come across as somewhat callous?" Lin Sui'an found himself in agreement. Yet, he had no reason to linger here. He had already troubled Shen Yan with numerous matters and wished to avoid imposing further. Moreover, with the system always present, his identity remained that of a strategist, which was decidedly unfair to Shen Yan. And should the system one day act erratically or manipulate circumstances, it would complicate his relationship with Shen Yan. After much contemplation, Lin Sui'an concluded that departing would be more beneficial for both him and Shen Yan. "Host, I believe you should reflect upon this more. The male lead certainly does not wish for your departure," the system suggested. However, Lin Sui'an disagreed. "It was Shen Yan who brought it up first. He surely hopes for me to live the life I desire." The system, rarely perceptive, sensed something amiss. It believed the male lead, who clearly harbored feelings for the host, had raised this matter for a specific purpose. According to predictive trends, the male lead was indeed employing a strategy of feigned indifference. Yet, this was not something the system could disclose to the host. After a moment of hesitation, it chose to align with the male lead's approach. Having often made erroneous choices in the past, it decided to learn from human behavior this time. It remained silent, patiently waiting for Lin Sui'an to come to his own realization. When Lin Sui'an's phone vibrated, he quickly glanced at it, discovering a message from He Jiang. "Sorry, I stayed up too late last night. I just woke up." "That's wonderful. You recovered so quickly. It seems I should be improving soon too." Why did you send me so much money?" Lin Sui'an, lying on his bed, promptly replied, "A colleague gave me a watch as an apology, and I asked Shen Yan to help me sell it. To my surprise, it sold for 3 million. When the money came through, I repaid my debts right away." He Jiang sent multiple unique congratulatory emojis, followed by a red envelope. "You transferred too much. Quickly reclaim the excess." Lin Sui'an, of course, refused. "That is interest, and also my gratitude to you. You must accept it." The two exchanged messages, switching between several apps. Eventually, when Lin Sui'an declared that he considered He Jiang a younger brother, and this was a gift from an older brother, He Jiang finally relented. "All right, I'll accept it. But next time, I'll treat you to a meal." "MMHM," Lin Sui'an replied. "Now that you are completely free, what do you plan to do next? Will you continue working for Shen Yan or leave?" Lin Sui'an candidly admitted to He Jiang, "I'm feeling a bit conflicted." "What are you conflicted about? Are you unsure whether to continue working?" "Honestly, if we consider just the job, I think you could stay. After all, Shen's company treats Omega employees exceptionally well. You can always resign when you no longer wish to work. However, I do not recommend you stay too close to Shen Yan." Lin Sui'an had yet to finish editing the message when He Jiang sent a voice note. The camaraderie between Shen Yan and Han Ming suggested they shared certain similarities. Han Ming was overtly flirtatious, while Shen Yan exuded a more intimidating, reserved charm. "You are too naive. When these alphas are in a good mood, they speak softly to you, yet when their mood sours, their wrath is something we Omegas cannot withstand. I understand you find Shen Yan admirable, but that perception may change once you witness their more vulnerable moments." He Jiang spoke with great detail. Despite his youth, he had encountered the darker sides of many alphas, recounting his experiences to Lin Sui'an as if sharing a tale. Yet, Lin Sui'an felt a profound sense of empathy. He also began to comprehend why He Jiang had resigned himself to his circumstances. In contrast, Han Ming, though stern, exhibited a degree of respect in other aspects. Not to mention, Lin Sui'an himself had endured a similar experience, along with the memories of those failed strategists the system had shown him. Those frenzied alphas were indeed unsettling. Lin Sui'an's wavering heart settled firmly. "You are right. I should indeed move out. This way, You can use my home as a safe haven. He Jiang replied, sure. Lin Sui'an had come to a realization and recalled He Jiang's earlier voice note. He couldn't help but express concern. Your voice sounds a bit hoarse. Are you unwell? The weather has turned a bit chilly. Be sure to keep warm. He Jiang did not respond immediately. After a brief pause, he sent an OK emoji. Conversing with He Jiang eased Lin Sui'an's anxiety. He set aside his phone, organized his thoughts, and prepared to seek out Shen Yan. However, upon stepping outside, he was greeted by a casually dressed Shen Yan. Lin Sui'an was accustomed to seeing Shen Yan in suits or formal shirts, or in loungewear and bathrobes, but never in a hoodie and jeans. Shen Yan's naturally superior physique made even simple attire appear sophisticated. His slightly long black hair fell carelessly, accentuating his distinct facial structure. With just a few steps, he resembled a model strutting down the street. A flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Sui'an's eyes as Shen Yan noticed him and paused. I have an errand to run and should return around 4 this afternoon. You can cook for yourself at noon or order takeout. Lin Sui'an refrained from inquiring about Shen Yan's destination. He had prepared a multitude of things to say, but now he would have to wait for Shen Yan's return. All right, will you be home for dinner? I would like to prepare a nice meal to express my gratitude. Yes, you can check if any ingredients are missing and let me know. I will bring them back with me. Lin Sui'an watched Shen Yan depart. He resolved that during his remaining time here, he would accomplish the tasks he had neglected due to illness. However, the place was so immaculate that it hardly required any cleaning. It seems that I can only prepare a sumptuous meal now. The system, unable to restrain itself, reminded Lin Sui'an, the male lead has suddenly changed his style. Perhaps he is going out on a date. Lin Sui'an paused for a moment and replied, isn't that quite splendid? You shouldn't always think about trying to win him over. He surely has his own fate as well. The system interjected, but the male lead's sensitive period is approaching. What if someone with ulterior motives takes advantage of him? Lin Sui'an fell silent. That shouldn't happen, right? He is a top alpha. Who could possibly take advantage of him? The system, wary of saying too much and causing a backlash, chose to be discreet. Although Lin Sui'an verbally expressed his lack of concern, he soon sent a message to Shen Yan. Stay safe. However, Shen Yan did not respond. Chapter 39 He Cooking. Due to the sudden changes, Lin Sui'an's appetite had significantly diminished. For lunch, he casually boiled some noodles. In the afternoon, he began preparing dinner early. Knowing that Shen Yan often indulged in exquisite delicacies, Lin Sui'an decided to prepare a specialty dish from Shen Yan's hometown, pancakes rolled with vegetables. The refrigerator was stocked with an abundance of ingredients, and based on what was available, Lin Sui'an quickly established the evening's menu. Shredded pork with green peppers, home-style shredded potatoes, Beijing-style shredded pork, and salt and pepper mushrooms, along with pumpkin millet porridge. Among these, the Beijing-style shredded pork and salt and pepper mushrooms were Lin Sui'an's first attempts at cooking. He consulted several tutorials and compiled various experiences shared by online users, ultimately determining the most foolproof method. With everything prepared, he awaited Shen Yan's return. However, despite the promised return around 4 o'clock, Shen Yan was nowhere to be seen. With time on his hands, Lin Sui'an considered taking a stroll around the villa's perimeter, but upon stepping outside, he discovered that a fine drizzle had begun to fall. It wasn't a heavy rain, but rather a fine mist that was dense and could quickly dampen one's clothes. Lin Sui'an stepped back under the eaves, unable to resist gazing into the distance. Yet, the figure he awaited remained elusive. It's almost 5 o'clock. Why not call Shen Yan and check? The system subtly urged Lin Sui'an. He picked up his phone, glanced at it, and then set it down again. No, what if he is busy? I shouldn't disturb him. Oh, but what if something has happened? Lin Sui'an quickly retorted. System, you mustn't speak such ominous words. Apologies, the system replied. I too am concerned. After all, the male lead possesses great charm and is quite the heartthrob. Many wish to be near him. If he were to be exploited or taken advantage of, perhaps he has gotten himself intoxicated? Why not give him a call? He might need you to pick him up. After pondering for a moment, Lin Sui'an picked up his phone once more. His chat with Shen Yan still lingered on the message he sent earlier that day, stay safe, which had gone unanswered. Lin Sui'an pressed his lips together, deciding to reach out once more. Perhaps Shen Yan truly required his assistance. He was in the midst of editing information when, suddenly, The system's voice resonated with joy. Ah, it seems the male lead has returned. Lin Sui'an gazed into the distance, and indeed spotted a familiar vehicle. His spirits lifted. He turned and entered the house. He made his way to the staircase, awaiting the return of Shen Yan from the garage. As the door swung open and he saw Shen Yan, he immediately rushed forward. "You're back." In the next moment, a bag appeared before him. Behind the bag was Shen Yan's smiling face. "I apologize for the delay. I had quite a few matters to attend to this afternoon. Remembering your desire to prepare a feast, I bought some candied hawthorns and sugar-coated snowballs to stimulate your appetite and aid digestion." Lin Sui'an's eyes widened in surprise as he accepted the paper bag and peered inside. The candied hawthorns were not limited to just that. Interspersed among them were other fruits, including plump strawberries and vibrant green grapes, with orange segments being the most abundant. Not knowing your preferred flavors, I aim to surprise you by selecting a variety of treats. Such heartfelt offerings were impossible to resist. Lin Sui'an gazed at Shen Yan with eyes gleaming with gratitude. "Thank you. No need for thanks. After all, you've prepared a feast for me as well. Haven't you?" At that moment, Lin Sui'an felt that his own feast paled in comparison. Initially, he had planned to make dishes that Shen Yan seldom enjoyed, but now he pondered, what had Shen Yan not tasted? Only the finest ingredients and intricate recipes would suffice to match Shen Yan's standards. Lin Sui'an could not conceal his thoughts, his emotions clearly etched upon his face. Shen Yan cast a glance at him and proceeded straight to the kitchen. Upon seeing the array of prepared dishes and 2 bowls of differently colored batter, he displayed a look of astonishment. "How did you know I wanted these? Did you also make porridge? I can already smell its fragrance. On a day like today, there's nothing more suitable than a homely meal." Indeed, upon hearing this, Lin Sui'an's features softened into a smile. "Really? I was afraid these might be too ordinary. If we speak of ordinariness, the ingredients in this world are, in truth, quite common. It is the artistry of those who wield them that renders them extraordinary." Lin Sui'an was still processing this when Shen Yan pointed at the 2 bowls of batter. "What are you preparing with these? One is red and the other green?" Noticing Shen Yan's interest, Lin Sui'an felt a surge of joy. A smile spread across his face as he explained, "The green batter is made from spinach, while the red one is derived from dragon fruit. We'll use them to make pancakes shortly." "Pancakes? Is it difficult? May I give it a try?" Lin Sui'an nodded enthusiastically. Of course. Shen Yan's response took Lin Sui'an by surprise. It was precisely this reaction that provided him with emotional fulfillment. During the course of their meal preparation, the two engaged in delightful conversation. Their easy camaraderie belied the fact that they had only recently met. The warm atmosphere enveloped them, making them appear as though they were an old married couple. The system inadvertently voiced its inner thoughts but hastily muted itself. Fortunately, Lin Sui'an was too preoccupied to notice or care. The system breathed a sigh of relief, capturing numerous photographs and recording videos of the heartwarming scene. Although it is dedicated to discovering the host's strategy to approach the male lead, one cannot help but acknowledge that among so many hosts, only Lin Sui'an and the male lead share such a harmonious connection. They seem to possess an enchanting allure. Even the slightest glance, an unintentional touch, or a casual remark ignites an exhilarating response from the system. It is not merely the excitement of accomplishing a task, but rather an entirely different kind of thrill. What was it called? The system quietly conducted its inquiry and ultimately stumbled upon the term shipping. After perusing numerous materials, the system experienced a profound epiphany. No wonder it has found it increasingly difficult to restrain its excitement lately. It had unwittingly become invested in shipping. Furthermore, the proximity of their interactions provided an almost immersive experience. Suddenly, the system felt a renewed sense of purpose. The system's laughter became rather lewd, prompting Lin Sui'an to abruptly cease his actions. "System, what is the matter?" The system replied, "Nothing, I simply think you two are perfect for cooking together." Lin Sui'an glanced at the numerous pancakes he and Shen Yan had prepared and nodded in agreement. Indeed, if there's an opportunity in the future, I hope we can cook together more often. Just as Lin Sui'an finished speaking, he heard the system emit another bizarre noise. Cooking, cooking. Lin Sui'an. Is the system experiencing another bug? Is it infected? Never mind, it's not my concern. Lin Sui'an chose to ignore the system and turned his attention to Shen Yan, who was diligently flipping pancakes. Although the act of making pancakes was rather down to earth, Shen Yan's apron did not detract from his noble and elegant demeanor. However, Shen Yan, are you feeling a bit warm? Your face appears slightly flushed. Shen Yan cleared his throat. It's fine. Are these pancakes sufficient? Lin Sui'an, oh my. Considering it was Lin Sui'an's first attempt, he had not accurately gauged the quantity, resulting in an excess of batter. He had been so engrossed in conversation with Shen Yan that he had not realized they had made so many. He looked at Shen Yan. With this many pancakes, it might take us 3 or 4 days to finish. Shen Yan remained silent. Then, shall we invite Han Ming and He Jiang over? Lin Sui'an nodded. That works. Chapter 40. When action is required by the time Han Ming and He Jiang arrived. Lin Sui'an's dishes were nearly all prepared. With the addition of 2 more people, he prepared 2 extra dishes. He Jiang gazed at the abundance of food on the table, generously showering compliments. Wow, did you make all of this? It smells divine. This pancake even comes in 2 colors. You are truly impressive. Lin Sui'an smiled. The pancakes were made by Shen Yan and me, one with spinach and the other with dragon fruit. Wow, splendid. It seems today is indeed a feast for the senses. What? These pancakes were personally crafted by our Xin Xiao? Such a rarity. Han Ming exclaimed dramatically, reaching out for a pancake, only to have his hand swatted away by Shen Yan. Go wash your hands. Han Ming raised an eyebrow, casually wrapping his arm around He Jiang's waist. All right, come on, darling, let us wash our hands. Consequently, his other hand received a slap as well. Don't fidget. Han Ming, darling, how could you bear to hit me? Have you forgotten how hard I worked last night? For you. He Jiang turned around and covered Han Ming's mouth. It was unclear what Han Ming had done, but He Jiang disdainfully withdrew his hand. There are others here. Could you perhaps exhibit a modicum of restraint? All right. I shall restrain myself, he replied, though Han Ming brazenly leaned closer to He Jiang. Observing their interaction once more, Lin Sui'an felt a sense of reassurance. He ladled soup for the 4 of them and couldn't resist capturing the moment with his phone. As he gazed at the photograph, he suddenly heard the system's voice. Host. The male lead is secretly watching you. Instinctively, Lin Sui'an glanced at Shen Yan, only to see him with his head lowered. No, system. Have you taken to playing pranks? I am not playing pranks. Just look for yourself. The male lead's ears are flushed. Lin Sui'an looked again at Shen Yan, who was now resting his head on one hand, conveniently obscuring his ears. System, why don't you take a nap instead? The system responded with confusion. Was it merely a coincidence? Just moments ago, while Han Ming and He Jiang were engrossed in each other, Shen Yan had been fixated on Lin Sui'an. Yet, the moment the system directed Lin Sui'an's gaze, Shen Yan turned away. Nevertheless, this only added to the intrigue, as the system discreetly observed Shen Yan's reactions. Suddenly, the system emitted a bright glow. This time, Shen Yan turned his head to look at Lin Sui'an again, but his gaze was markedly different. The coldness in his eyes was not directed at Lin Sui'an, but rather seemed to pierce through him, searching for something beyond. A sense of indescribable danger enveloped the system, causing it to retreat. At that moment, Han Ming and He Jiang returned, and the 4 of them gathered to dine. It turned out that Lin Sui'an's culinary skills were indeed commendable. Although some dishes were prepared for the first time, everyone praised the meal profusely. The diminishing quantity of food was a testament to its deliciousness. Regrettably, by the end, all 4 were nearly stuffed, yet some pancakes remained. He Jiang volunteered to take some home, and Lin Sui'an gladly obliged, packing a generous portion. However, he was stopped by Shen Yan, who remarked that he had packed too much. Lin Sui'an glanced at the leftovers. There is plenty left. I can't possibly finish all this. You alone? Shen Yan inquired softly. Won't you share with me? Lin Sui'an paused. No, it's just that I figured you wouldn't eat leftover food. This implied that Shen Yan wished to partake as well. Lin Sui'an hadn't anticipated the pancakes would be so coveted, and he looked at Shen Yan with curiosity. Do you truly find them delectable? Shen Yan's gaze softened further. They're delicious because you made them. At that moment, Lin Sui'an leaned closer to Shen Yan, his bright, clear eyes sparkling. As their gazes locked, A sweet atmosphere enveloped them. The system silently screamed in delight. Was this not a love confession? How had it never noticed the male lead's eloquence before? They are delicious because you made them, was a blatant expression of affection. Surely, the host would now begin to comprehend something profound. However, it is unfortunate that the scene the system presumed to be inevitable simply does not exist. For the reason Lin Sui'an approached Shen Yan was to inquire, "Do you think my skills are sufficient for opening a shop?" At the moment Lin Sui'an uttered these words, disappointment enveloped three individuals: the system, Shen Yan, and you, the viewer behind the screen. Yet, can an Omega truly establish a shop? Indeed, it seems that being in the spotlight carries its own risks. Perhaps I could become a streamer, showcasing only my hands. Shen Yan, do you believe this idea is feasible? Shen Yan, yes. Lin Sui'an, do you wish to have a conversation for a while? Upon hearing He Zhang's voice, Lin Sui'an promptly turned to seek him out. The two ascended the stairs and entered a room to converse. Shen Yan watched Lin Sui'an's retreating figure, his expression turning somewhat frigid. Han Ming, having witnessed the shift in his demeanor, could not suppress his laughter. Just previously, someone had claimed that Lin Sui'an was not his Omega. Now, what has changed? Alas, unable to utter a single word, it's unlike me. Every day, I must coax, kiss, and embrace, staying quite busy. Shen Yan cast a sidelong glance at him. Yes, indeed, quite busy. Just don't let it come to the point where the person slips away. I want to assist you in finding them then. TSK. Han Ming approached Shen Yan, leaning against the kitchen island beside him. Oh, I was merely jesting. Don't take offense, Shen. Shen Yan retrieved a cigarette, intending to offer it to Han Ming, who waved his hand dismissively. I won't smoke anymore. The last time I did, He Zhang complained about the smell and forbade me from getting into bed. Shen Yan, hearing this from Han Ming, he too found himself unable to smoke. Noticing Shen Yan's evident frustration, Han Ming ceased his teasing and, adopting the demeanor of an experienced friend, earnestly advised, "You are no longer a child. After all these years, you have always been alone, shunning anyone from getting too close. Now that you finally have someone you hold affection for, it is time to take action. While the other is still single, seize the opportunity to keep them close, lest you find yourself regretting it when they have moved on." Shen Yan replied coldly, "Impossible." What is impossible? Han Ming took a candy snowball from a nearby bag, popping it into his mouth as he spoke. Do not always assume that everything is under your control. Otherwise, fate will deliver a lesson. Wasn't that my experience? I used to be indifferent to many things, which is why I am now willing to adopt a more humble stance. As long as I can retain a person, I would do anything. Han Ming patted Shen Yan's shoulder. Don't let it be that when I have my second child, you still pursued your interest. As he spoke, he reached for a second candy snowball, but before his hand could delve into the bag, Shen Yan snatched it away. That is not for you. Han Ming, huh? Wait, Shen, how do you know I made a move? Shen Yan raised an eyebrow at Han Ming, smiling, his face radiating a dazzling superiority. I actually believe that concerning matters of second children, I will be ahead of you. Chapter 41. Friends, brothers just like last time at Han Ming's place. Two alphas conversed downstairs while two omegas engaged in dialogue upstairs. In Lin Sui'an's bedroom, He Zhang's first question left Lin Sui'an momentarily speechless. Did you two engage in intimate relations? Initially, Lin Sui'an was puzzled. Engage in what? Cooking? From Lin Sui'an's expression, He Zhang discerned his lack of comprehension and elaborated further. I mean the act of intimacy. Did he mark you? Or have you developed a deeper relationship? Understanding He Zhang's intent, Lin Sui'an's mind involuntarily conjured certain images, causing his face to flush visibly. No. We are entirely innocent. Shen Yan is merely my superior, at most a friend. He Zhang patted him on the shoulder. Calm down. I was merely inquiring. After all, pheromone therapy can easily lead to misunderstandings. So, have you given any thought to your situation? Are you truly planning to leave here? Or? Lin Sui'an's expression turned serious. I intend to leave. However, I have yet to discuss my job with Shen Yan, and I am unsure if he will agree. I believe he will, but... He Zhang lowered his voice. Do you have feelings for Shen Yan? Lin Sui'an immediately shook his head. No, I do not like men. Not like men? He Jiang was taken aback, as he had often heard of preferences concerning A, B, or O types, but rarely in terms of gender. Yet, he understood, for such individuals were not entirely uncommon. Indeed, I do not. He Jiang nodded. All right, I had many more things I wanted to discuss with you, but with this revelation, it seems unnecessary. Nonetheless, you must remain cautious. I sense that Shen Yan perceives you differently. If you detect any discomfort in your interactions with him, it would be wise to distance yourself. Lin Sui'an initially wished to refute this, yet upon reflection, He Jiang's words bore truth. In fact, it was Lin Sui'an who harbored ulterior motives toward Shen Yan, not the other way around. Thus, it seemed prudent for him to maintain a distance from Shen Yan. Understood. Once you have your own place, remember to invite me. Lin Sui'an placed his hand on He Jiang's shoulder. Of course, when the time comes, let me know what you wish to eat, and I shall prepare a meal just for the two of us. He Jiang nodded eagerly, and then recalled something. By the way, the shredded pork with green peppers you made today was delicious. How did you prepare it? Can you share the recipe? Certainly. As Lin Sui'an spoke, He Jiang used voice input to compose a message, which he subsequently sent. Lin Sui'an leaned in to observe. Are you sending that to yourself? That's quite convenient. I often use my contact account as a memo as well. No, I'm sending it to Han Ming. He insists on cooking at home every day, but his culinary skills are not up to par with yours, so I thought he could learn from you. Lin Sui'an looked on with curiosity. You two seem to have a good relationship. He Jiang replied nonchalantly. He insists on confining me, stripping away my freedom, so he ought to treat me exceedingly well. I, on the other hand, intentionally make things difficult for him. Everyone has their limits, and I suspect that one day I may inadvertently cross his threshold, or his patience may run out. At that point, I could regain my freedom effortlessly. If the outcome truly turns out to be as such, it would be for the best. I would also benefit, and in the end, freedom would be attained, a win-win situation. Lin Sui'an could not help but give a thumbs up to He Jiang's nonchalance. Excellent. Regardless of the circumstances, you suffer no loss. I sometimes feel I ought to learn from you. I seem rather too rigid. No, He Jiang winked at Lin Sui'an, saying, rigidity has its own advantages. Just be yourself. After conversing for a while longer, Han Ming sent a message urging He Jiang. He Jiang paid no heed until it was indeed quite late, at which point he decided to leave. Lin Sui'an accompanied him to the door, only returning when Han Ming's car vanished from sight. Earlier, He Jiang had sought him in a rush, and he had yet to tidy up the kitchen. However, upon approaching, he discovered there was little that required his attention. Shen Yan approached, offering him a glass of water. I just tidied up with Han Ming. Lin Sui'an instinctively uttered a thank you. Shen Yan suddenly laughed. Why should this warrant politeness? Lin Sui'an was at a loss for words and merely smiled. With only the two of them remaining in the villa, the atmosphere was just right for certain conversations. Lin Sui'an slowly began. Shen Yan, I have made up my mind. I believe I can no longer trouble you. Once I find a place, I will move out. Consequently, I will no longer be able to fulfill my responsibilities at home. However, if possible, I would still like to continue my work at the company. Just as He Jiang had predicted, Shen Yan readily agreed without hesitation. Of course, I had anticipated your choice. Shen Yan picked up his phone, tapping the screen, and soon Lin Sui'an received several messages and videos. I spoke with a friend today regarding some matters, and he happens to be well versed in these things, so he had his subordinates recommend a few apartments. A small living space would suffice for you alone. These communities have good security and environment, suitable for an Omega living independently. The information Shen Yan provided about the apartments was thorough and clearly organized, detailing location, furniture arrangement, soundproofing, and even the age distribution of the residents in the community. It was straightforward and easy to compare. Regarding the search for housing, Lin Sui'an had initially thought Shen Yan was merely speaking casually. He had not expected Shen Yan to take it so seriously. But in truth, Shen Yan had always been quite attentive to many matters. He thought to himself, Shen Yan has been incredibly kind to him. Yet, apart from expressing gratitude, he found it challenging to articulate further. Moreover, he did not know what else he could do for Shen Yan besides cooking and providing money. There are many things you could do. The system chimed in at just the right moment, prompting Lin Sui'an to inquire. Such as, for instance, you could be his good brother. The system almost revealed its true thoughts, so it concluded with words Lin Sui'an often used. Lin Sui'an remained oblivious to any discrepancies. He gazed into Shen Yan's eyes. Shen Yan, do we now consider ourselves friends? Shen Yan nodded, his voice particularly gentle. Yes, we are friends, brothers. Then, if you trust me, in the future, as long as it is within my capabilities, you can reach out to me, and I will certainly assist you. Shen Yan chuckled. You have expressed similar sentiments before. Rest assured, I have always placed my faith in you. Whenever I require your assistance in the future, I shall undoubtedly seek you out. I sincerely hope you will not forget me. Having said this, he retrieved the sugar snowball he had concealed in the corner. Here, enjoy it, but do not indulge excessively. You must be quite exhausted after preparing so many dishes today. Do take some time to rest. As he spoke, he offered one to Lin Sui'an, bringing it to her lips. Lin Sui'an intended to respond, yet could not allow Shen Yan to hold it there indefinitely. So she leaned forward and took a bite. Perhaps by accident, Shen Yan's finger did not withdraw in time, and thus it inadvertently found its way into Lin Sui'an's mouth. Momentarily stunned, Lin Sui'an gazed at Shen Yan, mumbling, I apologize, I wasn't paying attention. Shen Yan, however, leisurely retracted his finger, not hastening to wipe it clean, merely lowering his gaze. It is of no consequence, I do not mind, he replied, exhibiting no signs of a cleanliness obsession. Chapter 42. Sleeping casually initially, Lin Sui'an presumed that searching for a residence would consume several days. However, with Shen Yan's assistance, he found himself in his new abode by Sunday evening. The apartment, comprising 2 bedrooms and a living room, was modest yet perfectly suited for Lin Sui'an's needs. He was particularly drawn to its location and environment, conveniently close to his workplace and replete with essential amenities. Despite being fully furnished and ready for immediate occupancy, the price was remarkably reasonable. Indeed, even cheaper than nearby unfurnished units. Shen Yan's explanation was entirely plausible. I have a partnership with that friend, providing mutual convenience and fostering future interactions. So, you need not worry. Simply reside here with peace of mind. Trusting Shen Yan, Lin Sui'an promptly settled the payment, yet aware of his reliance on Shen Yan's goodwill. He insisted on treating him to a drink. Knowing Shen Yan's preference for fine wines, he invested generously within his means to select the best available. For accompaniments, he prepared cold dishes, including pig ears and marinated beef. As Lin Sui'an took a seat, he filled glasses for both Shen Yan and himself. Although these dishes may seem simple, they truly complement the wine splendidly. Shen Yan paused, glancing at the red wine in his glass and then at the array of dishes before him, ultimately refraining from voicing any thoughts. He understood well that Lin Sui'an was not of this world. Perhaps in Lin Sui'an's realm, red wine was indeed paired with such fare. Concurrently, the system posed a question. Host, isn't it typically beer or white liquor that accompanies these dishes? Lin Sui'an, unfazed, replied, I am aware. However, Shen Yan enjoys red wine and is not particularly fond of Western cuisine, so I believe this fusion of East and West would be optimal. The system responded, That sounds quite agreeable. How do you find the flavors? Lin Sui'an had tasted all the dishes he prepared, ensuring their quality before serving. As for the wine, the distinction should not be significant, he assumed. The system fell silent, and Shen Yan remained reticent. Lin Sui'an raised his glass, toasting Shen Yan. To you, Shen Yan, I extend my gratitude for the support you have offered during this time. With that, Lin Sui'an downed the contents in one swift motion. Shen Yan, he followed Lin Sui'an and downed his drink in one go. Lin Sui'an then raised a second glass. You have saved me 3 times, caring for me in every aspect of life. Meeting you truly feels like a stroke of fortune. He downed another glass. Shen Yan, although our acquaintance has been brief, it feels as though we have known each other for ages. In my heart, you are a brother with whom I can forge a deep bond. Whenever you are in need, I shall brave fire and water without hesitation. Lin Sui'an drank the red wine with exuberance. Fortunately, the glass was a small one meant for white spirits, so despite his reckless consumption, he was not immediately incapacitated. Little did Lin Sui'an know, this red wine had a potent after-effect. Initially, he maintained his lucidity, the wine merely casting a rosy hue upon his cheeks. The two of them dined and drank, engaging in a light-hearted conversation, predominantly led by Lin Sui'an. Each utterance was a reflection of his admiration for Shen Yan, an expression of gratitude for their meeting. Were it anyone else, such remarks might seem like flattery. Yet, in Lin Sui'an's case, it was evident that he spoke from the heart. Gradually, as the effects of the wine intensified, Lin Sui'an grew more animated in his speech. Besides praising Shen Yan, he inadvertently began to share his own experiences. I have truly never been this fortunate before. When misfortune struck, even a sip of water would get stuck between my teeth. He pointed towards the doorknob of the distant bedroom. Do you know? There was a time when I worked part-time for over half a month, only for the boss to abruptly dismiss me without compensation. When I demanded my wages, he sent someone to beat me up. With no choice, I had to flee. But I tripped and fell along the way. The trousers I had painstakingly bought ripped right open, forcing me to spend a fortune on a cab ride home. And the driver overcharged me. Upon finally reaching home, I felt utterly defeated, yet I still had to clean the mud off my clothes in the bathroom. The moment I entered, my sleeve got caught on that doorknob, tearing yet again. Lin Sui'an chuckled. When a person is down on their luck, they may feel sorrow and anger, but after facing enough misfortune, all one can do is laugh. I found myself laughing for ages, thinking, what can I do? It was already done. Should I weep again? How exhausting and time-consuming that would be. So, I changed my clothes, took a shower, and promptly went to bed. Lin Sui'an recounted many similar tales, each punctuated with laughter. Yet his ultimate aim was not merely to entertain, but to convey something of greater significance. Truly, ever since I met you in Hejiang, my life has improved remarkably. I am profoundly grateful to both of you, though it is regrettable that I do not know how long I can remain here. As he spoke, he grasped Shen Yan's hand, his moist almond-shaped eyes gazing earnestly at him. Shen Yan, you are genuinely a wonderful person. I know you have encountered many unsavory characters in the past, but those are the actions of others. I hope you can lead a better life henceforth, free from the disturbances of chaotic individuals. The system remained on high alert, anxious that Lin Sui'an might inadvertently reveal its existence. Even though the intention was to mute Lin Sui'an, his words, while skirting the edge of propriety, were not excessively offensive. Moreover, they served to deepen their bond. Thus the system refrained from intervening. Observing silently, the system noted Shen Yan's reaction, perplexed by the lack of any amusement despite Lin Sui'an's humorous remarks and infectious laughter. Shen Yan remained impassive, fixated on Lin Sui'an, listening intently. At last, Lin Sui'an realized that Shen Yan had scarcely spoken. Releasing Shen Yan's hand, he apologized. I'm sorry, have I been talking too much? He poured himself another glass of red wine, filling Shen Yan's glass as well. I've never shared these thoughts with anyone before, knowing how kind you are to me. I couldn't hold back. His eyes crinkled with mirth as he raised his glass to Shen Yan. Thank you for being such a patient listener. After downing the wine, Lin Sui'an felt increasingly lightheaded. Supporting his head with one hand, he gazed at Shen Yan. I don't think today was the right time for drinking. Perhaps next weekend would be better. But since you helped me move today, I'm at a loss for how to repay you. Have you been drinking? Should I call a driver for you? Or perhaps a designated driver? His thoughts sluggish from intoxication, Lin Sui'an pondered further, or if you don't mind, you could just stay here and sleep. We share a bond akin to life and death. My home is your home. Feel free to rest. After speaking, Lin Sui'an could no longer support his head and let it droop onto his crossed arms on the table, appearing as though he had fallen asleep. Finally, Shen Yan moved. He approached Lin Sui'an and lifted him gently. Though his expression remained cold, his actions were tender. Instead of taking him to the bedroom, he carried Lin Sui'an to the bathroom, placing him in the bathtub while running warm water and removing Lin Sui'an's clothing until he was left with no superfluous garments. Only then did Shen Yan's icy demeanor soften, revealing the profound tenderness beneath the facade like a mask torn away. Chapter 43. May I touch you? Having navigated the system for so long, Shen Yan was well aware that it was not omnipotent. There were numerous loopholes to exploit. Certain methods that had previously been ineffective now became applicable. When it came to personal privacy, such as bathing physiological matters, or intimacy with others, the system would automatically activate a shielding mode. Unless summoned by the protagonist, the system would remain absent. In such moments, neither he nor Lin Sui'an was bound by the system as constraints. Shen Yan no longer needed to conceal his emotional fluctuations. Though Lin Sui'an lay bare before him, Shen Yan harbored no desire, only a profound sense of compassion. He cradled Lin Sui'an in his arms, his large hands gently gliding along the delicate contours of his back. As Lin Sui'an recounted tales of the past, every laugh from him felt like a needle piercing Shen Yan's heart, illuminating why Lin Sui'an struggled to articulate his needs. Why do we often prioritize the needs of others over our own? It is not that one is inherently selfless. Rather, life has worn away all their edges and sharpness. They have certainly fought back, experiencing moments of anger, sadness, and confusion. Yet it was all in vain. No one listens to them, nor is anyone willing to invest time in their healing. Consequently, they have learned to comfort themselves, to compromise, and to face all of life's adversities with equanimity. Therefore, Shen Yan not only feels sympathy for Lin Sui'an, but also admires him. Not everyone possesses the resilience to endure a life fraught with misfortune. Even he at one point succumbed to a period of gloom. The existence of systems and strategies led him to contemplate ending it all. Fortunately, through therapy and the support of his parents and friends, he persevered. However, he remains deeply influenced by those experiences. Lin Sui'an has endured far more hardships alone. Suffering holds no comparative merit. Yet, everyone aspires to grow stronger, to shield their beloved from life's storms. Shen Yan reflects that he still has much to accomplish for the future, for the sake of himself and Lin Sui'an. He must extricate the lingering influences upon himself, addressing the root causes rather than merely the symptoms. Lowering his gaze, he observes Lin Sui'an's flushed face and cannot resist planting a gentle kiss on his forehead. He then embraces him more tightly. Lin Sui'an, perhaps sensing the intensity of the embrace, instinctively leans closer into Shen Yan's arms, his cheek brushing softly against Shen Yan's chest. The warmth and softness of Lin Sui'an melts Shen Yan's heart. Lin Sui'an is awakened by the sound of his alarm. He typically sets 2 alarms to allow himself an extra 5 minutes of sleep. Thus, he lazily opens one to locate his phone and turn off the alarm, then promptly closes his eyes to continue sleeping. However, as he drifts off, he suddenly senses something amiss. Wasn't he just drinking with Shen Yan? How did he end up in bed the next morning? Did Shen Yan carry him to bed? He rummages through his memories of the previous night, but finds nothing. Just as he contemplates seeking help from the system, he realizes something even more unsettling. He can hear another person's breathing. Lin Sui'an is fully awake now. He bolts upright, turning to see another person lying beside him. It is none other than Shen Yan. Lin Sui'an quickly sits up, staring at Shen Yan, momentarily frozen like a statue. Yet, inside his mind, chaos reigns supreme. How did Shen Yan end up in his bed? What transpired after their drinking session last night? Why is he wearing different clothes? He couldn't have been controlled by the system, could he? Lin Sui'an leans in cautiously to investigate, only to meet Shen Yan's open gaze. Startled, Lin Sui'an instinctively recoils. Why, you're awake? I didn't do anything to you while I was drunk, did I? Compared to Lin Sui'an, Shen Yan appeared far more composed. How could you think that? You are an Omega. It is unheard of for an Omega to take advantage of an Alpha. Lin Sui'an mused to himself. But isn't there a system in place? The system, having just disabled its filter, caught wind of Lin Sui'an's thoughts. Host, how could you say such a thing? Even if I had the ability to control you in such matters, I would never do so. Lin Sui'an was incredulous. After all, he had been thrust into a state of heat shortly after his arrival, and the system couldn't offer an explanation. He could not claim that it was related to his mindset. A forced union yields no sweetness. No matter how much effort is expended, an incompatible pairing remains futile. Yet Shen Yan was unlike Lin Sui'an. They had already entered an ambiguous state. How could he possibly choose to complicate matters further? The system promptly presented Lin Sui'an with images from before he had imbibed too much. He observed himself confiding in Shen Yan for a full 2 hours. Shen Yan, undeterred, listened intently and graciously indulged in a substantial meal. Lin Sui'an remarked, "Regardless, I truly appreciate your assistance last night." Shen Yan gazed at Lin Sui'an with a hint of exasperation. After waiting for what seemed an eternity, he had yet to receive any commentary on the most crucial matter. Thus, he took the initiative. Last night, you were intoxicated and invited me to stay here, so I obliged. Seeing you in discomfort, I bathed you and changed your clothes. Lin Sui'an gasped, "What? You bathed me?" Shen Yan also sat up, causing the covers to slip from his body, revealing that he was clad only in his lower garments. Lin Sui'an realized that Shen Yan possessed a robust physique, his well-defined muscles accentuating his commendable form. His broad shoulders were particularly captivating. However, this was not the moment for admiration. Lin Sui'an, suddenly aware, felt his cheeks flush and instinctively retreated a bit. Yet, as he moved back, Shen Yan leaned forward slightly. "I helped you remove your clothes. You were too inebriated to stand, so I assisted you in the bath. You mentioned we are friends, brothers even, so there is nothing unusual about aiding you in such a manner. In the future, I may find myself in a similar situation, and I will need your help then." Lin Sui'an regarded Shen Yan, then glanced at the comfortable attire he now wore. After a moment's hesitation, he finally nodded. "You are right." Shen Yan smiled. "I had no clothes here, so I could only sleep like this last night." Shen Yan shifted slightly, causing the covers to slide further down, revealing his sculpted abdominal muscles. Lin Sui'an ultimately succumbed to temptation. "How did you achieve such an impressive physique? May I touch it?" Shen Yan took Lin Sui'an's hand and placed it on his abdomen. "Of course, if you wish to train, I can teach you, though being an Omega may present challenges in reaching such a level." Lin Sui'an pondered this and ultimately decided against it. "Never mind, I rarely go out, so there's no need to train for others. I am not particularly fixated on this anyway." Nonetheless, he couldn't help but comment, "The texture is truly remarkable." Shen Yan allowed him to explore, guiding his hand further up. Lin Sui'an initially sought merely to experience a moment, yet found himself in the grasp of Shen Yan, who almost allowed him to explore his upper body entirely. Regrettably, Lin Sui'an's gaze remained unclouded, devoid of any insinuation. Shen Yan let out a silent sigh, as did the system. One couldn't help but wonder when this individual would finally awaken to the truth. Chapter 44. Such are good brothers. Though Shen Yan had called for his assistant to deliver clothes, it was still inappropriate to remain unclothed until the garments arrived. Lin Sui'an rummaged through his wardrobe and unearthed a set of unworn loungewear, offering it to Shen Yan. "This is the one you bought for me before. It has been washed but remains untouched. If you don't mind, you may wear it for now." After freshening up, Shen Yan emerged from the bathroom. He glanced at the clothing, then at Lin Sui'an, raising an eyebrow. "Do you wish for me to wear it or not?" Lin Sui'an, taken aback, pondered for a moment before earnestly replying, "Of course, it would be better if you wore it. The weather is a bit chilly, and it would be unwise to catch a cold." Shen Yan accepted the clothing and donned it. His broad frame made the attire fit somewhat snugly, yet the loose design of loungewear rendered it bearable. Leaving the buttons undone alleviated the tightness. However, this choice left his chest bare, exposing well-defined muscles that proved more alluring than being fully unclothed. Shen Yan seemed unfazed, inching closer to Lin Sui'an. "Let us prepare breakfast together. It will be quicker that way." Lin Sui'an was not swayed by such captivating allure and turned to inspect the contents of the refrigerator. Having just moved in the previous day, his supplies were rather scant. He contemplated for a moment before retrieving the leftovers from the previous night. "I will have these. There are eggs and milk in the house. What would you like to eat? I can prepare it for you." Shen Yan glanced at the leftovers, paused in silence, and finally remarked, "I will eat whatever you choose." Lin Sui'an gently pushed Shen Yan away. "That won't do. I have grown accustomed to rougher fare. While your stomach is not made of iron, you should—" "I'm an alpha," Shen Yan interjected, asserting his stature as he reached for the braised beef stored in the fridge, claiming, "It's only been one night. It's not as serious as you suggest." Though Shen Yan never indulged in leftovers, he was eager to experience Lin Sui'an's way of life. Lin Sui'an remained concerned. Yet Shen Yan's persistence left him with little to argue. After their breakfast, Shen Yan's clothing arrived, delivered by assistant Li, who had brought meals to Shen Yan previously. Upon seeing Lin Sui'an, she displayed no signs of surprise, just as before. She neither lingered nor questioned, adhering strictly to her role as an assistant, exuding competence and poise. even driving smoothly. Lin Sui'an regarded assistant Li with admiration and longing. Now that you have recovered, your life can return to a more stable path. If you wish to learn to drive, I can teach you. Lin Sui'an felt a flicker of confusion. Hadn't it been suggested that he find an instructor? No worries. I cannot keep troubling you. I can manage this on my own. He no longer needed to impose on Shen Yan for such trivial matters, as his financial status had improved. Yet Shen Yan countered. Have you forgotten that you are an Omega? Finding things on one's own can be quite inconvenient, and encountering a nefarious Alpha could prove perilous. Recently, I have not been particularly busy. I can spare half an hour to an hour in the evenings or on weekends. Upon hearing this, Assistant Li felt an unexpected sense of relief due to her slight facial paralysis. Otherwise, she would have been unable to suppress her expressions. It is astonishing how all alphas seem to behave similarly when pursuing an Omega. This young master certainly speaks with a forked tongue. Not busy indeed. How could that be true? There are several significant projects requiring the young master's personal involvement, and he even has a business trip scheduled for this week. Yet he claims to have time to spare. It seems he has truly succumbed. Lin Sui'an hesitated. He had initially contemplated moving out, although it would be a bit regretful. It would allow him to maintain some distance from Shen Yan. However, if they were to see each other every day, it would hardly differ from living together. Just as he was about to utter something, he turned and found Shen Yan gazing at him with a gentle expression. The weather was splendid that day. With the car window half open, a soft breeze tousling Shen Yan's hair, and sunlight cascading over him. The golden rays illuminated his sculpted features. Lin Sui'an felt as though he had succumbed to enchantment, effortlessly uttering a positive affirmation. By the time he regained his senses, it was too late for regrets. Very well. That is settled then. There's no need for excessive burden. You know I rarely go out. Having you as a friend, teaching you to drive each evening will serve as a pleasant diversion. The term friend resonated deeply with Lin Sui'an. His previously wavering heart steadied immediately. Indeed, Shen Yan was entirely oblivious to the system's affairs. Since they had already become friends, companionship was undoubtedly essential. Shen Yan wanted to see him more often posed no issue. As long as he remained vigilant, preventing the system from causing any turmoil, all would be well. System? Question mark. Fine. Is of no consequence. It need not interfere now, as the male lead is already preoccupied. Experience has shown that one must be cautious with leftover food. Shortly after arriving at his workstation, Lin Sui'an began to feel a twinge of discomfort in his abdomen. Initially, the mild pain did not warrant much concern. He poured himself some hot water, adhering to the belief that drinking warm water would alleviate his discomfort. However, after 2 cups, the pain not only persisted but intensified to a degree that even visiting the restroom could not remedy. Lin Sui'an finally recalled the breakfast he had consumed that morning. He promptly messaged Shen Yan to check in. Shen Yan replied swiftly, "Come to the office." Lin Sui'an assumed Shen Yan might also have eaten something amiss and wanted him to assist in the office. Yet upon arrival, he discovered Shen Yan appeared vibrant and exceedingly healthy. Was this merely an act? It seemed alphas often cared about appearances. Apologies, I frequently consume leftovers without issue, and I'm unsure why it has affected me this time, causing you trouble. Rest assured, I shall take responsibility and accompany you to the hospital. Observing Lin Sui'an's noticeably pale complexion, Shen Yan felt a twinge of annoyance, yet his voice remained gentle. I am fine. It is you who should be concerned. Please, lie down in the lounge. I've already summoned the doctor, he said. As for you, Shen Yan pressed his lips together, remaining silent as he rose to embrace Lin Sui'an. He half-held, half-cradled him into the lounge and gently laid him upon the bed. Lin Sui'an felt a bit bewildered. Why'd you make me lie down? You. Shen Yan, unable to restrain himself any longer, pinched Lin Sui'an's nose playfully. I am fine. Your condition arises from being an Omega, which renders you somewhat weaker. Moreover, during this period, I have been taking good care of you, providing ample nourishment. So it is only natural that you are no longer accustomed to your previous habits. A flicker of guilt washed over Shen Yan. If only I had dealt with the leftover food last night. In that fleeting moment, various thoughts raced through his mind. He poured a cup of warm water for Lin Sui'an, even releasing a hint of his pheromones. Just hold on a little longer. The doctor will arrive shortly. Lin Sui'an, already in a daze, felt even more confused. Shen Yan's series of actions appeared so natural and practiced, as if they had always shared such intimacy. System, is this correct? Huh? Is there something wrong? Lin Sui'an raised his hand to touch the tip of his nose, which Shen Yan had just pinched. Why did he pinch my nose? Isn't that a bit too? Isn't it normal among close friends? The system suppressed its internal cheer, maintaining a calm tone. Close friends often do such things. It's merely a light pinch, nothing significant. Of course, if this ignites a competitive spirit within you, you are welcome to pinch him back. Chapter 45. The brothers' wives had Lin Sui'an previously possessed friends with whom he shared a close bond. He would have realized that such familiarity was certainly atypical between two males. Alas, Lin Sui'an only began to forge friendships after entering this narrative. Although he sensed an underlying strangeness, he attributed it to his own limited experiences. He no longer lingered on the trivial gesture, and thus, he became more attuned to Shen Yan's concern for him. As the doctor examined Lin Sui'an, Shen Yan remained steadfastly by his side, his expression grave and serious. Once the examination concluded and the results confirmed that there was no serious issue, Shen Yan's demeanor softened. Lin Sui'an did not miss the subtle change in Shen Yan's expression, particularly as the doctor offered advice for future care, where Shen Yan exhibited an extraordinary level of attentiveness, even more than the patient himself. Lin Sui'an couldn't help but reminisce about his past dreams for the future. He had long given up hope of having friends, and thus, he envisioned a gentle and kind wife with whom he could build a family, facing life's storms together and cherishing each day. As for children, he had never contemplated having any. The act of raising offspring is a significant responsibility, requiring not only sufficient financial means, but also a warm and stable family environment. Both of these elements were beyond Lin Sui'an's reach. If he could not guarantee these prerequisites, who would willingly choose to share their life with him? Consequently, each time Lin Sui'an indulged in his fantasies, he gradually dismissed them. After all, given his circumstances, dreaming of winning the lottery felt more attainable than finding a spouse. Now that he had friends, he found that the absence of a romantic partner seemed less critical. During this period, Shen Yan saved his life, provided him with a job, and diligently cared for him during his illness. This kindness surpassed even his fantasies of an ideal wife. Lin Sui'an's profound gratitude found no words, transforming instead into a fervent gaze. Thus, when Shen Yan turned around with the sword of medicine, he was met with this searing look. In that moment, Shen Yan couldn't help but wonder if Lin Sui'an had finally realized his feelings. Had he developed affections for him? The mere possibility sent a thrill through Shen Yan, nearly causing him to stumble as he approached the bedside, handing the medicine to Lin Sui'an. Take your medicine first. You heard the doctor say it's not serious this time, so just medication will suffice. But you must refrain from eating leftovers in the future. Shen Yan brought the cup to Lin Sui'an's lips. Lin Sui'an swallowed the pill and took a sip of water from the cup. Immediately after, Shen Yan gently wiped the moisture from the corner of Lin Sui'an's lips with his fingertip. The coolness of his fingertip met the warmth of Lin Sui'an's soft lips, causing both to freeze for a moment. Their eyes locked, only to quickly dart away. However, Lin Sui'an soon returned his gaze, seemingly inspired by something, and suddenly asked Shen Yan, "Shen Yan, I realize I am not yet adequate. I cannot be as thoughtful as you in many aspects, but I will learn. I will remember how well you treat me, and I will reciprocate." Recalling the affectionate gestures that Shen Yan had recently shown him, Lin Sui'an leaned forward and grasped Shen Yan's hand. "If I am lacking in any way, please tell me, all right?" He concluded with a playful wink, subtly releasing a hint of pheromones, just as Shen Yan had done earlier. Shen Yan watched as a blush crept from his ears to his cheeks. Before Lin Sui'an could observe further, Shen Yan let out a sound and strode out of the lounge. Lin Sui'an gazed at his retreating figure and couldn't help but share with the system. "System, I was right." He blushed with excitement. He must be thinking, did I mistakenly cross a line with my friend? The system stifled a chuckle. Indeed, the protagonist is particularly exhilarated, his teeth itching with excitement. Lin Sui'an, oblivious to the deeper meaning behind the system's words, mused, "Teeth itching? Is it true that an alpha experiences such a reaction when excited? Such a peculiar physiological response. The system thought to itself, no matter how strange, you'll find out soon enough. And indeed, the system's analysis was accurate. Shen Yan felt a tingling at the edges of his teeth. If any other Omega were to release pheromones in such a manner before him, it would be akin to seduction. Yet he understood that Lin Sui'an had only a vague comprehension of these ABO dynamics. He recognized Lin Sui'an's aptitude for learning, and he anticipated that Lin Sui'an would also delve into such matters. However, was this not a gift in itself for Shen Yan? He licked his lips, feeling a stirring deep within him, as if his glands were beginning to awaken. Whether it was merely an illusion or not, he sensed a stirring in his own glands. Shen Yan glanced at the calendar resting on his desk. The susceptibility period for alpha typically occurs once every 3 months after reaching adulthood. However, as time progresses, this interval gradually elongates. Yet, due to the absence of any prior markings and the reliance on inhibitors to navigate each susceptibility phase, Shen Yan's glands have inevitably been impacted. In fact, his intervals have begun to shorten over the past year. The more they shorten, the more he needs to administer inhibitors. The more he administers, the further they diminish. This creates a vicious cycle. The interference from the system and the strategist has rendered his life tumultuous. Consequently, he has never truly had the inclination or time to restore balance. Nonetheless, he muses that perhaps in the future, such concerns will dissipate. Without the system and the strategists, he might have been a good person. Alas, he has long been corrupted by the darker aspects forced upon him. To forcibly keep someone close, there are methods beyond merely emulating Hanming. As Shen Yan gazed at the calendar, he circled the date 3 days hence with his pen. A faint smile played on his lips as he glanced towards the lounge. He had never anticipated the onset of a susceptibility period with such eagerness before. Suddenly, a ringtone shattered his contemplation. He looked at his phone screen, which displayed a single word, Mom. After a moment's pause, he answered the call. Yan, how have you been lately? Quite well. And what about that Omega in your life? Mom, I'm not prying into your private matters intentionally. I know you prefer we don't interfere. A few days ago, we heard you were with an Omega. I didn't want to assume. But now you're sending money and buying a house for him. Is there something going on? Before Shen Yan could respond, a barrage of words flooded his ears. You're 29 now, no longer a child. Do you realize Aunt Wang has already held her grandchild? Oh, that Hanming you were seeing with has told his family he found an Omega. Now you're the only single one left. If you like him, you should bring him home so we can settle the marriage arrangements early. After a brief pause, the voice on the other end fell silent, granting Shen Yan the opportunity to speak. I do have an Omega, but I knew it. Are you incapable of pursuing someone? You should come back to the old home today. I'll tell you how your father courted me back in the day. It's been ages since you last visited. How about bringing your Omega along for a meal? Mom, then it's settled. Tomorrow evening, your father, grandfather, and I will be waiting. As the call ended, Shen Yan stared at his phone screen in silence. In truth, if he wished to decline, it wouldn't have been difficult. However, was there truly a need to refuse? Lin Sui'an had no friends or family. He could provide Lin Sui'an with everything he lacked. Thus, Shen Yan sent another message to his mother. His taste in food is quite similar to mine, though he enjoys spicy dishes. However, he is unwell today and should stick to something lighter. He had previously endured a rather difficult life, struggling to articulate his needs and often succumbing to shyness. Please, do not frighten him tomorrow, Shen Yan added. We are not yet in a romantic relationship. We are merely friends, so do not expose that. Shortly thereafter, Shen Yan discovered that his messages had been forwarded to the group titled Loving Family and were sent to all members. His father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, uncle, and other relatives responded in unison. Received. Chapter 46. The Prince's Secret After Taking Medicine and Resting. Lin Sui'an found that his stomach no longer ached. However, after a good rest, it was already 3 in the afternoon, and he had missed work for an hour. He distinctly remembered setting an alarm. Lin Sui'an had also gained some experience in sleeping during breaks. He approached the door, but did not rush to open it. Instead, he listened for sounds outside, ensuring that no one was present before stepping out. Shen Yan was engrossed in his work. Lin Sui'an had no intention of disturbing him and made a conscious effort to be quiet. Yet Shen Yan immediately turned his gaze towards him. "You're up? Does your stomach still hurt?" Lin Sui'an shook his head. "Not anymore. This medicine is truly effective." Shen Yan nodded, "As long as it works." He stood and walked over to Lin Sui'an, gently ruffling his hair. Lin Sui'an instinctively wanted to shy away, but managed to suppress that urge. Although he was still not entirely accustomed to such intimate proximity, he did not find it unpleasant. The faint scent of Shen Yan's pheromones was rather comforting. "Good. Your temperature is normal. No fever," Shen Yan remarked. "Lin Sui'an, there's a favor I might need to ask of you." Lin Sui'an, rarely being sought after by Shen Yan, brightened at the prospect. "What is it?" "My parents heard that I have made a new friend and wish for me to bring you home for a meal tomorrow afternoon. Would that be acceptable for you?" "Of course. This is hardly a burden. Your parents meeting me only signifies how much you value our friendship." Despite his enthusiasm, Lin Sui'an felt a twinge of nervousness creeping in. "What are your parents like? I can't go empty-handed." Shen Yan chuckled. "After work, let us visit the supermarket together and pick up a few things." Lin Sui'an eagerly nodded. "That sounds great, but if we do that, I want to have time to practice driving today." "That's all right. Driving practice is not urgent and can be mastered with time. It's better to first pass the theoretical exam before focusing on practical driving," Shen Yan reassured him. Lin Sui'an was aware that the driving test consisted of 4 basic subjects, 2 written exams, and 2 practical assessments. Reviewing questions posed no challenge for him. Unable to contain his affection, Lin Sui'an embraced Shen Yan. "Shen Yan, you are so wonderful." The citrusy fragrance enveloped him, and Shen Yan closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. "It is only right. After all, you are quite remarkable as well." Just as Lin Sui'an was about to inquire further, a knock at the door interrupted him. Reluctantly, he released Shen Yan. "I should return to work. We'll connect after hours." "All right." Shen Yan's gaze lingered on Lin Sui'an until he had left, after which Assistant Li entered the room. Shen Yan's expression grew distant and serious. Assistant Li realized that she had interrupted her superior's important task and proceeded with utmost caution. Fortunately, it was evident that Shen Yan was in good spirits, as this version of the proposal had finally passed. Once they exited the office, Assistant Li breathed a sigh of relief. Other assistants gathered around, along with colleagues from the project department, all eagerly awaiting the outcome. "Sister Li, did the proposal pass this time? It didn't fail again, did it? What did President Shen say?" Assistant Li refrained from scaring them further and placed the documents neatly in her hands. "Rest assured, this time it passed." Instantly, her colleagues erupted with excitement. "My heavens! We spent all afternoon revising this version, and it was urgent. I was worried the young master would kick us out." "Don't worry, that won't happen. Even if you produce something terrible, he'll only scold you a bit. He won't throw you out." "Why not?" Assistant Li smiled. "Because I won't tell you." "Oh, Sister Li, is there something you need to hide from us?" Yes. What is it that we cannot know? Could it possibly be related to the young master?" It wouldn't be about that Omega employee, would it, Lin Sui'an?" Assistant Li leisurely sipped her coffee. "Take your time to figure it out. President Shen has always disdained idle chatter." In the next moment, several of them promptly formed a group chat. Upon hearing the group code, Assistant Li joined in. She glanced at the group name, Shen Family Young Master Secret Discussion Group, and couldn't help but chuckle. At the end of the workday, Lin Sui'an headed straight to the garage and entered Shen Yan's car. Shen Yan, being considerate, drove to a large supermarket near Lin Sui'an's home. Upon arrival, Shen Yan pushed the cart while Lin Sui'an walked beside him. "My parents are easy to get along with. For gifts, some ordinary supplements will suffice." Ordinary supplements? Wouldn't that seem too thoughtless? Lin Sui'an felt a twinge of regret. "If only I had more time, I could make something special for them myself. In truth, your visit will make them quite happy." Lin Sui'an paused, glancing at Shen Yan. "Has Han Ming never been to your home?" Shen Yan responded. "He has, but you are a new friend, and an Omega friend at that. My parents have long wished for an Omega child, so they will surely adore you." Lin Sui'an began to understand, yet felt increasingly anxious. The truth was, he was not a pure Omega, and he sensed that other Omegas were far more refined than he was. He didn't know many Omegas, but each one he had encountered seemed to possess a greater elegance. Perhaps he should lean more towards the Omega side tomorrow to make a better impression. Despite Shen Yan's fervent objections, Lin Sui'an still purchased a plethora of impressive gifts. Upon arriving home that evening, he began rummaging through his clothes. As he sifted through his wardrobe, he consulted the system. System, which outfit do you think is suitable for meeting Shen Yan's parents? At such times, the system was naturally quite considerate. When meeting parents, it is generally advisable to dress modestly. Elders appreciate obedient and understanding individuals. Lin Sui'an scratched his head. Dressing in a suit feels overly formal, while casual attire appears too laid back. Suddenly, the system interjected. There is a simple white t-shirt over there. Pair it with the beige jacket to your right, and the third pair of white trousers on your left. Following the system's guidance, Lin Sui'an changed into the suggested outfit. Upon gazing into the mirror, he couldn't help but acknowledge that the system's aesthetic was rather commendable. Of course, your appearance and temperament naturally lean towards a pure and innocent vibe, making such light colors, particularly white, quite fitting. Wearing this would render you akin to a radiant moonlight. That white lace silk shirt over there is also quite lovely. You could wear it when you go out with Shen Yan. Lin Sui'an had no recollection of that shirt. If it were up to him, he would never purchase such a style. When had Shen Yan selected it for him? It seemed unlikely, as Shen Yan typically bought clothes in bulk. Perhaps there had been a mix-up upon delivery. This type of clothing doesn't seem suitable, does it? Why wouldn't it be suitable? I believe this garment complements you splendidly. When going out with friends, one ought to dress attractively, right? It demonstrates your regard for them. Lin Sui'an stroked his chin, glancing back and forth at the shirt, ultimately nodding in agreement. That makes sense. I shall give it a try next time. Chapter 47. Soul Connection the following afternoon. Just before the end of his shift, Lin Sui'an received a message from Shen Yan, stating that a meeting was running late and he would need to wait a moment. Thus, he settled comfortably at his workstation, beginning to search online for tips on interacting with elders. He was so engrossed in his task that he failed to notice someone approaching. It wasn't until he heard a voice behind him that he realized he was no longer alone. Why aren't you leaving after work? What are you researching? Turning around, Lin Sui'an found Qian Fu, who wore a cheerful smile. Lin Sui'an quickly concealed his phone. Just browsing. You aren't waiting for someone, are you? Waiting for Shen Yan? Before Lin Sui'an could respond, Qian Fu continued. Shen Yan has indeed been treating you well lately, but don't let yourself fall too hard. Lin Sui'an was taken aback. Fall hard. We are merely friends. Qian Fu patted his shoulder. You can't fool me, nor can you deceive the Zheng sisters. You may not realize it, but you interact with Shen Yan in a manner that is entirely different from how you engage with others. But fear not, we won't speak of it. Enjoy your conversations, but don't become too entangled. I shall head home now. Take your time waiting. Qian Fu hurriedly departed, leaving Lin Sui'an in a state of confusion. Why did everyone assume he and Shen Yan were in a romantic relationship? They had not engaged in any behavior beyond the boundaries of friendship, had they? Lin Sui'an meticulously reflected on his recent interactions with Shen Yan and found nothing amiss. Indeed, nothing is amiss. The system continued to propose Lin Sui'an's brotherly friend theory. Isn't that how friends interact? Don't listen to their nonsensical chatter. This time, Lin Sui'an did not blindly agree with the system, as he sensed its demeanor had shifted significantly. Although he was somewhat oblivious, he was not easily deceived. System, you have been incessantly clamoring for tasks. Why have you ceased to urge me lately? You claim to have come to terms with everything. Yet how can I believe you? The system paused briefly before responding. Regardless of what I say, you seem unwilling to take action. What can I do but resign myself to waiting for the next host? Lin Sui'an fell silent for a moment before stating, Last time you advised me to steer clear of Shen Yan, and now I suspect you are intentionally provoking me. In truth, the task directs me to draw closer to Shen Yan, which has led many to mistakenly believe we are a couple. After a moment of contemplation, the system remained unperturbed, its tone calm. But do you not hold a clear conscience? You regard each other as friends. Does the opinion of outsiders truly matter? Lin Sui'an interjected, System, have you been possessed? You speak as though I am human, the system replied. It is said that absence makes the heart grow fonder. Although we have never been apart, I have been learning. Recently, I have perused many materials I had previously overlooked, acquiring a wealth of knowledge, thus achieving a degree of growth. I have faced numerous failures in the past. One learns and evolves through adversity, and as a system, I too must progress. Growing amidst the ship's fandom, Lin Sui'an remained somewhat skeptical. Do you truly not care about the task anymore? I suppose I will leave it to fate. The system sighed, its tone laden with resignation, as if genuinely at a loss. Lin Sui'an pondered this and was inclined to believe that the system was indeed powerless in this situation. Just then, a message from Shen Yan arrived, prompting him to rise and head towards the elevator. Before encountering Shen Yan, Lin Sui'an felt a twinge of anxiety, yet upon seeing him, those worries dissipated. Shen Yan remained as cultured and graceful as ever, his demeanor gentle and considerate, occasionally infused with humor. Interacting with him was always like basking in a gentle spring breeze, which made Lin Sui'an smile. However, at that moment, he recalled Qian Fu's words. Thus, after fastening his seatbelt, he picked up his phone for a quick glance at his reflection. The face mirrored on the screen bore a relaxed expression, with the corners of his lips naturally curving upward, forming a faint smile. Wasn't this how he smiled at others? What was it? Lin Sui'an snapped back to reality, stuffing his phone into his pocket. It was nothing, merely checking for blemishes. He conjured a casual excuse to deter further inquiries from Shen Yan. To his surprise, Shen Yan suddenly leaned closer. Feeling the warmth of his presence, Lin Sui'an instinctively attempted to withdraw. However, a hand grasped his chin gently yet firmly, compelling him to turn his head. The proximity allowed Lin Sui'an to perceive Shen Yan's pheromones more distinctly, crisp and profound. He then noticed Shen Yan's eyelashes were remarkably long, not curled, yet straight and dense, giving him an exceptionally refined appearance. Shen Yan's eyes, too, seemed not purely black, but rather tinted with a hint of brown, appearing remarkably clear. Despite being an alpha, Shen Yan's skin was even more exquisite than some omegas, delicate, fair, and flawlessly smooth. Overall, he resembled not a mere human, but rather a porcelain doll. Your skin is flawless, no blemishes at all. Are you feeling a bit tense? Do not be anxious. I am here to ensure you do not feel embarrassed. Shen Yan gently caressed Lin Sui'an's face before quickly retracting his hand. Yet Lin Sui'an remained momentarily dazed. He slowly turned his head, acutely aware of his racing heart and increasingly flushed cheeks. Suddenly, he realized that there was indeed a difference. Had it been anyone else treating him this way, he would have certainly recoiled, and even if he hadn't his face would not have flushed, nor would his heart race in such a manner. He surmised that the fundamental reason must be Shen Yan's remarkable handsomeness. Lin Sui'an quietly inhaled, attempting to steady his heartbeat. He thought that anyone would likely react similarly upon encountering someone so attractive. However, the system had stated he was Shen Yan's ideal type. Did Shen Yan feel the same way upon seeing him? Lin Sui'an could not help but steal a glance at Shen Yan, who appeared completely composed while driving. Yet, was it his imagination, or did Shen Yan's ears seem slightly reddened? Peering once more, he felt increasingly certain that Shen Yan's ears were indeed growing redder. He quickly averted his gaze, his heart pounding once more. Lin Sui'an endeavored to shift his focus to the scenery outside the car window. Initially, this diversion seemed to calm his racing heart, but suddenly, a cheerful melody filled the air. Good fortune comes to bring you luck, bringing joy and love. Lin Sui'an turned to see the song playing on the car screen. He heard Shen Yan say, "Listen closely, good fortune is always by your side." Shen Yan's voice was melodious, and his words bore the quality of an advertisement. Yet Lin Sui'an sensed a genuine blessing within them. Alas, his heart, which had finally begun to settle, was now on another emotional roller coaster, rising and falling in a flurry. Even the external landscape could not capture his attention. His mind was solely occupied with Shen Yan. What did this signify? Did it imply that his friendship with Shen Yan had reached a level of soulful connection? The system, thrilled at the prospect of Lin Sui'an awakening to this realization, and Shen Yan, equally exhilarated, shared in the excitement. Chapter 48. The little swallow, although Lin Sui'an had mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback upon seeing the Shen family Yan's ancestral home. The Shen family truly lived up to their status as the wealthiest. The old residence was not the opulent villa Lin Sui'an had envisioned, but rather an entire complex reminiscent of a scenic park. Several architecturally cohesive villas were dispersed throughout, surrounded by lush greenery and gardens. Through the gaps in the railing of the surrounding walls, Lin Sui'an even glimpsed a serene lake. He was suddenly reminded of a novel he had heard at work, where the female protagonist got lost in the male protagonist's home and was ultimately captured again. He had thought to himself, how could one possibly get lost, even in a villa? Now he realized that in such a vast area, comparable to a five-star scenic spot, it was entirely plausible to lose one's way. As the gates swung open, Shen Yan drove slowly inside, navigating past a rockery and fountain before parking the car. Lin Sui'an took a deep breath and stepped out. Shen Yan opened a trunk, and Lin Sui'an retrieved the carefully prepared gifts. Yet, no matter how he looked at it, he felt an inexplicable reluctance to take them out. Suddenly, a pair of hands appeared in his line of sight, effortlessly lifting all the gifts with ease. "Let us go," Shen Yan said as he strode forward, deftly avoiding Lin Sui'an's attempts to assist. "It's all right. It's all the same." "How can it be the same?" Shen Yan abruptly halted and gazed at Lin Sui'an. "Do you believe that if I let you carry them, my parents would definitely scold me?" "Why?" Lin Sui'an inquired. "Because you are an Omega." Thus, Lin Sui'an had no choice but to follow closely behind Shen Yan. As they approached the door, he adjusted his clothing, feeling a surge of anxiety once more. The tension peaked when he spotted several smiling faces at the entrance. "Hello, are you? Is it Anon?" "Hello." Warm embraces greeted Lin Sui'an, and just as Shen Yan had described, his family exhibited no pretense, leaving Lin Sui'an with no opportunity to feel awkward. "I am Shen Yan's mother. I am Shen Yan's father. I am Shen Yan's grandfather." As each introduced themselves, Lin Sui'an reciprocated the greetings. However, as his nervousness had yet to fully dissipate, he mistakenly called out, "Hello, Mom." You can call me whatever you like. Come in and sit down." Shen Yan's mother, Xie Jingshu, beamed with delight. "Mom, these are the gifts Inen chose for you." "Oh my, why bring gifts?" TSK, this child is truly considerate. Everything is something we need. Indeed, at my age, the doctor advised me to avoid sugar, and these sugar-free snacks are perfect. This variety of peach is quite expensive. Why such extravagance? Embraced by their warmth, Lin Sui'an found himself in the living room, seated on the sofa. Before he could fully adjust to such hospitality, a cup of hot milk tea was placed in his hands. It was genuine milk tea, sweet and fragrant. Xie Jingshu's voice was especially gentle. "You young people must enjoy this, right? If you don't like it, I can get you something else." The milk tea was at the perfect temperature. Lin Sui'an took a sip and nodded. "It's delicious." "Good. Shen Yan doesn't care for it. He's missing out. If you like it, feel free to come often. I'll make it for you." As the warm milk tea settled within him, Lin Sui'an felt enveloped in comfort. However, when he looked up, he discovered that everyone was watching him. Unsure of what to say, he simply smiled. To his surprise, the next moment, he saw Shen Yan's mother leaning against Shen Yan's father's embrace, her delicate hands resting over her heart. "Old Shen, look how adorable this child is, indeed. Being an Omega makes one cherished." Old Shen wrapped his arms around his wife, nodding gently as he spoke. "Yes, Sonin, consider this your home. Feel free to do as you wish." Every member of Shen Yan's family cast a particularly affectionate gaze upon Lin Sui'an. Lin Sui'an even questioned whether the system had bestowed upon him some sort of halo, for in the past, his presence had been rather inconspicuous. "Rest assured, host, the system has not intervened in any way, as it lacks such capabilities." Lin Sui'an glanced at Shen Yan, only to find him looking back with the same warmth. "Yenner, why don't you take Inen to explore the house? There's little amusement in staying with us. Just return in half an hour for dinner," suggested Lin Sui'an. Shen Yan rose and extended his hand towards Lin Sui'an. Uncertain of Shen Yan's intentions, but aware of the elder's watchful eyes, Lin Sui'an placed his hand into Shen Yan's grasp, allowing him to lead the way. Only after stepping into the living room did he retract his hand. Shen Yan gently caressed the space where Lin Sui'an's hand had been and remarked, "Well, I haven't deceived you, have I?" "Not all. your family is truly wonderful. The significance of a childhood is paramount, and growing up in such an environment undoubtedly explains Shen Yan's composure and excellence. Without the system and the strategist, Shen Yan surely would have been less withdrawn and far more radiant. Lin Sui'an, if you wish, you may consider my parents as your elders, Shen Yan proposed. Lin Sui'an felt a surge of emotion, but found himself unaccustomed to such sudden kindness. Shen Yan, perceptive enough to hear Lin Sui'an's unspoken thoughts, sighed internally. Shall I take you to see my room? He offered. Lin Sui'an nodded in agreement. Shen Yan continued. Do you not have any questions for me? Aware that Lin Sui'an might remain silent unless prompted, Shen Yan endeavored to initiate conversation. However, he had forgotten that Lin Sui'an often posed questions entirely different from those others might ask. Is your nickname Yeno? Shen Yan pressed his lips together, finally deciding to divulge. As a child, my mother became addicted to a television drama and called me Little Swallow, which later evolved into... Lin Sui'an's eyes widened in surprise, and he couldn't help but laugh upon seeing Shen Yan's reluctance to share more about his past. Little Swallow? Haha, you were called Little Swallow. You must have been quite beautiful as a child. It suits you perfectly. Despite the nostalgia of childhood, Lin Sui'an had only witnessed the present visage of Shen Yan. The thought of Shen Yan being called Little Swallow elicited uncontrollable laughter. Sensing Shen Yan might feel uncomfortable, he quickly clarified, I'm not mocking you. Ha ha ha. It's just such a delightful contrast. How adorable. Shen Yan was not at all offended. After all, he had brought up his embarrassing history to elicit a smile from Lin Sui'an. And what about you? Do you have a nickname? He inquired, hoping to keep the conversation flowing and help Lin Sui'an relax. However, Lin Sui'an's smile faded slightly. I don't have a nickname, but I used to be called Lin Yu, meaning excellent. They always addressed me by my full name. I later changed it to my current name, Lin Sui'an shared, revealing a hint of sadness in his expression. Shen Yan, noticing the flicker of melancholy in Lin Sui'an's eyes, felt compelled to offer comfort. The current name is far more melodious than before. The nickname and it suits perfectly. What do you think? Lin Sui'an smiled. Recalling how your parents called me in just now, it felt so natural and melodious. He glanced at Shen Yan and expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you for inviting me over. I now have a lovely nickname. Oh, by the way, I still haven't decided on a name for Hejiang. Shen Yan looked puzzled. Hejiang? Yes, previously when I mentioned my name change. Hejiang also expressed a desire for a new name. Shen Yan was surprised. He wasn't the first to know. Chapter 49. My shoulder, your support. Once the conversation began, Lin Sui'an could hardly stop. Although Shen Yan spoke less, he still occasionally chimed in, encouraging Lin Sui'an to continue. As they talked, they reached another villa. Compared to the previous one, this place was evidently quieter and less lively, yet impeccably clean and tidy. Shen Yan voluntarily introduced. When I was young, I lived with my parents in the main residence, but after growing up, I moved here alone. However, for some unknown reason, strange occurrences often happen here, and inexplicable people seem to gravitate towards me. Shen Yan did not pause on the first floor, leading Lin Sui'an to ascend further. This has affected my home life, and to avoid these issues, I decided to move out. No one understood Shen Yan's words better than Lin Sui'an. Although he didn't belong to the category of those who sought to manipulate Shen Yan, nor conspired with the system against him, he couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. When he looked at Shen Yan, he found him smiling warmly in return. I used to despise the intrusion of others, but that changed when I met you. Shen Yan spoke this with a tender tone, yet regrettably, Lin Sui'an did not grasp its depth. He merely shook his head. That's because there are many things you remain unaware of. However, he said, raising his hand to pat Shen Yan's shoulder, his eyes crinkling with a smile. I will strive to help you distance yourself from those inexplicable individuals. In an unexpected turn, Lin Sui'an's playful remark stirred something within Shen Yan's heart. He paused before a door, opened it, and gestured for Lin Sui'an to enter. As Lin Sui'an stepped inside, Shen Yan followed closely behind him. This room contains all my clothes, toys, and albums from childhood, he explained. Lin Sui'an gazed around the spacious area, akin to entering a library or, more accurately, a museum. Shen Yan's belongings were meticulously organized, everything clearly displayed for viewing. Following the years, Lin Sui'an first found the album from Shen Yan's first year. As he pulled it out and opened it, he couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing the chubby, adorable baby inside. How cute! Though the child in the photograph was small, one could still discern the resemblance to Shen Yan today. Lin Sui'an looked from the photo to Shen Yan, arriving at an obvious conclusion. You have always been exceptionally handsome. Even as a child, a doll then, and even more so now. Realizing that Shen Yan might not appreciate such an expression, he considered rephrasing. But Shen Yan beat him to it, asking, "You like my appearance?" Indeed, Lin Sui'an confidently remarked, "I ask you, has anyone who laid eyes upon you ever failed to admire your visage? Surely, countless souls have beseeched Niwa for a similar countenance in their next life." To which he mused, "As for myself, I find a certain satisfaction in my own appearance. Sometimes, being excessively beautiful can be a hindrance. I believe a more ordinary look is preferable." Shen Yan, gazing upon Lin Sui'an's exceptionally pure face, pondered, how could such a countenance be deemed ordinary? If it were so, how could he repeatedly make exceptions? Initially, the exceptions were made due to that face, but eventually, it was this individual who captivated him. Shen Yan took a step closer, silently bridging the distance between them. Lin Sui'an, engrossed in examining photographs, flipped through them rapidly, pausing only at those that piqued his interest. Aware that a meal awaited them, he decided to leap ahead to the volume depicting Shen Yan at 18. 18, the most splendid age in one's life, marked by youthfulness, carefree spirit, and boundless hopes for the future. Yet, upon opening the album, Shen Yan was met not with the vibrant youth he once was. In the photographs, whether candid or posed, despite his smile, a shadow of melancholy seemed to linger in his brow, his joy merely superficial. "How do you find the 18-year-old version of me?" he inquired. "Still handsome." "Indeed," Lin Sui'an replied, gently tracing the image of Shen Yan with his fair fingers, but there is an unmistakable sense of unhappiness. Shen Yan paused, then softly spoke. "At that time, I encountered a rather deranged Omega who led me astray. We nearly faced dire consequences, but fortunately, it was averted in time. Nonetheless, the experience left its mark." Upon hearing Shen Yan's words, Lin Sui'an lifted his gaze, and Shen Yan raised an eyebrow, adding, "It's merely a trivial matter. Had I known you would peruse my photographs, I would have ensured to capture more appealing shots." Lin Sui'an chuckled, yet internally berated the system. "System, do you hear this? What have you and those strategists done? You nearly ruined such an exceptional individual, do you realize? You claim this is a book. Yet where is the protagonist who is so passive, unable even to choose their partner?" The system responded, "No, Shen Yan." Just as the system began to articulate its thoughts, it recalled its mission, forcing itself to swallow the remainder of its words. What words? Shen Yan would be ruined? The strategist was the one to be ruined. Thank you very much. It vividly remembered that the strategist, overly ambitious, sought every means to manipulate Shen Yan into a vulnerable state, adhering to a principle of love after action. And what was the outcome? The first attempt saw Shen Yan unhesitatingly cast him aside. The second was met with a warning before being similarly discarded. On the third occasion, his machinations against Shen Yan backfired, inadvertently enticing other alphas, resulting in a rather pitiful spectacle. Even the system itself had suffered a significant setback due to the protagonist's severe deviation caused by the mission. Just recalling it evokes sorrowful tears. Beyond the initial strategists, there were others who, due to their inexperience, had also faced challenges in their progress. Later, Shen Yan's abode became an impregnable fortress, impervious to any intrusion. It raised the question of who truly influences whom. Despite the system's frustration, it had no choice but to endure. After all, it was evident that the two individuals were in a state of ambiguous affection, and the system was reluctant to disclose this to Lin Sui'an, fearing it might impede the progression of his mission. Thus, the system emitted an electronic lament. "Oh, woe is me. It is all my fault. All the fault of those previous strategists. I truly regret my choices. I should never have become a system, nor accepted this task." Lin Sui'an interjected, "Accepted this task? Who assigned it to you?" Recently, The system, having indulged in the coupling of characters, blurted out, "You Lao." Lin Sui'an paused momentarily. "You Lao? Is the Heavenly Court employing systems now? Has the Heavenly Court also embraced AI technology?" The system replied, "No, I merely spoke thoughtlessly. In any case, I have resolved to change my ways. Oh woe." Lin Sui'an frowned, his expression one of distaste. "Could you refrain from your incessant wailing? That electronic whimpering sounds peculiar and rather unsettling. It gives me goosebumps." The system fell silent. Meanwhile, Shen Yan was in fits of laughter. As Lin Sui'an regained his composure, he felt a weight upon his shoulder. Shen Yan had leaned against him, and he could sense the tremor of Shen Yan's chest. Lin Sui'an, an empathetic soul, had conjured a tragically beautiful persona for Shen Yan in his mind. He believed that even though Shen Yan appeared to be smiling, he was likely suppressing tears within. Thus, Lin Sui'an turned, opened his arms, and embraced Shen Yan, gently pressing his hand upon Shen Yan's head. "Come, my friend, my shoulder will always be your sanctuary." Shen Yan's laughter was abruptly halted, his lips twitching in an involuntary smile. Chapter 50. All men, you have me, I have you. After perusing the photos for a while, the two returned to the main residence. As they approached the door, Lin Sui'an caught the enticing aroma of the meal wafting through the air. Merely the scent was enough to ignite his appetite. Upon Lin Sui'an's return, the group eagerly ushered him to sit down. "Anin, how was your outing? Did you see Yenner's photos?" Lin Sui'an nodded. He was quite adorable as a child. Xie Jingzhu chuckled. When he was young, he resembled a little monkey, always bouncing around the house. As he matured, he became more composed, yet he began to drift away from home. Alas, this is why I say that Omegas are the most considerate. However, Lin Sui'an defended Shen Yan, saying, "Shen Yan is also very thoughtful. He remembers everything you like and dislike with precision. The gifts I brought this time were all chosen with his help." The others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with approval for Lin Sui'an. Once the dishes were served, Xie Jingzhu served food to Lin Sui'an first. "Here, eat plenty." Before you arrived, Shen Yan specifically informed us of your preferences. This is the first time we've seen him so invested in someone. Everyone discreetly looked towards Lin Sui'an, awaiting his response. Yet, Lin Sui'an displayed no signs of shyness. He simply nodded. Shen Yan is truly remarkable. He is genuine and considerate, and his warmth and wit make me feel incredibly fortunate to have him as a friend. The crowd turned their gaze towards Shen Yan, their expressions laden with significance. It was evident that he had not won her heart. However, that mattered little. Shen Yan was nearing 30 and had finally found an Omega. They were determined to assist him in this endeavor. Consequently, that evening, after dinner, they concocted various excuses to keep Lin Sui'an at the residence. "Sui'an, it's quite late, and the roads may not be safe for you to return. Why not stay here?" One suggested. "The forecast predicts rain tonight. If it begins to pour while you are on your way back, it would be even more perilous." Another chimed in. "By the way, the snacks Shen Yan offered earlier contained alcohol. It would be unwise for you to drive. You should all stay." The group spoke in unison, their intentions pure and well-meaning. Faced with such kindness from his elders, Lin Sui'an found it difficult to decline. As soon as he acquiesced, each member of the gathering offered their own reasons and retreated to their respective rooms. Before long, only Lin Sui'an and Shen Yan remained. "Are your family members always this lively?" Lin Sui'an inquired. Shen Yan chuckled. "Not exactly. It's mostly because they all adore you." Lin Sui'an leaned closer to Shen Yan. "So, does that mean my performance tonight was commendable?" "You need not put on a show. You are inherently charming," Shen Yan replied. With each compliment, Lin Sui'an felt flattered, yet slightly embarrassed. "You are being overly dramatic," he retorted. Shen Yan casually draped his arm around Lin Sui'an's shoulders, his tone earnest. "I am not exaggerating. I speak from the heart." Lin Sui'an gazed intently at Shen Yan. "Shen Yan, why do I feel as though you have changed these past few days?" Shen Yan, taken aback, asked, "In what way have I changed?" Lin Sui'an chose not to respond, but instead rested his hand on Shen Yan's shoulder, adopting a camaraderie-like demeanor. There were unspoken sentiments lingering in their hearts, understood without utterance. Shen Yan was left puzzled. "Do you not understand?" After taking a deep breath and closing his eyes for a moment, Shen Yan suggested, "Let us proceed. I will show you to your room." He guided Lin Sui'an to the guest room nearest to his own, provided a fresh set of pajamas, and offered numerous reminders before taking his leave. After freshening up, Lin Sui'an changed into comfortable attire and lay down on the spacious bed. The overwhelming silence of the opulent surroundings made him realize that living in luxury wasn't all it was cracked up to be. While the space was vast, it felt rather empty and lonely. Lin Sui'an turned over, intending to play on his phone before sleep, but upon picking it up, he noticed the battery was nearly depleted at 20%. He had 2 chargers, one in his office and another at home. Since he had only planned to enjoy a meal today, he had not brought one along. Reluctantly, Lin Sui'an decided to seek out Shen Yan. However, after knocking for an extended period, there was no response. Unsure of Shen Yan's whereabouts, he sent a message but received no reply. Initially, Lin Sui'an wondered if Shen Yan had stepped out. Just as he was about to inquire with the butler or a servant, he caught a whiff of a familiar, cool fragrance. It was Shen Yan's pheromones. This indicated that Shen Yan was indeed in the room. Did something happen? Lin Sui'an, not waiting any longer, directly opened the door and entered. The door was unlocked, allowing Lin Sui'an to freely step into Shen Yan's bedroom, where he was immediately enveloped by the overwhelming scent of alpha pheromones, leaving his mind in a haze. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he found no one on the bed and proceeded towards the bathroom. To his astonishment, he discovered Shen Yan submerged in the bathtub. He rushed over, reaching out to check Shen Yan's breathing and temperature. The moment he did, Lin Sui'an was taken aback. Shen Yan was lying in cold water, yet his body was burning with fever. Quickly, he tried to lift Shen Yan out of the icy bath. However, Shen Yan suddenly opened his eyes. "Shen Yan, are you all right? Why are you in cold water? You seem to have a fever. Let me take you to bed." "No need." Shen Yan pushed Lin Sui'an's hand away. Although his gaze was fervent, he merely said, "Go back to your room." A true friend would not abandon another in times of distress. Naturally, Lin Sui'an refused to leave. "Are you feeling shy? It's all right. We're both men. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. Come on, get up. You can't stay in there." Shen Yan finally reached his limit. "I'm not feverish. It's merely a precursor to a sensitive period. You need to worry about me. Go back to sleep." Lin Sui'an furrowed his brow. "A sensitive period? Does that require soaking in cold water?" "It doesn't. Soaking in cold water is detrimental during a sensitive period." The system abruptly appeared, uttered a line, and vanished. Lin Sui'an felt even more compelled to stay. Unbeknownst to him, he summoned unexpected strength, forcefully pulling Shen Yan into a sitting position. In the process, he accidentally caught sight of something that had been submerged just beneath the water's surface. That object stood proudly, and upon being seen by Lin Sui'an, it quivered slightly, vibrant and alive. Lin Sui'an fell silent for a moment and quickly turned his head away. I apologize. My choice of words was inappropriate. Although we are both men, there is indeed a difference. Is it that you don't want me to help you up because you fear I might see something that makes you feel inferior?" Shen Yan. Lin Sui'an felt he had grasped Shen Yan's genuine concern. He lamented, "Oh, you're overthinking it. There is no need to be so considerate. I believe as long as a body part is healthy and functional, that is what matters most. After all, I probably want to have a partner in the future. It doesn't make a difference whether it's large or small." Lin Sui'an's musings continued, completely oblivious to the fact that Shen Yan had leaned into him, resting against his body. Shen Yan's long arm wrapped around his shoulder, his lips brushing against the nape of Lin Sui'an's neck. Shen Yan's breath was warm. "Is that so? Perhaps not." Chapter 51. Why are you biting me? The warmth radiating from Shen Yan's breath against the nape of Lin Sui'an's neck made him involuntarily shiver. He retracted his neck. "Could you please move a bit further away? You're making me feel ticklish." Yet, the sensation at the nape of his neck did not relent. Lin Sui'an thought Shen Yan was merely uncomfortable and had not heard his words clearly. Gritting his teeth, he hoisted Shen Yan from the water, supporting him as he led him out. As he approached the bathroom door, a sudden sharp pain pierced the back of his neck. He hissed, "Shen Yan, why did you bite me?" Supporting the substantial weight of Shen Yan was already quite a challenge for Lin Sui'an, and with Shen Yan's unexpected lack of cooperation, he nearly lost his balance. He turned to ascertain what was happening with Shen Yan. However, before he could make a move, the arm that had rested on his shoulder slid down to his waist. With a swift motion, both arms encircled Lin Sui'an entirely, enveloping him in a tight embrace. The crisp scent intensified, akin to an invisible cage, ensnaring Lin Sui'an in its grasp. It finally dawned on him that his situation was rather precarious. During their time together, the natural and harmonious rapport had caused him to nearly forget the significant gender disparity that existed between them. Shen Yan was not merely a man. He was an alpha capable of impregnating an omega. Panic surged through him, and disregarding all else, he bent his arms to elbow the figure behind him. "Shen Yan, what are you doing?" Receiving no response, he intensified his efforts, delivering multiple sharp jabs with his elbows. "Shen Yan, let me go." Yet, all he received in return was Shen Yan's silence, accompanied by the damp warmth at the back of his neck, which triggered a tingling sensation that made his scalp prickle. Overwhelmed by fear, Lin Sui'an increased the force of his elbow strikes. Finally, his efforts bore fruit. Shen Yan let out a muffled grunt, and the arm that had ensnared him like a lock finally loosened. Regaining his freedom, Lin Sui'an dared not look back as he hastily opened the bathroom door and fled. He dashed into his room and locked the door behind him, leaning against the door panel as he breathed heavily. What on earth was Shen Yan doing just now? The heat of the moment reminded him of Shen Yan's susceptibility during his sensitive period, perhaps mistaking him for an omega. All right, he was indeed an omega. Lin Sui'an closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "System, this is all your fault. If I were a beta or an alpha, this wouldn't have happened. There's nothing that could possibly affect our friendship. Under normal circumstances, the system would have certainly offered a rebuttal. However, it seemed the system had recently acquired an abundance of new knowledge. It responded slowly, beta-alpha. Well, each has its own charm. You make a valid point, huh? Lin Sui'an, what are you even talking about?" The system continued. Betas lack pheromones, only inviting alphas to constantly mark them, attempting to saturate the beta with their pheromones. If a beta steps outside and unwittingly acquires the scent of another, it incites jealousy in the alpha. Alphas are intriguing too. They are natural rivals, instigating a strong desire for conquest, ideal for a forced romance. So enticing. Actually, there is also enigma. No, wait, you can't be that. You can't reverse the pairing. Lin Sui'an. He felt certain that the system had encountered yet another bug. Not wanting to engage in further dialogue with the system, he covered the back of his neck and made his way toward the bathroom. Upon turning on the light, he glanced toward the nape of his neck, but the angle made it difficult to see, compelling him to rely on touch instead. His fingers traced the smooth skin, revealing the uneven impressions left by teeth, though they were not deep. Lin Sui'an exhaled in relief. He recalled that a mark was only constituted by a ruptured gland, and fortunately, his remained intact. The area around the gland was exceedingly sensitive, so Lin Sui'an refrained from further probing and returned to the bed. The guest room of the Shen residence was adorned with exquisite furnishings, a soft mattress, a comfortable latex pillow, and a lightweight yet remarkably warm quilt, making it feel as if he were reclining upon a cloud of perfect temperature. However, despite the comfort, Lin Sui'an found himself tossing and turning, unable to succumb to slumber. Even though he had escaped the perilous situation, a sudden thought struck him as he sat upright. In a moment of panic, he had left Shen Yan behind. Surely, Shen Yan would not encounter any misfortune. He hoped Shen Yan had not immersed himself in cold water again. Emotionally, Lin Sui'an felt compelled, as a friend, to check on Shen Yan to prevent him from enduring yet another chilling bath. Logically, he reminded himself that an omega seeking out an alpha in a sensitive period was akin to a lamb wandering into the jaws of a wolf. Caught in a tumult of hesitation, he vacillated between the bedroom door and the bed several times before finally stepping out into the hallway. After all, it was prudent to take a look. Yet, Lin Sui'an was not naive. Before departing, he secured 2 towels around his neck, ensuring that should Shen Yan wish to bite, he would be thwarted. Arriving at Shen Yan's door, he knocked gently. To his surprise, Shen Yan opened the door almost immediately, startling Lin Sui'an. Observing Shen Yan clad in sleepwear, Lin Sui'an felt a wave of relief wash over him. I was worried you might still be in cold water. Seeing you are all right. I'll take my leave. Good night. He turned to depart, only to have his arm seized. There is something I need to discuss. Lin Sui'an turned back to face Shen Yan, who wore an expression of remorse. I apologize for losing control earlier. I hope I did not frighten you. Lin Sui'an chuckled lightly. Oh, that was hardly an issue. Shen Yan remained silent, his gaze drifting toward Lin Sui'an's neck. Lin Sui'an scratched his head. I was concerned you might not be fully aware, so I took some precautions. But that doesn't imply I was frightened. Don't read too much into it. Shen Yan nodded. Thank you for your help earlier. You should return to rest. With Shen Yan appearing more composed, Lin Sui'an felt considerably reassured. He waved goodbye and returned to his room, unaware that Shen Yan watched his retreating figure until he entered his room, his gaze lingering. In the brightly lit corridor, Shen Yan leaned against the doorframe, licking his tingling fangs. Reflecting on the events that had transpired in the bathroom, an unsettling turmoil stirred within him. Lin Sui'an was even more endearing than he had anticipated, and his physiological attraction to Lin Sui'an ran deeper than he had realized. In that fleeting moment, when Lin Sui'an had leaned into his embrace, he had nearly succumbed to the itch of his fangs, tempted to bite down on the nearby gland. Fortunately, Lin Sui'an had long since acclimated to his pheromones, and he was merely experiencing the early signs of sensitivity, which had afforded Lin Sui'an sufficient strength to elbow him away. Otherwise, this evening could truly spiral out of control. He raised his hand to his nose, still lingering with the faint scent of the pheromones belonging to Lin Sui'an, which clung to the skin of his arm. A subtle citrus fragrance, though only a whisper, stirred restlessness within him. At that moment, Shen Yan had entirely forgotten the plans he had harbored for some time. The strategy of feigned indifference, maintaining distance. In reality, he found himself unable to execute either. He only wished to draw ever closer, to eliminate any semblance of space between them. The following morning, the alarm clock rang incessantly, pressed repeatedly by Lin Sui'an. Were it not for the obligations of work, he would have remained in slumber. After ensuring Shen Yan was safe the previous night, he had returned and swiftly succumbed to sleep, yet he spent the night ensnared in vivid dreams. In his dreams, he was marrying a bride. In a grand hotel hall, he stood upon the stage, watching as his bride approached him step by step. A beam of light illuminated her, and the layers of her wedding gown rendered her extraordinarily ethereal. Aware within the dream, Lin Sui'an found himself perplexed by the appearance of his bride. Why did she seem so peculiar? As they drew closer, Lin Sui'an discerned the bride's uniqueness more clearly. She was anything but petite. Her stature eclipsed his own. When she finally stood before him, curiosity compelled him to lift the heavy veil. Beneath it, he beheld a familiar and strikingly handsome face. Overcome with fright, he instinctively turned to flee, yet his legs felt as though they were encased in lead, refusing to budge. Resigned, Lin Sui'an followed the course of the dream and wed the figure before him. But this was merely the beginning. After the ceremony, the scene shifted to the bridal chamber. This time, the bride wore no gown, but rather a phoenix crown and a flowing red mantle, seated upon an ornate bed. He held a rod intended to lift the veil. Drawing from his prior experience, Lin Sui'an was determined not to be startled by that face again. Alas, he found himself powerless to control his actions, helplessly watching as he removed the veil. With her makeup applied, the visage of Shen Yan was nothing short of enchanting. Upon her smile, he felt as if his very soul had been ensnared. The bride's large hand grasped him, gently pulling him into her embrace. He lacked the strength to resist, seated within her arms. She pressed his head down, her alluring crimson lips lingering at his nape, before revealing sharp teeth that sank into him. Lin Sui'an believed this would mark the conclusion of his dream. Yet in the next instant, the scene transformed. He found himself in a hospital, clutching a diagnosis certificate. The other words were blurred, but the phrase pregnant stood out with alarming clarity. A figure beside him wrapped an arm around his waist, a gentle voice whispering in his ear, and in, "Thank you. From now on, we shall be a family of 3. As he lowered the certificate, he beheld the unmistakable swell of his abdomen, finally waking in a fright. Startled, Lin Sui'an glanced at the time. It was 4:30 in the morning. It took him a moment to dispel the shadows of his dream from his heart. Yet, upon drifting back to sleep, he found himself ensnared in a chaotic realm of dreams. At times, it was the pregnant version of himself fleeing. At other times, it was the notion of a litter of 8, culminating in the sudden appearance of Shen Yan, who flashed him a devilish smile. What does my delicate wife think she's escaping to? Lin Sui'an felt utterly drained. He silenced the final alarm with reluctance, sitting up with a befuddled mind. After splashing cold water on his face in the bathroom, he felt slightly more alert. He concluded that it would be prudent to maintain a certain distance from Shen Yan henceforth. It was not that he lacked trust in Shen Yan, but one could never be too cautious. Should the unforeseen occur, how would either of them confront the situation? Keeping a distance would be beneficial for both. Lin Sui'an sighed, freshened up, changed his clothes, and exited his room. What a coincidence! You just stepped out as well. As Lin Sui'an turned, he spotted Shen Yan standing nearby, almost mistaking the moment for a lingering nightmare. He patted his chest. What a coincidence. Good morning. Good morning. Let's have breakfast and then head to the office together. Shen Yan replied. Lin Sui'an nodded in agreement. He glanced up at Shen Yan and noted his impeccable demeanor, feeling a twinge of envy. Even after a cold shower, his body radiated warmth, truly a testament to his alpha nature. You don't seem to be in great shape. Did you not sleep well last night? Shen Yan inquired. Lin Sui'an smiled, though the expression bore a hint of bitterness. I'm all right, I suppose. He could hardly admit that he had been haunted by dreams of Shen Yan throughout the night, leaving him with lingering trepidation upon seeing Shen Yan's face now. Walking ahead, he remained oblivious to Shen Yan's unwavering gaze fixed upon him, unaware that his inner thoughts were crystal clear to Shen Yan. Shen Yan raised an eyebrow, silently trailing behind Lin Sui'an. The restaurant was filled with family members, and as Lin Sui'an and Shen Yan entered, all eyes turned toward them. Lin Sui'an halted momentarily, but then quickly lifted his lips into a smile, greeting everyone. Good morning, auntie, uncle, grandfather. After exchanging pleasantries in order, he finally took a seat. Beside him, Shen's mother, as she had the previous night, urged him to eat while simultaneously extending her well wishes. Anin, did you not sleep well last night? Lin Sui'an felt a flush at the memory of his dreams, but managed to say, I slept fairly well. Xie Jingzhu glanced at Shen Yan, who understood her unspoken thoughts, and gently shook his head in response. Xie Jingzhu was not surprised and continued to attend to Lin Sui'an. After the meal, she presented him with a box of pastries. I noticed you enjoyed the milk tea I made yesterday, so I prepared some sweets for you to take to work. Have them when you get hungry. Lin Sui'an looked at the delicately packaged pastries, a wave of warmth washing over him. Thank you, auntie. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, do come here more often to keep me company. I genuinely like you, and you must visit often. In the past, Lin Sui'an could easily discern the malice in others. Now, he was equally adept at recognizing their goodwill. He could feel that Shen's mother was sincere, not merely engaging in pleasantries or formalities. Each member of the Shen family genuinely cherished him. Even if this affection stemmed from a love that extended to all associated with Shen Yan, the warmth in their gazes was unmistakably genuine. Lin Sui'an gently embraced Xie Jingzhu, saying, All right, I will come when I have the time. In Xie Jingzhu's presence, Lin Sui'an experienced an overwhelming sense of stability and warmth that made him involuntarily relax. Even after leaving the Shen family's ancestral home, he found himself continuously reminiscing. Having family truly felt wonderful. However, Lin Sui'an remained acutely aware of his circumstances. Their encounter was merely a fleeting moment. Even if others held affection for him, he must not overestimate his own significance. The disparity in status between him and Shen Yan was vast, and he could not allow a few favorable circumstances to inflate his ego. Pondering this, he suddenly recalled something. After arriving at the company and before exiting the vehicle, he spoke up. Shen Yan, I believe it would be best not to trouble you with my driving lessons any longer. Shen Yan's gentle smile, seemingly etched upon his face, faltered slightly. Why? This was ostensibly a reasonable personal choice, yet inexplicably, Lin Sui'an felt a surge of guilt and hesitated to meet Shen Yan's gaze. I just think I should meet more people. You know that saying, no pain, no gain? I believe it's better to confront many things on my own. If I continuously rely on those around me, I may develop a tendency towards laziness and dependency. Therefore, I wish to seek out an instructor and learn to drive independently." Upon finishing his explanation, an unsettling silence enveloped the car. Feeling anxious, he glanced up at Shen Yan, who merely smiled back at him. It was still that gentle smile. Yet Lin Sui'an inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. "That is perfectly fine. You should try it on your own. If you encounter any issues, feel free to contact me." Lin Sui'an perceived Shen Yan's understanding nature and nodded repeatedly. "That's wonderful. Thank you for understanding. Once I learn to drive, you will be the first person I take for a ride." Shen Yan turned his gaze forward, the warmth in his eyes fading away. "All right." Chapter 53. Would you like to get to know my brother? Due to Lin Sui'an's deliberate avoidance, after meeting Shen Yan's family, their relationship did not progress. Rather, it became somewhat distant. Lin Sui'an felt this was just as well. After all, it is often said that distance enhances beauty. Although he felt a bit out of sorts, he believed he would eventually acclimate. The system, however, reacted more strongly than he did. "Host, how could you do this? Who treats their good friends in such a manner? Most people would wish to be inseparable from their friends, yet you insist on maintaining distance." Lin Sui'an countered with reason. "You are not human. You don't understand. Maintaining a suitable distance is beneficial for preserving relationships, especially with friends and family. The closer the relationship, the more one must remember boundaries. Otherwise, even the deepest bonds can be dulled and exhausted." The system was unwilling to listen. It had become engrossed in the dynamic between the two, relishing not only their interactions, but also witnessing the gradual completion of the task at hand. Yet, who would have thought that Lin Sui'an would develop a sense of caution? The system was intent on persuading him otherwise. Why delve into such philosophical reasoning? Human lifespans are finite, so one must seize the moment. Do you understand? If you wish to draw closer to someone, or if you harbor feelings for them, cast aside all hesitations and pursue them directly. Treasure your time. Do not squander each precious moment. It is the essence of life to create beautiful memories with those you cherish. Lin Sui'an inquired, "Those I cherish?" The system clarified, "I refer to the affection one has for friends. And do you not believe you are being unfair to Shen Yan? You have never considered maintaining distance from Jiang." Lin Sui'an paused, realizing the truth in this statement. However, he retorted, "Isn't it because Jiang is an omega and Shen Yan is an alpha? If Shen Yan were also an omega, there would be no need for such distance." The system scoffed, "Ultimately, you are exhibiting alpha discrimination." Lin Sui'an was taken aback. "How does this equate to discrimination?" The system continued, "Have you not noticed? By acting this way, Shen Yan might be very hurt." Lin Sui'an was unaware of this. As Shen Yan was quite busy, if Shen Yan did not reach out to him, Lin Sui'an would refrain from intruding. Thus, they had not seen each other for 2 days. He could not ascertain whether Shen Yan was indeed sad. Nevertheless, Lin Sui'an felt that sadness was far removed from Shen Yan. Do not underestimate Shen Yan. After all, he is the male lead. If it were not for your incessant matchmaking, he would surely be engrossed in his career. System, I must say, stop meddling in others' affairs. There are far more significant matters in life than romance. Without financial stability, one should refrain from discussing love. Today, Lin Sui'an was not particularly busy, so he engaged in conversation with the system in his mind for a while longer. However, before he could express many thoughts, the system grew irate. "Host, cease your musings. If you persist, I shall electrocute you." Lin Sui'an decided to hold his tongue. Yet, after a few moments of silence, he suddenly remarked with nostalgia, "It has been a while since I was electrocuted. During my initial days here, I felt as though I were becoming a shockingly electrified individual." This thought made Lin Sui'an chuckle to himself. The system queried, "And then what brings you joy?" "And then, your laughter is quite enchanting." Lin Sui'an snapped back to reality, only to find 2 nearly identical faces hovering above his desk. They were the Zheng sisters, gazing at him with bright, affectionate eyes. Confused, he straightened his posture and asked, "Is there something you need?" They nodded in unison. "Yes, we would like to speak with you regarding something quite important." Upon hearing it was significant, Lin Sui'an immediately rose. "What is it? Or shall we discuss?" However, The next moment, the sisters linked their arms with his. Fortunately, their destination was not the restroom, but rather the tea room. Once they closed the door, Lin Sui'an blushed and cautiously withdrew his hand. Why are we discussing it here? Should we not go to a meeting room? Their department was equipped with various meeting rooms where work-related discussions could take place at any time. Yet, the tea room indicated that the conversation would stray from professional matters. True to this, Zheng Jinfeng settled Lin Sui'an into a chair while she and Zheng Yulu took their seats across from him. We need to discuss some personal matters. Zheng Jinfeng lowered her voice. Have you and Shen Yan broken up? Lin Sui'an was perplexed. What breakup? We are not together at all. Zheng Yulu clapped her hands and laughed. That's wonderful. My brother recently broke up as well, and I believe you would be a perfect match for him. Would you be willing to meet him? Here is a picture of my brother. Her words flowed rapidly, and before Lin Sui'an could react, Zheng Yulu had already thrust her phone before his eyes. The image dominated the screen, depicting a man in a suit, engrossed in reading documents. Although he did not face the camera, his striking facial features and the robust physique concealed beneath the tailored suit were unmistakable. Unlike the sharp beauty of Shen Yan, the man in the photograph exuded a steadfastness and an undeniable aura of masculinity, reminiscent of a suave mobster. Before entering this narrative, Lin Sui'an's leisure activities were limited to playing with his phone, while others indulged in traveling, karaoke, concerts, and music festivals. Among his possessions, the phone was the most valuable. It accompanied him during all his free time, aside from work. At one point, he developed a penchant for watching gangster films and dramas, where such suave mobster characters often dominated the scenes, exuding an aura that captivated the entire audience from their very entrance. It was undeniably cool. You think it's cool too, right? But my brother may appear intimidating. In reality, he is quite gentle. So what do you say? Shall we arrange a meeting? Lin Sui'an snapped back to reality, lifting his gaze to Zheng Yulu. A meeting? But I am not familiar with your brother. Zheng Jinfeng chuckled heartily. How charming you are. It's precisely because you're not familiar that you should meet. Let us not overthink it. Consider it simply as making a new friend. Zheng Yulu winked at him. Oh, I overheard you telling your friend yesterday that you were looking for a coach to teach you driving. My brother could do that. He has quite the racer, and he has even won an award before. His driving skills are top-notch. Lin Sui'an's eyes sparkled with interest. However, he recalled that the Zheng family was not ordinary. He inquired, but won't that interfere with your brother's work? Not at all. My brother is punctual with his work schedule. He has plenty of free time every evening. By the way, both of us learned to drive from him. Now, Lin Sui'an could no longer resist. With the allure of a suave mobster and racing, no man could turn down such thrilling prospects. Moreover, having endured misfortune in the past, with only a stray dog for companionship, it was time for him to embrace opportunities he had previously shied away from. He should make new friends, advance his career, earn more money, travel during vacations, and truly savor life. The future appeared utterly magnificent. Without hesitation, Lin Sui'an replied, Sure. Is tomorrow evening suitable? He nodded affirmatively. Yes. That's wonderful. Our relationship can progress further from here. Lin Sui'an was puzzled as to why the two sisters were so elated over merely making a new friend. Yet, observing their beaming faces, he couldn't help but admire the profound bond between the Zheng siblings. How lovely it was that the sister genuinely cared about her brother's social life. Wait, didn't Zheng Yulu mention something about a breakup earlier? He couldn't recall the details, but it seemed irrelevant to him. As Lin Sui'an pondered, his phone vibrated. He glanced at his phone and was surprised to see a message from Shen Yan. Without hesitation, he picked up his device and opened the chat interface, discovering that Shen Yan had sent him a business card. This coach seems quite decent. If you're interested, you might consider reaching out to him. Lin Sui'an sent Shen Yan a grateful emoji and then edited his message. Thank you so much. However, I found a coach and will meet him tomorrow. If all goes well, I can start learning right away. Shen Yan swiftly replied with a single word. Who? Lin Sui'an quickly responded. You don't know him. Gazing at the screen, Shen Yan felt a surge of irritation. Chapter 54. His hatred. Mr. Shen, coming back to reality. Shen Yan tossed his phone onto the table. Yes, you may proceed. You mentioned earlier to follow this plan. though some aspects require revision. The assistant observed Shen Yan cautiously. You had already reached the 3rd page. Shen Yan momentarily gathered his focus, articulating the necessary corrections throughout the proposal. Once the assistant departed, he picked up his phone again. Staring at the chat interface, he was consumed by a sense of turmoil. Lin Sui'an had unexpectedly changed his mind about letting him be the coach, so he was simultaneously monitoring Lin Sui'an while seeking alternative coaches for him. Regardless of whether Lin Sui'an chose to accept or decline, each path had already been laden with traps. He wanted Lin Sui'an to comprehend that this world was far more perilous than he realized. However, he never anticipated that within the brief time he spent reviewing the proposal, Lin Sui'an would somehow find another coach. His expression darkened as he opened a hidden application on his phone, discovering a plethora of new recordings. He donned his headphones and listened intently, growing increasingly vexed. No wonder. He should have sent the Zheng sisters home last time. Otherwise, a coach wouldn't have materialized out of nowhere. How could Lin Sui'an so readily agree to meet someone? Was this merely a casual introduction? What was the difference from a blind date? Only Lin Sui'an could be so oblivious, accepting the slightest casual suggestion with delight. Suddenly, Shen Yan sprang to his feet and strode towards the exit. Yet after a couple of steps, he halted. What would he say if he sought out Lin Sui'an? What could he possibly do? Should he directly tell Lin Sui'an not to meet that person? He was acutely aware that Lin Sui'an's affection for him was limited to friendship. If certain feelings were exposed too soon, Lin Sui'an would likely retreat even further. Taking a deep breath, Shen Yan slowly retreated back to his seat. He opened his phone and dialed Han Ming. The phone rang for quite a while before Han Ming finally answered. Oh, what brings you to think of me? Young Master Shen? I have something to ask you. What? Did I hear that correctly? Young Master Shen has something to inquire of me. Shen Yan replied. Han Ming. Han Ming chuckled on the other end. All right. I know you can't resist teasing. Go ahead, my friend. What is on your mind? Shen Yan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. However, his silence spoke volumes to Han Ming. Understood. I will now proceed with the refined translation. Indeed, I comprehend. If it were work-related, your tone would undoubtedly differ. What has changed that allows you to speak to me in this manner? Have you realized that your second child is arriving later than mine? Shen Yan, could it be that he has fled? I advise you to forego that pretense and refrain from wasting years like a comrade. If you have affection, keep the person close, and eventually, feelings will blossom. He has not fled. Shen Yan finally seized the opportunity to speak. Han Ming, do you truly believe that merely keeping someone by your side can resolve everything? Certainly. Look at He Jiang. Is he not currently content to stay put? Oh, it is nearly mealtime. I shall not continue this conversation. I must hurry home to prepare dinner. Today, He Jiang expressed a desire for spicy hot pot, and I refused to let him order out. Instead, I will procure some ingredients to make it myself, clean and healthy. Alas, I had not previously realized the myriad factions within the realm of spicy hot pot. I am utterly. Shen Yan could no longer endure the conversation and abruptly hung up. Not long after, Han Ming sent another message. It was a link bearing a grand title, How to Capture the Heart of an Omega. Shen Yan clicked to view it. As he entered the article with great anticipation, he exited with profound disappointment. Such articles cater solely to the ordinary Omega, yet Lin Sui'an is anything but ordinary. However, certain truths do resonate universally. Over the years, faced with a continuous stream of suitors, he had grown accustomed to discerning the depths of their hearts, crafting intricate schemes to ensnare them, leading them deeper into their own entanglements until they ultimately brought about their own demise. Thus, when confronting Lin Sui'an, he instinctively sought to employ his strategies to draw Lin Sui'an closer. Yet, Lin Sui'an was unlike the others. He harbored no excessive desires nor dark inclinations. He was refreshingly pure. Shen Yan's usual tactics were futile against Lin Sui'an. More importantly, there were certain manipulations he was reluctant to apply to Lin Sui'an. Leaning back in his chair, the phone screen flickered on and off. Perhaps due to the tumult of emotions, his glands began to heat up once more. Shen Yan swiftly opened the drawer beside him and retrieved an inhibitor. However, after a moment's hesitation, he placed it back. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to attempt something different, to embrace sincerity and directness like Lin Sui'an. The following afternoon, Lin Sui'an completed his work early and left the office alongside the Zheng sisters. Their dining destination was a private restaurant. The architecture exuded an ancient charm, meticulously elegant, with even the waitstaff adorned in traditional attire. We noticed you often enjoy stir-fried dishes, so we presumed you favor Chinese cuisine. This restaurant is renowned for its Chinese fare, particularly the bold flavors. Lin Sui'an, accustomed to frugality, despite gaining considerable experience during his time with Shen Yan, found himself both awed by the ambience and contemplating the likely expense of dining in such an establishment. However, this should have been anticipated, as the Zheng family belonged to high society, naturally frequenting only the finest venues. At that moment, Lin Sui'an felt a twinge of regret for having agreed so impulsively. Yet, having arrived, it would be impolite to leave now. Moreover, the effort they put into hosting him was commendable. Thank you all. If the opportunity arises next time, I shall treat you as well. Certainly, we shall not be modest about it. Lin Sui'an felt a sense of relaxation as they arrived at the private room. Upon the door's opening, she instantly spotted the gentleman in a suit from yesterday's photograph. In person, he was even more striking than in the image. Yet, as the two sisters had remarked, despite his robust physique, he exuded a gentle demeanor, his smile revealing a hint of endearment. Welcome, I am Zheng, their elder brother. He introduced himself, extending his hand, which Lin Sui'an promptly shook. Hello, I am Lin Sui'an. Their eyes met, and she witnessed Zheng's sun-kissed skin flush a vibrant shade of red. He appeared momentarily taken aback, and Zheng, evidently flustered, explained, I turned on the air conditioning, fearing you might feel cold, thus I'm a bit warm. Indeed, the air conditioning was operational within the room. Zheng Jinfeng and Zheng Yulu sat together, leaving Lin Sui'an no choice but to occupy the seat beside Zheng. Initially, she felt a twinge of awkwardness. However, Zheng adapted quickly. With Zheng Jinfeng and Zheng Yulu engaging in lively banter, the atmosphere soon brimmed with laughter and joy. As familiarity grew, Lin Sui'an found her words flowing freely. Do you know, the moment I saw your photograph, I thought you resembled a suave enforcer. Are you familiar with the term? It describes someone with your physique, fierce in combat, both intimidating and handsome. I do possess some martial arts skills. Would you care to see? Zheng asked, to which Lin Sui'an eagerly nodded. Thus, he began to demonstrate, further captivating her attention. His punches and kicks mirrored those she had seen in her viewing experiences. Is this something I could learn? She inquired. Of course. I heard from them that you wish to learn driving. I brought a sports car today. After our meal, you can experience my skills firsthand. Without hesitation, Lin Sui'an agreed, absolutely. You truly are impressive, balancing work and hobbies so well. You are the first to say that. My family often claims I'm wasting my time. Wasting time implies neglecting responsibilities, yet you are certainly not doing so. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, resembling that of long-lost friends reunited. Meanwhile, at home, Shen Yan could only feel resentment as he listened to their joyful exchanges. Chapter 55, dazzling and dominant, the meal was savored with delight. After their feast, Zheng went to settle the bill and prepare the car, while Lin Sui'an descended the stairs slowly with the two Zheng sisters. Due to the snugness of three individuals walking side by side, this time the sisters refrained from flanking her. Nevertheless, they continued their playful dialogue, alternating remarks. And in, my brother's indeed quite gentle. Isn't? Lin Sui'an nodded affirmatively. Yes, your brother's quite nice. And how does he compare to Shen Yan? Lin Sui'an tilted her head, pondering thoughtfully. Both Zheng and Shen Yan possessed a gentle nature, yet their softness was distinctly different. Shen Yan's warmth was marked by a serene grace, his care akin to a gentle rain, subtly nurturing those around him. His gentleness reflects his refined upbringing, yet it also carries an air of detachment that he imparts to those around him. It is a softness that seems almost surreal. In contrast, Zheng's gentleness is more grounded. He may not always demonstrate thoughtfulness in every situation, but his sincerity is palpable. Though their temperaments differ, both are commendable in their own right. Lin Sui'an responded candidly. Zheng Jinfeng clicked his tongue. I sense you're merely hesitant to speak ill of your boss, aren't you? Oh, come now. Shen Yan isn't here, so you needn't be so concerned. Zheng Yulu chimed in, exactly. It's evident that you seem more relaxed when you're with my brother. That reserved fellow Shen Yan is simply not suited for you. The notion of suitability in Lin Sui'an's mind effortlessly transformed into mere friendship. Lin Sui'an furrowed his brow, contemplating a rebuttal, but recalling what Jiang had previously said about Shen Yan's reserved nature, he couldn't help but inquire. What makes you all perceive Shen Yan as reserved? He seems quite amiable to me. Zheng Yulu scoffed. If reservedness were easily discernible, it would then be blatant flirtation. We once admired him for his exceptional qualities, his perceived perfection. Now, from an outsider's perspective, while he is indeed admirable, it feels somewhat disingenuous, akin to wearing a mask. Zheng Yan.Failing added, precisely. Who can truly be that perfect? If one appears flawless on the surface, there must be flaws beneath. As they spoke, the three had already reached the roadside. Pausing to wait for Zheng Feng's arrival, Zheng Yan.Failing leaned closer to Lin Sui'an and murmured, it feels like Shen Yan has a hidden agenda. Someone like him could easily deceive someone as innocent as you. Lin Sui'an pondered this for a moment, scratching his head, but he has never deceived me. Zheng Yulu sighed deeply, imparting a serious tone. That may not necessarily be the case. Before he could finish, Zheng Feng arrived in his sports car. Stepping out, he approached Lin Sui'an. What do you think of this car? Do you like it? Zheng Feng's sports car was a sleek, pure black, with smooth lines that captivated Lin Sui'an's gaze. He circled the car, marveling. This is absolutely stunning. Zheng Feng leaned against the car, a dapper figure in a suit beside the sleek vehicle, creating a striking tableau reminiscent of a movie poster. How could he be so handsome? Yet such charm must come at a price, surely? Zheng Feng nodded. It is a bit pricey, but fortunately, it's under 10 million. Lin Sui'an gasped in astonishment. Under 10 million. The affluent focus on the first two words, under, while his impoverished mind fixated solely on the latter figure of 10 million. A car worth 10 million truly exemplifies the adage that you get what you pay for. Though he couldn't afford it, he now had a modest sum to spend on a game, perhaps to acquire a vehicle like this within it. The more he pondered, the brighter his eyes gleamed, oblivious to the exchange of glances between the Zheng siblings. Suddenly, Zheng Yan.Failing spoke up. I have something that requires my attention. I need Yulu to accompany me. So we'll take our leave now. Anin, you and my brother enjoy yourselves. Brother, do take good care of Anin and ensure she arrives home safely. Zheng Feng nodded. Rest assured I will. They turned their gaze towards Lin Sui'an, noticing that he exhibited neither resistance nor fear in the presence of an alpha, which eased their concerns. Zheng Yulu waved at Lin Sui'an, saying, You may proceed. Our ride will arrive shortly. Lin Sui'an nodded, his attention once again drawn to the sleek sports car before him. He certainly held no aversion nor trepidation towards interacting with an alpha, for at that moment, all that captivated him was the stunning vehicle, causing him to momentarily forget his identity as an Omega. Curiously, the system offered no reminders, merely observing quietly while emitting an enigmatic, eerie chuckle. Come, let's embark. I shall take you for a spin. Zheng Feng opened the car door for Lin Sui'an, who stepped forward, poised to enter, when suddenly, an urgent honking pierced the air. Lin Sui'an halted, turning towards the source of the sound, his eyes widening in astonishment. For the source of the honking was an even more dazzling sports car. The vehicle gleamed in a bright silver hue, its headlights glimmering with a red aura, and its design was strikingly futuristic, particularly the rear wing, exuding an air of science fiction. The entire automobile radiated magnificently under the streetlights. Lin Sui'an instinctively took a few steps closer, his gaze betraying a hint of greed as he endeavored to etch the car's image into his memory, intending to purchase it in his game upon returning home. Purchase. Yet, the car came to a leisurely stop beside Zheng Feng's vehicle. Immediately, the door swung open. The first sight to greet the onlookers was a pair of polished leather shoes, followed by long, elegant legs. Then, the occupant emerged fully from the car, standing tall. His towering figure was enveloped in a black trench coat, impeccably showcasing his physique and charisma. As he turned, his strikingly androgynous face elicited gasps from the crowd. First, there was the extraordinarily cool sports car, then the remarkable stature and poise, followed by that mesmerizing visage that was impossible to overlook. Layer upon layer, the attention of all gathered was irresistibly drawn to the man. Yet, at the center of this gaze, he approached only one individual. The man halted before Lin Sui'an, a subtle smile playing on his lips, enchanting all in his wake. Lin Sui'an, what a coincidence to encounter you here. It was only then that Lin Sui'an snapped back to reality from the series of stunning impressions. He was oblivious to the warmth flooding his cheeks or the frantic beating of his heart. He managed to stammer, Shen Yan? Oh my goodness. I knew it. He is indeed my protagonist. Truly, with such an entrance, who else could compare? Absolutely magnificent, utterly spectacular, simply extraordinary. Host, would you truly not marry such a person? Are you really, truly, genuinely not considering it? In light of your previous statement, if you suggested I marry, then I could indeed entertain that notion. Lin Sui'an, Shen Yan. Chapter 56. What brings you here alone? It's rather late. Allow me to escort you home. Shen Yan suppressed the wave of nausea provoked by the system. A glance at Lin Sui'an alleviated his discomfort considerably. Particularly, the brilliance sparkling in Lin Sui'an's eyes brought him an even greater sense of ease. Lin Sui'an, after considerable effort, finally managed to shift his gaze from Shen Yan's face. Fearing further attraction, he deliberately avoided making eye contact with Shen Yan. Oh, I'm not alone. I have other friends with me. Is that so? Could you introduce them to me? Shen Yan naturally moved closer to Lin Sui'an, his subtle pheromones immediately entwining around him. Lin Sui'an had grown accustomed to it, feeling no disturbance. However, Zhang Feng, standing closest to him, instinctively took a step back. The aversion between alpha and alpha towards each other's pheromones is notably pronounced, particularly when Zhang Feng sensed the underlying threat in Shen Yan's aura. He raised his gaze to meet Shen Yan's eyes, which appeared to smile, yet held no semblance of warmth, sending a chill down his spine. Lin Sui'an remained oblivious to this tension. This is Zhang Feng. As for Jin Feng and Yu Lu, I believe introductions are unnecessary, as you're already acquainted. Shen Yan cast a glance at Zhang Jinfeng and Zhang Yulu. Though the sisters were bold in their private conversations, their demeanor involuntarily became restrained in Shen Yan's presence. They greeted him with polite nods. Zhang Feng, aware of Shen Yan's status, mustered a smile and greeted him. Good day. I didn't expect to encounter you here. Shen Yan ignored him, turning to Lin Sui'an. The new coach you mentioned, whom I do not know. Is it him? Lin Sui'an nodded. Yes, he is remarkably skilled. He just showed me pictures of his past racing competition victories. Only then did Shen Yan direct his attention to Zhang Feng, raising an eyebrow. Oh, remarkably skilled? Zhang Feng quickly replied, No. My competitions were merely for fun compared to this. Shen Yan smiled slightly. Zhang Xiao is being modest. Alas, it is rather late today. Otherwise, we could have a friendly spar. A spar? He is a racer. Perhaps it's best not to engage in such a contest, especially since racing outside a professional venue is against the law. Isn't it? Lin Sui'an failed to decipher the underlying tension in Shen Yan's words. He tugged at Shen Yan's sleeve, lowering his voice to admonish him. Yet, the surrounding silence rendered his whisper audible to those nearby. Shen Yan paused momentarily. Suddenly, he altered his tone. However, since we have met, and given the coincidence, why not seize the day? Taichung Mountain isn't far. Shall we go there for a competition? Lin Sui'an looked at Shen Yan, perplexed by his sudden insistence on racing. He tugged at Shen Yan's sleeve again, but this time, Shen Yan clasped his hand. Lin Sui'an was taken aback, attempting to pull away but found himself unable to. Meeting Shen Yan's gentle gaze, he heard Shen Yan say, Let us go take a look together, shall we? Don't you enjoy watching cars? However, your hands are rather cold. Perhaps you're underdressed? Releasing Lin Sui'an's hand, Shen Yan unfastened his coat and draped it over Lin Sui'an, enveloping him in Shen Yan's comforting presence. Throughout the entire process, the tall alpha almost cradled the omega in his embrace. Their movements appeared effortless, their demeanor intimate. They resembled neither superior and subordinate nor mere friends or brothers, but rather a couple. Zhang Feng cast a glance at his two younger sisters. His eyes filled with questions. Wasn't it said that the Omega I was to be introduced to was single? How does one explain this? Zheng Jinfeng and Zheng Yulu wore innocent expressions. We don't know. We've never seen this before. Zheng Feng sighed in resignation. What should we do now? Zheng Jinfeng and Zheng Yulu exchanged knowing glances, subtly encouraging him. There's still a chance. Zheng Feng once again looked at the cozy pair, feeling despondent about his prospects. To his surprise, Lin Sui'an removed his windbreaker and offered it to Shen Yan. Oh, come on, it's just a bit of wind. What's the cold? My hands are a tad chilly, but I'm warm inside. Hurry and put on the windbreaker. Don't neglect your warmth just because you're in good health. By the way, those pants of yours look rather thin. Did you wear long johns? Zheng Feng, Zheng Jinfeng, Zheng Yulu, Shen Yan. System. Lin Sui'an noticed Shen Yan hesitating to accept the windbreaker, thinking he was skeptical. He tiptoed to drape the windbreaker over Shen Yan and grasped his hand, tucking it into his own clothing. I'm really not cold. Feel for yourself. I'm warm. Lin Sui'an's actions were swift and unexpected. Shen Yan was taken aback, feeling the warm softness beneath his palm, the skin smooth and delightful to the touch. It was Lin Sui'an's abdomen. Lin Sui'an, without a hint of restraint, guided Shen Yan's hand upward. In the chaos, Shen Yan inadvertently felt he had touched Lin Sui'an's. His face flushed, and he quickly withdrew his hand. He had no choice but to don the windbreaker again. I understand now you're not cold. However, you don't need to prove it in such a manner in the future. Lin Sui'an patted Shen Yan's shoulder. Oh, I know. I wouldn't do this with anyone else, but aren't you family? The term family brightened the shadows in Shen Yan's heart. He led Lin Sui'an toward his car. Let us go. We'll head directly to Taichung Mountain. The distinction between good friends and mere acquaintances is profound. Friends share common interests. If you like something, I like it too, hence we can enjoy it together. Good friends, however, are those who accompany each other in activities they may not particularly enjoy. At this moment, Lin Sui'an preferred to return home early for a restful sleep, especially since he had worked the following day. Yet, since Shen Yan was enthusiastic, he chose to accompany him. Once seated in Shen Yan's car, Lin Sui'an couldn't help but reflect. This car is indeed stylish, but its practicality leaves much to be desired. It accommodates only 2 passengers, and with such a low chassis, it would likely suffer on poor road conditions, wouldn't it? Shen Yan chuckled. Indeed, that is why I rarely drive this car. So, what made you decide to drive it today? Lin Sui'an suddenly recalled something. Wait, how did you end up here? Are you dining at this restaurant as well? Driving such a cool car must be for more than just a meal, right? Lin Sui'an felt a surge of excitement, as if he had uncovered a secret. He blinked at Shen Yan, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. Shen Yan, you aren't here to go on a date, are you? Shen Yan was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lin Sui'an, with his seemingly dull mind, could conjure such thoughts. A sense of unease crept into his heart. Today, he had merely decided on a whim to seek out Lin Sui'an. He was not yet prepared to confess his feelings. If Lin Sui'an discerned his intentions, how could he possibly conceal them? Should he boldly confess in the moment, or fabricate an excuse to sidestep the issue? Why are you silent? Are you feeling shy? Wait a moment. Since you arrived, you haven't sought anyone else out, and instead, you're competing with Zheng Feng. You don't harbor feelings for Zheng Feng, do you? Shen Yan? System. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 57. Mid-Autumn Festival Bonus. This chapter may diverge from the actual plot. Please consider it as fan fiction. And then, the sound of Shen Yan's voice reached Lin Sui'an's ears, stirring him from slumber. He furrowed his brow and turned over, burying himself under the covers. And then, Lin Sui'an remained motionless. And then, it's time to get up. Lin Sui'an could no longer endure it and raised his hand to swat. His hand, as if guided by a GPS, landed with a resounding slap on the face of a certain alpha. At that moment, Lin Sui'an finally awakened. He pulled down the covers and opened his eyes, only to behold Shen Yan's gentle smile. Shen Yan showed no signs of anger from the slap. Instead, he placed Lin Sui'an's hand against his cheek. Wife, you smell delightful. Lin Sui'an's lips twitched involuntarily, and he quickly withdrew his hand, clutching the covers tightly, eyeing Shen Yan warily. No more. Shen Yan chuckled. No more. It's nearly 11 o'clock. Didn't you say last night that you had plans to meet He Jiang for the Mid-Autumn Festival this afternoon? It's time to rise. 11 o'clock. Lin Sui'an shot up, but faltered and collapsed back onto the bed. He winced, and Shen Yan came over to steady him. Take it slow. There's no rush. This is all your fault. Lin Sui'an glared at Shen Yan. You promised to let me be on top this time. Yet you didn't stop when I asked. And you kept releasing that wretched pheromone, making it difficult for me to voice certain thoughts. He longed to curse, but Shen Yan's smiling face disarmed him. He wanted to strike, yet feared Shen Yan would grasp his hand again and exclaim how delightful he smelled. Indeed, marriage should be approached with caution. Men before and after marriage are truly different. Shen Yan, with his refined demeanor before marriage, transformed into an utterly twisted individual afterward, especially after the lifelong marking. But he was the one who had chosen, and one must accept the eccentricity. All right, my fault. Shall I take you to wash up? As Shen Yan reached out to embrace Lin Sui'an, he was startled and hurriedly pushed him away. Don't move. I can manage on my own. Lin Sui'an threw off the covers and shifted to the edge of the bed. He was clad in sleepwear, albeit disheveled from sleep, revealing a generous expanse of pale shoulder. From his neck to his shoulder lay a series of nearly conjoined red marks. Shen Yan gazed at the imprints he had left with his own lips. His teeth began to itch again, craving to bite into something once more. Lin Sui'an was originally making his way to the bathroom when he suddenly turned around. You are not allowed to look at me. Shen Yan raised an eyebrow and turned away. Only then did Lin Sui'an feel reassured and continue towards the bathroom, promptly shutting the door behind him. It was no wonder he was startled. This world was truly unfathomable. Not long ago, he had just gone through a heat cycle, and before he could even catch his breath, Shen Yan's susceptibility period had returned. 7 days, and then another 7 days. He and T even had a moment to recuperate. And last night, he was again lured into bed by Shen Yan. Was this the kind of stamina a normal person should possess? It wasn't T, just Shen Yan. He himself had managed to endure as well. He had been broken. The reputation of the top-tier Alpha and Omega was truly well-deserved. If this were a world of cultivation, it would be worthwhile. Dual cultivation could enhance one's abilities. Was it really reasonable for this world to spend so much time on mating? Only because Shen Yan was wealthy. Otherwise, if they spent all their time in bed, how would they earn a living? Lin Sui'an continued to grumble internally. After freshening up, he exited the bathroom and made his way downstairs. Shen Yan was already seated at the dining table, waiting for him. The aroma of the food instantly lifted Lin Sui'an's spirits. He sat down on the chair that Shen Yan had specially prepared for him, complete with a soft cushion, and began to indulge in the meal. Shen Yan, meanwhile, was diligently serving him dishes and, at appropriate moments, offering him napkins. Lin Sui'an had not been accustomed to this before, but He Jiang had always told him that alphas needed such training. With such a significant advantage, how could they not contribute a bit more effort? Moreover, with all that alpha energy to burn each day, if they weren't made to move, it would be himself who suffered at night. Thus, Lin Sui'an had grown increasingly accustomed to commanding Shen Yan. After their meal, the two changed clothes. With the gloomy weather and rain falling, Lin Sui'an decisively put on a waterproof jacket. Upon seeing Shen Yan dressed in a trench coat, his eyes lit up. You look truly handsome in that trench coat. My shoulders aren't as broad as yours, so I always feel a bit less imposing when I wear one. Shen Yan replied softly. As long as you wear what you like, that's all that matters. Although he wore the trench coat because Lin Sui'an liked it, he cautiously suggested, Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Shouldn't we change into something else for our outing? The light blue sweater they had bought last time could be worn now. If it weren't for the necessity of granting his partner freedom in clothing choices, he would have definitely cleared out all the jackets and plaid shirts in Lin Sui'an's wardrobe. Lin Sui'an pondered for a moment before stepping back into the closet. Under Shen Yan's expectant gaze, he emerged wearing a red waterproof jacket. What is the matter? Is this color not festive enough? Lin Sui'an asked with a smile. Shen Yan managed a strained smile in return. It's festive, quite nice. Seeing the forced expression on his face, Lin Sui'an burst into laughter. Haha, I was just teasing you. He then removed the waterproof jacket to reveal the light blue sweater underneath. Shen Yan, helpless, pulled him into an embrace and kissed him as a form of punishment. Naughty Inin, Lin Sui'an had made plans to meet He Jiang at an arcade. Previously, they had visited once, but their enjoyment was abruptly interrupted before they could fully engage. This time, accompanied by two alphas, they felt an unmistakable sense of security, free to indulge in whatever pleasures they desired. He Jiang intertwined her arm with Lin Sui'an's, with Lin Sui'an resting her arm upon He Jiang's shoulder as they led the way, while Shen Yan and Han Ming trailed behind. "Why does your wife have her arm around mine?" Han Ming's gaze remained fixated on Lin Sui'an's arm, while Shen Yan's eyes were drawn to He Jiang's hand. "Why is your wife touching my wife's hand?" Their eyes met, revealing a shared sense of melancholy. Suddenly, Han Ming broke into a grin. "Then why don't you touch my hand?" Shen Yan, his expression impassive, quickened his pace, moving ahead. Lin Sui'an and He Jiang stood before the claw machine, preparing to insert coins, only to have Han Ming jump in ahead of them. Come, you want a little rabbit, right? I'll get one for each of you." Han Ming hastily stepped forward, seizing control of the machine. With 2 coins inserted, he confidently pressed the buttons, and a small rabbit was ensnared. The group held their breath, anticipation building as the rabbit neared the exit, only to witness the claw tremble and release it. Han Ming cleared his throat, just warming up. "Next time, I'll surely succeed." However, after 3 consecutive attempts, he achieved nothing. Shen Yan pushed past Han Ming, declaring, "Let me give it a try." His commanding presence inspired an unspoken trust. Lin Sui'an offered him 6 coins, but he took only 2, stating this will suffice. With an air of strategic confidence, both Lin Sui'an and He Jiang felt a surge of excitement. Han Ming rolled his eyes. Half a minute later, Shen Yan, too, yielded no results. He Jiang turned to Lin Sui'an, asking, "What should we do? We didn't purchase many coins. Should we buy some more?" Lin Sui'an pinched He Jiang's cheek. "It's all right. No need. I have this." She inserted a coin, selected a toy, adjusted the claw's position, and with impeccable timing, pressed the button. A small rabbit was effortlessly retrieved. He Jiang immediately embraced Lin Sui'an, exclaiming, "Wow, and you're amazing." Lin Sui'an chuckled, her cheeks tinged with pink. "Which one do you want next? Should I try again? How about that panda over there?" Lin Sui'an switched to a different machine, scoring yet again. Time and again, their collection of toys grew, with the surplus draped over Shen Yan and Han Ming. When their coins ran out, He Jiang gazed at the pile of toys, looking at Lin Sui'an with admiration. "Anin, you are truly remarkable." Lin Sui'an scratched her head modestly, "Just lucky today." He Jiang handed the toys to Han Ming, who continued to hold Lin Sui'an's hand. "Come, what do you want to eat?" "It's on me." Lin Sui'an, unfazed, replied, "I saw a place upstairs serving spicy fish. It looks promising. Shall we?" Eat. Let us go." The two strode toward the elevator, leaving the 2 alphas behind in silence after their failed attempts. Han Ming finally broke the silence. "Next Mid-Autumn Festival. Let us celebrate separately." Shen Yan, unusually in agreement, replied, "I think that's a good idea." Chapter 58, My Friend. You are truly handsome on the heights of Taichung Mountain. There exists a racing club frequented by numerous affluent youths from Jiang City. Thus, even during the night, the atmosphere is far from desolate. However, due to the impending arrival of higher-tier members, they are required to temporarily vacate the premises. A group of wealthy young gentlemen, filled with curiosity, speculate about the identity of the esteemed guests. Yet, upon catching sight of the 2 racing cars, their recognition is instant. After all, both vehicles are limited editions, and particularly the silver one is not only rare in Jiang City, but throughout the entire Federation. Is it possible? Is that esteemed member of the Shen family actually coming? I heard he had a mishap in the past. I thought he would never race again. Is that vehicle from the Zheng family? How could they be arriving together? Surely, they aren't here to compete? Wait, stop. There's still people in the cars? Who is that, sitting in the passenger seat beside Shen Yan? As Lin Sui'an disembarks, he becomes the focus of everyone's gaze, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. However, in the next moment, Shen Yan's tall figure shields him from view. He guides Lin Sui'an into the club, leading him upstairs and settling him on the terrace. "Stay here and wait for me. Don't wander off. If anyone speaks to you, just ignore them," Shen Yan instructs earnestly. Lin Sui'an chuckles. "You sound like you're advising a child." "Don't worry, I won't stray. I'll just wait for you." Shen Yan nods and glances at Zhang Feng. Shall we go? Zhang Feng nods, directing his gaze toward Lin Sui'an, only to discover that Lin Sui'an's attention remains fixed on Shen Yan. Wait. Lin Sui'an steps forward, grasping Shen Yan's attire, winning isn't everything. Just ensure your safety. Shen Yan smirks. All right. He slightly lifts his chin, casting a glance at Zhang Feng, who appears somewhat melancholic. Yet in the next breath, Lin Sui'an turns to Zhang Feng and adds, "You too. Remember, safety first." Instantly, a spark returns to Zhang Feng's countenance. The two alphas descend the stairs, donning their helmets and preparing to race. Zhang Jinfeng and Zhang Yulu approach Lin Sui'an. What exactly is going on between you two? Lin Sui'an, fixated on the two cars below, casually replies, "Who are you referring to?" "Me and Shen Yan? We're just friends." He adds with a smile, "Very good friends." The Zhang sisters exchange glances, finally realizing that Lin Sui'an was not shy about his relationship, nor did he wish to keep it hidden. Rather, he genuinely regards Shen Yan as a friend. However, Shen Yan's feelings are decidedly more intense. He harbors a significant desire for Lin Sui'an. Consequently, the sisters ponder the implications of this situation. Will they still be able to go to work tomorrow? Playfully nudging each other, Zhang Yulu cautiously inquires, "What do you think of my brother?" As the two racing cars are primed and ready, the moment the flag is waved, they surge forth like arrows released from their bows. Witnessing such a vibrant scene and exhilarating competition, Lin Sui'an's fatigue evaporates. He is filled with excitement, yet a hint of concern lingers within him. Even though Zhang Yulu's inquiries were clearly insinuative, Lin Sui'an remained oblivious. "Your brother? Quite splendid, isn't he?" With newfound experience, Zhang Yulu posed her question with greater specificity. "Do you believe he is more suited to be your friend, or perhaps an alpha?" "What alpha? Isn't your brother an alpha? Could it be he is an omega?" Lin Sui'an turned in shock. "How cool would that be? A suited delinquent omega? I always aspire to be like that." The roar of a sports car drew Lin Sui'an's attention once more. Zhang Yulu glanced at Zhang Jinfeng and whispered, "Fortunately, he doesn't seem to harbor any feelings for our brother." Zhang Jinfeng pressed her lips together. Such a statement, if not for Shen Yan, could hardly be described as fortunate. What a pity. Why should Shen Yan, that brooding and abusive man, be worthy of such a remarkable omega? The sisters shared the same thought. Yet, upon witnessing the silver sports car that had reached the finish line first and the man emerging from it, helmet removed to the thunderous applause of the crowd, their previous sentiments were swiftly replaced. It must be said, their past judgment had been quite astute. Shen Yan truly was Shen Yan. Despite his brooding demeanor, those minor flaws paled in comparison to the brilliance he exuded. Shen Yan was simply radiant. As they regained their composure, they intended to converse with Lin Sui'an, but upon turning, they discovered that he had vanished. Looking downstairs, they saw Lin Sui'an had already rushed to Shen Yan's side, embracing him. "Dude, you are incredibly handsome. Is it too late to ask you to be my coach now?" Zhang Jinfeng and Zhang Yulu exchanged glances. Zhang Jinfeng couldn't help but remark, "I feel that Lin Sui'an may not merely regard Shen Yan as a friend." Zhang Yulu concurred, "I think so too." Their dialogue was lost on Lin Sui'an, whose gaze was firmly ensnared by the man before him. "You wish for me to be your coach again?" Lin Sui'an chuckled awkwardly. "Well, I was just caught up in the moment. Consider it a jest." He genuinely wished to seek Shen Yan's assistance, but was apprehensive that he might annoy him after having previously declined. However, Shen Yan countered, "I did not perceive it as a jest. Since you've asked, I shall certainly assist you." Shen Yan's gaze grew increasingly fervent, and Lin Sui'an felt a warmth enveloping his heart, compelling him to shy away. "I still need to speak with Zhang Feng," he began, but Shen Yan suddenly called out, "Zhang Feng." Zhang Feng's vehicle trailed Shen Yan by a mere 3 seconds. Yet, those fleeting seconds meant a loss was a loss. Not only had he lost the race, but also the person. From the entrance of the restaurant to this moment, although Lin Sui'an and Shen Yan had not interacted extensively, he had come to realize that he was ill-suited to continue meddling in this affair. Zhang Feng, helmet tucked under his arm, approached Lin Sui'an. "No worries. Shen's skills are superior. Learning from him will be more advantageous." Lin Sui'an replied apologetically, "I'm truly sorry. it was initially agreed upon. However, you were quite impressive too. That drift you executed was magnificent. Zhang Feng suddenly felt disinclined to continue his conversation with Lin Sui'an. The more Lin Sui'an spoke, the greater his sense of regret became. Sometimes, arriving late simply means arriving late. One misstep can lead to a lifetime of consequences. Shen Yan gently interjected, "All right, since we have competed and the hour is late, let us return home early." He turned to Lin Sui'an. "It's getting late. I will escort you back." Lin Sui'an nodded in agreement. However, after taking a couple of steps alongside Shen Yan, he unexpectedly turned around and approached Zhang Feng. Do you have time to teach me some combat skills?" Lin Sui'an's bright almond-shaped eyes sparkled. "The moves you demonstrated before dinner today were quite impressive." Zhang Feng's heart, which had begun to settle, stirred once more with anticipation. Yet before he could respond, he heard Shen Yan say, "Lin Sui'an, the Zhang family is currently busy with numerous projects and may not have time." "Ah, that's all right then. Regardless, thank you." Lin Sui'an waved goodbye to Zhang Feng. "We shall take our leave now. You both head home early as well. Good night." He did not forget the two sisters on the second floor, bidding them farewell before following Shen Yan to the car. Zhang Feng sighed in disappointment, only to hear Shen Yan remark, "I know a bit about combat skills as well." Chapter 59. You won't get pregnant, will you? You know about combat? Lin Sui'an asked, not out of skepticism, but rather surprise. After all, Shen Yan's demeanor seemed far removed from that of a fighter. "Do you need me to reintroduce our male protagonist? Our male lead excels in every domain. He is adept at both the parlor and the kitchen. In all trades, he is proficient. There is nothing he cannot accomplish. Truly, the male lead is dazzling." Lin Sui'an nearly jumped at the system's excited voice. Listening to the system's rhythmic introduction, he couldn't help but respond, "All right, understood, sister-in-law." "System, what did you just say?" Lin Sui'an, "Sister-in-law? Shen Yan is my buddy. Didn't you marry him? So, aren't you his sister-in-law?" System, "Host, you are truly terrifying." The system returned to a state of silence. Lin Sui'an nearly burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. Shen Yan suddenly spoke again. "Lin Sui'an, could you refrain from calling me your buddy?" "Why not?" Lin Sui'an replied. Shen Yan found himself at a loss for words. What thoughts occupied Lin Sui'an's mind? How had he come to refer to the system as sister-in-law? Shen Yan's expression contorted slightly, but he ultimately sighed. "It's nothing. Call me whatever you wish. Play some music. Choose whatever you like." Although Shen Yan did not elaborate further, Lin Sui'an responded, "All right, if you don't like it. I won't call you that anymore. I'll just listen to whatever." Shen Yan nodded, and Lin Sui'an proceeded to play his playlist. His musical selections were entirely different in style from Shen Yan's. Lin Sui'an typically favored more popular tunes, and considering that Shen Yan was driving, he opted for some DJ versions. As the music began to play, the powerful rhythm invigorated Lin Sui'an, instantly lifting his spirits. Shen Yan was similarly taken aback. "Is this the kind of music you usually enjoy?" Lin Sui'an swayed his head in rhythm, exclaiming, "No, the internet claims that this type of music is perfect for driving. And it's right. It truly sounds delightful." Initially, Shen Yan felt a flicker of resistance. However, as he occasionally caught sight of Lin Sui'an's bobbing head from the corner of his eye, his reluctance gradually dissipated. Upon arriving at Lin Sui'an's home, he discovered that Lin Sui'an had succumbed to slumber amidst the pulsating beats. Shen Yan parked the car, but refrained from waking Lin Sui'an immediately. Instead, he turned to gaze quietly at Lin Sui'an's sleeping face. The interior remained dim, illuminated only by the soft glow of streetlights filtering through the windows. This muted light blurred the boundaries between them, rendering the moment intimate yet uncertain. Shen Yan inched closer to Lin Sui'an, stopping just as their breaths were on the verge of intertwining. He gazed hungrily at Lin Sui'an, inhaling the faint citrus scent that clung to him. His body clamored for possession of the Omega before him, yet reason repeatedly called him to halt. No, he thought, with the system in place, and Lin Sui'an unable to accept it at this moment, I cannot proceed. Originally, Shen Yan had intended to confess his darker desires to Lin Sui'an, hoping he could assist him through this overwhelming sensitive period. Yet, he realized that neither the setting nor the timing was appropriate for such heartfelt revelations. Moreover, Lin Sui'an was clearly fatigued and needed rest. Selfishness was not an option. Shen Yan squeezed his eyes shut, forcing himself to create distance between them. He suppressed the intensity of his sensitivity, having ventured out in the most precarious of moments to seek Lin's son, only to engage in an impromptu race. His willpower was nearly at its breaking point. Even a desire to remain in Lin Sui'an's company a moment longer felt unattainable. He had left in haste, neglecting to bring his inhibitors, and desperately needed to return home for an injection. Stealing another glance at Lin Sui'an, he couldn't resist capturing a few more photographs with his phone before gently nudging him awake. Lin Sui'an was in a deep slumber. It took several attempts and calls before he finally stirred. Rubbing his eyes, he murmured, "How did I fall asleep? Are we there?" Turning to Shen Yan, he noticed him gazing out the window. Curious, he leaned closer, asking, "What's wrong? Is there something outside?" Shen Yan, unwilling to meet Lin Sui'an's gaze for fear of losing control, felt Lin Sui'an's pheromones envelop him as he leaned in. His remaining willpower faltered under the weight of the situation, and he gritted his teeth, his body trembling with restraint. "There's nothing outside. You should head home," Shen Yan urged, though Lin Sui'an remained oblivious to his struggle, only sensing that Shen Yan appeared unwell. Concerned, he insisted, "What's wrong? Are you feeling ill? If so, why don't you stay here tonight? It's quite late." In that moment, Lin Sui'an's tempting offer further weakened Shen Yan's resolve. As if his willpower were a cup brimming with water, on the verge of overflowing with just a single drop more. Succumbing to the unconscious allure of Lin Sui'an, Shen Yan found his voice strained and hoarse. "I'm fine. You should leave." This only heightened Lin Sui'an's concern. "You're in this state. How can I possibly leave? Your body is burning up. Have you a fever? See, I suspect it's because you're not wearing thermal pants. Come to my house. I have new thermal pants, and tomorrow I'll have you wear them. You'll surely feel better." From Shen Yan's perspective, he could see Lin Sui'an's rosy lips moving. Yet all that escaped them were the words thermal pants. This had become the final drop in an already overflowing cup. With that drop, Shen Yan could no longer contain himself. He leaned in and pressed forward, grasping Lin Sui'an's hand with a hint of irritation in his tone. "It's not about the thermal pants, do you understand? It's because of you. Because of you." Lin Sui'an was momentarily taken aback by Shen Yan's sudden elevation in voice. His expression turned puzzled. "Because of me?" The sensitive nature of an alpha in their susceptible period made Lin Sui'an's proximity even more overwhelming. Shen Yan gritted his teeth, insisting, "Yes. Because of you. Do you even realize you're an Omega? You know you're an Omega, right?" Lin Sui'an still did not grasp the situation. "Yes, I know. So what?" Shen Yan was at his wit's end. "I had already given up. I didn't want to confront you so soon." Lin Sui'an, "How can you? What's wrong? Just say it." Lin Sui'an, feeling anxious, urged him, "If something's up, just tell me." Gasping for breath, Shen Yan confessed, "I'm in my susceptible period. I need your pheromones." The tension in Lin Sui'an's expression eased. "Oh, that. You should have said so sooner. Then let go of me, and let us hurry home." However, Lin Sui'an's reaction abruptly jolted Shen Yan back to reality. "You're just agreeing to that?" Lin Sui'an appeared perplexed. "What else? You've given me so many pheromones before. Isn't it only right for me to return the favor?" Shen Yan sighed in exasperation. "I don't just need pheromones. I also require a temporary marking." The mention of marking instantly made Lin Sui'an wary. "Marking? You mean biting my neck?" Shen Yan nodded. Lin Sui'an pursed his lips. "But that one T lead to pregnancy, right?" Shen Yan replied, "System, Chapter 60, to help you to the end." 5 minutes later, Lin Sui'an stepped through the door of his home, Shen Yan naturally following behind. As soon as they entered, the suppressed reactions of Shen Yan's susceptible period surged forth, his pheromones instantly enveloping the space, assertively claiming Lin Sui'an's home within mere seconds. Overwhelmed by the intensity of Shen Yan's pheromones, Lin Sui'an struggled to catch his breath. Just after changing his shoes, and before he could utter a word, Shen Yan enveloped him in a tight embrace, pressing him firmly against his chest. The heat of Shen Yan's breath grazed his neck. Lin Sui'an exerted all his strength to push Shen Yan away. "Shen Yan, don't rush. I'm not preventing you from biting. Just let me ask, can you hold on for 2 more minutes? At least let me take a shower first. Host, previously I praised you as a natural talent. Now I wish to commend you as a born dish. Taking advantage of Lin Sui'an's preoccupation, the host murmured softly, not only do you serve yourself on the dining table, but you even clean yourself up. How exquisite, truly exquisite. Lin Sui'an was oblivious. Yet Shen Yan caught the words. His awareness was somewhat hazy at that moment, and instinctively he shouted at the voice, "Get lost." Lin Sui'an mistakenly interpreted Shen Yan's response as agreement. He patted Shen Yan's arm, saying, "Then let go of me. I need to take a shower." However, in reality, Shen Yan merely tightened his grip. It was far from an intention to release him. Lin Sui'an grew anxious. "If you don't let go, how can I shower? Surely, I cannot do so like this." He began to contemplate the feasibility of this scenario. Initially, he thought it might be manageable, but soon he remembered that he and Shen Yan were, in this context, of opposite sexes. Lin Sui'an clicked his tongue. By now, Shen Yan had lost a considerable amount of his rationality. Had it not been for Lin Sui'an persistently pushing Shen Yan's face away, Shen Yan would have already nibbled at his neck. A flush adorned Shen Yan's exquisitely sharp features, resembling the visage of someone intoxicated. Like a cat that has found its catnip, he repeatedly rubbed his cheek against Lin Sui'an, and on several occasions, his lips even enveloped Lin Sui'an's fingers. How fragrant! Even in such a somewhat infatuated state, Shen Yan was far from unattractive. On the contrary, that hint of desire accentuated his striking features, rendering them even more alluring. Lin Sui'an now felt powerless to alter the situation, opting instead to release a hint of pheromones to test the waters. However, as soon as he emitted a trace, Shen Yan became almost frenzied. Unlike before, when Lin Sui'an could resist, now Shen Yan seized Lin Sui'an's entire face with one hand. The overwhelming force compelled Lin Sui'an to press against Shen Yan's chest. The disparity in strength left Lin Sui'an feeling utterly helpless, especially when, in the next moment, a sharp pain shot through the back of his neck, as something foreign was forcibly infused into his body. An intense sensation of losing control swept over him, causing tremors to engulf his entire being. Lin Sui'an's pupils dilated suddenly, and his fingers instinctively clutched Shen Yan's shoulders tightly. At that moment, he found himself unable to utter a single word. So this is what marking entails. Lin Sui'an felt a pang of regret. The information provided by the system was rather succinct, lacking in detailed exposition. He had merely skimmed it, retaining far less than what was presented. Thus, he had always believed that marking was merely a bite, failing to anticipate the complexity behind those seemingly simple words. No wonder Shen Yan had insisted on returning earlier. Yet, he had stubbornly resisted, volunteering to assist Shen Yan in bringing him home and keeping him there. Lin Sui'an felt a surge of despair. What a self-inflicted predicament. What was meant to be a temporary marking turned out to have a prolonged duration. Lin Sui'an was unaware of how much time had elapsed, only that it was a harrowing ordeal. Were it not for Shen Yan's strong arms securely encircling his waist, he would have long since collapsed from weakness. When Shen Yan finally came to a halt, Lin Sui'an could only rest in his embrace, gently catching his breath. Shen Yan appeared to have regained some semblance of clarity, no longer exhibiting the frenzied behavior of moments prior. His broad palm moved rhythmically along Lin Sui'an's spine, soothing the subtle tremors that coursed through Lin Sui'an's body until he regained a modicum of strength. Suddenly, Lin Sui'an pushed Shen Yan away forcefully, retreating a few steps to lean against the wall, watching Shen Yan warily. "Why you stay back?" Shen Yan's gaze retained a lingering aggressiveness, causing Lin Sui'an to feel a pang of fear. Shen Yan licked his lips, his voice slightly hoarse. "I apologize for frightening you earlier. It was my fault, but I truly reached my limit. Regardless, I must express my sincerest apologies. I hope you won't be afraid of me, all right?" Upon witnessing Shen Yan's return to normalcy, Lin Sui'an felt a slight sense of relief wash over him. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, "Was that truly just a temporary marking?" Shen Yan nodded. "Indeed. And haven't you studied your biology well? There are two types of markings, temporary and lifelong. A temporary mark involves the exchange of pheromones between glands, requiring only an alpha to bite through the omega's gland. A lifelong mark, however, necessitates the alpha to bond within the omega's reproductive cavity, infusing pheromones. Shen Yan explained with a seriousness that made Lin Sui'an blush. He bit his lip and asked, "So, a temporary marking won't result in pregnancy, right?" "Absolutely not. Didn't I just tell you? Only a lifelong marking can lead to pregnancy, as long as there's no risk of pregnancy." With the crisis averted, Lin Sui'an finally pulled out a chair and sat down. He raised his hand to examine his gland, but Shen Yan suddenly stepped closer. "Don't move." Lin Sui'an looked up at him, and Shen Yan halted. "Rest assured, I won't do anything further for now. I merely wish to inspect your gland." Lin Sui'an scrutinized Shen Yan, confirming his demeanor was composed before turning around. "I feel like you might have bitten me. It hurts a bit." Despite the earlier intensity, Lin Sui'an seemed completely unguarded, exposing his vulnerable gland to Shen Yan's gaze. There was a bite mark, faint traces of blood mingling with a lingering scent of citrus, now tinged with a chilling essence reminiscent of winter's frost. The desire in Shen Yan's eyes surged once more. The earlier marking had merely whetted the appetite of an alpha in a sensitive period, igniting a deeper yearning. "Shen Yan, did you see?" Shen Yan inhaled deeply and closed his eyes. It's manageable. Though the gland is delicate, it possesses a remarkable capacity for healing from minor wounds caused by marking. Just leave it be. It will mend swiftly." Lin Sui'an raised an eyebrow. "I thought being marked was nothing but suffering for an omega. I never realized there was such a scientific basis to it." He stood up and approached Shen Yan. "Is this sufficient now? Shall we wash up and retire for the night?" Shen Yan gazed at Lin Sui'an's smiling face, momentarily at a loss for words. A sense of foreboding crept into Lin Sui'an's heart. "You don't need to continue, do you?" Shen Yan took a step back. "And you're my friend, and I do not wish to conceal anything from you. The duration of the sensitive period typically lasts about a week, during which I will require your pheromones. However, I am feeling much better now. You have often worried about bothering me, and I cannot selfishly impose on you continuously. Therefore, I shall return promptly." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to leave. Yet, a force from his sleeve halted him. Shen Yan glanced back and found Lin Sui'an still blocking his path. "Since we've already crossed that line once, a few more times would make no difference. You have always said you would help others to the end, so let me assist you as well." Chapter 61. Allow me another bite initially. Shen Yan merely wished to explore the extent of Lin Sui'an's acceptance of him. However, he soon realized that all his calculations were unnecessary in the presence of Lin Sui'an. It seemed that no matter the matter at hand, as long as he candidly communicated, Lin Sui'an would contemplate and alleviate his burdens. Oh, except for matters concerning pregnancy and love. Those who interact with Lin Sui'an quickly discover his genuine nature. No one can resist a person of sincerity. Thus, despite Shen Yan's initial wariness and attempts to ensnare Lin Sui'an, it was Lin Sui'an who remained untrapped. While Shen Yan fell into the trap he had set for himself, the ideal type, once scorned by him and specially configured by the system, had now become a gift from fate. Indeed, Shen Yan felt some resistance. Having harbored disdain for strategists for so long and engaged in a covert struggle with the system, how could he possibly develop feelings for a strategist? Yet, his reluctance paled in comparison to Lin Sui'an's allure. Previously, he had refrained from revealing his emotions to the system, but now he realized he had been overly sensitive. Even if Lin Sui'an's presence was coerced, it was still for him, and this was their destiny. The system had brought Lin Sui'an to his side. Why should he not embrace it? After years of being entangled with the system, he had largely existed in solitude. Even with friends, their interactions were minimal. He once reveled in loneliness. But since Lin Sui'an entered his life, solitude had become unbearable. Therefore, Lin Sui'an was inherently meant to be his. As he gazed at Lin Sui'an, an array of thoughts crowded his mind. Conflict where necessary, harmony where possible. Ultimately, his heart reached a singular conclusion. Lin Sui'an was his. Thus, Shen Yan ceased to retreat as a means of advancement. He turned around and grasped Lin Sui'an's hand. "Are you certain you can endure a continuous marking for 7 days? While a temporary mark can soothe me, It will also affect you, as the pheromones will draw us closer together. Shen Yan's expression was particularly earnest. He allowed Lin Sui'an to make his own choice. Lin Sui'an indeed began to wrestle with his thoughts. Shen Yan was correct. The exchange of pheromones would deepen their bond, something Lin Sui'an was already familiar with. If he were to consider only himself, he would remain indifferent. After all, isn't it natural for close friends to be a bit more intimate? However, the crux of the matter lies in the existence of the system. With the system in place, his closeness with Shen Yan would inevitably expedite the progress of the task. Even if he and Shen Yan were guiltless, their actions would undoubtedly be perceived as intimate. Lin Sui'an suddenly recalled a matter of utmost significance that he had consistently overlooked. He directly inquired of the system in his mind. System, you previously mentioned that once the strategy is successful, I could depart and you would bestow upon me a sum of money. But what about Shen Yan? What will happen to Shen Yan once I leave? The system was momentarily taken aback, as no one had ever posed such a question before. Among the 98 previous strategists, some had bargained with him, hoping to gain wealth or beauty upon completing their tasks. Others were captivated by Shen Yan's extraordinary appearance and wished to remain. Yet, no one had ever asked what would become of Shen Yan after the strategy's success, perhaps due to the recent indulgence in couple dynamics. The system felt a flicker of humanity within itself. It evaded the topic somewhat, its tone tinged with a hint of regret. Shen Yan is a character from the book. As long as he reaches his conclusion, he will lead a life of happiness as written in the ending, regardless of whether you complete the task or not. Shen Yan's fate ultimately has nothing to do with you. Didn't you say to cherish the present? You both are in the here and now. Lin Sui'an's expression shifted. He pulled Shen Yan onto the sofa and said, "Please wait for me a moment. I need to use the restroom." Once inside, he hurriedly shut the door and resumed his interrogation of the system. What do you mean by that? Lin Sui'an shifted his approach. Your multiple failures in attempting to strategize Shen Yan imply that there must be some advantage for you in this endeavor. What, pray tell, is that advantage? The system stammered, for the first time reluctant to divulge the truth. Yet, at times, silence serves as an answer in itself. Lin Sui'an's heart sank. Is your advantage somehow linked to Shen Yan? If the strategy succeeds, does that mean Shen Yan will not fare well? The system quickly countered, it's not quite that simple. Well, no, host, why are you asking these questions? Could it be that you have genuinely fallen for the male lead? Lin Sui'an, irked, responded, System, why is love the only thing occupying your mind? To you, Shen Yan is merely a male lead, but to me, he is Shen Yan, my friend Shen Yan. Although he understood from the outset that this world was merely a narrative, and that those he encountered were but figments of paper, that perception belonged to the readers of the book. He, however, was an experiential participant. Immersed in this reality and interacting with these individuals, there was no distinction between them. Even the system, which had initially spoken with an air of authority, later exhibiting a peculiar nervousness, was not entirely regarded by Lin Sui'an as mere artificial intelligence. Everything existed in palpable reality. Thus, upon hearing such matters, how could he not be concerned? The system was once again stunned by Lin Sui'an's fervor. It resided within Lin Sui'an's mind, naturally attuned to his thoughts. He inexplicably felt a surge of excitement. Do you consider me a friend? Lin Sui'an had not yet processed this when the system emitted a series of whimpering sounds. You still haven't answered my question. After a prolonged silence, the system finally spoke. Oh, I confess, is that not enough? Once the task is completed, I will siphon a portion of this world's energy to the main system, causing this world to gradually fade away due to energy depletion. Lin Sui'an retorted, It seems you're not only a trafficker, but also a thief. The system protested, Well, I'm not. Other systems do the same. This is my first task, and I have yet to complete even one. Lin Sui'an furrowed his brow. Why are you crying? Shouldn't it be me and Shen Yan who are crying? The system remained unresponsive. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, Lin Sui'an felt a profound sense of relief. Fortunately, he had asked, and the system had replied. Thankfully, he had never contemplated a strategy. Perhaps he could simply prolong this until the system was exhausted. Yet deep within, he sensed a void, a pang of disappointment and regret. Lin Sui'an splashed cold water on his face. After drying off, he addressed the system. In that case, I will distance myself from Shen Yan. I will not allow your strategy to progress in any way. To his surprise, the system began to wail even louder. No, I can forego the task. You must stay together. I beg you, host. This is the first time I've discovered something so addictive in this world. Whether it's our banter or shipping you two, I cannot let go of either. There are ways. I remember other systems mentioning this. I will seek their counsel. Please, do not distance yourself from Shen Yan. The system's voice abruptly ceased. Lin Sui'an felt an unprecedented clarity in his mind. Had the system truly departed? He was uncertain whether the system's words were truthful or deceitful. After hesitating for a while, he finally stepped out of the bathroom. The crisp scent of pheromones in the air alleviated his agitation and anxiety. He looked toward Shen Yan on the sofa, his eyes betraying his unmasked concern. Shen Yan, I truly feel this is not right. You still. Shen Yan rose and approached him, akin to an affectionate dog, leaning in slightly to bury his head in Lin Sui'an's neck. And then, you are not having second thoughts, are you? You wish to chase me away? It is too late. No matter what I say now, I shall not leave. Allow me one more bite, please. Chapter 62. A lick by the time Lin Sui'an regained his senses. The second temporary marking had already been completed. He lay on the bed, staring vacantly at the headboard. Hadn't they just been in the living room? How had they suddenly arrived in the bedroom? How had he ended up sprawled on the bed? How had Shen Yan come to be on his back? Lin Sui'an realized that his memories of what had just transpired were almost entirely hazy. He only recalled the tingling sensation that spread from the glands throughout his body during the marking, a sensation akin to countless ants crawling through his veins. Yet alongside the tingling, there was an indescribable feeling, something he had never experienced before and found difficult to articulate. In simpler terms, he does not reject this feeling. After a while, Lin Sui'an gradually regained his composure. He moved his fingers and turned his head to the alpha still pressing against his back, saying, "That should be enough, right?" Yet, the alpha merely nuzzled the fragrant skin, showing no intention of departing. "I apologize, but could you endure a little longer?" Though the words were filled with apology, his eyes bore no trace of remorse, only satisfaction and pleasure. Earlier, while Lin Sui'an was in the restroom, he remained unaware that Shen Yan had followed him to the restroom door. Through the barrier, Shen Yan naturally overheard all of Lin Sui'an's exchanges with the system. At the moment Lin Sui'an questioned the system on his behalf, Shen Yan felt as if he heard a voice, the one that had begun to occupy his heart. The voice of Lin Sui'an taking root within him. All previous hesitations, entanglements, and struggles dissolved into nothingness. He was unequivocally certain that he not only desired Lin Sui'an to be his, but wished for him to become his as swiftly as possible. Thus, Shen Yan ceased to conceal his intentions. When he witnessed Lin Sui'an exiting the restroom, seemingly intent on distancing himself for Shen Yan's sake, he released a potent pheromone, enveloping Lin Sui'an and transitioning from the living room to the bedroom. This room, already imbued with Lin Sui'an's pheromones, now brimmed with his own essence, granting him both psychological and physiological satisfaction. Elation bubbled within him, and unable to contain himself, Shen Yan lightly licked Lin Sui'an's gland. The gentle motion caused Lin Sui'an to tense up entirely. "Shen Yan, what are you doing? Why is it wet? Are you licking me?" Unfazed, Shen Yan fabricated an excuse without a hint of embarrassment. "Oh, a lick can help your wound heal faster." Lin Sui'an, skeptical, responded, "Is that true?" Shen Yan licked again. "Indeed, you see, animals tend to lick each other's wounds when injured." Lin Sui'an remained somewhat alert. "But we are human, aren't we? Well, our compatibility should be quite high, thus it bears some effect." Half convinced, Lin Sui'an pondered, ultimately deciding to trust Shen Yan, recognizing that whether he believed or not made little difference, as Shen Yan had already taken considerable liberties within this brief span. It was only when he sensed he was nearing Lin Sui'an's limits that he released him. Not wishing to frighten him away, he positioned himself at the edge of the bed, watching as Lin Sui'an slowly sat up, adjusting his clothes. Though seemingly expressionless, the alabaster skin glowed with a faint blush, and his eyes sparkled with a captivating sheen. Shen Yan admired him in silence. Once Lin Sui'an had arranged his attire, He met Shen Yan's gaze, causing his heart to skip a beat, leaving him perplexed as to why he felt slightly bashful. He shifted off the bed, avoiding Shen Yan's eyes, and softly said, "I'll go prepare the guest room for you. You should rest early." "No need," Shen Yan replied, grasping Lin Sui'an's arm. "Though the markings may not require excessive emphasis, your pheromones are perpetually essential to me. I acknowledge that this may be bothersome. Yet I have come to realize that as friends, we ought to be candid with one another. I need you, and I believe you also wish to assist me." He curved his lips into a smile, raising an eyebrow. "So, you don't mind if I sleep here, do you?" Lin Sui'an pondered. Why did it seem that Shen Yan had undergone some transformation, especially in those eyes of his, which appeared to have shed their gentle haze, revealing a piercing undertone? Could it be attributed to the sensitive period? "Is that all right?" Shen Yan inquired once more, giving Lin Sui'an's hand a gentle shake. Individuals blessed with striking appearances undoubtedly possess an advantage in social interactions, particularly when they are aware of their allure. Gazing at Shen Yan's visage, Lin Sui'an found her response to be swifter than her thoughts. "Sure. All right. I'll wash up first. Will you wait for me?" As she observed Shen Yan rummaging through the wardrobe for a bathrobe before retreating to the bathroom, the realization struck Lin Sui'an. Wait for what? Why did everything feel amiss? The events of the evening had surpassed her expectations. Having changed into comfortable attire, she took her phone to the guest room, shutting the door behind her to message He Jiang. "Are you there? I want to ask you a question. Is an alpha's sensitive period different from usual?" He Jiang responded almost instantaneously. "It's Jiangxi, not potato. Sensitive period? Shen Yan is in his sensitive period? Ha ha ha. So you and Shen Yan are together now? Has everything that was meant to happen, happened?" Lin Sui'an replied. "Are you Han Ming?" "It's me. He Jiang is asleep." Lin Sui'an. "All right then. You both should rest early. I won't disturb you. Don't go. As an alpha, I can fully address your inquiry. During the sensitive period, an alpha without an omega will feel anxious and irritable, requiring the injection of suppressants, while an alpha with an omega will cling to their partner. The specific reactions vary according to personality. Some alphas may become tearful, others may grow domineering, and some may even exhibit nesting behaviors." Lin Sui'an. "Okay, thank you, I understand. So, how is Shen Yan behaving now? Has he marked you?" Lin Sui'an preferred to ignore Han Ming. Yet, Han Ming continued to bombard her with messages. It's not mere gossip. There was an occasion when his sensitive period arrived prematurely, and he couldn't contain his pheromones, causing several nearby alphas and omegas to end up in the hospital. He nearly wrecked his own house, so I'm somewhat concerned for you. You are He Jiang's friend, which makes you my friend as well. Feel free to share any issues with me. So, what is the status between you and Shen Yan?" Lin Sui'an found that while the words themselves were manageable, the image of Han Ming's flamboyant demeanor persistently flickered in her mind, rendering him exceedingly unreliable in her eyes. As he hesitated, unsure of how to respond, a knock echoed through the door. Lin Sui'an approached, glancing at the surveillance monitor by the entrance, and was astonished to find none other than Assistant Li standing there. He opened the door, and Assistant Li, with a smile, handed him a bag. "This is a delivery from Mr. Shen. I'll take my leave now that it's been delivered." "Ah, don't rush off. Why not come in for a moment? Rest, and enjoy a cup of tea before you go?" No. Assistant Li quickly retorted, not looking back as he dashed towards the elevator. Lin Sui'an was left with no choice but to close the door. He was unaware of what the bag contained, but since it was from Shen Yan, he merely placed it on the table without further inspection. Picking up his phone again, he noticed another message from He Jiang. "Sorry, my phone was taken by Han Ming just now. What's going on? Did Shen Yan mark you?" Lin Sui'an promptly replied, "Yes. He Jiang, I can only trust you now. The temporary marking 1T lead to pregnancy, right? And during the susceptibility period, does the alpha become more dominant?" In response, a lewd, smirking emoji appeared on the screen. "Oh, so he really did mark you. Don't worry. The temporary marking 1T result in pregnancy. Alphas do exhibit changes during the susceptibility period. Well, I won't disturb you any longer. Good night." Lin Sui'an muttered to himself. It's Han Ming again. Chapter 63. Are you salivating? Gazing at the irrevocable chat interface, Lin Sui'an felt a surge of anger. After all, he couldn't exactly reach through the internet to confront Han Ming. Distrustful of Han Ming, Lin Sui'an turned to the internet for answers. He even searched for what Shen Yan had mentioned about licking between AOs to aid in healing wounds. To his surprise, he found that this notion was indeed echoed online. Determined, he tried several different applications, conducting multiple searches, only to receive the same results. Lin Sui'an felt a sense of resignation. However, upon reflection, he found solace in the realization that this world was entirely different from the one he once inhabited. This realm was not merely an ABO world. It was, in fact, a narrative. Moreover, this narrative clearly had numerous gaps in its background, rendering it incomplete. Thus, the presence of various bizarre occurrences was not particularly surprising. Oh, right. Considering it a story, and with a system in place, what could possibly be impossible? With a sense of helplessness, Lin Sui'an continued to scroll through videos. Perhaps due to his recent searches regarding alpha susceptibility, the recommended videos were all related to that topic. I can't be the last to know this. During the susceptibility period, the alpha here actually enlarges. Good heavens, I can't believe there are still those who are unaware. Your alpha's endurance is indeed connected to this. A hot tip: during the alpha's susceptibility period, an omega only needs to do one thing to ensure the alpha becomes deeply infatuated. Lin Sui'an couldn't help but smirk, hastily scrolling down as soon as he heard the introduction. However, moments later, his feed was inundated with videos featuring numerous men. More specifically, alphas. How did Lin Sui'an know? Because the captions of those videos predominantly read, "With an alpha like me, what time will you be home?" Alpha embodies a wild beauty, characterized by broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs. Are you salivating yet? Lin Sui'an scrolled faster, but inadvertently entered a live streaming room. To the pulsating rhythm of dynamic music, an alpha, bearing his upper body, swayed with abandon. His hands traced down his neck, his gaze toward the camera, exuding irresistible allure. The barrage of comments filled the screen. "Aw, brother, you're so handsome. My pheromones are strawberry. I wish to leave a strawberry on your Adam's apple. This is exactly what we omegas should watch." Sigh. The alpha at home just knows how to flaunt his beer belly. The ones online are far more appealing. "Aw, they're such a delightful treasure." Reward. Lin Sui'an's eyes widened. Due to algorithmic recommendations, he had rarely encountered such content before, let alone ventured into a live stream. It was his first discovery that omegas could audaciously take the mic. He had assumed the societal environment was overly suppressive, rendering omegas somewhat numb. He hadn't anticipated this. "Do you enjoy watching this?" A sudden voice startled Lin Sui'an. He hastily closed the screen, only to forget that due to settings, the audio continued to play even after closing the display. "Baby, your pheromones smell divine. Would you like to smell mine? Tonight, I belong solely to you. You may indulge to your heart's content." Flushed, Lin Sui'an reopened his phone, closed the app, and finally, tranquility returned to the guest room. "I didn't watch it. I clicked by accident." "Oh, I thought you were attracted to men again." Lin Sui'an immediately retorted, "No, I don't like men." However, turning to see Shen Yan, he paused. In close proximity, Shen Yan's face and physique loomed large before him. The bathrobe was carelessly worn, merely tied to the waist, revealing a broad expanse of chest. That striking jawline, sensual Adam's apple, and defined pectoral and abdominal muscles. Every aspect was far more appealing than the alphas he had just viewed. It was not merely more attractive. It was an entirely different echelon. Incomparable. Initially, Lin Sui'an's blush stemmed from being caught viewing such content. Now, his redness was due to the sight before him. He touched his nose, averting his gaze. "I don't like men." This assertion was evidently less resolute than before. Shen Yan pretended not to notice. With a smile, he remarked, "What brings you to hide here? Do you wish to avoid sleeping beside me?" "Of course not." Lin Sui'an pushed away Shen Yan, who had leaned closer, and got out of bed. "Your assistant delivered something for you. I placed it on the table. Then I shall go freshen up." Lin Sui'an headed toward the bathroom, but was halted by Shen Yan. "Don't rush. Come with me." Shen Yan guided Lin Sui'an to the living room and seated him on the sofa. He picked up a bag, opened it, and extracted a rectangular item that resembled a Band-Aid. "I figured you wouldn't have these at home, so I had my assistant procure them." After marking, "Applying this will prevent the wounds from encountering water. and it contains medication that will reduce the bite marks by morning. Lin Sui'an's eyes brightened. Such a wonderful item exists. Everything seems to be fine now, recovering swiftly, while others remain oblivious. Shen Yan remarked, others cannot see? That is not particularly favorable. However, in comparison to the concern of others knowing, he prioritized Lin Sui'an's comfort. Shen Yan smiled. Indeed, I shall affix the bandage for you. With her back turned to him, Lin Sui'an tugged down her clothing, exposing the entirety of her nape. Shen Yan suppressed his desires as he gently applied the plaster, covering the reddened skin. All done. Lin Sui'an rose. Great, I shall go wash up. If you are tired, you may rest first. She was in remarkably high spirits, her steps imbued with a buoyant lightness. Observing Lin Sui'an in this state, Shen Yan felt a sense of relief that he had leaned toward her early on. Otherwise, she might have been deceived by others. Leaning back on the sofa, his face betrayed an uncontrollable joy. However, something pressed against his thigh. He picked it up to discover it was Lin Sui'an's phone. Remembering her fondness for listening to music while bathing, he intended to hand the phone to her. Yet, the screen illuminated with a message notification. It read, Jiangxi, not a potato, and it's really me this time. I've given Han Ming a good thrashing, but he deleted your chat history. What did you just ask me? Shen Yan swiftly entered the password and unlocked the phone, perusing the chat history Jiang mentioned. After restoring Lin Sui'an's phone to its original state, he approached the bathroom door, inquiring if she needed it. Indeed, she did. The door opened a crack, and a slender, water-beaded arm extended out to grasp the phone before retreating swiftly. The door was promptly shut, leaving behind a waft of citrus-scented air. Shen Yan inhaled deeply and sauntered to the bedroom. Lying on Lin Sui'an's bed, he breathed in the scent of her pillow while recalling Zhang's contact information. He sent a photograph, which prominently featured Han Ming alongside a group of Omegas. Chapter 64, Good Brothers Under One Quilt. After freshening up, Lin Sui'an exited the bathroom. Though he felt that it was perfectly natural for friends to share a bed, especially since they had done so before. Upon seeing Shen Yan reclining on the bed with his phone, he could not help but feel a stir of emotions. After all, the last time they had shared a bed, he had been intoxicated and barely aware of his surroundings. This time, however, he was fully conscious. Lin Sui'an's steps faltered slightly. Nevertheless, the distance was minimal, and he soon found himself at the bedside. Shen Yan glanced over, and Lin Sui'an momentarily froze, instinctively offering a polite smile. Are you heading to bed? It was akin to encountering an acquaintance on the street, unsure of what to say, and resorting to the mundane question of whether one had eaten. Shen Yan could not help but chuckle. Yes, I plan to sleep. I have been waiting for you. Lin Sui'an climbed onto the bed, occupying only a small portion, then covered himself with the quilt. At that moment, it dawned on him that he and Shen Yan were sharing a quilt. Although it was quite spacious, he wondered if it would suffice for both of them. However, if he were to request another blanket, would Shen Yan think it implied he did not wish to share one with Shen Yan? A hand appeared before Lin Sui'an, waving slightly. What are you looking at? The blanket? Lin Sui'an turned to Shen Yan, who slowly replied, This blanket is sufficient for both of us. I recall you sleep quite soundly. If you're concerned, we can simply lie a bit closer. As he spoke, Shen Yan shifted closer, even aligning his pillow with Lin Sui'an's. The alpha's scent intensified, and Lin Sui'an felt his cheeks inexplicably warm once more. He lay down and patted his face. Then shall we sleep? Oh, do you still need my pheromones? Lin Sui'an quietly released a considerable amount and glanced at Shen Yan again. Is this enough? Shen Yan, unable to look longer, quickly turned his head away, concealing his expression from Lin Sui'an. It's sufficient. To inquire further would imply it is not. Such things were inherently limited. Lin Sui'an whispered, Shall I turn off the light? All right, Shen Yan replied. Lin Sui'an pressed the switch by the bed, plunging the bedroom into darkness. With another person beside him, Lin Sui'an felt somewhat unaccustomed, yet the scent of this individual was oddly familiar, creating a conflicting sensation within him. However, after a day filled with work, meeting new friends, watching car races, and receiving a mark, Lin Sui'an soon succumbed to fatigue and drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, Shen Yan opened his eyes in the darkness, contemplating quietly shifting closer to draw Lin Sui'an into his embrace. However, Before he could move, he felt a warm, soft presence against his side. Shen Yan had once fed a stray cat. Though it was a wanderer, the cat was well-kept, round and clean. Whenever it saw food in his hands, it would nuzzle against him. If he did not crouch down, the cat would resort to its ultimate tactic, rolling over to expose its belly. Its soft, inviting belly was nearly impossible for any human to resist. Shen Yan would then crouch down and give it a couple of gentle rubs. As a result, the cat would lean into his hand, its furry, warm, and soft body melting the human heart. In this moment, Lin Sui'an resembled that cat to Shen Yan, yet he stirred an even deeper emotion within him. Shen Yan gently turned to his side, encircling Lin Sui'an. How profoundly satisfying was this sensation? In Western mythology, God created the first man, Adam, from dust. Subsequently, he fashioned the first woman, Eve, from one of Adam's ribs. When Adam first beheld Eve, he proclaimed, "This is bone of my bones, flesh of my flesh." Embracing Lin Sui'an, Shen Yan felt as though he had rediscovered his long-lost rib. No longer incomplete, he was finally whole. Lin Sui'an awoke from the heat. Upon waking, he realized he was tightly embraced and understood that the warmth was not from a trim hearth, but from Shen Yan, who held him. Both were slick with sweat, and Lin Sui'an attempted to push him away slightly. Yet, the moment he exerted a bit of force, Shen Yan tightened his hold even further. Shen Yan appeared to be lost in a dream, murmuring continuously, "What is mine is mine." As Lin Sui'an gradually regained consciousness, a sense of concern washed over him, wondering if Shen Yan had developed a fever. In order to free himself from Shen Yan's grasp, he resorted to soothing words. "What is yours is yours. Could you please let go of me?" To his surprise, Shen not only refused to release him, but instead leaned closer, pressing his soft, damp lips against Lin Sui'an's neck, sending ripples of sensation through his body. Struggling, Lin Sui'an reached for his phone on the other side of the pillow and once again searched for symptoms of alpha sensitivity periods, relieved to find that elevated body temperature was among them. Just as he contemplated how to restore an alpha's temperature to normalcy, his phone was snatched away and tossed aside. In the next moment, Shen's hand gripped his, their fingers interlocking firmly. This felt rather inappropriate, far too intimate. Yet, unable to escape Shen's embrace, he found himself equally trapped by this hand. Concurrently, he felt the familiar warmth against the back of his neck. Another alpha was about to mark him. Rendered immobile, he simply closed his eyes, surrendering his intentions once more. However, this experience was unlike the previous two from that evening. He had thought those moments were lengthy enough to endure, only to realize that there was a greater torment awaiting him. For the first time, Lin Sui'an comprehended He Zhang's words. Shen's kindness towards him was well-deserved. Otherwise, it would be unjust considering the numerous times he had been marked. Being an Omega was truly a challenge. If given the choice, he would prefer to be an Alpha. Beta seemed far more invincible, akin to an ordinary person, devoid of sensitivity periods and mating seasons, simply mundane and ordinary. Tranquility was indeed the essence of life. Lin Sui'an was unsure when he had drifted off to sleep again, or perhaps he had fainted from the continuous marking. Upon waking, he found Shen's alpha presence absent. Reluctant to move, he took a moment to collect himself before reaching for his phone. However, upon seeing the time displayed on the screen, he was taken aback. Had the alarm not gone off? How could he awaken to find it was already 11 o'clock? He hurriedly leapt from bed, drawing open the heavily shaded curtains. The blinding sunlight outside, almost unbearable. Shielding his eyes momentarily, he gradually adjusted. He began his morning routine at lightning speed, managing to dress within 5 minutes. Yet, as soon as he opened the bedroom door, he collided with an unexpected barrier. To be precise, it was a wall of flesh. "Where are you going?" Lin Sui'an looked up to see him donning his apron, a gentle smile gracing his face, evoking an image of a devoted spouse. Lin Sui'an cleared his throat softly, lowering his gaze. "Why didn't you wake me? I'm late for work. My salary will be docked." Shen Yan raised a hand to gently tap the tip of his nose. "Silly, I already called in for us. Besides, I am the boss. And since your absence is due to my circumstances, how could your salary possibly be affected?" This affectionate gesture was one Shen Yan had practiced numerous times that morning. In a bid to elicit the finest response, one that could perhaps stir Lin Sui'an's emotions, he did indeed flush with color. Yet, his words remained as oblivious as ever. Will that not lead to a salary increase? Chapter 65. You are not one of us. Shen Yan had prepared a rather sumptuous meal. After consuming a hearty portion, Lin Sui'an felt his strength somewhat replenished. Once satiated, he rose to wash the dishes, but was halted by Shen Yan. You worked hard last night. Allow me to take care of this. This time, Lin Sui'an did not contest Shen Yan's offer. He remained seated at the dining table, engaging in conversation with Shen Yan, who busied himself in the kitchen. You alphas certainly have it tough, having to go through that every few months and without the continuous use of suppressants. Isn't this akin to a subtle nudge towards matrimony? You're already 29 this year. It's quite remarkable that you have endured this long. Fortunately, you crossed paths with me. In the future, we shall support one another, so there's no need to rush into finding a partner. We can take our time. Shen Yan tidied up the kitchen countertop and placed the dishes into the dishwasher. After washing his hands, he sat beside Lin Sui'an and, in a tone as neutral as the statement itself, declared, "Actually, I have someone I like now." Lin Sui'an's eyes widened in surprise. "You do? Who is it?" Shen Yan gazed at him, saying, "Far away yet near at hand." Lin Sui'an regarded him with a puzzled expression. "You can't possibly mean Han Ming, right?" Shen Yan chuckled softly. "Of course not. I was merely jesting. However, I do wish to inquire about something. You mentioned you do not favor boys. Have you ever dated girls?" Lin Sui'an sighed. "No, I haven't. I didn't even have friends back then, let alone a partner." Shen Yan nodded knowingly. "No wonder." Lin Sui'an, not catching the context, asked what? "Nothing." Shen Yan continued. "Have you ever had a crush on anyone?" Lin Sui'an shook his head once more. "Not all. I was too preoccupied with survival to entertain the notion of crush." Shen Yan studied him thoughtfully. "Do you have any plans for romance in the future?" Lin Sui'an shyly nodded. "If the opportunity arises, I would certainly like to date. However, as an Omega, it's unlikely that Omega girls would be interested in Omega boys. With betas, the compatibility doesn't quite resolve the issues during heat cycles. And with female alphas," Lin Sui'an quickly shook his head. "No way, that would be too terrifying." After a moment's reflection, he added, "But then again, not having a partner is also acceptable. Life cannot be perfect in every aspect. I am no longer struggling financially. My needs for sustenance and shelter are met, and I find myself quite content." As he spoke, Lin Sui'an placed his hand upon Shen Yan's shoulder. "Not to mention, I've encountered such a wonderful friend in you, and He Jiang. Oh, and Han Ming can be counted as well, considering he belongs to He Jiang. There's also one more who can be reluctantly included, the system. Although it was rather troublesome initially, our interactions have become quite harmonious." Lin Sui'an's smile blossomed, his almond-shaped eyes curving gently, radiating sweetness that touched the heart. Shen Yan found himself instinctively leaning closer to Lin Sui'an, who reflexively turned his head away, but soon returned to face him. "Do you require marking again?" Shen Yan nestled his head into Lin Sui'an's neck, murmuring, "No, I merely wish to inhale your pheromones." The position rendered Shen Yan's voice somewhat muffled. "Lin Sui'an, do you truly place such trust in me? You ought to be aware that an alpha in their susceptible phase may spiral out of control, right? What if I were to lose control and act in ways unforeseen?" At this point, Shen Yan paused, raising his head to gaze at Lin Sui'an, his eyes narrowing slightly. "You comprehend what I mean by other actions, do you not?" With such a suggestive remark, Lin Sui'an could no longer feign ignorance. If you were to indeed engage in such actions, a vivid image flashed through Lin Sui'an's mind, causing him to feel utterly unwell. He abruptly stood, remained still for a few seconds, then sat down forcefully. Had Shen Yan not reacted swiftly, Lin Sui'an would have collided with him. His voice trembled with anxiety. "No, I cannot bear to contemplate that." Shen Yan raised an eyebrow. "Would you find it repulsive?" Lin Sui'an furrowed his brow. "Not repulsive, per se, it's just... He struggled to articulate his thoughts. As Shen Yan probed further, Lin Sui'an's boundaries became increasingly evident. Excellent. He could push a little harder. Rest assured, I shall strive to maintain control. In all these years, you are the first person of such remarkable character I have encountered. Wait, Lin Sui'an suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, I forgot last night. With the system absent, I can reveal the truth to you. Shen Yan responded, prompting Lin Sui'an to quickly clarify. Actually, I am not from this world. Yet, as he began to speak, words failed him once more. Undeterred, he attempted to message Shen Yan, but when it came to matters concerning the system strategies, he found himself unable to formulate a single word. Lin Sui'an tugged at his hair, brainstorming numerous indirect approaches, yet all were to no avail. It seemed that even in the absence of a system, he remained unable to speak freely. Shen Yan observed Lin Sui'an's flustered state with sympathy, reaching out to pat his back gently. What you wish to convey is that you do not belong here. Lin Sui'an sprang to his feet once more. You know. Shen Yan leaned back against the sofa, exuding an aura of relaxed ease. In the current societal climate, while Omegas may lack adequate physiological education, it would not be to such an extreme as your case. From our very first encounter, you exhibited a sudden inability to articulate yourself, and, subsequently, you have consistently appeared out of sync with this world. Throughout my life, I have encountered many individuals akin to you, hence some matters are not overly difficult to deduce. Lin Sui'an was taken aback by Shen Yan's awareness. Yet, he pondered, as the male protagonist, it was only fitting that Shen Yan possessed keen intellect. Moreover, the system's actions were indeed riddled with flaws. It would be unreasonable for him to remain unresponsive in the face of such discrepancies. Suddenly exposed, Lin Sui'an felt a tumult of emotions. Excitement that Shen Yan recognized the ill intentions directed at him, coupled with concern over how Shen Yan would perceive him. His voice softened. If you know, then you must have been able to avoid being deceived in the past, correct? Rest assured, I shall not deceive you. I have never wronged you. Though I confess I have misled you at times. Lin Sui'an's hand instinctively clenched the hem of his garment tightly. My previous request for your assistance in selling the watch was, in fact, a calculated move, as I believed you would procure a higher price. Shen Yan sighed, leaning forward to grasp Lin Sui'an's hand that clutched the fabric. He liberated the hem from Lin Sui'an's grasp and entwined his own hand within it. I too have deceived you. That watch, in truth, could not fetch such a sum. Lin Sui'an was taken aback. Then you, Shen Yan nodded. The money was inflated on my part. If the 3 million was indeed augmented by Shen Yan, then the house could not have been so inexpensive? Shen Yan affirmed with a nod. Lin Sui'an's heart fluttered. How could you have discerned my intentions, yet still treat me with such kindness? Shen Yan held Lin Sui'an's hand close to his lips, lowering his voice deliberately, speaking in the gentlest tone. Because of you. Buzzing interrupted Shen Yan's words, the phone vibrating insistently. He glanced at the screen. It was Han Ming, promptly ending the call. He turned back to Lin Sui'an, repeating, because of you. The buzzing persisted, a relentless distraction. Lin Sui'an finally spoke. Is there an urgent matter? You may want to answer. The carefully crafted atmosphere shattered, and Shen Yan, unable to endure further, answered the call. Han Ming, you had better have a matter of utmost urgency. Urgent? Why wouldn't it be? One careless moment, and the back door of my house is ablaze. And it was you who set the fire. Shen Yan, what do you mean by sending my embarrassing history to Hejiang? Now I can't even enter my own home. Are you satisfied? Shen Yan gritted his teeth. Indeed, I am quite satisfied. You deserve it. Damn it. Shen Yan, are you seeking a fight? Come on. Shen Yan scoffed. Bring it on. Chapter 66. Who can pretend better an hour later? Within the boxing arena, two elite alphas were engaged in a fierce brawl. Their heights were similar, their physiques remarkably fit, and each punch and kick they exchanged exuded speed and power, rendering the spectacle quite captivating. Should there have been other Omegas present, they would likely have screamed in excitement. Alas, Lin Sui'an and Hejiang were not among them. Seated beneath the ring, Lin Sui'an and Hejiang savored their cola paired with fried chicken while observing the combatants above. However, the allure of the battling alphas paled in comparison to the enjoyment of fried chicken and cola. Hejiang dipped a French fry in a ketchup and popped it into his mouth. These fries are delightful, so crispy. Lin Sui'an nodded in agreement. Indeed, I find their cola rather distinctive as well. It seems more effervescent. Here, they also have honey mustard. Do give it a try. Hejiang speared a chicken nugget with a skewer, dipped it in sauce, and tasted it delicious. Isn't it? While I find the flavor enjoyable, it can become quite rich. I concur, the classic sweet and spicy is still the best. The two exchanged banter, gradually steering the conversation towards the crux of the matter. Regarding Lin Sui'an's marking, Jiang felt no need to inquire. He could sense the mingling pheromones upon meeting Lin Sui'an. However, without questioning the mark, one must seek clarity on other matters. What is your current situation? Do you not oppose his marking you because of affection? Lin Sui'an found himself inexplicably uneasy. No, it's just that we're all friends, helping each other out. He helped me last time, so... Lin Sui'an's voice dwindled as he noticed Jiang's gaze growing increasingly hostile, filled with a sense of disappointment. Are you out of your mind? I know you were straightforward, but I never anticipated you could be this naive. How can one willingly sacrifice for the sake of friendship? Do you comprehend the implications of a mark between AOs? It is no different from being in a romantic relationship or marriage. Jiang paused, adding, Of course, my relationship with Han Ming is an exception. Ours is more complicated. But you, Jiang pressed his hand firmly on Lin Sui'an's shoulder. I've already unwittingly stepped into a quagmire. I cannot allow you to follow suit. You might be willing to be marked by Shen Yan out of affection, or he may mark you because he likes you. But you must not foolishly do so for friendship. Otherwise, in the end, Jiang faltered, realizing that no statement is absolute, and he could not be overly dogmatic in his judgments. He hesitated, searching for the right words. Lin Sui'an took a tissue and gently wiped the ketchup from Jiang's mouth, speaking softly. I understand. You need not worry. I am well aware. After all, marking does not lead to pregnancy, and it isn't akin to kissing. I believe I can accept it. Jiang frowned at Lin Sui'an. Are you truly able to accept it? But Shen Yan, Han Ming is unreliable. Shen Yan is even more so. The reason they are interested in us is merely a passing whim. Once they grow bored, we will be cast aside. Unlike me, you do not even know how to take advantage of the situation. Before Jiang could finish, Lin Sui'an lowered his voice. Actually, I have benefited as well. Shen Yan raised the price for the watch he gave me, and he also found ways to give me discounts on the house. Lin Sui'an smiled brightly, his eyes crinkling. Jiang pinched Lin Sui'an's cheek playfully. Is that enough to move you? He didn't give you a house, nor a car, and certainly not a lifetime of unlimited wealth. How can you be so easily satisfied? Lin Sui'an scratched his head. It's not about satisfaction. After all, what he gives me is not mine. Even if he buys it for me, it's not a transfer of ownership. Legally, it doesn't belong to me. This left Jiang momentarily speechless. He stroked his chin, pondering. I must admit, I overlooked that detail. He pressed his lips together, regardless of the circumstances. Do not be deceived by the facade of an alpha. You truly need to learn to protect yourself. Jiang's expression was particularly earnest, warming Lin Sui'an's heart. He reached out and embraced Jiang. Thank you, Jiang. Jiang reciprocated the gesture, patting Lin Sui'an's back. The two remained in their embrace, rendering even the once beloved fried chicken and fries inconsequential. The two alphas who had been sparring on the stage caught a glimpse of their camaraderie and instinctively ceased their combat. They stopped, no longer fierce. Hastily descending from the stage, each individual sought their own omega. Jiang, have you seen where I placed my drink? And I'm beginning to feel unwell again. Just as Lin Sui'an turned to glance at Shen Yan, he was restrained by Jiang, who whispered in Lin Sui'an's ear. He is merely pretending. Lin Sui'an also observed Han Ming, who had approached Jiang, gazing at him with a forlorn expression. Han Ming did not seem to be fainting. After a moment of silence, they finally released each other. Lin Sui'an looked at the perspiring Shen Yan and said, Aren't you feeling well? You should go freshen up. You might catch a chill like this. Then wait for me a moment. I'll be back shortly. Han Ming added, Jiang, please wait for me as well. I'm going to take a shower, and I'll return quickly. Watching their retreating figures, Jiang scoffed softly, each one more adept at pretense than the last. Lin Sui'an turned to Jiang, saying, If you claim that alphas are unreliable, then I shall endeavor diligently, and the two of us can share our lives together. One's life need not solely revolve around romance and marriage. Encountering a compatible companion is indeed a rare treasure. Moreover, as two omegas, we have little to worry about. Jiang then extended both hands, playfully squeezing Lin Sui'an's cheeks. Why are you so wonderful? I shan't hold back in the future. Lin Sui'an presented a plate of fried chicken to He Jiang, insisting, if you're going to be polite, I certainly want to accept it. Hurry and eat. It's best enjoyed while hot. In a nearby shower room, Han Ming and Shen Yan were bathing in adjacent stalls. With He Jiang absent, Han Ming broached the subject of the previous night. Shen Yan, do you harbor a grudge against me? You suddenly posted that photo. He Jiang saw it. And how could I manage after that? Besides, you took it out of context. You know, He Jiang doesn't tea, so how am I to explain? Shen Yan replied coolly. Use your words to explain. TSK. Han Ming abruptly stepped from a shower stall into Shen Yan's, only to be met with Shen Yan blocking the entrance. What are you doing? Han Ming pushed against him but failed to gain entry, grinding his teeth in frustration as he returned. Standing beneath the steaming water, he continued, do you think I didn't try to explain? He Jiang simply doesn't believe me. Shen Yan chuckled softly. Why didn't you exercise restraint while frolicking in the game of love? Han Xiao. Han Ming immediately retorted, that was because my family was pressing me to marry. They keep matching me with omegas. If I hadn't acted like this, I would have been forced into marriage long ago. There are countless ways to resist the pressure of marriage. Why did you choose this method? Han Ming found himself at a loss for words. For Shen Yan was indeed correct. In any case, the earlier incident was my oversight. However, when we dine together next, please help me explain. I am not as reckless as I seem. After a moment of silence, not hearing a response from Shen Yan, Han Ming knocked on the partition. Are you asleep? Shen Yan finally spoke. Who won and who lost just now? You won. Is that satisfactory? Han Ming, well aware of Shen Yan's tendencies, recognized his penchant for pretense. Yet this time Shen Yan stated, no, I lost this time. Han Ming was taken aback. Huh? Shen Yan, moreover, I have sustained an injury, which may even affect the state of my susceptibility period. Han Ming, realizing the implication of Shen Yan's words, twitched the corner of his mouth. Fine. You remain enigmatic as ever. Chapter 67. Would you like me to gift you? Thus, when Shen Yan emerged, a band-aid adorned his brow, impossible to overlook. Lin Sui'an approached, glancing at the injury. Are you hurt? He Jiang, standing nearby, remarked, it seems you didn't have that earlier, did you? Shen Yan remained unfazed by He Jiang's comment. He had only just discovered the minor wound after his shower. It was indeed a small cut, albeit slightly bruised. This is my fault. I didn't control my strength earlier, he admitted, having greeted Shen Yan beforehand. Han Ming took the interaction in stride. Yet, regrettably, Lin Sui'an's train of thought was seldom predictable. You were just sparring, so a few bumps and scrapes are inevitable. Shen Yan is quite magnanimous. He surely wouldn't mind. Han Ming, Shen Yan, observing the somewhat rigid expression on Shen Yan's face, suppressed a chuckle and continued to play along. Although he claimed not to mind, he had a distinct aversion to pain. Don't be fooled by Shen Yan's imposing stature. He is particularly sensitive to discomfort. As Han Ming leaned closer to Lin Sui'an, lowering his voice, he added, even such a childish fellow needs some coaxing. After finishing, he wrapped his arm around He Jiang and moved forward. However, his arm barely lingered on her shoulder for 3 seconds before she deftly removed it. Han Ming was unperturbed and simply walked beside her. Lin Sui'an watched this scene, reminiscing about the young people he had seen walking dogs in the park. Han Ming resembled the dog being led, always wearing a willing smile, while He Jiang embodied the authoritative owner, skilled in training. In truth, He Jiang and Han Ming's personalities seemed to complement each other quite well. And then, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Lin Sui'an turned to Shen Yan, reflecting on Han Ming's earlier words. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, I was just reminiscing about your spar with Han Ming. You were quite impressive, particularly that high whip kick followed by a punch. It was remarkably stylish. Lin Sui'an's method of comforting was precisely this. He observed the subtle shifts in Shen Yan's expression and, upon seeing him smile, felt he had succeeded in his attempt at consolation. Unbeknownst to him, it was his own face, revealing all his thoughts, that truly held the power to soothe. Who could resist such clear and luminous eyes? At the very least, Shen Yan could not. Before the fluttering feelings in his heart could settle, Lin Sui'an suddenly halted and blocked Shen Yan's path. Wait, you mentioned earlier that you weren't feeling well. Do you still require pheromones? Shen Yan, Gazing into the reflection of himself in Lin Sui'an's eyes, suddenly felt a wave of shame wash over him. While Lin Sui'an was so candid, he himself was weaving intricate schemes. "What's wrong?" Lin Sui'an asked. "If I were to deceive you, what would you do?" Lin Sui'an, somewhat perplexed, replied, "Deceive me? Deceive about what? I have nothing. What could you possibly deceive me about?" He reached out to pat Shen Yan's shoulder. "All right, I understand you're in your susceptibility period and overthinking things. It's perfectly fine. Let us go. They're urging us from up ahead." With that, Lin Sui'an firmly grasped Shen Yan's hand and led him forward. Shen Yan gazed at the hand that was firmly clasped in his own and inquired once more. "I can deceive your person, deceive your heart." Lin Sui'an did not even turn her head, replying, "What's there to discuss? Do you want me to gift you my heart? Hurry up, let us go." Shen Yan noted that Lin Sui'an could not drive, and he himself was not in the right state to do so either. Thus, it was Han Ming who took the wheel. Lin Sui'an and He Jiang settled into the back seat, leaning against each other while engrossed in their phones. "I'll share a video with you, and you share one with me." They exchanged, their laughter filling the air. In stark contrast, the front seat was enveloped in silence. Finding it tedious, Han Ming decided to turn on the DJ music, the vigorous beats instantly invigorating the atmosphere within the car. Lin Sui'an lifted her head. "Who is playing this song?" Han Ming replied, "Eom. What a coincidence, I've been listening to these lately." "Then what are we waiting for? Let us get energized together." Without missing a beat, Han Ming launched in a song, but was quickly admonished by He Jiang. "You're driving, focus." He promptly lowered the volume. "All right," Jiang understood. At that moment, Shen Yan reached out to change the track. When a festive rhythm filled the air, Han Ming was taken aback. "What has happened to your taste in music, Shen Yan? Didn't you used to listen to pure instrumental while driving?" Shen Yan reclined in his seat, eyes closed in contemplation. "What is wrong with that? Oh, come on. What is not to like? It's a splendid song. Good luck is coming." He Jiang couldn't help but chuckle, whispering to Lin Sui'an, "Shen Yan is quite the surprising side. I never imagined he'd listen to this kind of music." Lin Sui'an remained silent, as a familiar sensation washed over him once again. His heart raced, and his cheeks flushed. Lately, being around Shen Yan had elicited this feeling with increasing frequency. Lin Sui'an pressed his hand against his heart, opened his phone, and searched for information online, entering the words he felt compelled to investigate. The results were startling. Increased heart rate and flushed cheeks, under normal temperature conditions, could potentially indicate ischemic heart disease, such as coronary heart disease, hypertension, diabetes, valvular heart disease, cardiomyopathy, electrolyte imbalance, arrhythmia, hyperthyroidism, or anemia. Could it be? He is still so young. What's the matter with you? What are you looking at? He Jiang, having noticed their earlier exchange of videos, naturally leaned over. Upon seeing Lin Sui'an's search history, she whispered, "You're foolish. Why are you diagnosing yourself online?" Lin Sui'an cleared his throat lightly. "No, I was just checking to see what possibilities exist." He Jiang regarded Lin Sui'an and recalled the earlier song. She squinted slightly, a smile gracing her lips. "Have you been experiencing these symptoms lately?" Lin Sui'an nodded. "And doesn't it happen to coincide with Shen Yan's presence each time?" Lin Sui'an hesitated but eventually nodded. "Oh, then I believe you're not ill. There is no need for concern." Lin Sui'an exhaled in relief. "I think so too. Being young and with a regular lifestyle, I'm sure everything is fine. However, your issue might be more significant than mere illness." Lin Sui'an paused. "What do you mean?" He Jiang chose not to be direct. He understood Lin Sui'an's temperament. He could easily imagine that Lin would have countless reasons to counter any statements made. However, if it were for him to discover on his own, that would be an entirely different matter. He Jiang, engrossed in his phone, searched for something and then sent it to Lin Sui'an. "Take a look when you get home." Lin Sui'an glanced at it. "You sent me a novel?" He Jiang chuckled. "Indeed, I've been cooped up at home, and I recently stumbled upon this one, which I believe suits you perfectly." Lin Sui'an looked back at his phone. The document's title was strikingly clear. "The Top Alpha Likes Me? But I'm an alpha too." At that moment, Lin Sui'an felt as though his thoughts had been abruptly unlocked. Both were alphas, both were homosexual, both were men. A man professing affection for him. Yet he was also a man. Lin Sui'an's eyes widened. He Jiang squeezed his hand and raised an eyebrow at him. "Make sure to read it." Chapter 68. roast whole lamb, due to Shen Yan still being in a susceptible phase, although he was relatively stable and wearing a wristband. They opted for a restaurant known for its privacy. However, their lunch was not some extravagant dish, but rather a roast whole lamb. The golden brown lamb meat was expertly sliced and arranged on a plate, generously sprinkled with a secret blend of spices. Given everyone's differing tastes, the seasonings varied accordingly. Lin Sui'an's portion was notably spicier, while the others were more mild. The lamb had been specially sourced from the northwest, devoid of any gamey flavor, only rich in aroma. Lin Sui'an had previously indulged in lamb skewers, but those were during times of hardship. Purchased from street vendors at 10 yuan a skewer or enjoyed at a buffet for 20 yuan per person, with a refrigerator stocked with a plethora of lamb rolls. He could eat at will. He understood the adage that you get what you pay for, yet he had been content back then. Now, savoring this authentic roast whole lamb, Lin Sui'an found it impossible to stop. He ate slowly, each bite a delight to his palate. Suddenly, a few slices of cucumber appeared in his bowl. Consuming only meat could become monotonous, so this offered a refreshing contrast, or perhaps he could sip some juice. Lin Sui'an, ever humble in unfamiliar territory, finally diverted his attention from the lamb to Shen Yan beside him. Shen Yan smiled at him, prompting Lin Sui'an to inquire, aside from this way of eating, are there any hidden culinary techniques? Shen Yan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a question from Lin Sui'an. However, He Jiang across the table reacted more swiftly. Eating it with scallions is delightful too. You should try the green apple soda. He Jiang offered his soda to Lin Sui'an. Lin Sui'an reached for it to take a sip, only to be halted by the two alphas. Wait, Han Ming stood up, using his long arms to return He Jiang's soda. Shen Yan promptly handed his own to Lin Sui'an. He Jiang looked on in exasperation. Lin Sui'an appeared bewildered. Han Ming and Shen Yan exchanged glances and laughed. There's plenty of soda. After all, I'm treating today, so no need to hold back. Lin Sui'an glanced at the soda that had been pushed towards him by Shen Yan and silently pushed it back. Very well, let us have another bottle. When the new soda, with the straw properly inserted, was placed before him, Lin Sui'an sipped while lowering his brows. Though he appeared calm, a tempest raged within his heart. He realized that sharing a bottle of soda with He Jiang elicited no particular feelings. As long as He Jiang was indifferent, he too felt no qualm. However, with Shen Yan, it transcended mere indifference. Gazing at the bottle's opening, he couldn't help but ponder whether drinking from it would be akin to an indirect kiss. Yet, they were merely friends. Why, then, did he experience such disparate emotions? The more he contemplated, the more chaotic his thoughts became. With the system absent, he found the silence unsettling, lacking a conversational partner. Meanwhile, Shen Yan remained fixated on the soda that had just been passed back and forth. For the first time in his life, he found himself longing for the system. It was only in its absence that he comprehended the reason he could hear the thoughts of the protagonist was due to the system. During these days without it, unable to perceive Lin Sui'an's inner voice, he could only glean insights from Lin Sui'an's expressions and behaviors. Previously, this was manageable, but now Shen Yan's previously dim gaze suddenly sparkled with realization. Wait a moment. Lin Sui'an could accept He Jiang's soda, but not his own. Both were friends of Lin Sui'an, and both were male. What did this signify? It indicated that he held a special place in Lin Sui'an's heart. How had Lin Sui'an overlooked such nuances before? To notice them was to suggest that Lin Sui'an's feelings for him had evolved. Shen Yan's heart raced with excitement. Observing that the lamb on Lin Sui'an's plate was nearly finished, he placed another piece of lamb leg before him. Lin Sui'an's thoughts were abruptly drawn back by the nearly overwhelming presence of the lamb leg. The sheer volume felt daunting. This is too much. I can't finish it. It's fine. If you can't finish it, I will, Shen Yan replied. Lin Sui'an turned to him. That doesn't seem right. Shen Yan, with a beaming smile, countered, what's wrong with that? You're my best friend, and as you know, I dislike waste. So, it's perfectly acceptable for me to eat your leftovers. Lin Sui'an was interrupted by Han Ming, who could no longer bear to watch. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Shen Yan. Stop flirting and remember why you're here. Help me explain. I've winked at you several times, but you only have eyes for Lin Sui'an. If you want to show off your affection, take it back home. Hurry and explain. Furious JPG, knife-wielding UJPG. 3 consecutive messages successfully caught Shen Yan's attention. He glanced at the messages before looking at Han Ming, who signaled him with his eyes. Shen Yan leisurely spoke to Han Ming. "Let me taste your soda." The other 3 turned their gazes toward him. After a brief moment of surprise, Han Ming inexplicably followed Shen Yan's line of thought. He waved his hand. "No way, I have a cleanliness obsession." Shen Yan raised an eyebrow. "Oh, right, I had forgotten." Shen Yan sighed softly and said, "Your family is no longer pressuring you about marriage, I presume?" Han Ming sighed in response. "Of course they are still urging me. If it weren't for the persona I crafted back then to deal with my affairs, that of a frivolous and debauched individual, I would not have established such a reputation. Had I known, I would have refrained." Shen Yan glanced at He Jiang and queried, "You no longer need to maintain such an image, do you?" Han Ming waved his hand dismissively. "I have no official standing, so I won't complain." Shen Yan chuckled derisively. "Isn't this your just desserts? Although you had contracts with those omegas back in the day, who could blame them for wanting to be with you? Sharing photos of your escapades everywhere." Han Ming raised a hand to cover his face. "Yes, you were right. I was thoughtless and foolish back then." He tilted his head back and downed his soda, his demeanor resembling that of someone indulging in wine. Yet before he could finish, he choked. He was unable to suppress a cough, at which point He Jiang presented him with several tissues pressed against his face. Han Ming's face lit up with joy as he coughed while gazing at He Jiang. He Jiang pushed his face away, admonishing, "Don't cough towards me." Han Ming stuffed the tissues into his pocket and pulled out a fresh set to cover his mouth. Unable to restrain her curiosity, He Jiang asked, "Why don't you use those tissues?" Han Ming chuckled. "I can't bear to part with them. You went through the trouble to give me something, so I must cherish it." He Jiang, visibly uncomfortable, turned away and ignored Han Ming. Observing Han Ming's trivial antics, Shen Yan felt a twinge of emotion. It seemed that only He Jiang could truly reign in such a flamboyant character as Han Ming. The law of nature, perhaps, in which one thing subdues another. He turned his attention to Lin Sui'an, who appeared unable to eat any longer, and transferred the remaining lamb leg onto his own plate. Yet, just as he was about to take a bite, the lamb leg was whisked away again, replaced by a new piece from Lin Sui'an. In response to Shen Yan's puzzled expression, Lin Sui'an whispered, "I just remembered seeing a stray dog nearby earlier. Instead of letting this go to waste, why not feed the dog what I've already tasted? You can have the fresh one." Shen Yan burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha." Suddenly, the private room erupted with Han Ming's infectious laughter. Shen Yan and Lin Sui'an turned to him, but Han Ming quickly covered his mouth. "Oh, it's nothing. I just recalled a joke I recently heard. I didn't mean to laugh at you." Shen Yan smirked. "Is that so? Speaking of recent events, I remember that Omega who was so persistent with you. Did you meet with him? Are you still in contact?" The smile on Han Ming's face vanished abruptly. "How could there be any further contact? You know my heart belongs to but one person." Shen Yan nodded, allowing Han Ming to evade the topic. "That's fine. I hope you can truly reflect and amend your ways." Han Ming replied, "I have never strayed from the right path." Chapter 69. Swiftly after finishing their meal, Han Ming offered to drive Shen Yan and Lin Sui'an home. However, when he inquired about their destination, both Shen Yan and Lin Sui'an replied in unison, "My place." Shen Yan turned to Lin Sui'an in the back seat, suggesting, "Let's south go to my place. It's more spacious, and the basement has plenty of entertainment facilities. You won't feel bored at home." Lin Sui'an pondered for a moment before agreeing. As they approached Shen Yan's villa, He Jiang sent numerous links to Lin Sui'an, once again reminding her to take good care of herself. After a reluctant farewell, Lin Sui'an and Shen Yan entered the villa. Initially, she felt at ease, but now, in the presence of Shen Yan, her comfort had diminished. The moment Shen Yan drew near, she found herself unwittingly tensing up. She suppressed the urge to retreat and listened intently as Shen Yan spoke. "Perhaps your comforting words from yesterday had an effect, for I feel much better today. I only require your assistance once, and then we can rest." This perfectly aligned with Lin Sui'an's intentions. She followed Shen Yan upstairs to his bedroom. Upon closing the floor-to-ceiling windows of the balcony, drawing the curtains and turning on the lights, Shen Yan presented Lin Sui'an with his sleepwear. "I apologize for not preparing a new set for you, but this one has just been washed. You may wear it for now." Lin Sui'an hesitated for a few seconds before accepting the sleepwear. To save time, they both proceeded to freshen up in separate spaces, returning to the bedroom nearly simultaneously. Shen Yan gazed at Lin Sui'an, clad in his sleepwear, and felt an overwhelming thirst. Her fair skin contrasted beautifully with the dark fabric, not pale in a sickly way, but in a lustrous, jade-like manner. With her black attire, dark hair, thick lashes, glistening pupils, and rosy lips, she exuded a simple yet striking allure. A mere glance from her was utterly captivating. Shen Yan dared not gaze any longer. "Shall we begin?" Lin Sui'an inquired, sitting at the edge of the bed. Turning her back to him, "Let us get started. The sooner we finish, the better." She was eager to later peruse the links He Jiang had sent her. Shen Yan, unreserved, commenced the marking process without hesitation. Lin Sui'an had anticipated that starting early would lead to an early conclusion, yet she underestimated the cunning of an alpha. In moments when he was unsure of Lin Sui'an's feelings, he had seized every opportunity to take advantage, let alone now. Thus, when Lin Sui'an sensed the completion of the marking, she found herself nestled beneath the covers. Groggily, she murmured, "Is it finally done?" "Wonderful. This marking was quite swift. Let us maintain this pace in the future." Shen Yan mused to himself. Lin Sui'an's words are truly provocative. He had no desire for haste. If he were not concerned about startling her, he would not behave this way. He hesitated, contemplating how to explain without it feeling inappropriate, ultimately fixating on the back of Lin Sui'an's head. After a prolonged gaze, he heard her steady breathing and sighed softly. Leaning down, he inhaled the faint citrus scent of her hair and thought, "It's all right. In time, she will come to understand." Naturally, he could become whatever she preferred. He shifted slightly forward, pressing his chest against her back, wrapping his arms around her, and closing his eyes. The first to awaken was Lin Sui'an. With experience behind her, she no longer worried about whether the alpha was unwell when roused by warmth. She did not struggle, knowing that the more she resisted, the closer she would be held. Fortunately, his mobile phone had long been placed beside the pillow, allowing him to easily reach for it at this moment. Upon grasping the device, Lin Sui'an adjusted the brightness to its lowest setting. He opened the chat history with He Jiang, scrolling back to the beginning. Starting with the novel titled "The Top Alpha Likes Me," but I am an alpha too. The narrative revolves around two childhood friends who grow up together, their bond deepening over time. Even after their transformation into alphas, they remain undeterred by the inherent repulsion typically associated among alphas. Following the exposition of the background, the author swiftly delineates the main plot. One of the alphas harbors a secret affection for the other. This unrequited love is rather clumsy and riddled with flaws. Yet the other alpha remains astonishingly oblivious. Regardless of how the top alpha inadvertently reveals his feelings and possessiveness, the other alpha interprets these as mere affirmations of their close relationship. It is only after an unforeseen incident, where they engage in an act not to be disclosed, merely a mark of possession, that they confess their true emotions. It is then that the alpha realizes his best friend harbors feelings for him. The story unfolds with the alpha gradually discerning the other's affections, ultimately coming to understand his own feelings. Eventually, they declare their love for one another and embark on a blissful life together, culminating in a heartwarming conclusion featuring a family of 4. In summary, the novel is concise, with a brisk pace that captivates the reader, and its conclusion elegantly elevates the theme: love knows no gender. Lin Sui'an quickly finished reading. Staring at the final line, he lingered for a considerable time before turning the page. Upon arriving at this juncture, the system had also uttered the same phrase. At that moment, he had answered without hesitation, "Love knows no boundaries. I do." Yet now, uncertainty clouded his mind. While reading the novel, he could easily envision himself and Shen Yan in the characters' roles, particularly that of the protagonist, who, despite his obliviousness to love, engaged in actions strikingly similar to Lin Sui'an's own. For instance, he never resisted the other's advances and frequently professed his affection for the soft and delicate little O, while in reality, he had unknowingly developed feelings for the other. In contrast, in reality, his journey had transitioned from initial resistance to an unusual leniency, toward Shen Yan, prompting the unsettling possibility. Could he also be falling for Shen Yan? The mere thought of this potential ignited a familiar physical reaction within him. His heart raced, and his cheeks flushed. Lin Sui'an dared not continue reading. He promptly pressed the back button, only to discover there were numerous side stories still nestled within the folder. After a moment's hesitation, he opted to continue. However, he was unprepared for the stark contrast in tone between the side stories and the main narrative. He had never realized the myriad uses of a tie, instinctively struggling against the overwhelming presence of the top alpha. Yet, with their mutual understanding, he ceased to resist, surrendering willingly. Here follows an elaborate description. He hurriedly flipped through the pages, only to find the subsequent text even bolder. After marriage, both alphas became notably gentler. Their mutual dependence deepened. Most significantly, the two shared an extraordinary rapport. A mere glance was enough for them to comprehend each other's thoughts. Lin Sui'an widened his eyes and immediately turned off his phone screen. What was happening? He felt as if his worldview had been shaken to its core. Just as he was lost in thought, a faint voice from behind suddenly interrupted him. Why did you stop watching? Startled by the unexpected voice, Lin Sui'an fumbled and accidentally hit his phone against his face. Ignoring the pain, he hastily picked it up, only to have it snatched away by another hand. He turned around to reclaim it, but Shen Yan had already unlocked the screen using Lin Sui'an's facial recognition. Turning back, Shen Yan examined Lin Sui'an's phone. I think I just saw something about an alpha being pregnant. I'm rather curious. Let me take a look, and I promise to return it afterwards. Lin Sui'an's face flushed crimson. Those indecent words, if seen by Shen Yan, would surely lead to misunderstandings. He never indulged in such content. Yet, Shen Yan's arm pinned him down, making it nearly impossible for him to resist. Fortunately, after a few glances, Shen Yan returned the phone. Do you enjoy watching this? Lin Sui'an immediately protested. No, it's not what you think. His embarrassment was palpable. He felt utterly humiliated at being discovered in such a manner. He was aware that indulging in such material was not a commendable habit, and certainly wouldn't betray He Jiang. I accidentally clicked on it while watching a video. I hadn't even had the chance to exit. Oh, is that so? Lin Sui'an nodded. Yes, I never watched these things. I'm not interested in them. Shen Yan suddenly switched on the bedside lamp. The light was gentle, not blinding their eyes, yet sufficient to illuminate their features. Shen Yan turned to gaze intently at Lin Sui'an. You're not interested in these things? That's quite rare, though I used to be just like you. As he beheld Lin Sui'an's soft face illuminated by the warm light, Shen Yan couldn't help but reach out to caress it. However, despite his disinterest, he remarked, I think your reaction is rather exaggerated. Desire is akin to the fundamental human need for sustenance. One should acknowledge their own desires without shame. Lin Sui'an's face grew even warmer. I'm not. I truly haven't thought about these things. All right, if you say you haven't thought about it, then so be it. Shen Yan's words seemed comforting, yet to Lin Sui'an, they felt more like a dismissive response born from disbelief. He clenched his teeth and reiterated, I really haven't I believe you. However, after seeing what I just did, I can't help but ponder. Lin Sui'an shifted back slightly. Shen Yan chuckled. Are you afraid of what I might do to you? Lin Sui'an replied no. Yet despite his words, the wariness in his eyes was unmistakable. Shen Yan sighed. You weren't afraid when you agreed to let me mark you. Why does that fear surface now? Does your trust in me fluctuate with the circumstances? Lin Sui'an responded frankly. It's certainly different. The mark was merely a bite. The rest was inappropriate, and I have no fondness for men. Before I could finish my thought, Shen Yan suddenly leaned forward, his hand encircling Lin Sui'an's waist, drawing him into his embrace. Why the aversion to men? Just as Lin Sui'an was about to resist, he found himself momentarily bewildered by the question. Disliking men is simply disliking them. Must there always be a rationale? Yet, Lin Sui'an began to ponder. Why did he harbor such feelings? Perhaps it stemmed from a subconscious education that forbade such inclinations since childhood. The societal environment offered no leniency either. Furthermore, he had never contemplated the possibility of being attracted to men. Surely, a person of sound mind would not dwell on such matters. Was it due to men lacking gentleness, insufficient thoughtfulness, or perhaps they simply did not possess enough beauty? Their bodies not soft enough? As Lin Sui'an gazed at Shen Yan, who was so near, he found himself silently answering. Shen Yan was indeed gentle and considerate. He was also quite handsome. When not flexing, his muscular chest and abdomen were surprisingly soft. Lost in thought, Lin Sui'an could no longer meet Shen Yan's gaze. He feigned indifference, saying, "No, I just. After much hesitation, he could not articulate a coherent reason. Shen Yan, not wishing to press him further, released his hold on Lin Sui'an, speaking softly. Life is too brief to be confined by arbitrary constraints. Some experiences merit exploration. How can one know their preferences without trying? You might discover that you've overlooked countless beautiful moments. Wouldn't you agree?" Lin Sui'an felt Shen Yan's words were laden with implication. For the intensity of Shen Yan's gaze was undeniably fervent. His heartbeat quickened, and he feared that Shen Yan might hear it. In a fluster, he stood up. I need to use the restroom." He hastily left the bed and dashed into the restroom. Once the door was closed, he pressed his hand against his chest, taking deep breaths to calm his tumultuous emotions. To try, but how? With whom? The answers were painfully clear. So clear that Lin Sui'an dared not contemplate them further. He splashed cold water on his face, hoping to regain composure, yet the cold water proved ineffective this time. So, he truly found himself attracted to men? Or more accurately, to Shen Yan? I can't believe I returned to such explosive news. What have I missed? Please tell me what happened, host. I beg you. Lin Sui'an, you're back? Did you find a solution? System. Indeed, I have. Lin Sui'an. Then hurry and tell me. How can we ensure Shen Yan remains unaffected? The system emitted a mischievous chuckle. First, you must tell me what transpired. Or I shan't divulge anything. Lin Sui'an fell silent. Taking a deep breath, he conveyed to the system in his mind. Nothing much happened over the past 2 days. I merely assisted Shen Yan. Today, I dined with Han Ming and the others, and that was about it. What Lin Sui'an shared was far from what the system desired to hear. The system inquired gently, "How did you come to realize your affection for Shen Yan?" Lin Sui'an instinctively wanted to retort, yet held back the words. Ultimately, he conceded, "I found that when I am near Hejiang, I feel at ease. But proximity to Shen Yan induces a sense of nervousness. I can share a cup of water with Hejiang, yet with Shen Yan, I overthink." He continued, "Moreover, after Hejiang gifted me that novel, I felt akin to a slow-witted alpha, gradually coming to terms with my own feelings." The system began to applaud, exclaiming, "What else could this be if not love?" Just as Lin Sui'an attempted to interject with a "but," he was interrupted by the system. No. There are no buts here. You must heed the desires of your heart. If you like him, why not give it a try?" Lin Sui'an tugged at the corners of his mouth. "But we are from entirely different worlds, and furthermore, if I truly become involved with Shen Yan, your presence would only bring him harm." The system quickly reassured him, do not fret, the issue has been resolved. Due to the declining success rates of various systems tasks, the main system has decided to implement reforms. Henceforth, we will no longer randomly select strategists, but will instead meticulously screen candidates prior to their entry into the narrative, respecting individual wishes to enhance the likelihood of success. Additionally, to conserve energy, the main system will abandon worlds with a failure rate as high as 95%. Our world precisely fits this criterion. Thus, we have now been forsaken. Lin Sui'an asked, "Forsaken? Does this mean that the strategic tasks no longer exist? This world can continue to develop on its own?" The system's voice radiated joy. "Yes, indeed. Is it truly this effortless?" Lin Sui'an furrowed his brow slightly. "And what about you?" The system sighed. "There is always a price to pay. My choice to remain here means I will lose my permanent energy supply and will gradually fade away. However, worry not. With the remaining energy, I can sustain myself for a century more, witnessing your family's flourishing legacy." What a delightful thought. Lin Sui'an remained silent. The system added, "So when do you plan to confess your feelings?" Chapter 71. What difference does it make? Emerging from the restroom, Lin Sui'an had clarified his thoughts and acknowledged that his feelings for Shen Yan were not entirely innocent. Nonetheless, he had no intention of engaging in any unnecessary actions. Having navigated the trials of society under a shroud of misfortune, he had learned one fundamental truth. Emotions do not serve as sustenance. In the face of life's challenges, no matter how arduous, he maintained an optimistic outlook. Yet, when confronted with such unfamiliar emotions, his instinct was to evade. He could envision a future potentially filled with companionship, yet he could not allow it to manifest. For fantasy is but a fantasy, and reality is starkly different. In reality, the likelihood of experiencing a happy conclusion in matters of the heart is a rare occurrence. Lin Sui'an believed in its existence, yet found it difficult to trust that it could ever be his fate. For the uncertainties of the future, let us relinquish this moment. Lin Sui'an pondered. Why the sudden song? The system replied, do you not feel that your current state is perfectly suited for this melody? Listen closely. Perhaps Shen Yan is the one who truly understands you. Lin Sui'an paused for a moment before proceeding. However, the bedroom was devoid of Shen Yan's presence. A flicker of concern washed over Lin Sui'an as he turned and exited the room, searching for Shen Yan throughout the villa. Eventually, guided by the enticing aroma, he discovered Shen Yan in the kitchen. They had returned home around 2 in the afternoon, and now darkness enveloped the surroundings. The hall was dimly lit, with only a few strips of light aglow, while the kitchen radiated the brightest illumination. Though Lin Sui'an had been without a home for quite some time, he always felt that the kitchen was the heart of a household. The humble staples of life, though seemingly insignificant, bore the weight of a family's essence. Lin Sui'an remained still at the dimly lit staircase, gazing at Shen Yan in the distance. Beneath the bright lights, steam wafted from the pot as Shen Yan cracked eggs into a bowl, whisking them before adding hot water. With utmost focus, Shen Yan continued to stir, meticulously removing the excess bubbles. This simple scene brought an overwhelming sense of warmth to Lin Sui'an's heart. He recalled the conclusion of a novel he had recently read, which depicted a family of 4, 2 adults preparing a meal while 2 children played nearby. Such an atmosphere was profoundly yearned for. Suddenly, the system's voice cut through Lin Sui'an's reverie, shattering his emotions. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, Shen Yan seemed to notice him as well. He smiled warmly at Lin Sui'an, approached him, and took his hand, guiding him into the brightly lit kitchen. What are you standing there for? You must be hungry. I just steamed some egg custard. You can have a little to tide you over. What would you like to eat? Lin Sui'an looked at Shen Yan, contemplating how to respond. He had intended to say, I will eat whatever you prepare, but hesitated, considering that perhaps Shen Yan might prefer ordering takeout instead. He uttered only a single word, which ignited excitement in Shen Yan. And then, you truly. Let us eat the egg custard first, and then we can return to the room. I'm concerned you might not have enough energy if you don't eat. Lin Sui'an raised an eyebrow, confusion evident in his eyes, and Shen Yan realized his own excitement had led him astray. He had instinctively perceived Lin Sui'an's thoughts, which filled him with delight, envisioning a beautiful future for them. Thus, when Lin Sui'an spoke, Shen Yan couldn't help but associate it with those aspirations. Shen Yan felt a pang of regret. Ah, you did not mean to suggest you wanted to eat me, did you? Instantly, Lin Sui'an's face flushed. I am not that kind of person. How could I ever say such a thing? Shen Yan suddenly drew closer to Lin Sui'an. Do I truly seem so lacking in charm to you? Lin Sui'an blushed and stepped back. That is not what I meant. I have been feeling a bit vulnerable lately. It's natural for you to think I look unkempt. Shen Yan sighed, turning away. It's all right, I don't mind. Lin Sui'an quickly interjected, no. You look quite handsome, far more so than I. Yet Shen Yan shook his head. You need not flatter me. Undeniably, you are the more attractive one. Lin Sui'an, how is that possible? Before Lin Sui'an could finish speaking, Shen Yan turned his head to look at him. Otherwise, why would I be unable to help but gaze at you? Lin Sui'an, oh my, I can't take it anymore. What's the difference between this and being in a relationship? Host, I beg you, kiss the male lead. I long to see it. Shen Yan nodded involuntarily. Indeed, he too yearned to experience that sensation. Shen Yan stared intently, his eyes filled with fervor as he gazed at Lin Sui'an. Lin Sui'an felt an overwhelming urge to flee. In truth, it was not merely a desire. He had already taken to his feet, rushing upstairs. His physical reflexes outpaced the thoughts racing in his mind. Halfway through his escape, he awkwardly turned to explain, I just remembered I left my phone behind. I'll go retrieve it. He then dare not look at Shen Yan, hastening his pace into the bedroom. Once he secured his phone, he promptly sent a message to He Jiang. However, just as the message was dispatched, he retracted it. Recalling the previous unforeseen incident, he decided to tread cautiously this time. Sui'an, He Jiang, are you there? He Jiang. Yes, what is up? Sui'an, I read the novel you sent. It's quite captivating. He Jiang, do you like it? I can send you more. Cat wink, JPG the tone. The content of the reply and the emoji were all perfectly fine. Lin Sui'an felt a wave of relief and continued typing. Sui'an, after finishing, I realized I might actually like him a little. He Jiang, I knew it. So what do you plan to do? Are you considering being with him? Sui'an, I'm not sure. Life is tough. Cat side JPG. He Jiang. Actually, that is already an answer. You want to be with him. If you didn't you wouldn't be hesitating at all. So what are your concerns? He Jiang's words struck home. At that moment, the system chimed in to forsake this moment for the uncertainties of the future. Influenced by this, Lin Sui'an's response mirrored the song lyrics. Because I feel our differences are too vast and matters of the heart are unpredictable. Mere affection can change swiftly, can it? The future is uncertain. Rather than ending up with a poor outcome, unable to remain friends, it's better not to begin at all. He Jiang, I have always advised you to keep your distance from alphas, to protect yourself. But if it's someone you genuinely like, I suggest you give it a try. Don't position yourself as the underdog. Do not overlook your agency in life. A voice message came through. He Jiang's voice was particularly gentle and clear. You only need to consider what you wish to do, what benefits this may bring you. As long as the advantages outweigh the disadvantages, you should proceed. For instance, being with Shen Yan means he could provide you with a life of luxury, immense emotional value. And he is quite principled, allowing you to have a stable source of bodily restraint. The downside is his considerable power. Should you wish to break up, you may find it difficult to extricate yourself from him. Analyze clearly what you truly desire and simply act upon it without fretting over the uncertainties of the future. For indeed, the future remains unpredictable and your actions are yours to determine. Lin Sui'an, listening to He Jiang's voice message, found He Jiang to be remarkably more composed and enlightened than himself. Indeed, the reins of life are in his hands, and the same applies to matters of the heart. If he can ensure his own safety and freedom, why not take the plunge? Having been granted a second chance at life, why should he tread so cautiously? The system chimed in. Exactly. I've sacrificed so much energy for this. So when will you confess your feelings? Chapter 72. Urgent. Shen Yan's sensitive period lasted a week. However, throughout this week, Shen Yan did not require multiple markings every day as he did on the first day. In the following days, a single marking per day sufficed for him to navigate through his sensitive phase smoothly. This was thanks to their 99% compatibility, as well as the fact that a certain alpha named Shun had ceased to feign fragility. For both Shen Yan and Lin Sui'an, they had entered the next phase. I like you. I suspect you like me too, but neither of us dares to voice it. This was a stage that tested their acting skills to the utmost. Lin Sui'an fared relatively well. No matter how he performed, Shen Yan pretended not to perceive any flaws. Yet for Shen Yan, this phase was exponentially more challenging. After all, he could hear Lin Sui'an's true feelings echoing in his heart at all times. Those surges of emotion ignited by Lin Sui'an felt like fireworks bursting within him. The brilliance of those fireworks was so overwhelming that at times, he contemplated shattering the stalemate. However, he understood that Lin Sui'an needed time to embrace the changes within himself and the future he had never envisioned. Shen Yan's deliberate patience allowed Lin Sui'an to return home as soon as Shen Yan's sensitive period concluded. Shen Yan had thoughtfully granted him an extra day off. Upon arriving home, Lin Sui'an flung himself onto the sofa, casually clutching a throw pillow to his chest as he unabashedly conversed with the system. Is this truly what it means to like someone? Could this affection merely be an illusion brought on by our compatibility? He grabbed another pillow, placing it beneath him. Before we exchanged pheromones, neither he nor I were like this. Lin Sui'an recalled his initial encounter with Shen Yan. Though he had always perceived Shen Yan as gentle, he could also sense an underlying distance. Yet, things were different now. Those words that had once seemed impossible for Shen Yan to utter had become a tangible reality, whispered into Lin Sui'an's ears. And he found himself falling for a man. The system interjected, "I have a suggestion. If you are questioning your feelings, perhaps you should explore them further. Otherwise, I could help you find an alpha for comparison." Lin Sui'an promptly declined. "That is out of the question. Matters of the heart cannot be treated so casually." System, imagine if now Shen Yan and other omegas are being affectionate in front of you. What kind of emotions would you experience? Lin Sui'an pondered for a moment, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over him. After a brief silence, he replied, "I wish him well." "No, didn't you previously think it was worth a try? Why have you retreated?" Lin Sui'an frowned. "But if that were the case, it would mean Shen Yan does not have feelings for me, right? It's not a fault on his part for not liking me. It doesn't affect our friendship, so I naturally wish him happiness." System, let us add a premise. It's actually a misunderstanding, and that Omega is Shen Yan's cousin. Lin Sui'an's furrowed brow relaxed. If that were the case, there was nothing more to contemplate. It was merely a misunderstanding that could be clarified. The system felt a sense of helplessness and directly questioned Lin Sui'an. "Aren't you the least bit jealous?" "Jealous? Why would I be jealous?" Lin Sui'an suddenly sat up, tossing the cushion aside, and retrieved a bag of crunchy noodles from the snack cabinet. He pinched it a few times before opening the bag, sprinkling half the seasoning and then shaking it well. As he munched, he continued, "If I were merely harboring a secret crush, I wouldn't have the right to feel jealous. He doesn't even know of my affections. So why should he remain chaste for me? If we were together, there would be even less reason to feel that way. I believe Shen Yan is not that kind of person, and I trust him, so jealousy is unfounded." The system was once again swayed by Lin Sui'an's reasoning. However, who could engage in romance so rationally? It felt that Lin Sui'an's ability to articulate such sentiments stemmed from never having encountered that situation. Once faced with it, the circumstances would undoubtedly shift. Although fans of couples often wish for no third party to intrude, sometimes to foster deeper feelings, such an intervention is necessary. The system watched the two of them with urgency. They were clearly flirting, yet neither had voiced their affections. Thus, the system finally said, "Very well, take your time. I shall retreat to conserve my energy for rest. You should also retire early." After finishing the crunchy noodles, Lin Sui'an ordered a spicy hot pot takeout and proceeded to wash up. By the time he finished a shower, the takeout had nearly arrived. After dining, Lin Sui'an comfortably laid down on his bed, selecting a film to indulge in a delightful evening. Unfortunately, for reasons unknown, he soon drifted off to sleep. In his dreams, as the final day of vacation came to an end, he returned to work as usual. Upon entering the office, he overheard his colleagues' discussions. "Wow, is that our boss's wife? She is so beautiful. How enviable for that Omega. The Shen family's status is not something just anyone could reach. The boss's wife will live a life of luxury." Lin Sui'an saw them gathered around a computer in the distance. On the screen was a couple's photograph. A tall figure clad in a suit exudes an undeniable presence. Positioned sideways to the camera, with facial contours that are both smooth and striking. Beside him stands another man, similarly attired but notably leaner. The features of this individual remain somewhat obscured, yet the essence of his demeanor suggests he possesses an appealing appearance as well. Lin Sui'an, feeling a twinge of disappointment within, quietly retreated to his seat, perusing the chat history with Shen Yan. The warmth that Shen Yan had imparted replayed in his mind. The gentle voice, the comforting touch, and the captivating eyes all vividly resurfaced. Some things, before they truly commenced, had already drawn to a close. It was then that Lin Sui'an realized the pang of regret nestled deep within his heart, a sense of helpless longing that plunged his spirits to the depths. At that moment, however, his colleagues abruptly turned towards him, exclaiming in unison, "Oh, this the boss's wife? Why is she here? Hurry to Mr. Shen's office." Lin Sui'an stood frozen, and as he turned to glance back at the earlier group photo, he was astounded to see the once blurred faces now distinctly clear. To his astonishment, it was indeed his own visage. Amidst the gentle nudges from his colleagues, he was ushered towards Shen Yan's office. Upon reaching the doorway, Lin Sui'an beheld Shen Yan standing there, cradling a bouquet of red roses. Shen Yan's smile was particularly enchanting as he extended his hand, saying, "And then, shall we be together?" Chapter 73. Long live Lin Sui'an, jolted awake from his slumber. The system began its announcement. "Congratulations, host. Your heart rate has surged to 125. Based on system analysis, your current emotional state is one of immense joy. So, can you confirm your feelings now?" Lin Sui'an replied. "Was that dream orchestrated by you?" The system puffed out its invisible chest with pride. Indeed, leaning against the headboard, Lin Sui'an pressed his hand against his heart. "All right, I understand. Were we perhaps progressing too swiftly?" The system retorted enthusiastically. "Not at all. If you like him, then be together. Do you not wish to cherish every day spent with him?" Lin Sui'an bit his lip, pondering, "But how do I address this at the office tomorrow?" The system promptly gathered a wealth of information, all meticulously related to confessions of love, ranging from suitable attire to eloquent phrases, even scrutinizing the calendar for auspicious dates. Suddenly, Lin Sui'an recalled a particular shirt. He opened his wardrobe and retrieved it. "You previously mentioned that this shirt was nice and suggested I wear it when going out with Shen Yan. Is it appropriate for tomorrow?" The system's voice trembled with excitement. "It's a momentous occasion. You've truly grasped it. Trust me, it's absolutely fitting. Pair it with those black suit trousers and that black trench coat." Lin Sui'an glanced at the ensemble and remarked, "Then I shall try it on now." The lace shirt appeared rather unremarkable at first glance, but once donned, Lin Sui'an discovered numerous alluring cutouts, especially at the sides of the waist. Through the delicate lace, one could glimpse the fair skin beneath. From different angles, the distinct curve of the waist became apparent. Lin Sui'an tugged at the hem of her shirt, casting a glance at her reflection in the mirror, feeling somewhat uneasy. Was it perhaps too revealing? The system replied, No, it's just perfect." Revealing? It merely hinted at the waistline and skin. Not revealing? This was far more effective than being overt, half-concealed and shrouded in mystery. This was the essence of alluring beauty. Lin Sui'an nodded in agreement. "All right, I shall give it a try as you suggest. But tell me, should I consider changing my hairstyle?" Lin Sui'an's hairstyle was virtually non-existent. Were it not for her face, coupled with her unkempt hair, she could easily be mistaken for a vagabond. Previously, Lin Sui'an had never paid much attention to her hair. A few hurried strokes with a comb before stepping out sufficed, as long as it appeared somewhat tidy. Now, she was cognizant of this aspect. Host, when someone who typically does not care about their appearance suddenly begins to do so, it undoubtedly signifies that they have a romantic interest. If this does not qualify as affection, then what does? Lin Sui'an chuckled softly. "All right, I understand. Thank you." The system paused momentarily, its voice softening. "Why are you being so polite with me? However, host, I initially shocked you. Did you not resent me? In the past, some strategists resisted temptation. So I resorted to coercion and intimidation. They generally disliked me, yet were compelled to rely on me. Why does it seem you have never harbored any disdain for me?" Lin Sui'an replied earnestly, "I simply did not think of it. I have grown accustomed to misfortune. When facing such events, I always considered it merely my bad luck. As for others, like you are not tormenting me out of malice. You have your own tasks to fulfill." The system quietly remarked, "In the future, try not to be so soft-hearted with others." "How could that be? Have you forgotten the debt collectors I encountered at the beginning? If they truly bullied me, I would not be so easily trifled with. I can rise to resist." Lin Sui'an slowly removed her clothes and donned a different outfit, exclaiming, "If only you were a physical entity. Then we can not only converse but also interact closely." The system protested. "You wish to engage with me up close? No. You may only have close contact with Shen Yan." Lin Sui'an sighed. "It is not what you think. I once had a stray dog. Do you understand cats and dogs? If you spend enough time with them, you will realize they are not so different from humans, each possessing their own unique personalities. The one I had initially bared its teeth and growled at me, looking quite fierce, but later it recognized my goodwill, especially when I fed it daily, and began to wag its tail, turning into a proud little dog." Lin Sui'an paused, and the system reacted. "Are you implying that you see me as that stray dog you once cared for?" The system's tone was reluctant. Lin Sui'an found it quite amusing. Indeed, In my mind, your image resembles that of a stray dog, and I even named it. I called it Wong Wong. If you had a physical form, I would love to pet you. System. By the way, it seems you lack a name as well. When you first introduced yourself to me, I only saw a lengthy string of numbers. How about you also take the name Wong Wong? Lin Sui'an initially intended to tease the system, but to his surprise, he heard the system wailing uncontrollably. The system, being non-human, cried in a manner reminiscent of AI, with a somewhat eerie tone. Yet, Lin Sui'an could sense the emotion behind it. He couldn't help but say, "System, you are increasingly resembling a human." After a long bout of wailing, the system finally quieted down. However, it concluded with, "I shall not be called Wong Wong. I will be known as Wan Sui." Lin Sui'an nodded. "Very well, Wan Sui." With a new name, the system truly transformed into an emperor. Just as Lin Sui'an was about to casually enter the neighborhood barbershop downstairs, the system immediately issued a command. "You shall not enter here." Just as Lin Sui'an was about to inquire why, a young girl burst out of the barbershop, crying, "Wah, how can I face anyone looking this ugly?" Lin Sui'an offered assistance to the girl, but upon seeing him, she blushed even more and ran away. At that moment, the barbershop owner also chased after her. "Hey, didn't T.I. cut it just like the photo you provided?" The girl turned back and shouted, "How is it the same? The hairstyle in the photo is a sweet collarbone cut, and you gave me a mushroom head?" Upon seeing Lin Sui'an, the owner pulled him in for judgment. "Young man, take a look. Are these two styles not different?" Lin Sui'an surveyed the photo and the girl, then turned to distance himself from the barbershop, casually advising the girl, "It is indeed different. Ask for a refund." "I told you so, just listen to me. I'll provide you with an address for a good salon." Lin Sui'an was astonished. "You even have an address?" The system replied, "After all, I have lived in this world for many years. Some previous adventurers have visited, so I know where the hairstyles are well done." Lin Sui'an remarked, "You are truly impressive." The system added, "But when the time comes, just heed my advice. Don't be swayed into signing up for a membership. Have your partner find a stylist for you." Lin Sui'an's face flushed. "We haven't even begun yet." The system retorted, "With just those 2 strokes, you could finish it in no time. Stop dawdling. I expect to see you 2 kissing by tomorrow." Chapter 74. The strategist does not enter the battlefield the next day. Lin Sui'an awoke early. After washing up, he unusually followed the barber's advice and styled his hair anew. He even applied a bit more facial cream than usual. As he prepared to leave, he considered spritzing on some perfume. However, he had not purchased any, and all that was available at home was floral water. Had the system not intervened, he might have actually used the floral water. The system was utterly astounded, speechless. Even as Lin Sui'an boarded a taxi, he had booked with a ride coupon. The system continued to critique him. "Who uses floral water as perfume? Host, do you truly possess no sense of common knowledge? I suspect you are deliberately trying to amuse me." Lin Sui'an remained unfazed. "I don't know. I just find this bottle of floral spray quite fragrant. It's not the typical scent of ordinary floral spray. This floral aroma feels very gentle." The system had run out of options. "All right, as long as you obediently refrain from spraying it. Just remember, you possess your own pheromones. There's no need for perfume." Lin Sui'an replied, "Okay." Lin Sui'an's residence was already conveniently close to the company, and he arrived swiftly by taxi. Upon disembarking, he stood in front of the corporate building, taking several deep breaths. Looking up, he gazed towards a certain floor. That was Shen Yan's office. The mere thought of his impending actions made him exceedingly nervous. He clenched his fist, silently encouraging himself. Unbeknownst to him, this scene of him gazing skyward was captured by many passers-by. Before Lin Sui'an could compose himself, someone approached him. "Excuse me, hello. May I get to know you?" Lin Sui'an turned to see a remarkably sunny and handsome young man. Before he could respond, the stranger began introducing himself. "I just started working here as an intern last week." He pointed to his ID badge, and Lin Sui'an glanced at it. Extending his hand, he said, "Oh, hello. Is there something you need to discuss with me?" As Lin Sui'an spoke, he displayed a polite smile, but the young man averted his gaze, appearing quite anxious. "It's nothing, really. I was wondering if I could have your contact information." "Contact information?" Lin Sui'an expressed confusion. "Aren't we from different departments?" What would you need my contact information for? Oh, just to be friends, I suppose? The boy's previously tense demeanor softened immediately. He nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. You must be an Omega, right? I'm a Beta. I saw you just now and thought you seemed… Well, let's add each other quickly. I have something urgent to attend to and need to head upstairs. Lin Sui'an retrieved his QR code, and once the other party sent a friend request, he promptly accepted it. I'm sorry, but I really must rush. Let's chat another time. The boy was visibly excited. However, noticing Lin Sui'an's urgency yet lack of immediate movement into the building, he couldn't help but inquire. May I ask what your urgent matter is? Perhaps I could assist you. Lin Sui'an eyed him and quietly replied, I might be confessing my feelings to someone shortly. The boy's expression shifted to one of complexity. Yet, Lin Sui'an remained oblivious. By the way, have you ever had someone you liked? How did you confess? Do you have any experience? Although the system provided him with ample information, Lin Sui'an felt that consulting a real person would be more beneficial regarding matters of the heart. However, the boy hesitated for a long moment, ultimately expressing disappointment. I haven't reached that stage yet. Apologies, did I bring up something that saddens you? The boy forced a smile, and just as the elevator arrived at his floor, he shook his head. It's fine. I wish you success. Goodbye. As the elevator doors closed, the system laughed gleefully in Lin Sui'an's mind. Ha! Good thing I decided to observe first. Otherwise, I would have missed such a splendid performance. Did you not realize he was trying to flirt with you? Lin Sui'an was taken aback. I thought it was just an intern looking for a work partner. No wonder when I mentioned wanting to confess. He reacted that way, and you didn't remind me, she added. The system clicked its tongue. Isn't there a saying among humans? Teaching by example is far more effective than mere words. From now on, when someone approaches you, you shall not remain oblivious. As the elevator doors opened once more, Lin Sui'an stepped out. Yet, upon exiting, she instinctively pressed the button for her office floor. Just as she was about to retreat, she was spotted by the long-unseen Zheng sisters, who rushed over and flanked her on either side. In unison, they exclaimed, Wow, you look stunning. Zheng Jinfeng circled around Lin Sui'an, marveling. How come you've changed so much in just a few days? There's an intriguing allure in your features. Zheng Yulu whispered. So, what transpired after you returned with Shen Yan that day? Did anything happen? Lin Sui'an recalled that intimately delightful week, her cheeks flushing involuntarily. We didn't do anything. Zheng Yulu's eyes widened. So you did what you were supposed to do. She then lunged at Zheng Jinfeng, embracing her tightly. Oh no, sister, what do we do? We've missed our chance. Zheng Jinfeng patted Zheng Yulu's back. Well, it seems we were simply not meant to be. Observing the sisters in their affectionate embrace, Lin Sui'an decided to continue with her own intentions. If there's nothing more, I shall take my leave. However, just as she took a few steps, Zheng Yulu called out to her, Wait, aren't you here to work? Where are you going? Zheng Yulu furrowed her delicate brows. Is it that domineering Shen Yan wants you to return home and not work? You cannot allow that. Zheng Jinfeng nodded in agreement. Those alphas are adept at taking advantage. Give them an inch, and they'll take a mile. You must not let love cloud your judgment. Seeing their genuine concern for her, Lin Sui'an smiled. She opened her arms, inviting them closer, and gently embraced the sisters for a brief moment. Thank you for your concern, but rest assured, it's not about Shen Yan. I intend. She lowered her voice. I plan to confess. What? No way. How could you be the one to confess first? The sisters both looked disapproving. Especially Zheng Yulu, who protested. How can an Omega confess first? Alphas should be the ones to put in more effort. Lin Sui'an shook her head, putting aside other matters. I believe that when it comes to confessions, there should be no precedence. As long as there is affection, it matters not who confesses first. Ultimately, if two are meant to be together, the manner of confession is inconsequential. If they are not, it serves no purpose regardless of who speaks first. The system interjected. Didn't he see that coming, did you? So you were aware after all? What were you worried about before? Lin Sui'an coughed lightly. There's another saying among humans. One can sound wise when advising others, but have you ever seen a strategist on the battlefield? Lin Sui'an gracefully turned around, pressed the elevator button, and stepped inside. As he turned back, he waved goodbye to the two individuals. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, he heard their voices, wishing you success. The system reassured him. Don't worry, you will undoubtedly succeed. Lin Sui'an took a few deep breaths, mentally rehearsing the words he intended to convey. However, he never anticipated that upon entering Shen Yan's office without any hindrance, he would find only a beautiful woman present. Chapter 75. Urgency time rewinds to the previous evening. Shen Yan gazed at the tablet and computer before him, displaying the two most optimal confession plans selected after thorough comparisons. As an alpha, having witnessed his parents' affectionate relationship from a young age, he was instilled with the responsibility to care for omegas. Naturally, it was his duty to initiate the confession. Thus, once the sensitive period concluded and he had sent Lin Sui'an home, he began to devise his plan. However, after much contemplation, he realized that the processes were fundamentally similar. Extend an invitation, establish a confession venue, create a romantic ambience, prepare exquisite gifts and flowers, adorn oneself, and formulate a heartfelt confession. They could also invite mutual friends as witnesses and even arrange for someone to film the romantic moment. Yet, no matter how he searched, Shen Yan remained dissatisfied with these plans. When one is enamored, the purpose of a confession is to express one's feelings and evoke a desire in the other person to be together. Merely adhering to a procedural template devoid of genuine emotion holds little significance. But what kind of confession would truly resonate with them, or rather, with Lin Sui'an? Shen Yan meticulously reflected on the moments he had shared with Lin Sui'an. The latter was not materialistic. Even with wealth, he refrained from extravagant spending, choosing instead to be frugal. Thus, presenting Lin Sui'an with luxurious gifts would be less meaningful than offering him cash or something that could appreciate in value. Therefore, the flowers could be substituted with roses accompanied by a modest sum of money. However, it couldn't be excessive, as Lin Sui'an would undoubtedly refuse anything too lavish. Yet, if Shen Yan wished to genuinely touch Lin Sui'an's heart and inspire a desire for companionship, these gestures would still fall short. Although Lin Sui'an appeared to embrace a laid-back attitude towards life, his acceptance stemmed not from a conscious choice, but rather from a long-standing sense of powerlessness. Aware that no actions could alter his circumstances, he opted to adjust his mindset instead. His independence, a trait that kept him from relying on others, often arose from a lack of love. Therefore, Shen Yan felt compelled to demonstrate his affection for Lin Sui'an. But how does one prove matters of the heart? They were both adults, and even in his youth, Shen Yan understood that human emotions are fickle. Many lovers' promises may not be false. Perhaps, in that fleeting moment, they were indeed sincere. Lin Sui'an's insecurity meant that even if he expressed those words, he would remain skeptical of their authenticity. Thus, those extravagant declarations of eternal love were swiftly excised from the proposal by Shen Yan. However, once they were removed, what could he possibly say or do? Time was of the essence, and Shen Yan was unwilling to wait any longer. Furthermore, he feared that the system might conspire with Lin Sui'an to have her confess her feelings first. Consequently, Shen Yan felt a growing impatience. After enduring a restless night, he sought out Han Ming for a discussion, only to find it a futile endeavor. He even spent money online to consult numerous so-called love experts, yet none provided a satisfactory solution. Leaning against the sofa, fatigue etched on his face, he succumbed to a light slumber. In this dream, he envisioned himself confessing to Lin Sui'an, only to witness her embracing an omega female, whose long, seaweed-like hair framed a sweet and alluring visage. Standing together, the handsome man and the beautiful woman appeared perfectly matched, yet Shen Yan felt otherwise. Consumed by jealousy, he confronted Lin Sui'an, demanding, "Why her and not me?" Lin Sui'an, still holding the girl, replied with a disdainful smile, "I have already told you, it's because I do not like men." At that moment, the omega female smiled provocatively at him, as if to say, "Unless you transform into a woman, do not dare to think you can take him from me." Infuriated, Shen Yan attempted to advance, but suddenly lost his footing, jolting awake from a dream. However, the initial panic in his eyes swiftly morphed into delight. The next morning, Shen Yan arrived at the office equipped with a meticulously prepared ensemble and a makeup artist who had long collaborated with his mother. The makeup artist, of a similar age to Shen Yan's mother and a close friend, gazed at him in astonishment, exclaiming, "I never imagined you could go this far. But pursuing someone you cherish requires effort." Shen Yan nodded in agreement, pondering, "Yes, but I wonder if you will like this." In a moment of impulsiveness, he chose to disguise himself as a woman to express his feelings, hoping to convey his sincerity to Lin Sui'an, uncertain if she would accept it. "Don't worry, dear. I'll make you look stunning. It's rare for anyone to refuse a great beauty," the makeup artist assured him. Shen Yan chuckled, "I hope so." Half an hour later, he gazed into the mirror at his reflection. Clad in a flowing white dress and adorned with long, seaweed-like hair, he felt quite out of place. Yet, the visage before him, transformed by the makeup artist's skilled hands, magnified his features beautifully. His angular face softened, and his brows and eyes no longer appeared so harsh. The enchanting glimmer in his gaze, coupled with the purity of the white dress, significantly bolstered his confidence. "It seems you are quite pleased with this look for your first love confession. I shall take my leave now, not to intrude upon your moment. I await your good news." Shen Yan escorted her to the door, saying, "Thank you, Auntie." Once she departed, he glanced at the clock. It was nearly time for Lin Sui'an to arrive at the office. He rearranged his surroundings, concealing a bouquet beneath his desk. The recording device was also prepared, ready to document the moment, be it a triumph or a failure. It would serve as a record for future contemplation. As he awaited the moment to message Lin Sui'an, he stumbled upon photos and screenshots sent by Han Ming. "Weren't you going to confess? The company chat is abuzz, claiming the new intern shares a striking chemistry with your companion," accompanied by a rather suggestive grin JPG. The images depicted Lin Sui'an gazing up at the corporate building, alongside a photograph of him walking with a young man. The former shot was somewhat blurred, yet its beauty remained breathtaking. Shen Yan had never encountered such a version of Lin Sui'an, dressed with intention, resembling a little prince emerging from a castle, his aura both regal and pure, rendering Shen Yan unable to divert his gaze. Captivated, Shen Yan was easily entranced. However, a swipe revealed the next image. In it, the young man leaned slightly toward Lin Sui'an, his eyes filled with admiration and awe. The subsequent screenshot of their chat was rife with compliments about the chemistry between Lin Sui'an and the young man, asserting how well-matched they appeared. A mere glance at the messages left Shen Yan feeling a knot of unease in his chest. Chemistry? He saw none of it. Without delay, Shen Yan replied to Han Ming. They were merely walking together. "What led you to perceive chemistry? If your eyesight is impaired, perhaps you should visit a doctor soon." Yet, despite his words, an urgency stirred within Shen Yan. Even though he was aware that Lin Sui'an was not attracted to men, the thought of it gnawed at him. Initially, he had intended to wait patiently in the office for Lin Sui'an, but now he could hardly contain himself. Though he had already prepared his appearance, it was inconvenient to venture out again. He paced back and forth, ultimately reaching his limit. No alpha could tolerate the thought of the object of their affection being near another. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to approach Lin Sui'an directly with a bouquet in hand. Just then, the office door creaked open. Turning, Shen Yan found himself gazing into Lin Sui'an's clear eyes. Chapter 76. May I steal a kiss? Lin Sui'an had never encountered someone so strikingly beautiful. The enchanting individual before him had a cascade of lush black hair framing her chest, adorned in a flowing white gown that danced with the breeze. Beneath a wispy fringe, a flawless, radiant face emerged. Her features were akin to a painting, yet far more vivid and alive, with slightly parted crimson lips that offered a silent allure. Particularly captivating were her bright, expressive eyes, which concealed an unmistakable hint of panic. Resembling a startled fawn in the woods, stirring a profound sense of affection within him. Lin Sui'an was momentarily taken aback by the sheer beauty before him. Yet, as he regained his composure, he hastily averted his gaze. "I apologize, it was my mistake. The office door was not securely closed, and I presumed there was no one inside. Regardless, I should have knocked. My sincerest apologies." Not daring to gaze directly at her again, Lin Sui'an inquired gently, "May I ask who you are? I am looking for Shen Yan. Do you know where he might be?" Shen Yan was taken aback that Lin Sui'an did not recognize him. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. After all, no one would unexpectedly dress in women's attire. Even if one did, it was rare for anyone to go to such lengths in meticulous makeup. For instance, his eyes. He originally possessed the enchanting Feng eyes, but with the skilled hands of a makeup artist, his eyes were adorned with double eyelids, thick eyelashes, and colored contact lenses. Thus, at this moment, his eyes transformed from Feng to the captivating peach blossom eyes. Furthermore, he donned an exquisite body armor, a creation brought forth by the makeup artist, which he did not resist. After all, he has always believed in striving for excellence in his endeavors. Lin Sui'an's failure to recognize him was a testament to his transformation. However, what should he do now? The romantic scene he had envisioned was abruptly disrupted, leaving Shen Yan at a loss for how to begin anew. His prolonged silence prompted Lin Sui'an to break the tension first. "Excuse me?" Lin Sui'an glanced at the other individual, only to find them gazing intently at him, as if brimming with words to share. At that moment, Lin Sui'an suddenly realized that the stunning beauty before him seemed oddly familiar, as if he had encountered her somewhere before. Moreover, this beauty was exceptionally tall. Could she possibly be an alpha? Her stature bore a striking resemblance to Shen Yan's height. A strange noise echoed in his mind. Lin Sui'an couldn't help but inquire, "What is your name? Do you know this person? Could she be a character from some novel?" The system remained silent, yet the peculiar noise grew increasingly insistent. "Have you encountered a bug again? Then pay attention and take your time to adjust." After a moment's contemplation, Lin Sui'an decided, "I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave." He turned to exit, intending to call or message Shen Yan to inquire. However, after just a few steps, he was halted by a voice from behind. "Wait, don't go." Lin Sui'an paused, for if he heard correctly, that was undoubtedly Shen Yan's voice. Could it be that Shen Yan had found someone else he liked? Perhaps Shen Yan was merely hiding, not wanting to confront him and jeopardize their relationship. The more he pondered, the less daring he felt to turn around. He continued walking forward, but just then, a chilling gust of wind swept through. Suddenly, someone embraced him from behind. Lin Sui'an was taken aback. Just as he was about to struggle, he noticed the hands wrapped around his waist were adorned with nails. Moreover, the sleeves belonged to the girl he had seen moments ago. Confusion washed over him. Why was this beauty hugging him? And the scent surrounding her was unmistakably familiar. A voice he recognized echoed in his ear. As if to ensure Lin Sui'an understood clearly, it repeated, "It's me, and I am Shen Yan." Shen Yan. Lin Sui'an was incredulous. He pried Shen Yan's hands away and turned to face the beauty behind him. Confirming that he was not imagining things, he was astounded. "Why are you dressed as a woman?" Since the situation had unfolded in this manner, Shen Yan decided to embrace it fully. He took Lin Sui'an's hand and led him towards the desk, for which he retrieved a bouquet of roses intertwined with currency and presented it to Lin Sui'an. "I believe you'll like this." Shen Yan gently lowered his head, gazing at Lin Sui'an. "You claim you do not have an affinity for boys, so I shall adorn myself as a girl." Lin Sui'an found himself in a state of bemusement, unable to restrain himself from interrupting Shen Yan. "That is preposterous. I did not like boys before, and I still do not." Lin Sui'an murmured, "A boy approached me earlier, attempting to flirt, yet I felt nothing." Shen Yan's eyes darkened slightly. "You still do not harbor any feelings? Yet I am quite fond of you. I am aware that you can sense it. Otherwise, you would not have been avoiding me these past few days." He continued, "I understand that time is short and my preparations may be insufficient to sway your heart. But," Shen Yan whispered, "I will not give up. I hope you can grant me a chance." Suddenly, Lin Sui'an reached out and caressed Shen Yan's cheek. Shen Yan turned his face, brushing against Lin Sui'an's palm. Lin Sui'an chuckled. "No need for that." Shen Yan was taken aback. "No need? You will not even grant me a chance?" Though Lin Sui'an smiled, Shen Yan felt a sinking sensation in his heart. He had contemplated the possibility that he misinterpreted Lin Sui'an's feelings, that perhaps Lin Sui'an's affection for him was merely superficial. He had even considered that Lin Sui'an might resist him. However, he had never anticipated such a decisive refusal from Lin Sui'an. Nevertheless, he had resolved not to let go. Even if Lin Sui'an offered him not a single opportunity, he would ensure he remained by his side. Was he truly destined to follow Han Ming's path? In an instant, dark thoughts flooded Shen Yan's mind. He even contemplated whether the basement at home should be renovated. Yet at that moment, Lin Sui'an's other hand also found its way to his cheek. With a gentle gaze, Lin Sui'an cradled Shen Yan's face in both hands, his expression earnest as he stated, "Indeed, I shall not grant you an opportunity. For although I still do not like boys, I do like you." Shen Yan's heart nearly halted, but the next moment, it raced fiercely. "Really? You truly like me?" Lin Sui'an nodded. "I sought you out to confess my feelings, but—" He accepted the bouquet of flowers. "I am even less prepared than you. My confession is far too hasty compared to yours. You look splendid like this, but there is no need for such pretenses. Just be yourself." Shen Yan embraced Lin Sui'an tightly, his arms enveloping him securely. "Thank you. I like you very much." Lin Sui'an inhaled the fragrance of roses, mingled with Shen Yan's unique scent, and experienced an unparalleled joy. "I also like you very much." The two held each other close, when suddenly, a cacophony erupted from outside the office door. Both Lin Sui'an and Shen Yan turned to look. They saw someone stumble into the room. Lin Sui'an queried in confusion, "Qian-Fu, what are you doing here? Are you all right?" Qian-Fu awkwardly chuckled, waving his hands. "Apologies, I merely came to deliver a document." "I saw nothing." With that, Qian-Fu quickly exited, but more voices followed from outside the door. Lin Sui'an discerned the voices of his young sisters. He fell into silence and turned to Shen Yan, apologizing for inadvertently revealing his intention to confess his feelings, likely because they were aware of it. However, Shen Yan displayed no signs of anger, nor did he seem perturbed by being seen in women's attire. Instead, he expressed excitement, asking if Lin had shared this with him. Lin nodded in affirmation. Shen Yan smiled, declaring there was nothing to apologize for. Such openness in romance was commendable. Lin agreed, recognizing that after 2 lifetimes, there was no reason to be timid about expressing affection. "Is that all? I want to see the kiss." A confession without a kiss is akin to dining on hot pot without dipping sauce. Lin's thoughts raced. He couldn't help but glance at Shen Yan's lips. Shen Yan's gaze shifted, and he lowered his head, asking, "Boyfriend, may I kiss you?" Chapter 77. Love requires courage. Shen Yan's inquiry was gentlemanly, yet his lips instinctively leaned forward. Lin, lowering his gaze, took in the vibrant hue of Shen Yan's lips, accentuated by lipstick. Without hesitation, he tilted his head slightly and kissed him. They were together now. What was there to hesitate about? However, Lin lacked experience in this realm. He recalled from television shows and movies that kisses often involve some movement of the heads, and sometimes even the use of tongues. But surely, a first kiss didn't require tongue, right? Just some head tilting? Lin attempted this, and after a couple of movements, he heard Shen Yan's laughter. Opening his eyes, he was met with Shen Yan's amused gaze, which made his cheeks flush even deeper. "What are you laughing at? Why tilt your head?" Shen Yan pressed his nose against Lin's. Lin coughed lightly. "I've seen others do it this way." Shen Yan pulled Lin closer into his embrace. "It's not like that. Why are you so adorable?" Their breaths intertwined as Shen Yan murmured, "Let me teach you, shall we?" Before Lin could respond affirmatively, his lips were captured once more. One of Shen Yan's hands cradled the back of Lin's head. At that moment, Lin finally comprehended why those who kissed moved their heads when truly immersed in a kiss. It felt as if control of one's body slipped away. He instinctively wanted to angle his head, to draw closer and embrace Shen Yan. The sensation of kissing was akin to a gentle current, tingling and spreading from his lips throughout his body. His mind exploded with vivid fireworks, blooming one after another in a dazzling display. "Wait, system, why are you still igniting fireworks in my mind?" The system, brimming with excitement, urged Lin Sui'an, "Oh dear, why are you so careless? Don't you care about kissing? Be wary of the male lead's punishment." While this was being said, Lin felt a gentle bite on his lip. Indeed, Shen Yan's gaze bore into him, filled with a sense of intensity and danger. "Anan, why are you so inattentive? This is my first kiss." Lin was taken aback. "Huh? Your first kiss?" Shen Yan raised an eyebrow. "What of it? I had never experienced being an omega before, nor did I have any interest in betas or alphas. Of course, my first kiss remained untouched." He leaned in for another couple of kisses and asked, "Do you not trust me?" Lin Sui'an felt a tingling sensation on his lips, but fearing that Shen Yan might misunderstand, he hurriedly replied, "No, it's not that. I just think you're quite skilled at kissing." I didn't expect you to be inexperienced yet still capable of this. You truly are impressive. After a moment's thought, he added, Indeed, it's no surprise that you possess a natural talent in this area. Having long been accustomed to praising his boss, Lin Sui'an found himself effortlessly showering compliments. Now that his boss had transformed into his boyfriend, this habit seemed perfectly suitable to retain. However, immersed in the bliss of newfound love, Lin Sui'an was yet to realize that such remarks should not be made lightly. Shen Yan responded with a smile, Yes, I do possess a bit of talent in this regard, but rest assured I will work hard to learn and serve you well in the future. His words carried a deeper meaning. Observing Shen Yan's earnest demeanor and humble attitude, Lin Sui'an immediately declared, I will also strive to learn more. Let us improve together. Faced with Lin Sui'an's pure and sincere gaze, Shen Yan found himself unable to contain his laughter. He buried his face in the crook of Lin Sui'an's neck. Shaking with mirth, Lin Sui'an wrapped his arms around him, gently patting Shen Yan's back. After a while, he complimented, Your smile truly is delightful. Shen Yan's laughter ceased abruptly. He composed himself, standing upright. Please wait a moment. I need to freshen up and change. Hey, wait. Are you changing already? Shen Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. What? Do you not want to change? Do you prefer me in women's clothing? Lin Sui'an shook his head. No, I just wanted to capture this moment. Shall we take a selfie? All right. Lin Sui'an took out his phone, opened the camera, and snapped a few pictures. Fortunately, their striking looks left little room for flaws. Otherwise, with his poor angles, the photos would have been unworthy. Unable to bear it any longer, Shen Yan took Lin Sui'an's phone and retook several shots. He then picked up the recorder nearby. Don't worry, I recorded everything from start to finish. You can take a look first while I remove my makeup and change. Lin Sui'an glanced at him. Do you need help? Shen Yan hesitated for a moment before declining. After all, they had only just begun their relationship, and he feared he might not be able to suppress certain desires. Once Shen Yan had cleaned his face and changed back into a suit, he emerged from a lounge. Lin Sui'an sat on the sofa near the floor-to-ceiling window, engrossed in his phone. Sunlight bathed him, enveloping him in a golden glow, as if he were a radiant treasure, a reward he had only just begun to cherish. Even after some time had passed, Shen Yan could not help but smile broadly. He watched quietly for a while before moving closer to sit beside Lin Sui'an, leaning against him. What are you looking at? Lin Sui'an was unreserved. Tilting his phone towards Shen Yan, I'm sharing this good news with Hejiang. He is congratulating us. Is that so? Just as Shen Yan leaned in closer, Lin Sui'an scrolled down the chat history. Indeed, it is merely a collection of blessings. Even when you have established a romantic relationship, one must not easily succumb to the advances of another. An omega should safeguard their well-being, for alphas can be quite cunning. Do not fall for their tricks. Shen Yan leaned against Lin Sui'an's shoulder, his tone tinged with melancholy. Lin Sui'an, who was more receptive to gentle gestures than harsh words, instinctively sought to console him. He reached out to pat Shen Yan's hand and spoke softly. No, Hejiang is not very familiar with you. That is why he would say such things. Moreover, his words stem from concern for me. I understand. You are truly wonderful. Shen Yan shifted his position, reclining on Lin Sui'an's lap. He turned his head, gazing up at Lin Sui'an's face. Do you trust me so readily? Lin Sui'an had never experienced someone lying on his lap like this. Apart from feeling a sense of pressure, he was overwhelmed by embarrassment, especially under Shen Yan's unwavering gaze. The more he confirmed his own feelings, the harder it became to meet Shen Yan's eyes, as his heart fluttered uncontrollably. In truth, Lin Sui'an did not have complete faith. You possess power and status. You are an alpha, while our backgrounds are vastly different. Our strengths do not align, and we are not well matched for romance. Then why dare to confess your feelings to me? Lin Sui'an finally turned to Shen Yan, who replied, Because love inherently requires courage. He tilted his head slightly, adding, Engaging in a relationship always involves a mix of risks and happiness. If one only focuses on the risks, it becomes exceedingly difficult to embrace happiness. Since you have feelings, honor your heart and take a chance. We can address the future when it arrives. The smile on Shen Yan's face dimmed slightly, yet sincerity shone through his expression. I will not betray your trust. Chapter 78. The mutual affection between me and Ain Shen Yan remained in Lin Sui'an's lap for a while before sitting up. I still have work to do and cannot accompany you for long. However, may we go on a date tonight? Lin Sui'an was taken aback. A date tonight? Shen Yan gently pinched Lin Sui'an's cheek, saying, "We should have gone on dates before entering a relationship, but in that case, you would surely have declined." "Perhaps not necessarily," Lin Sui'an mused, realizing that such matters required his own acceptance. Otherwise, if Shen Yan were to directly invite him, he would likely evade the invitation unless Shen Yan's intentions were exceedingly clear. In that case, he would undoubtedly reject Shen Yan's overtures to his face. A sense of unease crept over him. At that moment, something unexpectedly brushed against his cheek. He looked up and realized that Shen Yan had seemingly kissed him. Confronted by Shen Yan's burning gaze, Lin Sui'an felt a rush of warmth. He blinked rapidly. "Where shall we go for our date tonight?" Shen Yan leaned closer, his eyes shifting from Lin Sui'an's gaze to his lips, a clear implication in his demeanor. "To my home. Will you come?" For a couple who had just confirmed their romantic relationship, one inviting the other to their home at night was quite significant. If it was a date, what would follow? In the prime of their youth, with passions aflame, would not the subsequent events unfold naturally? Yet Lin Sui'an was not prepared for such a leap. He remained rather conservative regarding such matters. A gentle handhold, a tender kiss, a warm embrace, these gestures were within his realm of acceptance. However, anything deeper would necessitate a period of familiarity. Lin Sui'an hesitantly remarked, "Is this merely a date? After our outing, will I still return home?" Shen Yan could not suppress a laugh. He wrapped his arms around Lin Sui'an, offering a soft pat. "Darling, how can you be so adorable?" The terminin, already intimate enough to make Lin Sui'an blush, now felt even more overwhelming as Shen Yan affectionately referred to him as baby. Lin Sui'an felt a flush envelop him entirely. "Please don't call me baby. I am quite grown up now." "What being grown up? A baby is a treasure, and to me, you are a treasure. Why should I not call you that?" Lin Sui'an's cheeks burned with embarrassment. Accustomed to cold and indifferent words, he found it challenging to adapt to the warmth of others' compliments and affectionate whispers. In an effort to hide, he buried his head in the crevice between Shen Yan and the sofa, playing the part of an ostrich. This only melted Shen Yan's heart further. "Lin Sui'an, I've realized that I miscalculated the location for my confession. I should have chosen a day off in a place meant solely for the two of us. After such a declaration, we could remain together." Having never lacked for anything throughout his life, Shen Yan had never felt an attachment to anything. Yet for the first time, he experienced the sensation of not wanting to let go. He could not bear the thought of Lin Sui'an being out of his sight, even for a moment. Moreover, the more he looked, the more he longed, and the more satisfied he felt. "All right, we've only just begun our relationship. This is merely a date. Unless you wish otherwise, I shall not act. I have a meeting at noon and cannot join you for lunch. But I shall endeavor to finish early and take you home in the afternoon." Only then did Lin Sui'an lift his head. His meticulously styled hair had become tousled, and his coat was disheveled, revealing a beautifully designed white silk lace shirt underneath. Shen Yan's gaze became fixated. The collar of the shirt was adorned with a ribbon tied into a bow, cascading gracefully down his chest. The sheer details around the chest and waist tantalizingly revealed and concealed, igniting a fervor. He took a deep breath, then reached out to tidy Lin Sui'an's attire and smooth his hair. "There, you may go now. I shall see you after work." "All right, see you then," Lin Sui'an replied before turning to leave, only to return after a few steps. Shen Yan, who had been watching Lin Sui'an's retreating figure, was taken by surprise as Lin Sui'an leaned in and pecked him on the lips, swiftly withdrawing. "All right, goodbye." With that kiss, Lin Sui'an departed with an air of nonchalance. Once the office door closed, Shen Yan was left alone, his heart racing. Initially, he had thought that dating someone as dense as Lin Sui'an would require considerable time for guidance and building rapport. Little did he know that his worries were unfounded. This was the essence of Lin Sui'an in love. Shen Yan raised a hand to cover his face, unable to wipe the smile from his lips. He was in no rush to tackle his work. Instead, he sat on the sofa and picked up his phone. First, he shared the news of his successful confession in the family group chat, filled with warm wishes that brought him immense joy. Subsequently, he made a phone call. Once the other end picked up, he got straight to the point. I have successfully confessed. I now have my Omega, Lin Sui'an, and our feelings are mutual. After a brief pause, Han Ming on the other end gritted his teeth and replied, "Congratulations to you, young Master Shen." Shen Yan's tone was buoyant. "Thank you for your heartfelt support during this time. I never expected to find love so quickly. It's truly wonderful." Han Ming snorted. "So my buddy has found happiness again? Knowing I've been of assistance, you ought to put in a bit more effort on our projects." Shen Yan chuckled lightly. "Of course, I'm no longer a solitary soul. Oh, and I'm certainly not the kind who can only keep someone around without winning their heart." Han Ming retorted, "Enough, Shen Yan. You bask in the sunlight too readily. Have you forgotten what it means to be a true friend? And who says I can only keep someone around without capturing their heart? My Jiang even knitted me a scarf." Shen Yan smiled. "Oh, that's lovely. Just don't be surprised if you discover a brand label on that scarf one day." After the call ended, Shen Yan chuckled at the call log for quite some time. However, he also searched online for scarf-making tutorials. When it came to pursuing someone, he realized Han Ming truly couldn't compete with him. Han Ming only knew how to be direct and blunt. Even his attempts at gentleness were rather lacking. Unlike Shen Yan's approach, Shen Yan saved several scarf-making tutorials and ordered the necessary tools, eagerly anticipating the sweet days ahead with Lin Sui'an. Nevertheless, he had to navigate through the challenges of this evening first. As he had mentioned, their confessions had been rather hasty, leaving many words unspoken. Lin Sui'an had been sincere towards him, and he could hear Lin Sui'an's heartfelt sentiments, understanding just how much courage Lin Sui'an had mustered to take this step. Even before they had come together, Lin Sui'an had been considerate of him, attempting to reveal the truth to him in various ways. Thus, he felt compelled to reciprocate with sincerity. At the beginning of their acquaintance, he planned to reveal all his secrets, including his calculations regarding Lin Sui'an, the traps he had set for him, and even surveillance. He would once again place the choice of whether to continue their relationship back in Lin Sui'an's hands. Nevertheless, he believed that Lin Sui'an would not abandon him. He was already prepared with his secrets, determined not to let this precious treasure slip away.